Before marriage, the president's wife insists that you adhere strictly to the rules. You intuitively understand and take the initiative to maintain a distance by separating the rooms. However, after marriage, she gradually began to exhibit unusual behavior. Not only does she stealthily slip into your bed in the dead of night, but she also compels you to indulge in her imported milk tea. It was merely due to your act of saving an elderly man 6 months ago that he, in gratitude for your life-saving deed, unexpectedly arranges for you to spend time daily with his esteemed granddaughter, the president's heir. However, this also led the female CEO to perceive your intentions as nefarious. Thus, she resolved to immerse herself in the situation to unveil your true nature. At this moment, compelled by your mother's relentless pressure for you to marry, you finally acquiesced to the old man's request to meet his granddaughter. Upon our first encounter, you were utterly captivated by the exquisite presence of the individual before you. After a thorough exchange of ideas, you resolutely expressed your thoughts, proposing the notion of entering into a marriage of convenience with someone. Marriage exists solely in name, devoid of any genuine conjugal life. This serves as a strategic response to the relentless pressure from family regarding marriage. As soon as your thoughts were articulated, Gu Qinghan let out a light laugh. Your proposal perfectly aligned with her own sentiments, as she perceived this as an opportune moment to discern your true intentions. After all, her grandfather is the wealthiest man in Jiangxing. Ever since you saved him 6 months ago, he has taken an immediate liking to you and has been fervently trying to unite you with his granddaughter. This has also led Gu Qinghan to harbor serious doubts about your materialistic and hypocritical nature. Seeing Gu Qinghan remain silent, you awkwardly rise to your feet. I apologize, Miss Gu. My suggestion may have been too abrupt. Let us conclude our discussion for today. As you were about to depart, Gu Qinghan called out to you. Mr. Zhao, please wait. I haven't expressed my dissent. You abruptly turned to face Gu Qinghan. Are you implying that you agreed to marry me? You were taken aback, a sense of disbelief washing over you. Do not misunderstand me. I agreed to your request because you saved my grandfather. Gu Qinghan's beautiful eyes widened, thoughts swirling within her mind. This man possesses a certain charm, masterfully playing the game of feigned indifference. No wonder he managed to deceive my grandfather, a formidable figure in the business world for much of his life. Let me unveil your ruse. Half an hour later, the marriage certificate was in hand. You gazed vacantly at Gu Qinghan before you, contemplating the fact that this is the moment of marriage. Mr. Zhao, you have been gazing at me intently. Is there something amiss upon my visage? Although married, Gu Qinghan still harbors no fondness for you in her heart. She continues to address you in the straightforward manner of Mr. Zhao, and even the thought of calling you something like husband sends shivers down her spine. It is essential to discern your sinister intentions through this connection as soon as possible. She meticulously scrutinizes your expressions, eager to gauge your reaction to the title of Mr. Zhao. Yet you seem utterly indifferent, merely lost in a daze, as if there are numerous matters left unarticulated between us, and we hastily entered into matrimony. Could you elaborate on which specific matters? For instance, after marriage, shall we live apart or together? How audacious of you, Zhao Zijin, to harbor such intentions right after our marriage. She silently cursed him in her heart. As newlyweds, it is only natural for them to reside together. I recall that you possess a quaint little house of your own, do I not? Indeed. Are you considering moving in with me? You must feel a bit hesitant in your heart. Having grown up, you have yet to experience cohabitation with a girl of your age. Gu Qinghan shook her head. She would certainly not reside in your house. What difference would it make from a lamb entering the tiger's den? You too let out a sigh of relief. Yet Gu Qinghan's subsequent remark left you momentarily stunned for 3 seconds. Why not consider relocating to my place? My villa is quite spacious. I must say, they possess an exquisite villa. The wealth of Gu Qinghan's family must be extraordinary. You cannot evade responsibility. After returning to the modest dwelling you currently inhabit, you tidily organize your belongings before relocating to your new abode. As you sweep the floor, you engage in conversation with Gu Qinghan. This house appears to have been scarcely inhabited. Is it the marital home that your parents have prepared for you? Gu Qinghan also acquiesced, nodding slightly. My parents have entertained similar thoughts. Upon reaching this point, you turned your gaze towards Gu Qinghan. Although we may be a couple in name only, It is essential for our respective parents to meet at some juncture. That is agreeable, however, it would be prudent to wait for a while, allowing us the opportunity to become better acquainted with one another. Until we have met both sets of parents, it would be wise to keep this matter to ourselves. You nod your head. Even among the highly inclusive modern populace, hastily arranged marriages remain a rather niche phenomenon, certainly not worthy of ostentation. You are unaware that this is merely an excuse fabricated by Gu Qinghan. She harbors no desire to meet your parents instead. She seeks to leverage their marital bond to swiftly unveil the true nature of your avarice and lechery. Subsequently, she intends to inform your grandfather of your nefarious deeds, thereby bringing this farce to a definitive conclusion. Before long, you are preparing to venture out to purchase groceries for cooking. Miss Gu, what would you like to eat? The somewhat fastidious Qiu Qinghan was not acquainted with your culinary skills. Coupled with her guarded demeanor, she harbored no desire to sample your creations. Consequently, she picked up her phone to concoct an excuse. I may need to work late tonight. Feel free to dine alone. After purchasing groceries and preparing the meal, I set aside some dishes for Gu Qinghan. Subsequently, I began to attend to several orders on the online store, only taking a shower after 10 o'clock at night. As Gu Qinghan stepped through the threshold of his home, you emerged from the bathroom at that very moment. The sight of you in your bare form was fully captured by Gu Qinghan, who immediately let out a piercing scream akin to that of a startled prairie dog. Dressed in your trousers, you hurriedly ran to her side. Miss Gu, what has transpired? Gu Qinghan cast a fleeting glance at your abdominal muscles, then promptly redirected his gaze to the nightscape outside the window. In a calm tone, he remarked, Mr. Zhao, regardless of the circumstances, I shall be residing here. Please refrain from dressing too revealingly in your daily attire. Apologies. You promptly retreated to your room, changed into your pajamas, and then emerged once more, only to discover that Gu Qinghan had also returned to their quarters. Upon realizing this, you sent a message to the other party via your mobile phone. I sincerely apologize, Miss Gu. I'm accustomed to being alone most of the time. I shall be more mindful in the future. In the room, Gu Qinghan gazed at the message you sent, his chest rising and falling with a tumultuous rhythm, a faint flush adorning his cheeks. The image of your chiseled 18-pack abs became increasingly vivid in his mind. No, this is madness. Forget it, hastily cast it aside. Zhao Zijin, you claim to be quite handsome and possess a commendable physique. Yet why do you stray from the righteous path? Gu Qinghan could never bring herself to share such candid thoughts with you. Instead, she resorted to altering your contact name to the exhibitionist with 18 abdominal muscles. Following that, she sent a message. It's nothing, I was overly startled. Do rest early. After dispatching this message, Gu Qinghan leaned against the door frame, only allowing herself to relax upon hearing the sound of your return and the door closing. She then picked up her pajamas, opened the door with a gentle push, and slipped into the bathroom. After all, given that you had not returned to the room, she felt quite hesitant to enter the bathroom for a shower. Gu Qinghan stood beneath the shower head, allowing the warm water to cascade over her smooth skin. Occasionally, she glanced toward the bathroom door, yet her mind conjured images of you, consumed by desire, rendering her utterly vulnerable. She shook her head, attempting to reassure herself, reminding herself that her anxiety was excessive. Relax, she thought. So many rivals in the business world have fallen before you. What is one Zhao Zijin in comparison? As she whispered this to herself, her expression grew increasingly serene, and she even closed her eyes to revel in the pleasure of her bath. However, it was not long before a vivid scene began to materialize in her mind. In a mist-laden bathroom, you stand before her, your chiseled physique adorned with 18 sculpted abdominal muscles. Gu Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes, a wave of madness washing over her. Was she truly losing her mind? All it took was a fleeting glance, and now her thoughts were consumed by the image of sculpted abs. She needed to shake it off, quickly finish her shower, and retire to bed, banishing these peculiar thoughts from her mind. Perhaps Zhao Zijin was indulging in a bath instead. As soon as that notion crossed her mind, an image materialized in her thoughts, him submerged in a bathtub, those chiseled abs barely concealed. The president of the music video echoed with the sound of a groundhog's frantic squeal. She had to stop this train of thought. If it continued, she feared she might go blind. After a tumultuous battle within her mind, Gu Qinghan finally emerged from her shower. Weary and drained, she dragged her exhausted body back to her room, determined to sleep soundly. Tomorrow, upon waking, she would surely forget all these absurdities. The next morning, as Gu Qinghan was preparing to leave for work, he happened to see you returning from outside. I purchased some breakfast. Let's indulge in it together. No need for that. I seldom dine at home. Should I choose to eat at home, I will inform you in advance. After bidding you farewell, Gu Qinghan arrived at a restaurant near the community, which had just opened last night. Only Gu Qinghan is aware that the chef of the restaurant was once the cook of the Gu family's villa. With the abundant financial, material, and human resources of the Qiangshan Group, transforming a small restaurant overnight is undoubtedly an effortless task. After having breakfast, Gu Qinghan drove to the company. As soon as she entered the office, Secretary Ma Ruyan followed closely behind. Mr. Gu, you previously instructed us to keep a close watch on Zhao Zijin's circumstances, and we have now made some significant progress. Gu Qinghan, leaning against the back of her chair, suddenly perked up, sitting up straight. Quickly, bring it to me. I wish to see. Ma Ruyan handed over a laptop, and Gu Qinghan glanced at it a few times, her expression morphing into one of utter disbelief, akin to the sensation of being served a mediocre dish as the grand finale. With a slight pout, Gu Qinghan remarked, Ruyan, since you have uncovered that Zhao Xiuyuan got married yesterday, you must have also discovered the identity of his spouse, correct? Ma Ruyan nodded honestly. Is it still necessary for me to report to you, General Gu? I have indeed experienced some hesitation, yet I firmly believe that even if you are already aware, I should still adhere to the proper protocol and convey my report to you. Gu Qinghan nodded, acknowledging the well-intentioned beginning of the discussion. However, it would be best to refrain from further elaboration, as my time is quite limited. Indeed, Mr. Gu. However, might the price you are paying be somewhat excessive? Gu Qinghan, nevertheless, shook her head, her icy visage flushing a deeper hue. After a day of interaction yesterday, I was profoundly struck by how adeptly Zhao Xiuyuan had concealed his true self. Whether through casual conversation or the subtle awkwardness of his demeanor, he portrayed his role with remarkable finesse. Having undergone professional training, it is imperative to delve deeper into this matter. Ma Ruyan pondered quietly. It has been nearly a year since this excavation began. Is it possible that he has not been acting at all, but is simply an ordinary person? Chapter 8. The husband visits the company, and the president is slightly flustered. Naturally, Chu Xiuyuan dared not voice such a bold conjecture. This speculation entirely contradicted Zhao Zijin's astute judgment. As the helm of Tianyan Group, the renowned iceberg beauty of the business world, Zhao Zijin's insights had always been remarkably precise. She could only nod in agreement and assure her, President Zhao, you can rest assured, I will continue my investigation. After finishing his breakfast, Chu Xiuyuan commenced attending to various matters related to his online store. His shop primarily sold specialized tools required for the crafting of niche handcrafted products. This domain was quite obscure, with limited competition, and only a handful of small factories served as the main suppliers within the country. After several years of operation, Chu Xiuyuan's online store had gained a notable reputation in this field due to its comprehensive product range, timely introduction of new items, and exemplary customer service. The owners of several small factories were more than willing to collaborate with him as his drop shipping partners. On a typical day, Chu Xiuyuan would simply forward customer orders to the factories, which would then handle the direct shipping. Moreover, given the niche nature of this industry, even leading shops had limited net profits, amounting to merely 50 to 60,000 yuan per month. Just as Chu Xiuyuan completed addressing a customer's inquiry and processed another order, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could that be? Chu Xiuyuan initially assumed it was Zhao Zijin returning to retrieve something she had forgotten. However, upon peering through the peephole, he was astonished to find Zhao Qingsong standing at the door. Hastily, he opened the door and welcomed him inside. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival, Zhao? Cough cough. Realizing his faux pas, Chu Xiuyuan quickly curtailed his speech. Observing this, Zhao Qingsong chuckled. Xiuyuan, since you are now married to my granddaughter, what should you call me? Grandpa. Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Qingsong had always shared a camaraderie akin to peers, and now being asked to address him as Grandpa left him somewhat disoriented. Nonetheless, out of respect, he managed to utter the term. My good grandson-in-law, come. Let Grandpa give you a red envelope. With that, Zhao Qingsong produced a bank card, stating, this card contains 200,000 yuan. Take it and spend it as you wish. Chu Xiuyuan hurriedly declined. Grandpa, I cannot accept this money. What's the matter? Is it too little? Not at all, Grandpa. Chu Xiuyuan recalled Zhao Zijin mentioning that her family background was quite ordinary, and that she had always lived with her grandfather and parents in the same residence. The house they currently occupied had been purchased with the savings of her family. In this day and age, buying property is no small feat. And this house had likely cost her family a considerable sum. At this moment, the 200,000 yuan that Zhao Qingsong offered might very well be among his meager savings. Chu Xiuyuan genuinely felt unable to accept such a sum. Thus he sought an excuse. Grandpa, I understand that my marriage to Zhao Zijin must bring you great joy. However, this red envelope is entirely unnecessary, typically. It is the male side that offers a red envelope to the female side, not the other way around, right? Others are others, I am I. Zhao Qingsong thrust the bank card into Chu Xiuyuan's hands, insisting, take it. If you don't accept it, I would feel embarrassed to let you call me grandfather. After several refusals, Chu Xiuyuan decided to accept the card for the time being. He contemplated returning it to Miss Zhao when she returned later that evening. Now that's more like it. Zhao Qingsong exclaimed, pulling Chu Xiuyuan to the sofa. How do you find Zijing since your whirlwind marriage? What are your impressions of her? In that fleeting moment, Chu Xiuyuan recalled the awkward exchange they had over WeChat the previous night. He couldn't bring himself to share such an embarrassing experience, so he simply nodded. Things are going quite well, he thought to himself, silently lamenting the inadequacy of his words. After chatting for a while, the conversation shifted to playing chess. Conveniently, amidst his belongings from the move, Chu Xiuyuan had a set of Chinese chess. The grandfather and grandson then engaged in an intense match that lasted until midday. Grandfather, I'll prepare lunch now. Why don't you join me afterward? Chu Xiuyuan suggested. Will Zijing be joining us? Zhao Qingsong inquired. No, she is too busy with work. The elder chuckled knowingly. He recognized this as merely an excuse from his beloved granddaughter. Suddenly, a whimsical idea struck the old rascal. Xiuyuan, after we finish cooking, let us take a portion to Zijing. The Tianyan Group's building is not far from here. Chu Xiuyuan thought to himself, this seems rather abrupt. Is it appropriate? However, in the presence of his grandfather, he felt it unwise to voice his objections and merely nodded in agreement. All right. I'll send her a message to ask what she would like to eat. Chu Xiuyuan suspected that, given Zhao Zijing's previous demeanor, she would likely refuse his offer to bring her lunch. He believed that would render his grandfather speechless. The old trickster, however, saw right through his thoughts and shook his head. No need to ask. I know Zijing well. She is not picky. Besides, when she gets busy, she neglects her meals. And at this rate, her health will inevitably deteriorate. As her husband, you should show more concern for her. Fine, let us proceed as you suggest, Chu Xiuyuan conceded. After verbally agreeing with Zhao Qingsong, he stepped into the kitchen, sensing an opportunity while his grandfather was distracted. He took out his phone to send Zhao Zijing a message in advance. In the Tianyan Group's presidential office, Zhao Zijing, engrossed in reviewing reports, raised an eyebrow at the notification on her phone. She was well aware that Chu Xiuyuan's grandparents had long since passed away. Therefore, the message undoubtedly referred to her own troublesome grandfather. That cunning Chu Xiuyuan sure changes his tune quickly. I wonder if Grandpa is giving him a reward for the name change. She quickly typed back, is Grandpa causing any trouble? The reply came swiftly, nothing much. But he did give me a reward for the name change. As expected, the fox's tale of Chu Xiuyuan was finally revealed. Zhao Zijin's self-satisfied smile had yet to linger for a moment when the next message from Chu Xiuyuan arrived. However, I cannot accept this money. I shall hand you my bank card shortly. Ah, so this is a game of feigned restraint, is it? Very well, I shall indulge you in this charade. Wait a moment, what does shortly mean? In a flurry, Zhao Zijin hastily replied, Grandfather isn't planning to drag you to the company, is he? The muscular exhibitionist responded, You are correct. He asked me to bring you lunch. Zhao Zijin retorted, I have already dined near the company. There is no need for you to make a special trip. Please persuade Grandfather not to tire himself with unnecessary errands. The muscular exhibitionist replied, If I could dissuade Grandfather, I wouldn't be messaging you. Zhao Zijin sighed deeply, placing her delicate hand upon her forehead, lamenting how her grandfather always finds a way to embroil her in complications. Chapter 9. The beautiful president wishes to try a heartfelt lunch. Grandfather, must we truly go through with this? Ah, it must be done. Xiuyuan, do not fret. Your culinary skills are commendable. Zijin will undoubtedly enjoy it. Grandfather, you flatter me. As long as Zijin does not find it inedible, I shall be content. After partaking in the lunch prepared by Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Qingsong took the anxious young man and hurried towards Tianyan Group. The two of them hailed a taxi, which took them to the front of the Tianyan Group building. As they alighted from the vehicle, they spotted Zhao Zijin engaged in conversation with a woman at the entrance. Zhao Qingsong immediately recognized her as Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin's secretary. However, he refrained from uttering a word, eager to observe how his precious granddaughter intended to navigate this charade. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin glanced over in their direction, her expression shifting to one of surprise. After exchanging a few words with Chu Xiuyuan, she hastened towards them. "Grandfather, Xiuyuan, what brings you here?" Zhao Qingsong, with a jovial smile, preemptively replied, "Xiuyuan was worried you might be too busy to eat, so he insisted I accompany him to deliver you lunch." Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin exchanged glances, their expressions revealing the unspoken understanding forged between them. Had it not been for their prior agreement, Zhao Zijin would have been taken aback by the old man's antics. Not wishing to expose her grandfather's little ruse, Zhao Zijin turned to Chu Xiuyuan, accepting the lunchbox from his hands with a gentle smile. "Thank you for your efforts, Xiuyuan. It was no trouble at all. Do enjoy it while it's warm." Zhao Zijin gestured towards the nearby parking lot. "My car is parked over there. Let us eat inside. It is quite warm standing here." Whether it was warm or not was secondary. Her primary concern was the enthusiastic employees passing by. A simple greeting could unmask her identity, and should that occur, matters would become rather complicated. What if this scheming fellow, Chu Xiuyuan, turned the tables on her? He might audaciously accuse her of deceit, saying things like, "Zijin, you have been misleading me all along." The mere thought of such a scene sent chills down her spine. Chu Xiuyuan nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed to the car." However, Zhao Qingsong interjected once more, "You two lovebirds go ahead. I happen to wish to stroll around this area. It has been quite some time since I last visited the Tianyan Group building." Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin exchanged glances, momentarily rooted in place, until the old man urged them, "What are you dawdling for? Xiuyuan, take Zijin along. Are you truly willing to let your wife go hungry?" "Xiuyuan, we should hurry to the car." "I concur." It was clear that both were eager to avoid any further remarks from the old rogue. They swiftly made their way to the parking lot and climbed into the vehicle. "Here, this is the compensation grandfather owes me. Please find an opportunity to return it to him." Once inside, Chu Xiuyuan produced a bank card and handed it to Zhao Zijin. "All right." Zhao Zijin picked up the conversation, teasingly inquiring, "Xiuyuan, do you find the compensation too meager to accept?" Chu Xiuyuan candidly replied, "On the contrary. It is rather excessive, 200,000. My grandfather is merely a retired old man. How much savings could he possibly have? This is his pension. I truly cannot accept it." "Oh?" Zhao Zijin's interest was piqued. "Are you implying that if your grandfather offered less, you would be more inclined to accept it?" "Indeed. If you were to give me a few hundred, I would gladly accept. Then, during festive occasions, I could reciprocate with gifts and supplements. Isn't that how social exchanges work?" Zhao Zijin nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon receiving the bank card, she noticed a sense of relief on Chu Xiuyuan's face, as if he had relinquished a burdensome hot potato. This expression was not typical of a greedy person. Could it be that Chu Xiuyuan was genuinely not avaricious? Or perhaps his acting skills had reached a level of mastery, allowing him to control such subtle expressions with finesse? Zhao Zijin leaned towards the latter conjecture. Suddenly, she observed Chu Xiuyuan extending his palm towards her, hand open and expectant. She jested, "What is this? Are you charging a fee of 1,000 on that 200,000? Chu Xiuyuan was amused by her remark. "What nonsense! I merely desire the lunchbox in your possession. Did you not mention you had already dined? Allow me to take care of it for you." The azure-insulated lunchbox rested atop Zhao Zijin's thigh, and even through the fabric of her skirt, she could sense a slight warmth emanating from it. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. She had initially intended to sample just a few bites, provided Chu Xiuyuan's cooking was not too unpalatable. After all, she had yet to have her lunch. Previously, she had fabricated a story about having eaten, merely seeking an excuse to deter Chu Xiuyuan from coming to the office. Little did she anticipate that the boomerang effect would strike her instead. "What is the matter? Hand it over." Chu Xiuyuan urged as Zhao Zijin hesitated to pass the lunchbox. He reached out to take it, causing Zhao Zijin to become vigilant. "No, don't be silly. Hurry and give it to me." She firmly placed her delicate hand upon the lunchbox. Chu Xiuyuan, feeling awkward about touching her hand, halted his movement. "Chu Xiuyuan, something is amiss." Zhao Zijin's beautiful eyes fixated intently on his pupils, convinced that there must be something wrong with the lunch. Right? Don't be ridiculous. What could possibly be wrong? As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan's tone weakened, further solidifying Zhao Zijin's suspicions. If there is any issue, I shall discover it by opening the box. Without waiting for Chu Xiuyuan to intervene, she lifted the lid of the lunchbox. A heart-shaped fried egg greeted her sight, nestled atop steaming hot dishes. Unlike the warmth of the food, Zhao Zijin felt a chill creeping down her back. A profound sense of embarrassment enveloped her. Meanwhile, Chu Xiuyuan awkwardly shifted his gaze to the window. He pondered, I distinctly remember that when I first got into the car, she did not set the air conditioning too high. Why is it so cold now? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Zhao Zijin's indifferent voice floated through the air. Is this what your grandfather asked of you? He mused on why he always managed to create such awkward situations. If he were not causing these peculiarities, he would not be himself. It was true. Only when they were teasing the old rascal Zhao Qingsong did the couple find a rare harmony in their opinions. Chu Xiuyuan urged, please, hurry and serve me the food. It will be unpalatable if it gets cold. Zhao Zijin remained silent. Seizing the moment while Chu Xiuyuan's attention was still diverted outside, she quietly picked up a spoon, scooped a small piece of fried egg, and brought it to her lips. Not bad at all. Chapter 10. The intimate exchange between the young couple in the car. Though Chu Xiuyuan's gaze was directed out the window, he could discern through the faint reflection on the glass and the subtle sounds of chewing that Zhao Zijin was relishing her lunch. Moreover, she seemed to be enjoying it quite thoroughly. Chu Xiuyuan mused to himself, it appears she has not yet had her midday meal. He had no intention of exposing Zhao Zijin's secret, nor did he plan to turn around to face her. He understood that should he glance back, she would likely stop eating out of embarrassment. Thus, a delicate silence enveloped the car. Until, burp, Zhao Zijin's face betrayed a moment of panic. Clearly, the beautiful president was startled by her own unexpected belch. Chu Xiuyuan stifled a smile, pressing his lips together in an effort to contain his amusement. Though his broad shoulders quivered despite his best efforts, Zhao Zijin noticed his reaction, and a hint of embarrassment crept onto her delicate features. She assumed her usual icy demeanor from the office, questioning why he found it amusing. Miss Zhao, I am professionally trained to maintain composure in even the most humorous situations, unless I cannot help myself. After much deliberation, Chu Xiuyuan resolved not to jest further, turning to face Zhao Zijin instead. I am merely delighted that my culinary skills have garnered your approval. It is indeed an honor. Sweet talk. Zhao Zijin returned the empty lunchbox to Chu Xiuyuan. Nevertheless, thank you. No need for such formality. After Zhao Zijin departed, Chu Xiuyuan sought out a nearby restaurant, intending to enjoy a leisurely lunch. To her surprise, as soon as she sat down, she spotted the former president, Zhao Qingsong, approaching her. Good day, former president. Chu Xiuyuan quickly rose to greet him. Oh, little Zhu, there's no need for such formality. Just sit. He waved dismissively. I was merely passing by the company. Of course, former president. Chu Xiuyuan resumed her seat, while Zhao Qingsong settled into the chair opposite her. What would you like to eat? I can order for you, she offered. No need, Zhao Qingsong replied, gesturing with his hand. I wanted to ask you something. Please, go ahead. Zijing asked you to investigate Xiuyuan, didn't she? At this, Chu Xiuyuan's expression grew a touch uneasy. She was well aware of the reasons behind Zhao Zijing's request for her to look into Chu Xiuyuan. However, she could not voice these thoughts in front of the former president. Zhao Qingsong, perceptive to her discomfort, waved his hand with a smile. Little Zhu, do not be anxious. I am not here to pry. I understand the company has confidentiality regulations, and there are many things you cannot disclose. Chu Xiuyuan nodded, delicately inquiring. So, former president, what aspect of the work would you like to discuss? The old rascal smiled broadly. I have quite taken a liking to Xiuyuan as a potential grandson-in-law. I hope you can play matchmaker for Zijing and Xiuyuan, helping to warm their affections quickly so that I may soon welcome a great-granddaughter. At this remark, Chu Xiuyuan's lips involuntarily twitched. She thought to herself, is this something I can facilitate? One is my immediate superior, and the other is the beloved son-in-law of the esteemed president. I cannot afford to offend either. From my observations, it seems that Mr. Zhao holds a particular interest in Mr. Chu. Chu Xiuyuan dared not continue, but Zhao Qingsong certainly understood her implication. I am aware that Zijing harbors considerable distrust towards Xiuyuan, which is precisely why I require your assistance in facilitating their connection. I shall do my utmost. After lunch, Chu Xiuyuan returned to the office building. Before she could reach her office, she overheard a group of employees engaged in animated gossip. Did you see that? The assistant brought by the president is incredibly handsome. Is he really the president's assistant? Why have I never seen him before? He doesn't appear to be an assistant. And he seems quite familiar with Mr. Zhao as well. Could he be a relative of Mr. Zhao's? Unlikely. I noticed he was carrying a lunchbox. Would a relative come to visit and bring a meal? I have a bold conjecture. Could that person possibly be Mr. Zhao's husband? That is quite audacious. Indeed. You are quite daring in your speculation. Who is our Mr. Zhao? The daughter of the Zhao family, the beautiful president of Tianyun Group. What man could possibly catch her eye? As the employees fervently discussed, one of them suddenly spotted Chu Xiuyuan. Secretary Zhu, you're back. The group immediately gathered around her. Secretary Zhu, did you see that handsome man next to the president? Do you know who he is? Chu Xiuyuan nodded. Upon seeing this, the employees became even more excited, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hurry, Secretary Zhu, tell us. Chu Xiuyuan feigned a mysterious smile, stating that she couldn't divulge anything just yet, but would share later. This only intensified the employees' curiosity. After tidying away the lunchbox, Chu Xiuyuan turned to Zhao Zijin and inquired, do you not plan to take a brief rest? A brief rest? Chu Xiuyuan elaborated, back when I worked, I would seize the opportunity to nap at my workstation after lunch. After all, high-carb meals can easily induce drowsiness if one does not rest at noon. One's supervisor certainly would not permit a nap in the afternoon. Indeed. Zhao Zijin, being the head of Tianyun Group, has no superior. She can sleep whenever she pleases, and no one dares to reprimand her. Moreover, as a workaholic, she is almost perpetually energetic and rarely feels fatigued. However, she could not divulge this truth to Chu Xiuyuan and thus continued to fabricate, my immediate superior is quite understanding, even if I were to feel drowsy in the afternoon. She would not make things difficult for me. The girl you saw at the company entrance just now is my superior, Chu Xiuyuan. Saying this, Zhao Zijin took out her phone. Let me send you her phone number. In case you cannot reach me under certain circumstances, you may attempt to contact her. All right. After entering Chu Xiuyuan's phone number, Chu Xiuyuan remarked, I shall seek out grandfather first, lest he be kept waiting for too long. After all, Zhao Qingsong had previously encountered heart issues, and both of them could not help but worry about his well-being. Once Chu Xiuyuan exited the parking lot, he called Zhao Qingsong to inquire about his whereabouts. Don't worry about me, my dear Xiuyuan. I am already on my way home. Rest assured. The light boat has traversed countless mountains. Zhao Qingsong responded. Chu Xiuyuan replied, Grandfather, please take care. He mused to himself, this old fellow has quite the flair for humor. Chapter 11. The beautiful CEO yearns for home-cooked meals. As Chu Xiuyuan departed from the parking lot, Zhao Zijin's gaze shifted back to the car. She pondered, now that I think about it, this vehicle was borrowed from the nanny. I suppose I shall be driving it frequently from now on. Tonight, I shall have grandfather inform the nanny to purchase this car. In the midst of her musings, she received a message from Chu Xiuyuan. Grandfather has made his way back on his own. Zhao Zijin replied, I knew it. He is never one to allow others to rest easy. The abdominal muscles enthusiast asked, shall I make a call to check on his situation? Zhao Zijin responded, no need. I will handle this matter myself. Very well, he acquiesced. After putting down her phone, a sense of trepidation washed over Zhao Zijin. She could certainly deduce the true intention behind her grandfather's sudden invitation to Chu Xiuyuan at the company today. Fortunately, Chu Xiuyuan had forewarned her, otherwise, her true identity might have been inadvertently revealed. She thought to herself, I must remind grandfather to remain at home and enjoy his retirement, rather than incessantly flitting about. Upon returning to her office after leaving the parking lot, she summoned Chu Xiuyuan. Secretary Zhu, I have just given your phone number to Chu Xiuyuan and fabricated an identity for you. In his eyes, you are now my direct superior. As a trusted secretary of Zhao Zijin, Chu Xiuyuan was astute enough to grasp the underlying implication of Zhao Zijin's words. Rest assured, General Manager Zhao. I will collaborate effectively to perform this role, she assured, though inwardly she lamented her predicament. She mused. The chairman wishes for me to facilitate a union between Zhao Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan, while Zhao Zijin desires Chu Xiuyuan's utter disgrace. At that moment, she felt as though she were a pawn in a game, tasked with eliminating Tang Sung and his disciples under the orders of a formidable adversary, while simultaneously being compelled to escort them to the West for sacred scriptures. Zhao Zijin nodded. Very well, you may return to your tasks. Once Chu Xiuyuan departed, Zhao Zijin found herself unable to concentrate on the array of documents before her. having just enjoyed a hearty meal. She wrestled with a dilemma. Should she return to Aunt Wang's for dinner tonight? To go? Eating the chef's meals at home could become monotonous. To abstain? That would mean begrudgingly returning to the so-called new home, dining with her emotionally estranged nominal husband, partaking in a meal he had personally prepared. Although somewhat difficult to accept, it wasn't entirely unpalatable. No, absolutely not. If I do that, it would appear as though I am eager for his cooking. How undignified. I am the esteemed leader of Tianyun Group and the daughter of the Zhao family. How could I engage in such a disgraceful act? Resolutely, Zhao Zijin picked up her phone and sent a message to Chu Xiuyuan. For Chu Xiuyuan, the afternoon felt particularly leisurely. The online store had few visitors, and he had no pressing matters at hand, allowing him to indulge in activities he cherished. In the past, he enjoyed spending time in his modest abode, crafting various handicrafts. Since meeting Zhao Qingsong, I have frequently engaged in chess matches with him. However, today was an exception. This morning, Zhao Qingsong had already played a game with him. At noon, he even dragged his newly arrived son-in-law to Zhao Zijin's company, where they shared an awkward yet heartfelt lunch. On the taxi ride home, Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Thankfully, Zhao Zijin did not decline that affectionate lunch. Otherwise, he would have felt so embarrassed he could have dug a hole to hide in. Upon returning home, with nothing to occupy his time, he pulled out some small tools, intending to craft some handmade items. Just as he was getting into it, Zhao Zijin suddenly sent a message. I won't be working late tonight. I'll be home for dinner. Upon reading this message, a smile tugged at the corners of Chu Xiuyuan's mouth. Although he usually did not concern himself with others' opinions, including that of Miss Zhao Zijin, who was merely his nominal wife, he felt a flicker of joy when she acknowledged his culinary skills in such a slightly proud manner. It seemed he should buy some more ingredients to prepare a delightful meal tonight. As he contemplated this, he swiftly picked up his phone and typed a response, "All right. I will prepare dinner for two." Zhao Zijin, reading Chu Xiuyuan's reply, fell into deep thought. She couldn't quite understand why. Despite having firmly resolved not to return home for dinner, her fingers had typed out such a message unconsciously. To be fair, the meals prepared by Chu Xiuyuan were undeniably inferior to those crafted by the chefs at the Zhao household. Yet, as she savored his cooking just moments ago, she felt no resistance in her heart. Why was that? After mulling it over, President Zhao could only conclude, Zhao Zijin, you are indeed hungry. Uncertain if it was due to her good mood or anticipation, the remaining time saw President Zhao progressing swiftly through her paperwork. As the workday drew to a close, Chu Xiuyuan, as usual, knocked and entered the president's office. She was well acquainted with Zhao Zijin's work habits. Typically, at this hour, Zhao Zijin would leave behind some unimportant documents to address later during overtime or the following day. Chu Xiuyuan needed to collect these files for subsequent processing. President Zhao, which documents will you be keeping today? None. What? I've completed everything, so there are none. Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even after knowing Zhao Zijin for many years, she couldn't help but feel astonished. Such a state of affairs was indeed rare for President Zhao. However, this was a blessing in disguise. It meant less work for her. All right then, I will gather all these documents. While sorting through the files, Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin struck up a casual conversation. President Zhao, do you have any other engagements tonight? None. Then, would you care to join me for dinner after work? Within the Tianyun Group, many employees hold a profound respect and a sense of trepidation toward the Iceberg Beauty. President Zhao Zijin, often finding themselves reluctant to approach her. However, Chu Xiuyuan stands apart. She enjoys a harmonious rapport with Zhao Zijin, even disregarding their hierarchical relationship. Their friendship flourishes. This is a primary reason why Zhao Zijin has chosen to appoint her as her secretary, entrusting her with various confidential matters. Generally speaking, Zhao Zijin seldom declines Chu Xiuyuan's invitations to dine, provided there are no pressing engagements. While she possesses a discerning palate, Chu Xiuyuan's talent for selecting restaurants is remarkable. However, to Chu Xiuyuan's surprise, Zhao Zijin declined her invitation this evening. This unexpected response elicited a sense of unease in Chu Xiuyuan. She feigned casualness as she remarked, "Oh, are you dining with the former president?" "No. I have other plans," Zhao Zijin replied. "Let us dine together another day." "Other plans? With whom?" Chu Xiuyuan inquired. "I'm going home, but it's not with the former president," Zhao Zijin clarified. "My parents are still traveling abroad." "Oh, I see." Chapter 12. The couple's QA. Reflecting on the midday event where Chu Xiuyuan brought lunch to Zhao Zijin, Chu Xiuyuan formed a daring hypothesis. It appears that Zhao Zong intends to dine with Chu Xiuyuan. The likelihood of a romantic development between Zhao Zong and Chu Xiuyuan seems to be increasing. Throughout the day, Zhu Qiuyue grappled with a dilemma. Should she assist the esteemed president in bringing the two together, or should she support Zhao Zong in dealing with Chu Xiuyuan? It seems a resolution is at hand. Facilitating their union might indeed be the more advantageous course. At the very least, it could enhance Zhao Zong's work efficiency, sparing herself considerable effort and concern. Upon this realization, she playfully teased, "All right, Zhao Zong, I shall not intrude upon your intimate world with Mr. Chu." Zhao Zijin shot Zhu Qiuyue a disapproving glance. "Secretary Zhu, you are rather verbose." "My apologies, Zhao Zong, I shall take my leave." Zhu Qiuyue nodded, stifling a laugh, and swiftly exited, clutching the documents, denying Zhao Zijin the chance to retort. Zhao Zijin, however, was not incensed by Zhu Qiuyue's jest. She understood that it was hardly surprising for someone as astute as Secretary Zhu to deduce such matters. Driving back to her residence, she ascended the stairs and stood before her door. Taking a deep breath, she pondered, "Why am I feeling anxious? I am merely returning home, not sneaking in like a thief." Resolving this, she retrieved her keys and inserted them into the lock. The moment the door swung open, the aroma of a sumptuous meal and the clattering of utensils greeted her. Although she had yet to step into the kitchen or catch a glimpse of Chu Xiuyuan, the image of that man, clad in an apron, busily tending to the stove, involuntarily manifested in her mind. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin found herself contemplating. Perhaps Chu Xiuyuan is not the irredeemable villain she once thought. No. Zhao Zijin, have you been swayed by a mere couple of meals? Is your palate truly so easily pleased? This must be one of Chu Xiuyuan's cunning schemes, intended to bridge the gap between you and him for his ulterior motives. Quickly, seize this moment. Turn around and leave. Do not look back. Do not allow Chu Xiuyuan's tactics to prevail. Her mind incessantly urged her onward. Yet, her feet felt as if they were glued to the ground, immobile. "Miss Zhao, you are back." Chu Xiuyuan emerged from the kitchen, a platter of dishes in hand. "Just in time, the meal is ready. Wash your hands and join me." Zhao Zijin offered a slight smile. "Very well, Mr. Chu." Chu Xiuyuan served her a bowl of rice, placing it on the table. "I am unsure of your appetite. Should you require more, I shall gladly serve you." "Thank you." In her gratitude, Zhao Zijin couldn't resist teasing. "Mr. Chu, you are quite the homemaker. I wonder which young lady has trained you so well?" Chu Xiuyuan chuckled in response. "Miss Zhao, I assure you, I have never been in a relationship. If I knew how to court, I would not have remained single all my life. Moreover, I would not have proposed a spontaneous marriage upon our first meeting to appease my parents' urgings." As she spoke, Chu Xiuyuan retorted to Zhao Zijin, "Miss Zhao, with your stunning beauty and decent income, what could possibly motivate you to choose to go on a blind date with me, let alone rush into marriage?" Upon hearing Chu Xiuyuan's counter, Zhao Zijin became intrigued. She decided to boldly tease him while simultaneously probing his feelings. "Why, if I were to say..." Zhao Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan sat facing each other at the dining table. At this moment, a charming smile adorned Zhao Zijin's exquisite face, her enchanting eyes sparkling as they gazed into Chu Xiuyuan's. Meanwhile, beneath the table, Zhao Zijin's delicate, high-heeled foot gently brushed against Chu Xiuyuan's calf. "I fell for Mr. Chu at first sight. How would he respond?" This scene left Chu Xiuyuan momentarily dazed. For a man like him, who had remained single all his life, being in such an ambiguous situation with a stunning beauty like Zhao Zijin was undeniably stirring. However, he replied, "Miss Zhao, you're jesting. I hardly believe I possess the charm to inspire such instant affection." With that, Chu Xiuyuan withdrew his leg, creating distance from Zhao Zijin's graceful foot. Zhao Zijin was taken aback. She held considerable confidence in her allure. Little did she expect that Chu Xiuyuan would evade her so directly. With her eyes downcast, she wondered, "Does Mr. Chu dislike me?" "Not at all," he responded. "I simply find it hard to believe that Miss Zhao's notion of love at first sight is a genuine response to my earlier inquiry." Zhao Zijin covered her mouth and chuckled. "I understand what you mean, Mr. Chu. You're curious about how many boyfriends I've had, aren't you?" Chu Xiuyuan nodded. Zhao Zijin candidly admitted, "During my school years, I had many admirers, yet none captured my interest. After graduating, I joined Tianyun Group, and it has been over 5 years. During this time, I could tell some male colleagues were attracted to me, but none dared to pursue me. Thus, like you, I have remained single." Zhao Zijin spoke the truth, cleverly omitting the fact that she was the daughter of the Zhao family and the president of Tianyun Group. Chu Xiuyuan nodded, understanding her predicament. It is true that exceptionally accomplished women can often intimidate many men. You flatter me, Zhao Zijin said with a smile, shrugging her shoulders in self-deprecation. No matter how outstanding a woman is, she cannot escape the pressures of family urging her to marry. Chu Xiuyuan wholeheartedly agreed. In this regard, we share a common plight. Therefore, when I heard your suggestion of a whirlwind marriage, I decided to embrace it. After all, even if it's just a partnership in life, choosing someone as handsome as Mr. Chu would certainly brighten my spirits. After a lengthy exchange of sincere words laced with a hint of deception, it became less likely to raise suspicion in the other. Zhao Zijin keenly observed Chu Xiuyuan's expression, realizing that her words had successfully concealed her true intentions from him. In order to prevent Chu Xiuyuan from further contemplation, she immediately pressed on. What about Mr. Chu? When you first saw me, you suggested a hasty marriage. Was it truly solely due to the urgent pressure from your family? Ahem. Let's eat. Let us eat. We've been so engrossed in conversation that the dishes will get cold soon. Ah, now it seems you are the one dodging the questions. Zhao Zijin beamed with delight, eagerly probing further. Naturally, Chu Xiuyuan could not withstand her persistent inquiries and had no choice but to reveal the truth. I do not deny that there is an element of attraction, as the desire for beauty is inherent in all. As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan's expression grew solemn. However, I can assure Miss Zhao that I shall not engage in any improper conduct towards you. Zhao Zijin chuckled. Which villain would openly admit to harboring malicious intentions? Noticing that Chu Xiuyuan was momentarily at a loss for words, Zhao Zijin decided to tease this straightforward man further. Mr. Chu, what if I were to develop some improper intentions towards you? What would you do? Chapter 13 The initial interaction between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled softly, mirroring Zhao Zijin's playful tone. What else can be done? One must resign to fate, considering it a misfortune in choosing acquaintances. Zhao Zijin couldn't help but laugh for a while, just as she was about to speak. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Both turned to the screen, noting that the caller was labeled as Mom. Concurrently, Chu Xiuyuan gestured for Zhao Zijin to be quiet. My mother is calling. Let me take this, he said. And Zhao Zijin nodded in understanding. He picked up the phone and answered, Hello, Mom, have you eaten? I can't eat. A middle-aged woman's voice emerged from the receiver. The room was so quiet that even without the speakerphone, Zhao Zijin could hear her voice clearly. Having reviewed all of Chu Xiuyuan's background, she recognized the caller as his mother, Lu Ying. Being a woman herself, she easily discerned the underlying tension in Lu Ying's tone. Though her voice was gentle, it carried a hint of resentment. Chu Xiuyuan, as her son, could sense it too. What's the matter? Did Dad upset you again? Your father has not angered me. Lu Ying did not elaborate further, but the implication was unmistakable. It was not her husband who had upset her, but rather her son, Chu Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan could only offer soft reassurances. This weekend, I will come back to see you. Zhao Zijin was aware that Chu Xiuyuan's parents lived in the neighboring Qianyan city. He had lived with them until he graduated, and only after renting a place for work did he purchase a small apartment in Mingjiang City 2 years ago, which was when he moved out. It's meaningless for you to come back alone, Lu Ying remarked, causing Zhao Zijin's beautiful eyes to narrow in suspicion. She thought to herself, has Chu Xiuyuan revealed our marriage to his family? Previously, he had promised her that he would keep their union a secret until she was ready to make it public. Yet, it seemed he had let the cat out of the bag. Chu Xiuyuan understood his mother's implication and gently replied, Oh, Mom, don't rush me. I will find a girlfriend soon. Soon? How soon is that? Well, I can't really say. He had promised Zhao Zijin not to disclose their marital status until she agreed to make it public. As for when Zhao Zijin would consent to that, Chu Xiuyuan was uncertain. You can't say, can you? Let me help you. I've arranged for a girl to meet you. Come back this weekend for a blind date. A blind date? Lu Ying's gentle voice resonated like thunder in Zhao Zijin's ears. No matter Chu Xiuyuan's intentions, no matter his ulterior motives, no matter the countless reasons against it, until the divorce, he remained her nominal husband. He is my man. A blind date? Let him try. Upon the utterance of his mother's words, Chu Xiuyuan sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He was just about to lift his gaze towards Zhao Zijin when a dull thud echoed through the room. Bang! His eyes met Zhao Zijin's frigid stare. Though she remained silent, the icy demeanor she exuded conveyed a singular message to Chu Xiuyuan. Dare to go on a blind date and see what happens. Chu Xiuyuan felt an inexplicable frustration welling up within him. What was that sound? A voice crackled through the microphone, revealing Lu Ying's perplexity. I accidentally dropped something. Mom, let us forego the blind date. Chu Xiuyuan intended to weave a harmless little lie. I have someone I fancy. I've been pursuing her recently. If things go well, I shall bring her home to meet you and Dad. Upon hearing these words, the frost on Zhao Zijin's face instantaneously melted, even revealing a hint of a smile. Yet, it was not a smile of delight, but rather one of derision. Zhao Zijin was acutely aware that Chu Xiuyuan was not truly pursuing any girl. The one he intended to bring home was none other than herself. Zhao Zijin mused, is Chu Xiuyuan genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Could he possibly believe that I would accompany him home to meet his parents? Oh well. It won't be long before I can tear off his facade and then divorce him. By then, how he will spin his web of deceit to his parents will be entirely his concern. Really? Of course it is. I don't believe it. On the other end of the line, Lu Ying was analyzing with great conviction. You must have been rushed by me and concocted a flimsy excuse to deceive me. Mom, would I really lie to you about such matters? Unless you send me a couple of pictures of that girl, I'd like to see her. Chu Xiuyuan glanced once more at Zhao Zijin, evidently seeking her consent. He thought, since she is not willing to meet for now, surely sending a photograph would be permissible. Right? To his astonishment, Zhao Zijin resolutely shook her head, dismissing his suggestion. Chu Xiuyuan had no choice but to continue fabricating tales for his mother. Mom, I can't just take candid photos of a girl, can I? After some time, if she and I become an item, I shall undoubtedly send you a picture right away, all right? Mom, this is the first time in my life I've liked a girl so much. Please let me act on my own accord this once. Mom, I'm being honest. I will marry no one but her. Ugh. Despite her utmost effort to suppress it, Zhao Zijin could not contain a laugh. Though she hastily covered her mouth, Lu Ying on the other end still caught the sound of her laughter. She distinctly recognized it as the laughter of a girl. Who was laughing? Xiuyuan. Both Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin could discern that, in that fleeting moment, the voice emanating from the receiver had softened considerably, even tinged with a hint of mirth. The television, don't be ridiculous. I've been to your little room before. There's no television there. Besides, you usually clutter your space with all sorts of nonsense. How would you ever watch anything? A mother understands her child better than anyone else. In an instant, Lu Ying saw through her son's excuse. Before he could continue to argue, she pressed on, be honest, who were you with so late at night? I was with. As she observed Chu Xiuyuan's awkward demeanor, Zhao Zijin suddenly devised a plan, one that would surely leave Chu Xiuyuan utterly humiliated in the future. With that thought in mind, she beckoned to him. I was with. Just as Chu Xiuyuan was about to say more, he noticed Zhao Zijin signaling for him to hand over the phone. Mom, I think it's better if she speaks to you. All right. Zhao Zijin took the phone and said, hello, Auntie. Oh, hello, dear. How should I address you? I am Zhao Zijin, Xiuyuan's wife, your daughter-in-law. At her words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Not only from Lu Ying, but also from Chu Xiuyuan, who sat across from her, rendered speechless. Miss Zhao, are you joking? Just moments ago, you insisted on keeping everything under wraps, and now you drop such a bombshell. Chapter 14. No one but her. No one but him. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Ying emitted a motherly chuckle. I thought something was amiss with that rascal tonight. It turns out he has found himself a girlfriend. How dare he attempt to keep this from me? Zijin, fortunately, you spoke up. Otherwise, he would have continued to conceal it. Lu Ying did not take Zhao Zijin's reference to wife seriously. In her eyes, her son and this girl were merely in the throes of infatuation. Hence their endearing terms for one another, rather than being truly wed. Zhao Zijin rested her chin on the table, her delicate face adorned with a hint of melancholy as she remarked, Auntie is right. I don't know why he refuses to speak plainly. Perhaps he looks down on me. Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. How could she turn the tables like that? Do you not have any inkling as to why I remain silent? Hearing his girlfriend express such sentiments, Lu Ying felt compelled to defend her son. Zijin, you must understand, Xiuyuan has never been in a relationship before you. However, he is often quite earnest and will express his true feelings. Just like the things he said earlier, I believe he was not jesting. Zhao Zijin wore a mischievous grin as she turned to Chu Xiuyuan. Is what Annie said true? Zhao Zijin, you have employed quite a cunning strategy. Chu Xiuyuan appeared at a loss for words, responding with a mere noncommittal grunt. What does that even mean? You inconsiderate boy, can't you articulate your thoughts? With his mother's persistent urging, Chu Xiuyuan finally declared loudly, I shall marry no one but her. Who is her? Does Zijin not have a name? I, Chu Xiuyuan, shall marry no one but Zhao Zijin. Ah, now that is more like it. Zijin, you heard that, did you not? Zhao Zijin's smile was barely contained. I heard you. Auntie, That is splendid. When you have some time, come visit me with Xiuyuan. I reside in Xinyan City, not far from Mingjiang City. Okay, Auntie. I've been quite busy with work lately, but once I find some free time, I will return with Xiuyuan to see you. That is fine. No rush. Focus on your work for now. Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened even further. Mom, you can't be so hypocritical. You've been criticizing me for not returning home. You insolent boy. Don't interrupt. I'm speaking with Zijin. Zhao Zijin cast a triumphant glance at Chu Xiuyuan, as if flaunting her favored status. Chu Xiuyuan could only pout and remain silent. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ying and Zhao Zijin reluctantly ended the call. Before hanging up, Lu Ying could not resist giving her son a final admonition. You better treat Zijin well and not bully her. Should I discover any dishonesty on your part, I shall take a feather duster to you. I understand. I will take good care of Zijin. As the call concluded, Zhao Zijin could no longer contain her mirth and burst into laughter at her desk. Have you laughed enough? Chu Xiuyuan could not help but tease her. Miss Zhao, you usually seem quite serious. Why then are you so ruthless in your dealings with others? Perhaps it is because Mr. Chu dotes on me excessively, she replied. Those who are favored often act with impunity, which tempts me to playfully torment him a bit. After all, Mr. Chu. Zhao Zijin mimicked Chu Xiuyuan's earlier tone, declaring, I shall not marry anyone but you. I will wash the dishes now. To escape Zhao Zijin's verbal onslaught, Chu Xiuyuan began to tidy up the tableware. However, Zhao Zijin was intent on continuing to provoke him and cheerfully remarked, Mr. Chu, as the saying goes, a gentleman's word is his bond. Since you have declared such a vow, you must uphold it for the rest of your life. Chu Xiuyuan could only laugh helplessly and retort, I fear the feelings may not be mutual. I vow to marry no one but Miss Zhao, but will she reciprocate such sentiments? Zhao Zijin had initially intended to refrain from responding to Chu Xiuyuan's question, but upon reflection, she realized that silence would imply defeat, something the fiercely competitive President Zhao could not allow. Thus, she lifted her chin and asserted, Of course I will. Of course you will what? I shall marry no one but Mr. Chu. Why is your voice so soft after just finishing your meal? And which Mr. Chu are you referring to? Unable to withstand the verbal sparring any longer, Zhao Zijin raised her voice. In this life, I, Zhao Zijin, shall marry no one but Chu Xiuyuan. With that, she blushed and lowered her head. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. Now you understand the discomfort of being teased, do you? Yes, I understand. I will be more cautious next time. Zhao Zijin sat on the chair, her gaze occasionally drifting to Chu Xiuyuan's busy figure. She had previously wished to keep their relationship discreet, concerned that too many people knowing might lead to negative repercussions. However, if it were merely to inform Lu Ying, Zhao Zijin would not be overly worried, as her previous investigation through Chu Xiuyuan had assured her that Chu Xiuyuan's parents were unaware of her identity. In the late hours of the night, over 40-year-old Chu Longsheng lingered downstairs in the residential complex for quite some time before finally ascending to his home. It was not that he enjoyed wandering about or that he wished to avoid home. Rather, he was aware that his wife, Lu Ying, intended to call their son, Chu Xiuyuan, that evening to urge him to return for a matchmaking session. Chu Longsheng knew his son well enough to understand that he would likely refuse to comply, which would inevitably lead to a heated argument between mother and son. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. After Lu Ying scolded their son, she would undoubtedly turn her ire on him as well. To escape this impending reprimand, Chu Longsheng had no choice but to meander about the base of the complex. At that moment, he cautiously pushed open the door, hoping to ascertain whether his wife had already fallen asleep. If she had, he would have successfully evaded disaster for the night. Why are you returning so late? Upon hearing his wife's inquiry, Chu Longsheng's heart sank. He resolved to obediently enter the room and accept her scolding. Wait, something felt amiss. Everything was decidedly off. The tone of my dear wife did not suggest any lingering resentment. Rather, it seemed quite cheerful. Could it be that the rascal has finally agreed to return for a matchmaking session? Chu Longsheng dashed to the bed, grinning as he inquired, My dear, why are you still awake at this late hour? Has Xiuyuan upset you again? Humph. Lu Ying was well aware of her husband's evasive tactics. However, in her good spirits today, she chose not to dwell on it. With a huff, she continued, Our son has made quite a leap. He has found a charming girlfriend. Really, indeed. The young lady is named Zhao Zijin, and her voice is melodious. She sweetly calls me Auntie. It melts my heart. I just had a lengthy conversation with her. I must say, she must be a beautiful girl. Our son is fortunate. That is splendid. Our son has never had a girlfriend, which has always weighed on both our hearts. Yet now, After half a month of silence, he has actually found someone. Chu Longxing felt a wave of relief. My dear, why didn't you summon me back for such joyous news? I would love to chat with our son's girlfriend. Humph. You enjoy loitering around the community complex. So I thought I might as well let you wander for a while longer. Why should I call you back? My dear, I was wrong. It won't happen again. Lu Ying had no intention of reprimanding her husband further and chose instead to continue discussing Zhao Zijin. There is another reason I didn't call you back. What reason is that? I sense that the progression between our son and Zijin is likely even swifter than we imagined. Hence they might feel a bit shy about mentioning it to us. Chapter 15. The New Temptation of the Beautiful CEO. Chu Longxing found himself somewhat perplexed by his wife's words and inquired, What do you mean? The two of them had, without a doubt, already begun cohabitating. So soon. Lu Ying playfully nudged her husband. Don't be so startled. It's late at night. Lowering his voice, Chu Longxing asked, Have you had a video call with him? Not exactly, she replied, but I made an educated guess. While they were conversing, I heard the clinking of utensils and the sound of chairs being moved. It certainly didn't seem like they were dining out. As she spoke, Lu Ying recounted the gist of the entire conversation to her husband. Oh, no wonder Xiuyuan was so hesitant, Chu Longxing mused, beginning to comprehend his son's actions. Despite the more liberal social climate of today, if romantic feelings between a young man and woman escalate too rapidly, especially when they have only recently met, cohabitation is bound to attract scrutiny. Chu Xiuyuan, if only mom and dad knew that Miss Zhao and I have already tied the knot, I fear the criticism would escalate beyond mere gossip. Lu Ying continued. Thus, I refrained from summoning you back immediately to spare Zijin any embarrassment. Let them continue to nurture their bond. We need not intervene. Suddenly, Chu Longxing had a thought. You don't think Xiuyuan would bully Zijin, do you? Lu Ying shook her head firmly. You know our son too well. He can be stubborn, but he has a genuinely kind heart. He would never stoop to such despicable behavior. It would be more painful for him than death, since their son had found a girlfriend. The blind date they had arranged previously. I will go to the matchmaker tomorrow and ask her to clarify things, and extend our apologies to the young lady. Agreed. Above all, we must avoid damaging relationships. After all, she is a classmate of Xiuyuan's from high school. I know what I'm doing. Are you not confident in my abilities? When my wife is in charge, I am undoubtedly reassured. Chu Longxing, of course, did not forget to flatter his wife profusely. That evening, Zhao Zijin was in high spirits and decided to indulge in a long, relaxing bath. After finishing dinner, she urged Chu Xiuyuan to take a shower first. Once he had completed his ablutions and returned to his room, she blissfully began to relish her time in the tub. She dimmed the bathroom lights, as the subdued illumination enhanced her sense of comfort. While soaking in the warm water, Zhao Zijin occasionally squinted her eyes, pondering Chu Xiuyuan's various actions throughout the day. The 200,000 yuan compensation from her grandfather had been returned without a second thought. It seemed that, for the time being, she could no longer entice Chu Xiuyuan into revealing his true self with money. Perhaps it was time to consider a different approach. Lowering her gaze, she admired her smooth, delicate, and fair form. Submerged in the warm water, her alluring silhouette was tantalizingly obscured, especially her prominent features, which could even make a girl gasp in admiration. Every evening marked a peak period for Chu Xiuyuan's online store orders. After a long day, customers often find themselves engrossed in shopping apps, placing orders at this hour. Just as Chu Xiuyuan transferred the latest batch of orders to the factory, he heard Zhao Zijin's gentle call from outside the room. Xiuyuan, could you do me a favor? What is the matter? Chu Xiuyuan immediately paused his work, opening the door to step outside. Upon doing so, he was met with a rather intimate scene. Zhao Zijin, with damp hair cascading over her shoulders and a towel wrapped around her, peeked at him from behind the slightly ajar bathroom door, her figure partially revealed. Sorry, I didn't realize you were. Chu Xiuyuan began to retreat back into the room, but Zhao Zijin's soft voice interrupted him. Could you please fetch me a set of pajamas from my room? The ones I brought earlier fell and got wet. I intended to wrap myself in the towel and retrieve them myself, but this towel is simply too short, and I feel embarrassed to step out of the bathroom in it. I must rely on you. All right, I'll get them for you right away. Chu Xiuyuan hastened towards Zhao Zijin's room, not daring to glance back at the bathroom door. How short could the towel possibly be? What an image it must present wrapped around her. Chu Xiuyuan dared not dwell on such thoughts. He was well aware of Zhao Zijin's impressive figure. She always drew attention in her professional attire, complemented by stockings and high heels. Yet, he constantly reminded himself to maintain respect. Miss Zhao and he were merely nominally married, and any inappropriate thoughts were unthinkable. However, the earlier scene had made an indelible impression on him, one that was hard to forget. With a mixture of apprehension, Chu Xiuyuan arrived at Zhao Zijin's door, taking a deep breath before grasping the doorknob, turning it, and stepping inside. This was his first time entering Zhao Zijin's room. And indeed, it marked the first occasion in his life that he entered a young woman's room. How to describe it? The decor was surprisingly minimalist, nearly identical to the room he occupied. He had anticipated that Miss Zhao would adorn her space with decorations more befitting a feminine touch. No. What nonsensical thoughts am I having? I must quickly retrieve the pajamas for Miss Zhao. That is the priority. As Chu Xiuyuan scanned the bed and desk, he found no spare pajamas. He called out towards the door, "Zijin, where do you keep your spare pajamas?" "I can't quite remember. Just check each one." With no other option, Chu Xiuyuan began to inspect the wardrobes one by one. Naturally, he encountered several items that left him feeling quite embarrassed. Adhering to the principle of not observing anything inappropriate, he swiftly closed the doors of unrelated wardrobes. Ultimately, in a lower compartment of one wardrobe, he discovered a set of spare pajamas belonging to Zhao Zijin. To his surprise, they were a pink set adorned with charming patterns. This style was in stark contrast to her usual sophisticated demeanor. No wonder they had been relegated to the back of the wardrobe, collecting dust. Zhao Zijin's gentle voice drifted once more from outside the room. "Have you found it, Xiuyuan?" "Yes, I'm bringing it to you now." Chu Xiuyuan stepped out of Zhao Zijin's room and approached the bathroom door. "Here you go." Until the moment he handed over the nightgown to Zhao Zijin, he felt too shy to meet her gaze. Especially her alluring face, blushing softly, and her smooth, rounded shoulders had nearly etched themselves into Chu Xiuyuan's mind. If he continued to look, his imagination would surely run wild. Initially, Zhao Zijin felt a secret satisfaction at seeing Chu Xiuyuan's averted eyes. This bold fellow is on the verge of revealing his true feelings. However, upon catching sight of the pink nightgown he offered, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. "No way. Is this for real? Out of all my nightgowns, you had to pick this one. I was planning to employ some mature, seductive tricks to tease you. With this nightgown, my strategy is simply impossible to execute." Chapter 16. A minor discontent before Chu Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin found it rather inconvenient to express the dissatisfaction that brewed within her. Thus, she graciously accepted the nightgown, saying sweetly, "Thank you, Xiuyuan." "You're welcome," he replied. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across Zhao Zijin's face. "Xiuyuan, why do you keep tilting your head, avoiding eye contact with me?" "Miss Zhao, is that not a question you already know the answer to?" Chu Xiuyuan feigned a calm demeanor. "If I were to gaze at you continuously, Zijin, it might make you rather uncomfortable, wouldn't it? Would it? I think not. After all, you are my nominal husband. What harm could come from stealing a glance or two? I certainly want to lose a pound." Chu Xiuyuan discerned that Zhao Zijin was merely reenacting her playful antics from dinner. "Please, hurry and change into your nightgown. I shall retire to my room for a rest." Though he claimed to be heading to his room to rest, once there, Chu Xiuyuan found it impossible to quiet his mind and drift into slumber. His thoughts were consumed by the image of Zhao Zijin donning a bath towel, revealing her smooth, curvaceous thighs. "What is wrong with me? Am I bewitched?" he mused, questioning himself. He had encountered many beautiful women before, yet none had ever stirred such vivid fantasies within him as Zhao Zijin did. Meanwhile, having changed into her nightgown, Zhao Zijin returned to her own room. Long ago, she had installed a camera in her room to document her daily life. Before Chu Xiuyuan moved in, she had even contemplated placing a camera in his room as well. However, after much deliberation, she ultimately decided against it. If Chu Xiuyuan were to discover a camera in his room, his wariness would undoubtedly heighten, thereby hindering her efforts to unveil his faade. Lying in bed, she took her tablet and reviewed the camera footage from her room. This Chu Xiuyuan is even more honest than I anticipated. Zhao Zijin had expected him to engage in some perverse behavior with her clothing in her absence, providing her with ample evidence to expose his hypocrisy to her grandfather. However, to her surprise, he had merely been diligent in helping her locate her nightgown. "Xiuyuan, can you not indulge in any mischief?" Frustrated with her failed scheme, Zhao Zijin placed the tablet on her nightstand. She began to mentally review her probing actions from that evening. Yet, based on some of Chu Xiuyuan's reactions, she deemed the evening's attempt not entirely fruitless. "He surely harbors some feelings for me. I must find a better angle to coax out his hidden desires." A new plan slowly took shape in Zhao Zijin's mind. "Good morning, Xiuyuan." "Good morning, Zijin." Chu Xiuyuan gestured towards the dining table. I prepared some breakfast. Would you care for a bite? With a smile, Zhao Zijin nodded and took a seat at the table. Throughout breakfast, she occasionally stole glances at Chu Xiuyuan's handsome visage. Xiuyuan, you seem to be lacking in spirit. Did you not sleep well last night? Well, I went to bed quite late. Why is that? Were you busy with your online shop? It's not that. It's because of you. Chu Xiuyuan naturally felt embarrassed to voice such words. Yet, Zhao Zijin appeared to have guessed something. Her smile deepening as she pressed on. What is it because of? It's because I was contemplating certain matters, which kept me awake. What matters? Observing the situation, Chu Xiuyuan decided to divert the topic. Let us not dwell on my affairs, speaking of which. I only know you work at Tianyun Group, but I have yet to learn about your specific role there. Noticing Chu Xiuyuan's attempt to shift the conversation, Zhao Zijin's laughter intensified. It seems my strategy from last night was not in vain. She intended not to let Chu Xiuyuan feel too awkward. So she responded vaguely, I mainly handle some document-related matters at the company. Oh, I see. It seems Miss Zhao's work is akin to that of an administrative clerk. Chu Xiuyuan recalled her mentioning that Secretary Zhu is her superior. Thus, her daily tasks likely involve organizing and drafting documents to submit to Secretary Zhu, who then forwards them to higher-ups. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiuyuan, his thoughts were entirely guided by Zhao Zijin. To prevent him from noticing any inconsistencies, Zhao Zijin countered with a question. Are you familiar with Tianyun Group? Not particularly. I only know it is a large corporation, and I seldom come across reports related to it. Zhao Zijin nodded, affirming that indeed. While Tianyun Group boasts substantial assets and diverse industries, its operational style has always been discreet. While speaking, Zhao Zijin continued to observe Chu Xiuyuan's expressions. Finding nothing amiss, she tentatively remarked, I heard from Secretary Zhu that the current president of Tianyun Group is a formidable woman. Heard? Chu Xiuyuan became intrigued, asking, You have worked at Tianyun Group for several years. Have you not met the current president? The current president is quite a mysterious figure. Even her information is absent from the official website. Only the upper management and certain core employees are allowed to see her. Oh, that explains it. Surely. The current president of Tianyun Group must be a low-profile middle-aged woman. Ahem. Don't choke. Have some milk. Chu Xiuyuan poured a glass of milk for Zhao Zijin, only to find her staring intently at him. What did you just say? Don't choke. The previous statement. Surely, the current president of Tianyun Group. Before Chu Xiuyuan could finish, Zhao Zijin pouted and retorted, Why do you assume she must be a middle-aged woman? Isn't that obvious? Chu Xiuyuan, exuding confidence, analyzed with certainty. Think about it. She cannot be in her 70s or 80s, as she would be due for retirement. Nor could she be in her 20s, having only graduated from university a few years ago. Regarding those in their 30s, they might only just reach a mid-level management position. Therefore, I surmise that this female president must be at least in her 40s. Chu Xiuyuan's fervent analysis suddenly halted. Zijin, you stepped on my foot. It hurts a bit. Oh, Zhao Zijin replied nonchalantly, retracting her foot. I'm full. I'll head to work now. Will you be back for lunch? Or do you need me to bring you something? No, I want to eat. All right then. Chu Xiuyuan sensed a sudden shift in Zhao Zijin's demeanor, watching her briskly exit. He couldn't help but reflect. The work at Tianyun Group, while lucrative, is undeniably overwhelmingly busy. Even the administrative clerks cannot enjoy a proper breakfast or lunch. Chapter 17. Brooding in Qianyun City, Mo Yulin sat in her office, somewhat distracted today, frequently glancing into the mirror to adjust her makeup. Although the blind date was not until the day after tomorrow, the mere thought of her prospective match, Chu Xiuyuan, stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Having known him since middle school and sharing a desk in high school, this unassuming boy, who was rather reticent and lacked a polished appearance, had effortlessly occupied her youthful thoughts throughout her secondary education. Regrettably, she never found the courage to express her feelings before graduation, leaving Mo Yulin with an enduring sense of regret. She often pondered, if her younger self had not been so unadorned, would there have been a different narrative between her and Chu Xiuyuan? In her university years, perhaps seeking to compensate for this void, Mo Yulin began to cultivate her appearance, learning to apply makeup, style her hair, and refine her wardrobe, gradually transforming her outward image. As a result, she attracted numerous admirers. Yet, she remained unengaged in any romantic relationship, for in her eyes, these suitors always paled in comparison to Chu Xiuyuan. What was lacking? Mo Yulin could not articulate. Throughout her 4 years in university, the class monitor from high school organized reunions annually. At each gathering, her classmates would commend her remarkable transformation. In contrast, Chu Xiuyuan appeared unchanged from their school days. This stark comparison only deepened Mo Yulin's internal turmoil. She often contemplated confessing her feelings to him during these reunions. But each time she laid eyes on him, her courage evaporated entirely. This cycle persisted for 4 years, until graduation, when her high school peers became absorbed in their own lives, leaving no opportunity for further gatherings. Mo Yulin resigned herself to the belief that she and Chu Xiuyuan were fated to be apart, her youth destined to be marred by an eternal regret. Yet fate, in its peculiar manner, opened a door of opportunity at this very moment. Last weekend, Sun Qing, a professional matchmaker, suddenly inquired about a certain young man. Yulin, I've recently received a profile of a young man. Upon reviewing his educational background, it appears to be the same as yours from middle school and high school. Do you know him? His name is Chu Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan? Yes. May I see his profile? At that moment, as Mo Yulin took the documents from Sun Qing, her hands trembled slightly. The photograph within was that of the unforgettable face she had cherished. Struggling to contain her excitement, she asked, Do I know him? Is he currently on a blind date? Yes. The information was provided by his mother. According to her, he has been engaged in e-commerce since graduating from university and has not yet found a girlfriend, remaining single until now. Oh, is that so? Rain Ling, do you understand his character or any other details? Share with me, so I can arrange a suitable match for him later. Qing, could you set up a blind date for me with him? Oh, what? Did you not say you were against blind dates? I was going to introduce you to someone. Oh, I see now. Mo Yulin did not shy away from Sun Qing's meaningful gaze, but bravely nodded. For the first time in years, she candidly acknowledged, Yes, I like him. I like Chu Xiuyuan. No problem, I will certainly help you arrange it. As a good friend, Sun Qing was naturally very invested in the matter of love. She promptly called Chu Xiuyuan's mother. Lu Ying expressed visible delight at Sun Qing's efficient arrangements and directly scheduled a meeting for the weekend. What should I say when I meet him? At that moment, seated in her office chair, Mo Yulin was still tangled in thoughts about the blind date. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon seeing it was a call from Sun Qing, she answered without hesitation. Qing, what is the matter? Mo Yulin's tone carried a hint of anticipation. But the next moment, Sun Qing's downcast voice doused her hopes with cold water. Yulin, I'm sorry, but there has been a change regarding Chu Xiuyuan. I can help you get to know other, better boys later. What change? Chu Xiuyuan has a girlfriend now. But didn't Aunt Lu say he didn't have a girlfriend before? Yes, that was true. It seems he recently met his girlfriend just a few days ago. They fell for each other at first sight, and things progressed rapidly. Oh, I see. I understand now. After hanging up, Mo Yulin retrieved Chu Xiuyuan's information and scrutinized it closely. A bold idea blossomed in her mind. She would resign and travel to Minjiang City to meet Chu Xiuyuan and his girlfriend. She wanted to see what kind of girl could make Chu Xiuyuan so smitten, even falling in love at first sight. In Minjiang City, Tianyun Group, the president's office, Zhao Zijin sat coldly behind her desk, silent and brooding. Her mood today was quite dreadful. In her heart, Chu Xiuyuan was undergoing a torturous trial. That scoundrel. He clearly knows that I am the current president of Tianyun Group, and in front of me, he pretends to be oblivious, analyzing with utmost seriousness. He deliberately mocks me as a 40-year-old woman. I am barely 26. How dare he? A gentle knock from Chu Xiuyuan interrupted Zhao Zijin's internal execution. Come in. President Zhao, the lunch break is over. Do you have any additional arrangements? None. In that case, I will go have lunch. If there is anything, please contact me by phone. Typically, Chu Xiuyuan would not need to make such inquiries. As Zhao Zijin's secretary, she had always been a constant presence, even during meals. However, now that Zhao has married, she receives affectionate lunch deliveries from her husband each day. Deciding not to be the third wheel and disrupt the couple's intimate moments, she contemplates stepping back. Wait, I will accompany you, she suddenly interjects. Chu Xiuyuan is somewhat taken aback. What about Mr. Chu? What does that concern him? Isn't he the one who brings you lunch? And you also enjoy his cooking. Who told you I like it? Chu Xiuyuan refrains from responding. Yet internally, she can't help but murmur. Clearly, last night, the moment work ended, you rushed home with great eagerness. Zhao Zijin continues to refute. Moreover, his occasional deliveries are merely a suggestion from my grandfather. I do not believe he would willingly engage in such tasks, nor do I anticipate him doing so. Chapter 18. The Little Temper of the Beautiful CEO Mr. Zhao. Perhaps we should first have a meal. Chu Xiuyuan discerned that Zhao Zijin was in a foul mood. It was rather amusing. Having served as Zhao Zijin's secretary for several years, she had seldom witnessed her in such a state. The beautiful CEO, who always presented a composed and sophisticated demeanor to the public, now had only a frigid expression gracing her delicate features. Remarkably, within a few days, Mr. Chu had managed to influence the president's mood significantly. She mused to herself, in a certain sense, Mr. Chu is indeed a remarkable individual. In the restaurant, Zhao Zijin sat at the dining table, her knife and fork poised over the steak before her, yet she hesitated to take a bite. It seemed she intended to treat the steak as if it were Chu Xiuyuan, refusing to relent until it was thoroughly dissected. Across the table, Chu Xiuyuan broke into a cold sweat, pondering what exactly Mr. Chu had done to provoke their CEO. Deciding to inquire indirectly, she ventured, Mr. Zhao. After spending a couple of days with Chu Xiuyuan, what are your impressions? He's just a blind fool, Zhao Zijin retorted. Specifically, in what way is he blind? Chu Xiuyuan probed. Instead of answering directly, Zhao Zijin countered, Secretary Zhu, do you think I appear old? With sincerity, Chu Xiuyuan replied. I believe the term old is entirely inapplicable to you. Especially in terms of appearance, I can confidently assert that among the thousands of female employees in the Tianyan group, none surpass you. I trust this conclusion is shared by the vast majority of the Group S staff. You certainly have improved in the art of flattery. Zhao Zijin remarked. Your ability to read the room surpasses mine. Given your interactions within the company, you ought to have drawn similar conclusions. Everyone's eyes are not blind. They can certainly recognize true beauty. Chu Xiuyuan shifted the conversation, especially for someone like Mr. Chu, who is of similar age. Your perception must be even more acute during your interactions with him. Her words evoked memories of Chu Xiuyuan's behavior from the previous night in Zhao Zijin's mind. She could not help but nod. It was evident that Chu Xiuyuan harbored ulterior motives. For instance, last night, Zhao Zijin abruptly halted, casting a cold glare at Chu Xiuyuan. Secretary Zhu refrained from asking indiscreet questions. Understood, Mr. Zhao. Even without Zhao Zijin's response, Chu Xiuyuan's deductive skills allowed her to piece together much of the situation. She resolved to recommend a clever strategy to Zhao Zijin. Mr. Zhao, one must not only consider what a person says but also observe their actions. For someone like Mr. Chu, his deeds speak far louder than his words, reflecting his true intentions. Since you perceive him as having ulterior motives, why not be bolder and more decisive? After all, with your taekwondo skills, Mr. Chu could pose no threat to you. As the conversation progressed, Chu Xiuyuan's encouragement became increasingly evident, almost as if she were on the verge of explicitly mentioning seduction. What if he does not take the bait? Rest assured, if he harbors any feelings for you, he will undoubtedly be drawn in. Chu Xiuyuan smiled. Her suggestion to Zhao Zijin was primarily aimed at fostering a connection between the two. However, in her view, the gradual approach to romance was far too sluggish. She yearned for a more passionate encounter. She could hardly believe that in such a scenario, the striking pair of Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin would be able to resist one another. Chu Xiuyuan mused, once Zhao experiences the sweetness of love, her perpetual cold demeanor will surely thaw, thus allowing me, as her secretary, to work with greater ease. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. There is merit to this. I should indeed seize the opportunity and not prolong it, for the longer I wait, the more variables will arise. In the following days, Zhao Zijin neither returned home for dinner nor visited Aunt Wang's small eatery. This uncharacteristic absence left Aunt Wang and the others feeling quite troubled. They gathered together to analyze the situation. What do you suppose is the reason the young lady has not returned for meals after having breakfast just once? Is it that our food does not meet her standards? That cannot be true. The chef we specially brought in is undoubtedly skilled. Perhaps she finds our service lacking? That seems unlikely as well. She has grown up before our eyes and is always considerate. Surely she wouldn't disdain us. As they spoke, the group turned their gazes toward Aunt Wang. Sister Wang, was there anything unusual during the young lady's previous visits? Unusual? Not particularly, except she seemed reluctant to mention her fiancé. Has there been a disagreement with him? Even so, that should not stop her from eating. Aunt Wang nodded in agreement. I'll find an opportunity tomorrow to have a private chat with the fiancé. But isn't that inappropriate? Before leaving the villa, the young lady emphasized that her identity must remain undisclosed. Aunt Wang chuckled dismissively. I am merely an ordinary aunt. As long as I do not reveal my identity, how would the fiancé know? Time swiftly flew by, and Saturday arrived. Early in the morning, Zhao Zijin left for work due to overtime, without uttering a word. Zhao, truly busy indeed. I wonder if she will return for dinner tonight? If she does, these supplies will surely be insufficient. After breakfast, Chu Xiuyuan perused the refrigerator and discovered that the remaining ingredients were scant. He resolved to visit the market to procure some groceries while also taking the opportunity to explore the neighborhood and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Just as he stepped out of the community, a middle-aged woman approached him. "Hey there, you must be Zijing's husband, right? May I ask who you are? I am a server at Zuanmingju. Your wife frequently dines at our establishment." Following the direction indicated by the woman, Chu Xiuyuan spotted a restaurant bearing the name Zuanmingju. The middle-aged woman continued, "When did you two get married?" "In the past, whenever I encountered Zijin, she was always alone, wandering about independently. Oh, I am merely her boyfriend at present. We have yet to formalize our union through marriage. Although we have already obtained our marriage certificate, establishing us as a legally recognized couple, Zhao Zijin remains reluctant to make this matter public." Previously, while conversing with Lu Ying, Zhao Zijin identified herself in the capacity of a girlfriend. In a similar vein, Chu Xiuyuan, following suit, introduced himself as her boyfriend. His response left Aunt Wang momentarily taken aback. They are not yet married. Yet, the young lady had clearly acknowledged it herself. "Oh, I see." The son-in-law is shy about admitting it. A rather bashful young man, and quite handsome as well. It is no wonder he has captured the young lady's attention. Given that the son-in-law is hesitant to openly acknowledge their relationship, Aunt Wang, understanding the unspoken implication, chose to proceed with the conversation in alignment with Chu Xiuyuan's assertion. "With a boyfriend as dashing as you, it is only a matter of time before you become Zijin's husband." Chapter 19. The connection with Mo Yulin. Thank you for your kind words. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Zijin usually calls me Aunt Wang. "Young man, what is your name?" "Chu Xiuyuan. You may call me Xiuyuan." "Ah, Xiuyuan, how fortunate Zijin is to have you as her boyfriend. I have a keen eye for character. The moment I laid eyes on you, I could tell you are quite the culinary adept. Ever since Zijin has been with you, she hasn't visited us for meals. She used to come every day?" Chu Xiuyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Aunt Wang's observations were consistent with his expectations. He had noticed during the move that the kitchenware in their home had seen little use. It seemed that Zijin truly appreciated the chef's skills at Mingxian residence. Aunt Wang, seemingly casually, remarked, "That is certainly the case. I will let you in on a secret. There are a few dishes that she absolutely loves." Chu Xiuyuan silently noted the dishes Aunt Wang mentioned. After all, Zhao Zijin was his nominal wife, sharing both meals and a home with him. He reflected, it is essential to take her culinary preferences into consideration. Perhaps next time, I shall accompany Zijin to experience the chef's artistry at Xianming residence. After a pleasant exchange, Chu Xiuyuan and Aunt Wang bid each other farewell. As she watched him depart, Aunt Wang pondered, a son-in-law with such a gentle demeanor does not seem the type to argue with my daughter. Yet, in recent days, not only has she refrained from dining at Xianming residence, but she has also not returned home for meals. Sigh. I can only hope that my son-in-law possesses enough insight to grasp the implications of my words. Mo Yulin lay upon the hotel bed, clutching her phone, caught in a state of indecision. Previously, her resignation request had been denied by her superior. "You are our company's most exceptional trader. If you leave, what will become of our performance? How about this? I shall grant you a paid leave of absence, the duration of which you may determine. Use this time to attend to what you wish to pursue, then return to your duties." Thus, Mo Yulin, with her paid leave, arrived in Mingjiang City. However, upon her arrival, she realized that the courage she had summoned had nearly dissipated. She lacked the audacity to contact Chu Xiuyuan directly, only daring to linger over the pinned contact on her QQ list, her thoughts in turmoil. She did not even possess Chu Xiuyuan's WeChat. During her high school years, she and her classmates predominantly used QQ. It was only in university that WeChat became more prevalent. Consequently, she had never had the opportunity to acquire Chu Xiuyuan's WeChat contact. Be bold, Mo Yulin. You have dared to come to Mingjiang City. Are you still afraid of this final step? Sending a message to Chu Xiuyuan is merely a trivial task. He will not bite. Resolute, Mo Yulin finally mustered the courage to send Chu Xiuyuan a succinct, yet impactful message. Are you there? Just after purchasing groceries, Chu Xiuyuan suddenly heard the notification sound from his phone. Upon extracting the message, I discovered it was from an old classmate. Why would Mo Yulin suddenly reach out to me? In Chu Xiuyuan's recollections, this desk mate had not been in contact since our high school graduation. Could it be a request for financial assistance? Unlikely. In his memory, Mo Yulin was the type of girl who would first attempt to resolve any challenges on her own and only approach him with a blush when she truly could not find a solution. A rather shy and introverted girl, it seemed improbable that she would seek financial aid from him. If her sudden communication was not for monetary reasons, then what could it possibly be? For the moment, Chu Xiuyuan could not decipher the reason. Never mind, I shall inquire. While musing, he replied with a simple message. Is there something you need? Within the confines of her hotel room, Mo Yulin found herself engulfed in profound regret as she gazed at the message she had sent. Oh dear. Am I a fool? What nonsense have I just typed? What if he responds with a simple not here? How would I manage that? Even a not here would be manageable. What if he simply doesn't reply at all? I would truly be left in utter embarrassment. Indeed, starting with "Are you there?" makes me seem like a clown. Just as Mo Yulin pondered whether to retract her message, Chu Xiuyuan's response arrived. Is there something you need? This plain reply enveloped Mo Yulin in a wave of warmth, reminiscent of the days when she would anxiously seek Chu Xiuyuan's guidance on solving problems. Mo Yulin, I'm currently on vacation, visiting Mingjiang City. I heard from an old classmate that you were working here, so I thought I would ask if my old desk mate could spare some time to meet up. Chu Xiuyuan, I can, but my schedule is quite uncertain lately. I can hardly guarantee when I will be free. Chu Xiuyuan explained this due to the unpredictability of his grandfather's visits and Zhao Zijin's potential plans. Should his grandfather decide to drop by unexpectedly, he could not abandon him to meet with an old classmate. Likewise, if Zhao Zijin suddenly wished to introduce him to their respective parents, he would need to allocate time for that. Mo Yulin, oh, are you perhaps dating someone and need to spend time with her? Chu Xiuyuan thought, not just a girlfriend, but a wife. Of course, he could not voice this inner sentiment and simply replied, yes, I am seeing a very beautiful girlfriend. As Mo Yulin read Chu Xiuyuan's message, she could not help but repeat it in her mind. With each word, her heart ached a little more, though she had long been aware of his relationship. Hearing it so candidly from him still struck her with a pang of heartache. She feigned calmness and responded, that's wonderful. Bring your girlfriend along. I would love to meet her. To mask any hint of her distress, Mo Yulin even appended a cheerful smiley emoji. Chu Xiuyuan, I will ask her later. Mo Yulin, tomorrow happens to be Sunday. If you're free, we could gather together. Chu Xiuyuan, sure. Mo Yulin, looking forward to it. JPG. Chu Xiuyuan did not reply further, and Mo Yulin found herself fixated on her phone screen, scrolling through their conversation repeatedly. Occasionally, she would open Chu Xiuyuan's QQ space, perusing his posts from several years ago. The most recent post he had shared was 6 years prior, marking his university graduation. Despite having visited his QQ space countless times over the years, meticulously examining each of his posts, she still felt a pang of melancholy upon encountering those familiar words once more. Could he not share a few more updates? At the very least, grant me a window into his life. The gaze of a secret admirer is always cautious and tentative. Chapter 20. The Beautiful CEO and a Misunderstanding. Chu Xiuyuan intended to prepare several dishes that Zhao Zijin cherished. However, the effort would be in vain if she chose not to return home for dinner. To avert such an awkward scenario, he promptly sent Zhao Zijin a message, come home for dinner tonight, don't keep eating out. In the Tianyan Group's presidential office, the muscular individual, revealing his 8-pack abs, sent the message, come home for dinner tonight, don't keep eating out. Upon reading Chu Xiuyuan's text, Zhao Zijin felt a stir within her. The last person to utter such words to her was her grandfather, Zhao Qingsong. What a predicament, even if you hadn't messaged me. I was planning to return home for dinner anyway. Yet, with your message, it seems as though I am merely complying with your request. As the esteemed president of Tianyan Group, being led by your whims is quite undignified. After mentally venting her frustrations, Zhao Zijin swiftly typed a response. Yes, I will return for dinner. This was not merely a polite response. She had been diligently preparing a new plan to unveil Chu Xiuyuan's true nature. Tonight, she had indeed intended to return home for dinner, seizing the opportunity to execute her plan. Zhao Zijin mused. However, the matter of Chu Xiuyuan deliberately provoking me is far from over. Once I expose his true colors, I shall ensure he receives his due retribution. As the end of the workday approached, Zhu Qiuyuan, as usual, knocked and entered the president's office. She observed her superior, Zhao Zijin, fiercely crumpling a piece of paper. Zhu Qiuyuan thought, oh no, Mr. Chu has certainly incited Zhao Zijin's ire again. What is this couple's dynamic? Can't they ever find peace? When the city gates are ablaze, the fish in the moat suffer. Tonight's dinner is bound to be unsettling for me as well. President Zhao, it's almost time to leave. Secretary Zhu, I'm going home for dinner tonight. You can handle it yourself. Secretary Zhu sighed in relief, internally grateful. Thank heavens. All right, President Zhao. No overtime tomorrow. Have a pleasant weekend. After exchanging a brief farewell with Zhao Zijin, Chu Xiuyuan hurriedly departed, fearing that the frosty CEO might reconsider her decision. As was customary, upon returning home, Zhao Zijin found that Chu Xiuyuan had just completed preparing the meal. Noticing this, she playfully probed, "Xiuyuan, every time I come home, you seem to have just finished cooking. Is this all premeditated?" "Of course," Chu Xiuyuan replied with a hint of pride. The cunning Chu Xiuyuan has finally admitted it. However, his subsequent words left Zhao Zijin feeling as though she had struck a pillow. "If I cook too early, the food will grow cold. If too late, you will go hungry. I am not a child," Zhao Zijin retorted, pouting defiantly. "Even children seek sustenance when hungry. We are a couple." Chu Xiuyuan's remark instantly raised Zhao Zijin's eyebrows, prompting her to wonder, why has he suddenly brought this up? Chu Xiuyuan remained oblivious to Zhao Zijin's peculiar demeanor and continued to speak to himself. "Even if we are merely a nominal couple, it is essential that we share meals together, as we live under the same roof. Otherwise, our families might think we are in a severe conflict." Zhao Zijin nodded in agreement, particularly mindful of her grandfather. If he were to find out, he would undoubtedly stir up trouble. Chu Xiuyuan gestured toward the seat opposite him. "So, let's sit down and enjoy our meal. I have already served your portion." As Zhao Zijin took her seat, she soon noticed something unusual. The dishes on the table were all her favorites. A wave of suspicion surged within her. "Chu Xiuyuan, you clever schemer. So, you have been waiting for me. Finally, your true intentions are revealed." She maintained her composure, glancing at Chu Xiuyuan with a smile, and asked, "Xiuyuan, tonight's meal seems quite different from before. Have you changed your tastes? I ran into Aunt Wang from Mingxian residence at the entrance of our community today and chatted with her for a bit," came Chu Xiuyuan's nonchalant reply, which sent tumultuous waves through Zhao Zijin's mind. She thought, few are aware of Aunt Wang's connections. How could Chu Xiuyuan? "Oh, I see. He intends to lay all his cards on the table." "Chu Xiuyuan, it has only been a few days. Your patience is rather lacking. I had truly overestimated you. In that case, I shall engage you in a proper conversation." "Oh, really? What did Aunt Wang tell you?" Zhao Zijin inquired. "She mentioned a few dishes that you enjoy," he replied. "And what else?" "She complimented me a bit." "What did she say?" Seeing Zhao Zijin's keen curiosity, Chu Xiuyuan recounted the encounter with Aunt Wang in full detail. However, after hearing his account, Zhao Zijin felt a sense of confusion. This script is all wrong. Shouldn't the crafty Chu Xiuyuan pretend to stumble upon Aunt Wang, feigning ignorance about my culinary preferences? Instead, it sounds as if Aunt Wang was the one who eagerly advised him. This cannot be taken at face value. With a composed demeanor, Zhao Zijin discreetly pulled out her phone and sent a message to Aunt Wang. "Aunt Wang, did you approach Chu Xiuyuan for a conversation today? Let me tell you, the son-in-law is incredibly handsome." Aunt Wang, who was sharing her experiences from earlier in the day with her colleagues, quickly responded to the young lady's text. "Yes, my dear. We have been quite worried about you since you haven't been coming to Mingxian residence for meals." "Young lady, then there was no need for you to seek out Chu Xiuyuan, was there? You even informed him of my favorite dishes." "Aunt Wang, from what you say, it seems the son-in-law has prepared the meal. He appears to be quite perceptive. I wonder how much you will enjoy the dishes he has made." "Young lady, I told you, do not refer to him as son-in-law." Upon reading the young lady's response, Aunt Wang couldn't help but display a maternal smile, thinking to herself, the young lady merely rejected the title of son-in-law without disputing the culinary skills of the young man. It seems he must indeed be quite proficient in the kitchen. Aunt Wang, very well, young lady. It just so happens that it is mealtime. You should eat first to avoid compromising your health. Young lady, this shall not happen again. In future interactions with Chu Xiuyuan, you must report to me beforehand. Aunt Wang, understood, young lady. Zhao Zijin reluctantly concluded her conversation with Aunt Wang. She was well aware of Aunt Wang's character. The old lady would never do anything to harm her. This elder, in her simple understanding and actions, was merely showing concern for her well-being. However, Zhao Zijin felt a tinge of helplessness in her heart. She had thought she had finally grasped the weakness of Chu Xiuyuan, only to realize it was a comedic misunderstanding. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The true drama was yet to unfold. Chapter 21. The beautiful CEO implements a new plan. Zhao Zijin chuckled and introduced a fresh topic at the dining table. Xiuyuan. I specifically inquired with Secretary Zhu earlier. Inquired about what? The age of our female CEO. Chu Xiuyuan smiled. Oh, you still remember that? Of course. Let me discreetly share that she is remarkably young. How young? Only 26. Chu Xiuyuan was quite astonished. Isn't that the same age as you? Zhao Zijin internally scoffed at his feigned ignorance before continuing. Indeed, such is the disparity of life, isn't it? Some, at 26, are billionaires and CEOs, while others are still toiling away, working weekends to sort through heaps of paperwork. By the way, do you all have to work overtime every week? Zhao Zijin shook her head. This week was particularly busy, so I had to work on Saturday. Normally, we enjoy a standard 2-day weekend. However, the overtime pay is quite generous. What Zhao Zijin did not mention was that the workload at Tianyun Group was heavier this week because their CEO had devoted an entire day to a blind date, culminating in a hasty marriage. Consequently, a portion of the work piled up by Friday, remaining unfinished. The beautiful CEO's impromptu marriage resulted in the entire staff having to work an extra day. Fortunately, the employees were unaware of the true reason for the overtime, and the compensation was sufficient. Otherwise, the employees would have been vocally displeased. Zhao Zijin shifted the conversation, aside from the overtime pay. Secretary Zhu also provided me with an additional reward. What reward? Drumroll, please. A bottle of red wine. I looked up the brand, and it's quite expensive. This was a fib. The bottle of red wine was not a gift from Secretary Zhu, but rather something Zhao Zijin had purchased specifically to deal with Chu Xiuyuan. Observing Zhao Zijin excitedly retrieve the wine, Chu Xiuyuan smiled. Do you want to drink it now? I can fetch you a glass. No need. Secretary Zhu also provided 2 elegant wine glasses. I'll wash them. No, you've prepared such a feast. It's only right that I do the washing. With that, Zhao Zijin took the 2 wine glasses and headed to the kitchen. For her, washing the wine glasses was merely an excuse. Her true intention was to coat the insides with a certain substance. Under the influence of this substance, the primal side of Chu Xiuyuan would be unable to remain concealed. Zhao Zijin thought to herself, Chu Xiuyuan, tonight marks the beginning of your downfall. The wine glasses are clean. Come, Xiuyuan, let me pour you a glass. Thank you. No need for thanks. After all, we are husband and wife, aren't we? Zhao Zijin poured herself a glass as well. Then, with a seductive smile directed at Chu Xiuyuan, she proclaimed, Here's to our future married life. The couple clinked their glasses and took a sip each. Amidst the clinking of glasses, they drained the entire bottle of red wine. Zhao Zijin observed Chu Xiuyuan's condition through her glass. Xiuyuan, you have quite the tolerance for alcohol. Do you often drink? During my university days, I often dined with my roommates, occasionally indulging in a bit of wine, though red wine was seldom among our choices. Chu Xiuyuan loosened his collar. Feeling a bit warm and slightly intoxicated, Zhao Zijin thought to herself, it seems the effects of the wine are beginning to take hold. Unfortunately, the bottle was already empty. However, Secretary Zhu had previously gifted me several more bottles. Since you enjoy drinking, I shall retrieve another one. As she spoke, Zhao Zijin pretended to rise from her seat, but before she could fully stand, she sank back into her chair, striving to portray an image of someone overwhelmed by alcohol. Wait, let me rest a moment before I go. I've had a bit too much, she said. Chu Xiuyuan, noticing her state, quickly advised. You've already had enough. There is no need to fetch more. We can drink again later. No, I want to drink. I can still handle it. Chu Xiuyuan found himself both amused and exasperated, thinking, she is already starting to act tipsy. He continued to persuade her, how about this? You sit back for a while, and I'll tidy up the table, all right? Chu Xiuyuan planned to clear away the remnants of their meal, believing that without snacks, Zhao Zijin would cease her pleas for more wine. Zhao Zijin feigned a dazed demeanor and replied, all right, do as you wish. Once Chu Xiuyuan had cleared everything away, he discovered that Zhao Zijin had succumbed to slumber in her chair, perhaps due to the heat. She had even unbuttoned one of the buttons at her collar, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her fair skin and the delicate lace of her black undergarment. Chu Xiuyuan struggled to keep his gaze averted, determined to avoid restless sleep that night. The warmth in his body became increasingly unbearable as he tugged at his collar, fanning himself and wondering, what brand of red wine is this? It was only half a bottle, and yet the after effects are so potent. The red wines I've had before never felt this extreme. Meanwhile, the feigning Zhao Zijin, noticing that Chu Xiuyuan was slow to act, decided to escalate her approach. In a playfully dazed voice, she softly called out, Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan was compelled to look at her. This was the first time he had heard Zhao Zijin speak to him in such a coy tone. What is it, Zijin? I want to take a bath. Chu Xiuyuan's lips twitched in surprise, unsure of how to respond. My dear girl, how can you bathe in your current state? You might just fall asleep in the bathroom. After a moment of contemplation, he could only advise, you've just had some wine. It's not suitable to take a hot bath. Then I'll take a cold bath. The night was a bit chilly, and a cold bath could lead to catching a cold. I don't care. I want to wash. Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, she is acting like a child. He proposed a compromise. How about this? Just wash your feet and splash some water on your face. Then get some rest. Once you're sober, you can bathe properly. That sounds good. Zhao Zijin readily agreed, then stood up, swaying slightly as she made her way unsteadily toward Chu Xiuyuan. Xiuyuan, could you lend me a hand? Very well. Chu Xiuyuan extended an arm, gently encircling Zhao Zijin's slender waist. The faint fragrance emanating from her body wafted into Chu Xiuyuan's nostrils, causing a tremor in his mind. What was even more perilous was that at the very moment he supported Zhao Zijin, her entire delicate form leaned fully against him. The soft sensation of her feminine body ignited a fervor within Chu Xiuyuan. He couldn't help but silently lament, if you shouldn't drink, then don't. It seems I shall have another restless night. Shall I assist you to the bathroom? Zhao Zijin responded sweetly, a soft that struck Chu Xiuyuan like a jolt of electricity, transforming his state entirely. He felt an urgent need to help her finish quickly, if this continued. It might lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 22. The Beautiful CEO's Whims. Chu Xiuyuan assisted Zhao Zijin into the bathroom, fetching a small stool for her to sit upon. Sit carefully, don't fall. Hurry and wash up, then you must rest. Perched on the stool, Zhao Zijin swayed her upper body. Xiuyuan, what are you up to now? Help me take off my shoes. Zhao Zijin often returned home still clad in high heels, rarely switching to the cozy slippers waiting in the shoe cabinet. At this moment, she still wore a pair of black stilettos. Chu Xiuyuan sighed. If you can wash, then do so. If not, just go back to sleep. Please, Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin extended her delicate hand, grasping Chu Xiuyuan's large one and giving it a gentle shake. Help me, and I promise to do something for you in return. You can ask for anything. That's not. He usually never noticed how adept she was at playing the coquette. As a man, it was exceedingly difficult to refuse such charming pleas from his stunning wife. Meanwhile, he felt the heat and restlessness within him intensifying. All right then. Hee, Xiuyuan. You are the best. Spare me the flattery. As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan crouched down, one hand grasping one of Zhao Zijin's feet, gently lifting it, while the other hand slowly removed her high heel. Her slender, smooth foot appeared before his eyes. Today, Zhao Zijin's attire was not her usual uniform skirt paired with black stockings, but rather a women's suit complemented by bare high heels. Xiuyuan, do you prefer me barefoot in high heels? Zhao Zijin unexpectedly posed this question. Chu Xiuyuan could only chuckle in disbelief. What kind of wild words are you saying? Last time we dined together, I grazed your calf, and you evaded. Yet tonight, you did not shy away. That was because I was enjoying our drinks and didn't pay much attention. Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but tease. You ought to just eat. Why do you always have to tease my calf? Humph. You lack romance. Zhao Zijin raised her delicate hand, playfully tapping Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder. Enough of this. The shoes are off. Quickly wash up. Chu Xiuyuan set her high heels aside and retrieved the shower head, placing it in her hands. However, Zhao Zijin tilted her head back, gazing at him with imploring eyes. Xiuyuan, help me wash my feet. Although he had anticipated this request, hearing Zhao Zijin utter it left Chu Xiuyuan somewhat speechless. He felt utterly bewildered tonight. Whenever Zhao Zijin lowered herself to ask for his assistance, he found himself unable to refuse. This shouldn't be. Am I truly so lacking in principles? Chu Xiuyuan struggled to grasp the answer. At this moment, he merely wished to swiftly conclude this task and escort this demanding lady back to her room for some rest. He turned on the switch and tested the water temperature on his palm. Then, he directed the shower head, allowing the streams of water to cascade over Zhao Zijin's snow-white instep. The temperature was quite suitable, indeed, as Chu Xiuyuan focused on washing his wife's feet. He remained oblivious to the fact that there was no trace of intoxication on Zhao Zijin's face. A subtle smile of triumph graced her lips, for it was evident that everything unfolded according to her expectations. The man, Chu Xiuyuan, who harbored ulterior motives, could not withstand her playful advances. She intended to press her advantage, continuing to entice him until he fully revealed his primal nature. One delicate hand of Zhao Zijin gently rested on Chu Xiuyuan's broad shoulder. Her upper body leaned slightly forward, her head drawing near to his ear. In a sultry tone, she whispered, Xiuyuan, thank you. In that instant, Chu Xiuyuan felt his very soul quiver with fervor. Zijin, please refrain from speaking. If this continued, he sensed he would be unable to hold back much longer. He hastened his efforts in washing her feet. Witnessing this, Zhao Zijing's satisfaction grew. She unfurled her hand resting on his shoulder, her fair, slender fingers gliding down his shoulder to his collarbone and Adam's apple. Xiuyuan, though we are married, this is the first time I have been so close to you. Yes, me too. So you. All right, the foot washing is complete. Before Zhao Zijin could continue her words, Chu Xiuyuan turned off the shower. Seizing this rare opportunity to corner him in such a manner, Zhao Zijin was evidently not yet sated. I haven't washed my face yet. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan fetched a towel, one that Zhao Zijin typically used for her face. After moistening it, he gently wiped her countenance. This was Chu Xiuyuan's first chance to observe Zhao Zijing's delicate features from such proximity. Her brows were like ink, her teeth pearly white, her lips a rosy hue, and her skin as fair as snow. A stunning beauty seemingly emerged from a painting. Zhao Zijing noticed Chu Xiuyuan's gaze and felt a surge of delight within her. Can you no longer hide it? The fox's tail is finally revealed. Xiuyuan, do I look beautiful? Yes, very beautiful, he instinctively replied, voicing his true thoughts. I have never seen a girl as beautiful as you. In that moment, Zhao Zijing felt as though something had struck her heart. The Chu Xiuyuan before her no longer seemed like a man with hidden desires, but rather a devoted husband cherishing his wife. No, this must be an illusion. Zhao Zijing, you must not be deceived by a man like Chu Xiuyuan, swayed by a few cheesy lines. Look beyond appearances to discern the essence. Quickly, continue to tease him, fully awaken his primal instincts, and then dismantle his tools, bringing this farce to a conclusive end. Humph. The smooth-talking Chu Xiuyuan listened to Zhao Zijing's charming voice, laced with a hint of flirtation. He found himself genuinely concerned that he might inadvertently act inappropriately towards this intoxicated girl. In an effort to help her regain some clarity, he increased the pressure of his hand as he wiped her face. Xiuyuan, don't press too hard, it hurts. Chu Xiuyuan felt a deep sense of frustration, as the situation seemed to spiral further out of control. All right, your face is sufficiently cleaned. You should return to your room to rest. Okay, carry me back. Zhao Zijing exclaimed, extending her arms towards him. Are you joking? I certainly cannot carry you back. Do you have any idea what state I am in right now? Chu Xiuyuan replied, striving to maintain a calm tone. I will take your high heels outside and bring in a pair of slippers for you to wear. The bathroom floor is very slippery, so please sit still and do not move around. All right, but please hurry back. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled softly. Our home is not a palace. It's just a few steps away. I'll be quick. Chapter 23, The Beautiful CEO's Miscalculation. As Chu Xiuyuan had predicted, it was not long before he returned to the bathroom with a pair of slippers in hand. Come, Zijing, put them on, he urged. Zhao Zijing replied, her sultry gaze fixed intently on him. Chu Xiuyuan understood her unspoken desire all too well. Without waiting for her to voice it, he crouched down with a wry smile. I'll help you wear them, is that all right? Hee, Xiuyuan, it's still you who cares for me. All done. Now let me assist you back to your room to rest. Chu Xiuyuan felt an urgency to act, acutely aware that he was on the verge of losing control. Nevertheless, as he guided Zhao Zijing back to her chamber, he could not ignore the fact that his enchanting, intoxicated wife was anything but still. Her delicate little hand wandered across his abdominal muscles, exploring with an insatiable curiosity. Even through the fabric, he could feel the smooth softness of her touch. Finally, they reached her room. Once inside, Chu Xiuyuan gently seated her on the edge of the bed and removed her slippers. All right, Zijing, no more touching. It's time for you to sleep. I don't want to sleep like this. Chu Xiuyuan was at a loss for words. Then how would you like to sleep? On the floor? I want to change into a nightgown first. A sinking feeling gripped Chu Xiuyuan's heart. Xiuyuan, could you fetch me a nightgown, please? In. Zhao Zijing pretended to be unclear, then pointed towards a wardrobe. In that cabinet. Chu Xiuyuan nodded, but, to avert any unfortunate circumstances, he issued a precaution. I can get it for you, but you must put it on yourself, otherwise. I want to help you. You. Fine. He approached the wardrobe, opened the door, and casually pulled out a white nightgown. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a spaghetti strap piece, with a plunging neckline and lace-trimmed hem. The image of Zhao Zijing wearing it flooded his mind uncontrollably. No. I must not think such thoughts. Xiuyuan, have you found something suitable? I have, here it is. Hold on to it, and change yourself. I'll step out for a cold shower. Just as Chu Xiuyuan turned to flee Zhao Zijing's room, she reached out with her slender hand and grasped his firmly. I already told you, I want to help you change into the nightgown. With that, he attempted to free himself from her grip. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to break free. Wait, how could her soft little hand be so strong? A drunken woman is truly formidable. Zhao Zijin, having trained in Taekwondo for many years, was not someone Chu Xiuyuan could easily shake off without skill. At this critical juncture, her plan was reaching its zenith, and she certainly would not allow Chu Xiuyuan to escape so easily. Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin feigned a pitiful tone. Are you dissatisfied with my figure? Chu Xiuyuan pondered. If your figure were unattractive, then no one in this world would possess a beautiful physique. Of course, that is not the case. Your form is indeed splendid. Yet, why do you still bear such a reluctant demeanor? Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiuyuan endeavored to restore a modicum of his fading rationality. He turned to Zhao Zijin and began to explain slowly. Zijin, my physical state today is rather peculiar. My mind incessantly conjures strange thoughts about you. If I were to assist you in undressing to change into a nightgown, I fear I might lose control and cause you harm. How could that be called harm? We are husband and wife, after all. If upon waking tomorrow, you can still utter such words, I shall concede to your statement. Realizing her strategy had failed, Zhao Zijin continued to feign intoxication, employing provocation. Humph. Chu Xiuyuan, coward. Chu Xiuyuan's reason teetered on the brink of collapse. Zhao Zijin's words indeed struck a chord within him. He gazed at her, her alluring face flushed with a hint of drunkenness, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Since you have said so. With that, Chu Xiuyuan could not resist leaning down to plant a kiss upon her forehead. The sudden kiss startled Zhao Zijin. She instinctively released Chu Xiuyuan's hand, granting him the opportunity to take further action. Here it comes. It has finally arrived. Chu Xiuyuan, reveal your true self. Next year on this day shall be your day of reckoning. However, contrary to Zhao Zijin's expectations, Chu Xiuyuan straightened up and retreated several steps as she relinquished her grip. Thus, even if Zhao Zijin extended her hand, she could not reach him. She could only gaze at him with a hint of grievance. Xiuyuan, why do you not continue? Having successfully extricated himself, Chu Xiuyuan had no intention of proceeding further. Yet, he conveyed his genuine thoughts to Zhao Zijin. Zijin, I believe that a man who takes advantage of a drunken girl is the true coward. As a man faced with Zhao Zijin's enticing beauty and figure, Chu Xiuyuan could not possibly be devoid of thoughts. However, as a man, he would never forsake his moral principles. If he truly cherished a girl, he would sincerely express his affection rather than exploit a vulnerable moment. Zhao Zijin, clearly incredulous, huffed and puffed. Having been kissed, how could he still speak with such audacity? Xiuyuan, you are shameless. Wife. The term sent a shiver through Zhao Zijin's body. You called me what? Wife, are you not? Chu Xiuyuan clarified. I kissed you because I have just realized that I am beginning to have feelings for you. You. Zhao Zijin stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. She envisioned the scene where Chu Xiuyuan, driven by primal instincts, would pounce upon her. She also imagined him, filled with trepidation, fleeing in a most undignified manner. Yet, it was this sudden declaration of affection that caught her completely off guard. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. We are merely a couple in name, as you yourself have stated. A couple in name can transform into a genuine partnership, he countered. Moreover, you must harbor some feelings for me, or else why would you have engaged in those recent actions? Zhao Zijin could never reveal her true intentions. Even more challenging for her to articulate was the fleeting moment when she genuinely believed that Chu Xiuyuan was correct. Let's leave it at this for tonight. Good night. As Chu Xiuyuan exited Zhao Zijin's room and closed the door behind him, he recognized that lingering any longer would severely test his self-control. He was acutely aware that his wife was inebriated and would likely have no recollection of the events come morning. Yet, what did it matter? When she awoke, he could once again profess his feelings to her. For the first time in over 20 years, he found himself captivated by a girl, and remarkably, it occurred after their whirlwind marriage. Chapter 24, The Beautiful President's Defiance. On another note, Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of his wife's playful antics. It took him several cold showers to regain his composure entirely. After Chu Xiuyuan departed, Zhao Zijin reverted to her usual demeanor. Through the closed door, she could hear him entering and exiting the bathroom multiple times, taking cold showers. Serves you right for pretending, though she chastised him in her mind. Zhao Zijin couldn't help but reflect. Is Chu Xiuyuan truly putting on an act? During his feigned drunkenness, she distinctly sensed the heat radiating from his body, particularly the unmistakable desire in his gaze directed at her. Yet, in such a charged atmosphere, he somehow maintained his rationality. Ultimately, he even professed his feelings for her. What was more troubling was Zhao Zijin's realization. Chu Xiuyuan's confession was sincere. How could he be like this? Zhao Zijin was in distress. Chu Xiuyuan, whether driven by greed or lust, seemed to possess neither flaw, and yet he genuinely liked her. Reflecting on his previous confession, she couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. How peculiar. I clearly haven't been drinking, so why is my face so flushed? If you like me, just say it. Why the need for a grand declaration? Throughout her life, Zhao Zijin had faced countless confessions from suitors. However, none had left her feeling so unsettled as Chu Xiuyuan did that night. Could it be that I am developing feelings for him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhao Zijin pondered, what merits does he truly possess? Aside from his striking looks, impressive abs, commendable fashion sense, and his gentle, considerate nature, along with culinary skills. Beyond this long list, he hardly has any other virtues. Zhao Zijin, you must not be deceived by his superficial charms. You must scrutinize him further. He undoubtedly harbors flaws yet to be uncovered. In her flustered state, Zhao Zijin retrieved her tablet. She pulled up all of Chu Xiuyuan's information and began to peruse it meticulously. The more she read, the more bewildered she became. Could it be that I have misunderstood Chu Xiuyuan all along? Is he truly just an ordinary person? Has he genuinely developed feelings for me so swiftly? Well, this is likely true. Oh dear, I must stop ruminating on this matter. Zhao Zijin shook her head, attempting to dismiss the thoughts from her mind. Yet, the more she shook, the clearer they became. Ultimately, surrendering to her turmoil, Zhao Zijin tossed the tablet aside. She closed her eyes, leaning against the headboard, intending to restore her calm and judgment through meditation. However, before she could regain her composure, she opened her eyes again, picked up the tablet, and donned her wireless earbuds. She activated the surveillance in her room, replaying the moments of Chu Xiuyuan's kiss and confession again and again. Darling, it's time to wake up for breakfast. Chu Xiuyuan's voice echoed from outside, rousing Zhao Zijin from her reverie. She could not recall exactly when she had fallen asleep the previous night. All she remembered was that her mind had been consumed with thoughts of Chu Xiuyuan before she succumbed to slumber. Now, a single call from him beyond the door had once again drawn her into that state of mind. How have I become this way? Zhao Zijin, you must awaken quickly. If this continues, you shall break. Darling, are you awake? Zhao Zijin thought to herself. How shameless he is. Just a short while ago, he politely addressed me as Miss Zhao or Zijin, and now he is calling me darling so fervently. I'm awake. I'm awake. No need to call so many times. She intended to tell him that there was no need to call her darling so often, but the words faltered on her lips, unspoken. After much contemplation, she resolved not to dwell on such trivial matters with Chu Xiuyuan. Let him call me as he pleases. It won't cost him anything. Even if we are merely a couple in name, we are still husband and wife, and he is not wrong to address me as such. Zhao Zijin stepped out of her room, clad in the white camisole nightgown from the previous night, the neckline revealing a delicate expanse of skin. Beneath the knee-length hem, her smooth, slender calves were quite captivating. Although Chu Xiuyuan had regained his composure from the peculiar state of the previous night, his gaze inevitably lingered upon Zhao Zijin. After all, how could he not look at such a beautiful wife? Zhao Zijin noticed his gaze and felt a mischievous impulse. She feigned ignorance and tugged at the hem of her nightgown. Xiuyuan, I drank too much last night. Did you take it upon yourself to change my nightgown? A hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and shook his head. Not quite. I helped you wash your feet and face, then assisted you back to your room to rest. You changed your nightgown yourself. Really? I don't believe it. Indeed, if you don't believe me, I will help you recall. With that, he pulled out his phone and pressed the play button, and a recording began to play. Come on, Zijin. Put it on. Let me help you wear it. Is that all right? Xiuyuan, you truly care for me. Hearing her own playful voice, Zhao Zijin felt as if she were screaming internally. When had he recorded that? She had been observing him all night. He shouldn't have had the opportunity. I understand now. He must have secretly recorded it while fetching my slippers. Chu Xiuyuan, you scheming man. Turn it off. Quickly turn it off. Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she could only cover her face and plead, Please, Xiuyuan, don't play it any longer. I remember now. Upon hearing his wife plead, Chu Xiuyuan promptly stopped the recording. Have you truly remembered everything? Yes, I remember. Zhao Zijin mumbled. How despicable of you to record my drunken antics. Chu Xiuyuan clearly did not concur with her assertion. How can this be deemed as disgraceful? The way my wife acts coyly is simply delightful. Unfortunately, at that moment, I had to support you, making it inconvenient for me to record it. Otherwise, I would have captured the moment directly. Humph. Just a few days ago. During a phone conversation with Auntie, you mentioned that secretly filming young ladies is quite inappropriate. Has your true nature surfaced so soon? My affection for you compels me to document our moments together. As spouses, our standards of conduct differ from those of ordinary individuals and cannot be generalized. For instance, when you dine out, payment is expected. Failing to do so may leave the cook rather displeased. However, when enjoying the meals I prepare at home, there is no need for you to pay. Should you wish to contribute, I would actually prefer you not to. What a clever rebuttal. Zhao Zijin understood that there was merit in what Chu Xiuyuan said. Yet, the thought of her unflattering moments being recorded left her feeling quite displeased. Just as she was about to retort, Chu Xiuyuan swiftly countered her. My dear wife, if recording audio is considered revealing one's true character, then what should we make of the words you spoke to me last night? Chapter 25. The female CEO responds with a kiss. Consider it merely the ramblings of a drunken state. Please do not take it to heart. Zhao Zijin paused momentarily before continuing. As for the words you uttered before leaving my room last night, I shall not dwell on them either. Chu Xiuyuan discerned the implied meaning in Zhao Zijin's remarks. However, he was not one to easily concede defeat. With a playful grin, he probed further. What did I say last night? Don't you have a recording? Just listen for yourself. Chu Xiuyuan nodded. Perfect. I too wish to reminisce about the sweet tone of my wife's voice when she is being playful. Stop right there. Zhao Zijin exclaimed as she noticed his finger poised to tap on the phone screen. After a moment of hesitation, she finally stammered. You mentioned having feelings for me, or something along those lines. Surely, you were jesting, weren't you? Why would my wife think I was joking? After all, we have only known each other for a few days. How could you suddenly develop feelings for me? Because, last night, I suddenly realized how adorably charming you were when you acted coy, which stirred my heart. A deeper blush crept onto Zhao Zijin's cheeks. Could you refrain from mentioning this constantly? I can't help it. The way you were last night was simply too endearing for me to forget. Zhao Zijin narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling as though she had been under the relentless pressure of Chu Xiuyuan's teasing all day. This is infuriating. How could this Chu Xiuyuan, who once adhered to propriety, transform into someone so unabashedly bold after confessing his feelings? Determined to reclaim her composure, Zhao Zijin retorted with newfound vigor. So, according to your logic, if another beautiful girl were to act coy with you, you would find her charming and develop feelings for her as well? I am a married man. I would never afford such opportunities to other women. Besides, what girl could possibly surpass my wife in beauty? Zhao Zijin was momentarily taken aback. She thought to herself, no, Chu Xiuyuan, could you refrain from employing such earnest tones to convey such flattery? Feeling slightly overwhelmed, Zhao Zijin opted to maintain her offensive stance. Beauty is fleeting. One day, I too shall grow old, with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. At that point, there will be countless young maidens more beautiful than I. By then, my wife and I will have forged a profound bond over decades of companionship, growing old together. As for those young maidens, what value do they hold for me beyond mere physical beauty? Companionship? Growing old together? Indeed, such notions are quite alluring. No. Even if we were to grow old together, it should not be with Chu Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin felt as though every casual remark from Chu Xiuyuan struck her with a critical impact. This was utterly absurd. She continued to feign indifference. I do not believe your sweet nothings. You are quite the rogue. My dear wife, that is an unfounded accusation. Chu Xiuyuan protested earnestly. If I truly had such brazen intentions, last night's events would not have unfolded in that manner, would they? Well said, yet you still kissed me in the end. Upon Zhao Zijin's utterance, Chu Xiuyuan's imposing demeanor instantly diminished. Well, this is, indeed, in truth. Even Chu Xiuyuan himself felt that his actions were somewhat impulsive. After all, he and Zhao Zijin were nominally husband and wife, and mutual respect was expected. Yet in a moment of fervor, he had acted thoughtlessly. Fortunately, the current Chu Xiuyuan had regained his composure. He endeavored to elucidate his state of mind to Zhao Zijin. My dear, I cannot quite fathom my thoughts at that moment. I simply felt an overwhelming urge to kiss you, not a kiss imbued with desire, but rather a pure inclination to express affection. Witnessing Chu Xiuyuan's waning confidence, Zhao Zijin seized the opportunity to press on. Can you honestly assert that there was no element of desire whatsoever? I cannot. Chu Xiuyuan readily admitted, swiftly shifting the conversation before Zhao Zijin could interject. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions, and no one is flawless in their heart. Based on the events of last night, I hardly believe I acted excessively, did I? Not really. Zhao Zijin reluctantly conceded that Chu Xiuyuan's kiss, in the grand scheme of things, was hardly a significant issue, considering they were indeed a legally recognized couple. Zhao Zijin pondered, if she were to present this incident as evidence of Chu Xiuyuan's hidden desires to her grandfather, he likely would not deem it a grave matter. In fact, he might perceive it as a display of a newlywed couple's affection. Recognizing her agreement with his perspective, Chu Xiuyuan sought to change the subject, wary of her relentless pursuit of the topic. By the way, my dear, what brand was that bottle of red wine from last night? Its after effects were rather potent. Were they not? Don't think you can divert the subject. Zhao Zijin saw through Chu Xiuyuan's tactic and bluntly stated, I still feel somewhat unsettled about that kiss. Hearing her words, Chu Xiuyuan promptly offered an honest apology. I am truly sorry, my dear. This is the first time I have developed feelings for a girl, and I am not quite adept at gauging boundaries. I shall be more careful in the future. Well, let us just move past it. However, Chu Xiuyuan's apology did little to soothe Zhao Zijin's tumultuous emotions. In fact, it only exacerbated her inner turmoil. Since last night, her feelings had been in disarray. How peculiar. What is wrong with me? Zhao Zijin glanced up at Chu Xiuyuan, and their eyes met momentarily before both returned to their meals. The delightful breakfast failed to alleviate the chaos within her heart. How frustrating. The more I think, the angrier I become. No, I must make Chu Xiuyuan experience a taste of this discomfort. She abruptly stood up. Chu Xiuyuan looked at her in confusion. My dear, what is the matter? With my dear on his lips, it seemed he had yet to reflect on his actions. Zhao Zijin stormed around the table, fuming as she approached him. Before Chu Xiuyuan could utter a word, Zhao Zijin seized his collar. Subsequently, Chu Xiuyuan beheld his wife leaning down, her pristine cleavage astonishingly laid bare before him. What followed was the gentle caress of her soft, smooth lips upon his forehead. Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and warmth surged to his cheeks. Wife, what are you? In a playful retaliation, Zhao Zijin straightened up, pouting as she inquired. Now do you understand how distressing this feeling can be? Distressing? No, not at all. Chu Xiuyuan yearned for his wife to kiss him more. Dear, your kiss was too brief. I haven't quite grasped it yet. You. Zhao Zijin burst into laughter, exasperated. Were it not for the fear of upsetting her grandfather, she would have relished the opportunity to let Chu Xiuyuan experience the prowess of her taekwondo skills. Chapter 26. Chu Xiuyuan's moonlight. Observing the cheerful demeanor of Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin realized that she had indeed allowed him to savor a taste of success. The time is too brief. I cannot be bothered to engage. Failing to mount a counterattack, Zhao Zijin simply retreated to her seat to continue her meal. Meanwhile, Chu Xiuyuan gazed intently at his beloved wife, his heart swelling with joy. At this moment, he was almost certain that Zhao Zijin harbored feelings for him as well. Otherwise, she would not have been inclined to kiss him. However, her prideful nature made her reluctant to openly acknowledge such sentiments. In Chu Xiuyuan's eyes, her sundry disposition was not a significant issue. With persistence, he believed he would eventually coax his proud wife into confessing her affections. Suddenly, a message popped up on Chu Xiuyuan's phone. He picked it up and discovered it was from Mo Yuan. How did it go? Are you and your girlfriend free this afternoon? If so, let's gather at the BYCAF. It was only then that Chu Xiuyuan recalled his promise from the previous day. He thought to himself, I was too tipsy last night, and with my wife's playful antics, I completely forgot about it. With this in mind, Chu Xiuyuan turned to his wife, seeking her opinion. Just then, Zhao Zijin raised her gaze to meet his. Their eyes locked once more, and Zhao Zijin felt a surge of confusion within her, pondering, what is wrong with me today? Just looking into his eyes feels peculiar. Zhao Zijin took the initiative to question him. What are you staring at? Can't you enjoy your breakfast in peace? Chu Xiuyuan shrugged and smiled. I can't help it. The more I look, the more I like. By the way, my dear, are you free today? Zhao Zijin's expression shifted to one of suspicion. What mischief are you planning this time? My old classmate is visiting Mingjiang City, and she wants to meet up. We mentioned you during our prior conversations. At once, alarm bells rang in Zhao Zijin's mind. Her demeanor grew serious as she inquired. What did you say about my identity? I told her you are my girlfriend. Chu Xiuyuan understood Zhao Zijin's concerns and promptly extended his phone towards her. I know you prefer to keep a low profile, and since I promised you, I will certainly honor it. If you don't believe me, you can check our chat history. Zhao Zijin refrained from taking Chu Xiuyuan's phone. If she truly wished to scrutinize his messages, there were certainly more discreet methods available. Checking his phone in person seemed too demeaning. Such actions could also undermine the trust between them. To lighten the mood, Zhao Zijin smiled and teased, Xiuyuan, at home. You call me wife so affectionately, but why do you shy away from it in front of others? Are you embarrassed to show me off? How could I possibly be ashamed of you, my wife? It's mainly because you haven't agreed. You asked me to keep it low-key. I can't just go around making a scene. If you consent, I would proclaim it to the world right now. Stop being so cheeky. Zhao Zijin pointed at Chu Xiuyuan's phone, asking, is this old classmate of yours male or female? Female. Oh? Zhao Zijin's soft voice lingered in the air, teasingly asking, is your white moonlight from your student days? Her inquiry was merely a playful jab at Chu Xiuyuan, who, of course, was well aware of his perpetual singlehood prior to their marriage. However, the subsequent words from Chu Xiuyuan momentarily unsettled her. Not at all. But, my dear, your mention of white moonlight does bring certain memories to mind. Observing the hesitation in his expression, a fleeting chill flickered in Zhao Zijing's enchanting eyes. Struggling to maintain her smile, she pressed, what memories? Do share, as I am quite curious about Mr. Chu's Navi affections during his campus days. Chu Xiuyuan met her gaze without flinching, candidly recounting, on an evening transitioning from summer to autumn, I had a delightful conversation with her over drinks. She wasn't much of a drinker. After just a little, she became tipsy, playfully asking me to wash her feet and change into a nightgown. All right. Enough. Please stop there. As he spoke, a rosy hue crept across Zhao Zijing's fair cheeks. She was no fool. She understood precisely who Chu Xiuyuan's white moonlight was. To prevent him from uttering more outrageous remarks, she swiftly redirected the conversation. What was the name of that old classmate of yours? Having successfully teased his wife, Chu Xiuyuan refrained from further mischief and obediently answered, Mo Yuan. Was she the only one who invited you? Zhao Zijing inquired. There should be more than just me. He chuckled, feeling their bond was not particularly profound. It was unlikely she would exclusively seek him out for a reunion. However, I can't say whether other classmates will bring their partners. Partners? You mean girlfriends? Yes, girlfriends, he corrected with a mischievous grin. It dawned on Zhao Zijing that calling them girlfriends was inaccurate. They were merely a couple in name. Yet, she chose not to correct him further, wary of this silver-tongued man exploiting her words to utter something overly sentimental. Internally, she couldn't help but scoff. Why, with such handsome features? Must he possess such a loquacious mouth? In that case, I shall not attend. You enjoy your gathering with your old classmates, she declared, wishing to avoid appearing in various social settings alongside Chu Xiuyuan, lest her identity be revealed. Very well, my dear. Following her response, Chu Xiuyuan promptly messaged Mo Yuan, I will be coming alone this afternoon. Upon receiving his message, a sense of secret delight blossomed within Mo Yuan. This meant she would have the opportunity to spend some time alone with Chu Xiuyuan. She was well aware of his current relationship status. Yet her intention was to catch a glimpse of his girlfriend. However, fate had smiled upon her, granting her the chance for a private encounter with him. Filling her heart with exuberance, Mo Yuan had no intention of engaging in any outrageous behavior, nor did she wish to disrupt the feelings of others. At present, the mere opportunity to see Chu Xiuyuan brought her considerable solace. As for the appearance of his girlfriend, discovering it a few days later posed no significant concern. A profound sense of anticipation filled Mo Yuan's heart. She longed to traverse the fabric of time and instantaneously arrive at this afternoon. After finishing her breakfast, Zhao Zijin returned to her room. Suddenly, she recalled the name of the female classmate that Chu Xiuyuan had mentioned earlier. Mo Yuan, I remember her profile. It seems that Secretary Zhu has recently made some updates. She retrieved her tablet and began to peruse the information regarding Chu Xiuyuan's classmates. Chapter 27. The beautiful CEO is jealous. Mo Yuan, a top-tier futures trader with a fortune exceeding 100 million, could still be considered a minor affluent individual in Zhao Zijin's eyes. However, a curious detail emerged as Zhao Zijin perused Mo Yuan's profile not long ago. The company had granted her an unusually extended paid leave. Rumors circulated that prior to this leave, she had submitted her resignation, the reasons for which remained shrouded in mystery. Why would someone performing so commendably suddenly choose to resign? Furthermore, why did she book a high-speed train ticket that very evening to travel from Qianyun City to Mingjiang City? Zhao Zijin speculated that there might be someone or something in Mingjiang City that held her deep concern. Could it be a person, a matter, or an object? Chu Xiuyuan mentioned that she organized a class reunion, which likely indicated that her preoccupation was indeed a person. An unsettling feeling began to stir within Zhao Zijin. Without hesitation, she forwarded Mo Yuan's profile to Zhu Qiuyuan, accompanied by a message, Secretary Zhu. Please conduct a thorough investigation into Mo Yuan's situation. Upon receiving the message from her superior, Secretary Zhu couldn't help but express her grievances. On a weekend, can't Zhao Zong enjoy some quality time with her husband as newlyweds? Why must she delve into this and that? Hasn't she investigated enough over the past year? Oh, my weekend, my hot pot. Complaints aside, Secretary Zhu promptly delegated the relevant tasks. Tianyun Group possessed a robust background investigation system. Armed with extensive connections and formidable technological capabilities, any individual could be thoroughly examined if desired. However, the cost of a comprehensive investigation was not insignificant. Typically, such extensive measures were reserved for special personnel backgrounds. Over the past year, this system had been nearly exhausted by Zhao Zong, frequently employed to scrutinize Chu Xiuyuan. As noon approached, Chu Xiuyuan found herself stationed at her computer, consuming takeout hot pot. She needed to promptly compile the data arriving from various sources and update the database accordingly. In this manner, Zhao Zong would gain access to Mo Yulin's complete profile. A matchmaking registration form arrived on Chu Xiuyuan's computer. Upon examining it and recalling Mo Yulin's previous itinerary, she was struck with shock, cold sweat trickling down her back. My heavens, could Mo Yulin be doing this for? Chu Xiuyuan could scarcely fathom the terror that would mar Zhao Zong's expression upon discovering such information. Mr. Chu, may the spirit of the former CEO's wife watch over you. Zhao Zijin scrutinized the data compiled by Chu Xiuyuan. Her delicate features gradually hardening into an icy demeanor. Her soft hands instinctively clenched into fists. Internally, she cursed, "Very well, Chu Xiuyuan. You dare to call this a class reunion? This is clearly a meeting with a matchmaking prospect you failed to meet previously. And what nonsense about liking? About calling you wife, and all that about a white moonlight." Enraged, Zhao Zijin felt an overwhelming urge to storm out and hurl the incriminating documents at Chu Xiuyuan's face, eager to witness his futile attempts at justification. However, reason prevailed, reminding her that this was an opportunity, an occasion that could lead to Chu Xiuyuan's utter disgrace. "Darling," at that moment, Chu Xiuyuan's voice resonated from outside the door. "I have a meeting with an old classmate this afternoon, so I shall be leaving now. The gathering is at a CAF and shouldn't take too long. I will return in the evening to prepare dinner." "Return to cook, you say? You'd be better off not coming back at all." Zhao Zijin could not voice all her pent-up anger, instead resorting to a sarcastic tone. "Oh, I see. Go meet your old flame. Don't mind me. If you wish, feel free to take my car." "My dear, you jest," Chu Xiuyuan responded, oblivious to her underlying discontent. He assumed she was merely teasing him as she had during breakfast. The notion of driving was even more redundant on this bustling weekend. Finding a parking space would be a challenge. Inside the room, Zhao Zijin was on the verge of a breakdown. She seized a pillow and pounded it vigorously against her long, shapely thighs. "Joking, you say? Who exactly is the one jesting here?" "Ah, Chu Xiuyuan. You scoundrel, unfaithful wretch. I never considered employing such treachery to deal with you. And look at you, merely a few days into this marriage. How many times have I called you husband? And you're already impatient, seeking new affections? Even as nominal spouses, I cannot tolerate such betrayal." After unleashing a tirade against Chu Xiuyuan in her mind, Zhao Zijin heard the sound of the door opening and closing outside. Evidently, he had departed. Zhao Zijin coldly remarked, "You truly cannot wait." She then donned athletic attire conducive to her intentions, accessorized with sunglasses and a cap, stealthily following him out. Zhao Zijin intended to catch him in the act. She planned to document every moment of Chu Xiuyuan with his old flame in clandestine rendezvous, subsequently presenting the evidence to her grandfather. By that time, her grandfather would surely discern Chu Xiuyuan's true nature as a fickle-hearted rogue, concealed behind the greenery of the community. She waited until Chu Xiuyuan boarded a taxi before making her way to the entrance, where she summoned a cab. The driver, a youthful woman, greeted her warmly upon her entry. "Hello, miss. You are my very first fare. Where to?" Zhao Zijin, her demeanor icy and enigmatic, replied, "Nowhere in particular. Just follow that taxi ahead. Keep a safe distance, but do not lose sight of it." Upon hearing this, the young driver's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this the plot of a movie? I encounter it on my very first day on the job. This sunglass-clad lady, dressed so strikingly, what is her profession? A detective? An undercover agent? A secret operative?" In summary, regardless of her identity, the exuberant spirit of this slightly eccentric young female driver fills her with excitement. "Rest assured, dear lady, I shall assist you in accomplishing your task," she exclaimed. Oh, right. I shouldn't speak so freely. My apologies." Eager and anxious, Zhao Zijin urged. This is of no consequence. Quickly, keep up with that taxi and do not allow it to escape our sight. Throughout the journey, the young driver suppressed her curiosity, diligently following the taxi ahead. Ultimately, the vehicle came to a halt at the elegant Bay CAF. Gazing through the car window at the charming establishment, Zhao Zijin's conviction only strengthened. Chu Xiuyuan must be rendezvousing with an old flame. Chapter 28. The Bashful Heart of the Tsundere President. Upon observing the decor of the Byway CAF, Chu Xiuyuan found himself somewhat puzzled. Why choose such a place for a class reunion? Perhaps they would meet here first and then proceed elsewhere? Once inside the CAF, he spotted Mo Yulan seated by the window, waving at him incessantly. Xiuyuan, over here. Chu Xiuyuan approached and took a seat across from her. Simultaneously, in an unobtrusive corner of the CAF, Zhao Zijin, who had stealthily followed them, settled down. Her position was cleverly chosen, allowing her to overhear the conversation between Chu Xiuyuan and Mo Yulan without being detected. Zhao Zijin furiously thought to herself, I must hear what Chu Xiuyuan has to say to his old flame. With a smile, Chu Xiuyuan greeted his old classmate. Long time no see. The moment Mo Yulan laid eyes on him, her beautiful gaze was fixed upon him, sparkling with delight. It's been ages, Xiuyuan. You've become quite handsome. As their conversation unfolded, Zhao Zijin felt a pang of jealousy. Oh dear, she still calls him Xiuyuan. I would to even dare to call him that. And what does she mean by becoming handsome? He was already quite handsome, all right? It's just a pity that he is a notorious flirt. Thank you for the compliment. You've changed a lot as well, looking even more beautiful. Chu Xiuyuan's polite response seemed to fluster Mo Yulan. Is that your way of complimenting me? I'm really not that different from before. I dressed similarly back in college. As she spoke, Mo Yulan continued to assess Chu Xiuyuan's attire. In contrast, you've changed remarkably. Has your girlfriend transformed you? One could say that. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, scratching his head. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't he have cared much about these things. Although he had learned to groom himself, he had never paid much attention to his appearance until he married Zhao Zijin in haste, which prompted him to maintain a better image. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijin bit down on the small spoon she used to stir her coffee, lamenting internally, men's words are deceitful, especially someone as calculating as Chu Xiuyuan. I do not believe your sweet talk. You must have made an effort to look good for your old flame. Yet, upon further reflection, Zhao Zijin found herself questioning, if he truly did all this for his old flame, why would he conceal it? I followed him here discreetly. He shouldn't have noticed me, hence it's unlikely he would lie. Moreover, since our meeting, he seems to have consistently cared about his image. Could it be that he is truly doing this for me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe that this notorious flirt could do such a thing. As Chu Xiuyuan mentioned his girlfriend, a joyful smile graced his lips, stirring a disquieting feeling within Mo Yulan. She pondered, if only I had been a bit bolder back then, might I have been the girl he constantly thinks of? Alas, life offers no what-ifs. Mo Yulan, regaining her composure, teased Chu Xiuyuan. You once told me your girlfriend is stunning. Now, seeing you so enamored, I am even more curious about her appearance. Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful, particularly when she is being playful, utterly adorable. Unfortunately, she is quite busy today and is not particularly fond of gatherings. Otherwise, I would truly wish to bring her along. For Chu Xiuyuan, the privilege of attending the gathering was secondary to the joy of being out with his wife. However, since his wife did not wish to come, he would not press her. Perhaps due to the sweltering weather, Zhao Zijin found herself blushing in the cool confines of the CAF. Unable to suppress her irritation towards Chu Xiuyuan, she thought, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by playful and adorable? Can such sentiments be shared so casually with outsiders? And you deceived me into believing this was merely a casual reunion, which is why I hesitated to attend. Yet here we are, a lone man and woman in such a romantic CAF. Is this what you call a reunion? This is clearly a blind date. Hearing Chu Xiuyuan speak, Mo Yulan grew even more curious about his girlfriend's image. What kind of enchanting beauty could captivate Chu Xiuyuan so completely? Surely you must have a picture of her on your phone? May I see it? Well, actually, I do not have any photos on my phone. Mo Yulan was taken aback. Are you two in the throes of romance yet you lack a single photo together? Is that true? Indeed, it is true. We have not known each other for long enough to have taken any. Chu Xiuyuan's phone bore no pictures with Zhao Zijin, but their marriage certificate did feature a lovely photo of them together. However, out of respect for his wife's feelings, Chu Xiuyuan could not share that picture. Pouting, Zhao Zijin internally complained. We didn't manage to take any photos, but couldn't you sneak a few? After all, you recorded my playful voice. Could you not have casually taken some pictures too? Zhao Zijin regretted not having taken more candid photos with Chu Xiuyuan. Had they a few delightful snapshots? He could have showcased them with pride, saying to Mo Yulin, "Look, this is my beautiful and charming, no, my wife," in front of Mo Yulin. Zhao Zijin felt comfortable enough to let Chu Xiuyuan refer to her as his wife, dispelling any errant thoughts. I can understand why boys might shy away from photography. But does your girlfriend also dislike being photographed? Not even an announcement photo? Ah, she tends to be rather reserved, shunning the limelight. Very well. Mo Yulin feigned indifference and jestingly inquired. Though you have known her for a short while, your affection for your girlfriend is evident. Surely it must be love at first sight? It cannot be classified as love at first sight. Yet I undeniably grew fond of her quite swiftly, Chu Xiuyuan replied, reminiscing about the previous night when his wife, intoxicated, had playfully sought his affection. He candidly remarked, "I cannot help it. She possesses an irresistible charm." Zhao Zijin felt her cheeks growing increasingly warm. She thought to herself, what is wrong with the owner of this CAF? Could they not turn up the air conditioning a bit? And as for Chu Xiuyuan, a few compliments would suffice. Does he really need to go on and on? Must he embarrass me like this? Chapter 29. The misunderstanding of Mo Yulin listening to Chu Xiuyuan's incessant praises for his girlfriend. Mo Yulin felt an increasing pang of bitterness in her heart. She even regretted initiating this gathering. Had she not encountered Chu Xiuyuan, she would have been spared from this agony. After much contemplation, Mo Yulin mustered her courage and continued to inquire, "Xiuyuan, judging by your enraptured expression, it must be you who confessed to your girlfriend first, right?" Chu Xiuyuan nodded candidly, affirming her assumption. "How well you've concealed it. After successfully confessing, not a single post has been made. As your desk mate for 3 years. I only heard about your girlfriend yesterday." A hint of embarrassment washed over Chu Xiuyuan. While he had indeed confessed, to claim it was successful might be an overstatement. Perhaps it could be described as half successful or even a quarter. He could only tentatively ascertain that his wife harbored some affection for him, nothing more. Thus, Chu Xiuyuan offered a gentle clarification. The dynamic of my relationship with her diverges from that of typical couples, so conventional patterns cannot be applied. While ordinary couples traverse the path from confession to romance and eventually marriage, each step being a significant hurdle, my journey with Zhao Zijin is rather unconventional. We commenced directly with marriage and are currently ensnared at the stage of confession. As for when we will engage in a sweet romance, I cannot say for certain. To me, the way we interact is quite intriguing. Chu Xiuyuan found himself enjoying the peculiar dynamics of their relationship. Zhao Zijin mused. Having been deskmates for 3 years in high school and classmates in middle school, it's no wonder she feels such deep affection for Chu Xiuyuan. Upon entering the CAF, Zhao Zijin discreetly cast a glance at Mo Yulin. Being a woman herself, she could perceive the unspoken affection reflected in Mo Yulin's eyes with just a single look. This realization led Zhao Zijin to internally criticize Chu Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan, can't you see the way she looks at you? It's almost palpable. Are you truly oblivious, or merely pretending not to understand? Your perceptiveness has been quite sharp these past few days when you've been flirting with me. You ought to clarify her thoughts immediately, and then resolutely reject her. Oh, wait, I came here to catch him in the act. If he rejects Mo Yulin, wouldn't my trip be in vain? But then again, I would rather make this fruitless journey than accept the possibility of an ambiguous relationship between Chu Xiuyuan and Mo Yulin. As she absorbed Chu Xiuyuan's explanation, Mo Yulin found herself increasingly perplexed. She sensed that the nature of his relationship with his girlfriend was rather unusual. As a professional in the finance industry, she had encountered her fair share of gossip, particularly regarding illicit exchanges. Many affluent individuals in her field maintained a discreet demeanor in their romantic affairs, not out of modesty, but because their relationships were shrouded in secrecy. In that moment, Mo Yulin instinctively connected Chu Xiuyuan's relationship to such matters, though she dared not fully ascertain her suspicions. She tentatively inquired, "Xiuyuan, has your girlfriend always been this low-key since being with you?" "Indeed," he replied. "Her income should be lower than yours, right?" Mo Yulin speculated, assuming that Chu Xiuyuan's earnings were lesser than those of his girlfriend. However, she refrained from posing the question directly, fearing it might provoke resistance from him, leading to a refusal to respond. Thus, she opted for a hypothetical inquiry. As expected, Chu Xiuyuan's subsequent answer confirmed her suspicion. "No. Her income is actually higher than mine. Last night, while drinking, his wife had mentioned her salary to him. Each month, it surpassed his earnings by several thousand. Nevertheless, He was reluctant to divulge such financial details to an old classmate. To Mo Yulin, this information completely validated her conjecture. Chu Xiuyuan, in need of money, had chosen to become a kept man for a wealthy woman. Such a relationship, however, lacked dignity, which is why their romance remained remarkably discreet. Contemplating this, a wave of sorrow washed over Mo Yulin as she gazed at Chu Xiuyuan, the boy she had always cherished. Numerous classic storylines flickered through her mind like a carousel: a gambling father, ailing mother, studying sister, and the broken man he had become. Wait, that doesn't quite fit. His parents were healthy and free of vices. He was their only son. Thus, it seemed that only his brokenness was tangible. No, I cannot stand by and watch Xiuyuan descend into despair. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she finally spoke. Xiuyuan. What is it? He asked. Are you in need of money lately? Whatever the amount, you can tell me. I can help. What? Zhao Zijin's expression turned icy as she gripped the handle of her spoon tightly, nearly bending it in her fury. She was seething. Mo Yulin, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I, Zhao Zijin, am the type to support a kept man? Moreover, what are you implying? Is Chu Xiuyuan really suited for that role? Apart from being handsome, having abs, and being able to cook. All right, even if he were suitable, he is not that kind of person. We have obtained our marriage certificate openly, and our relationship is entirely pure. At most, we've exchanged a kiss, nothing more. Furthermore, can your meager funds compare to mine? Am I unaware of whether my nominal husband is in need of money? Do you really think it's necessary for you to inquire or intervene? Chu Xiuyuan, you need to reject her. Now. Immediately. Finally, Chu Xiuyuan came to his senses and burst into laughter. Mo Yulin, you are overthinking it. While her income is indeed higher, it is not by a significant margin. In any case, the situation is not as you imagine. To Mo Yulin's ears, his explanation sounded more like a cover-up. She continued to implore earnestly, Xiuyuan, you might not realize just how much I possess. I truly can help you. Believe me. Chu Xiuyuan curled his lips, his expression turning serious. I believe you. However, your wealth is of no concern to me, and I shall not take your money. I can unequivocally state, I cherish my girlfriend and wish to be with her. Nothing more. Mo Yulin inquired with a smile, what if I offered you 100 million? Chu Xiuyuan shrugged indifferently, no matter how many hundreds of millions you possess. My stance remains unchanged. Rather than courting a wealthy woman, he preferred to return home and spend quality time with his wife. He glanced at his phone and then back at Mo Yulin. We have conversed for quite some time, yet none of our classmates have arrived for the gathering. It seems you only invited me today, am I correct? Indeed. Mo Yulin summoned all her courage and revealed the feelings she had long harbored in her heart. Chu Xiuyuan, I have always held deep affection for you. I came to Mingjiang City specifically to see you. Over the years. Stop right there. Chapter 30, The Wife's New Transformation. Chu Xiuyuan abruptly interrupted Mo Yulin, denying her the chance to continue her thoughts. Mo Yulin cast a somewhat resentful glance at him, saying, Xiuyuan, after all these years of affection, could you not grant me the courtesy of finishing my sentence? No. With that, Chu Xiuyuan rose to his feet, adding, had I known the true purpose of your gathering, I would not have come at all. Are you worried your girlfriend might find out? Mo Yulin replied with a bitter smile. As long as we remain silent, she will remain oblivious. Whether she knows or not is irrelevant to my actions. Besides, if she were to find out, it would surely distress her. Chu Xiuyuan was acutely aware that while his wife often appeared spirited and fierce, resembling a formidable little wildcat, her heart was quite proud and sensitive. He was a man of unwavering devotion. Once he fell for someone, he could not bear to inflict any sorrow upon them, even if such sorrow was merely a potentiality. At the same time, Zhao Zijin quietly stood and made her way out of the CAF. She felt it unnecessary to remain any longer. Continuing to listen would surely overwhelm her. Moreover, her lips were nearly unable to contain a smile. Yet, despite this, she could not help but internally boast, Chu Xiuyuan, cease your self-admiration. I certainly would not suffer on behalf of someone like you. Upon exiting the CAF, Zhao Zijin was surprised to find that the taxi she had arrived in had not yet departed, and she promptly re-entered it. Driver, to Qianhe Jiyuan Community, please. Certainly. On the return journey, her spirits lifted. She could not resist striking up a conversation with the young female driver. Why did you linger at the entrance of the Park Hyatt CAF for so long? It's the weekend. I imagine there are many needing a ride? Well, the young driver hesitated, reluctant to admit that her curiosity had kept her waiting at the CAF's entrance, eager to witness how the drama would unfold. However, after waiting for some time, There was no sign of quarrels, shouts, or even the sounds of a chase or scuffle, let alone any gunfire. None of the cinematic scenes she had anticipated materialized. Ultimately, she only observed the mysterious girl emerging from the CAF, her cheeks and ears flushed, wearing a smile. The driver hastily concocted an excuse. "I just wanted to take a break, so I paused at the CAF entrance. But you seem considerably happier. Have you encountered some good fortune?" "Not at all. Merely endured the ramblings of an insufferable man inside." The young driver discerned the unmistakable joy in the mysterious girl's tone when she mentioned that insufferable man. Yet, mindful of her passenger's feelings, she dared not probe further. After Chu Xiuyuan departed, the last semblance of joy faded from Mo Yulin's face, giving way to an overwhelming sorrow that enveloped her heart. She could not help but lower her head, and within moments, large tears fell onto the table. The unrequited love she had maintained for so many years had culminated in such a hasty conclusion. In truth, she had anticipated this outcome long ago. Yet, upon seeing Chu Xiuyuan again after many years, the tumult of emotions within her compelled her to express her feelings. Truly, he was the Chu Xiuyuan whom she had cherished for so long. Mo Yulin wept softly. Even the reason for rejecting her was so earnest and unwavering. He could have easily fabricated another excuse. "How am I to forget you like this?" Without a backward glance, Chu Xiuyuan departed from the CAF. On his way home, he pondered how to explain the situation to his wife. Of course, he could choose to remain silent. The Baiwa CAF had few patrons that day, and given its distance from Qinhe Jiayuan, his conversation with Mo Yulin might forever remain a secret. However, Chu Xiuyuan felt strongly that honesty was the cornerstone of a long-lasting marital relationship. If he chose to conceal this matter with a small lie today, he would inevitably have to weave an even greater web of deceit to cover the initial falsehood. The snowball of lies would only grow larger, ultimately leading to an avalanche of distrust. Soon, a taxi halted at the entrance of the community. He opened the door and stepped out. Walking into the second unit of the complex, ascending to the 9th floor, and finally approaching his front door. With each step, he moved slowly, anxious that upon revealing the truth, his wife would not only misunderstand him but also become exceedingly angry, viewing the matter as a festering wound. Such a scenario would be disastrous. Having chosen to be forthright, he needed the courage to confront the consequences of that honesty. Chu Xiuyuan silently encouraged himself, then opened the door and entered his home. "Honey, I'm back." He hurried into the living room, only to be taken aback by the sight of his wife's door left ajar. This was surprising, as she had always closed the door behind her in recent days. "You're back quite early. Did you not catch up with your old classmates?" Her cheerful voice floated from within the room. Moments later, Chu Xiuyuan beheld his wife emerging, clad in a white dress and silver high heels. Since their acquaintance, he had only seen her in black uniforms or tailored suits, attire suitable for a professional setting. This casual ensemble was a delightful first for him. The simple yet elegant white dress accentuated her graceful figure, revealing a smooth calf and her delicately fair arms. Her soft, flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders. The natural beauty of her unadorned face was enhanced by a gentle smile, radiating an enchanting charm. Her fresh and refined aura was vividly showcased. In an instant, Chu Xiuyuan's gaze fixated on his wife, rendered speechless by her presence. Observing his reaction, Zhao Zijin smiled even brighter. "It seems that my attire today has indeed caught your fancy. What do you think? Does it evoke a sense of ethereal beauty?" Chu Xiuyuan candidly nodded. "Wife, it certainly does." "Humph, that has music to my ears. Dear, I shall prepare dinner now. Shall we indulge in a bit of wine tonight?" Zhao Zijin was well aware of Chu Xiuyuan's intentions. Of course, she harbored the same sentiment, having returned early to don this exquisite outfit. For whom, if not for him? This fool who privately lauded her to the heavens? However, she suddenly felt inclined to tease her nominal husband. "I shall not be dining at home tonight." This response left Chu Xiuyuan utterly astonished. On a weekend evening, adorned so exquisitely, yet not to dine at home. With whom, then, would she be dining? Chapter 31. Dining out with my wife. Chu Xiuyuan was acutely aware that, at this stage, their relationship was merely one of nominal marriage. Each had their own social circles, and there was no necessity to report every detail to one another. However, he couldn't help but wonder, dressed as she was, who could his wife possibly be going out to dine with? After much contemplation, he decided to voice his curiosity. "My dear wife, with whom do you intend to dine?" Zhao Zijin observed the expression on Chu Xiuyuan's face, her smile growing even more radiant. Was he truly so eager to know? Was she indeed going out for a meal with someone else? Her response stirred a hint of unease within Chu Xiuyuan. He replied with a touch of melancholy. As your husband, is it not reasonable for me to inquire? Seeing the look on Chu Xiuyuan's face, Zhao Zijin felt as though she might burst with laughter. You're not having fanciful thoughts or feeling jealous, are you? As she spoke, she gently caressed his cheek with her delicate hand. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief as they locked onto his. Tell me, as a married woman, who could I possibly be dressing up for on a weekend evening? If not some oblivious fool? Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in realization. With such words from her, how could he remain oblivious? His wife desired to dine with him. Elated, he began to respond, my dear wife, but before he could fully articulate his joy, her soft hand grasped his face. What do you mean, I? How dare you entertain such chaotic thoughts? Are you seeking a reprimand? I was wrong, my dear. With his face held in her gentle grasp, Chu Xiuyuan could only mutter. I promise, from now on, whenever I see you dressed so beautifully, I shall assume it's for my sake. Zhao Zijin released her hold, turning her gaze aside. A shy smile gracing her lips. Enough of your flattery, I did not dress up for you. Inside, Chu Xiuyuan was elated, silently praising. How utterly adorable my wife is when she's being tsundere. Give me just a few minutes to change into something more fitting. I cannot possibly match your elegance in this attire. All right, hurry along. Enough chatter. Zhao Zijin felt that she had been complimented far too many times by Chu Xiuyuan that day. The joy swelling within her was nearly overwhelming. Had these compliments been mere polite niceties or insincere flattery laced with malice, it would have been one thing. She had heard far too many of those to feel anything. Yet, Chu Xiuyuan's heartfelt praise, imbued with genuine emotion, brought her immense delight. Zhao Zijin mused to herself, Chu Xiuyuan, you possess quite the talent for charming others. No wonder someone as beautiful as Mo Yulin continues to be enamored with you. Once Chu Xiuyuan changed into more suitable attire, he and his wife stepped out together. In the elevator, he posed a question that had been nagging at him. My dear wife, what prompted you to suddenly want to dine out with me today? Is it that my cooking does not suit your palate? Certainly not. Your culinary creations are quite delectable. Really? Upon witnessing the joy radiating from Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin could not suppress her laughter. Indeed, throughout these past days, it has been you cooking at home, which must be quite exhausting. Chu Xiuyuan candidly remarked, cooking for my wife brings me immense joy. It is far from burdensome. Zhao Zijin continued to elaborate, I believe, as newlyweds, we should occasionally indulge in dinners that carry a sense of ceremony. This was but one reason. Another, unspoken reason was her profound satisfaction with Chu Xiuyuan's responses to Mo Yulin today. Yet, this sentiment remained buried in her heart. Unuttered to Chu Xiuyuan. Such as? Chu Xiuyuan cheerfully speculated, a candlelit dinner, perhaps? Humph. Take your time guessing. Although Chu Xiuyuan had guessed correctly, the proud Zhao Zijin was reluctant to concede immediately, instead playfully urging him to continue. As they bantered, they found themselves within Xinming residence. Aunt Wang had arranged a secluded corner for them. Chu Xiuyuan surveyed the surroundings, a look of surprise crossing his face. He leaned towards his wife and whispered, Dear, it seems rather quiet here at Xinming residence this weekend. Zhao Zijin responded, Of course, it is a members-only establishment. New patrons must be accompanied by existing members to gain entry. As it stands, Zhao Zijin was the sole member. In essence, this quaint eatery was established solely to address her dining needs. Who would have anticipated that upon its inception, Chu Xiuyuan would capture Zhao Zijin's heart through his culinary skills? Consequently, before tonight, she had only visited Xinming residence once. Oh, I see. After dinner, I shall arrange for your membership. So you may dine here at your leisure. No need. My dear, a simple recommendation from you will suffice. I shall handle it myself. Typically, membership at such establishments entails a fixed annual fee. Chu Xiuyuan would not allow his wife to spend more than necessary on this matter. Zhao Zijin, perceptive as ever, saw through Chu Xiuyuan's intentions and declared, The annual fee for membership is negligible. Do not fuss over such trivialities. Upon uttering these words, even Zhao Zijin felt a twinge of astonishment. Just days prior, she was resolute in her belief that Chu Xiuyuan's interest was driven by greed for wealth and beauty. Hence, she vowed never to spend a single penny on him. Yet now, she found herself voicing such sentiments. How could this be? It must be the cunning nature of Chu Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin believed that it was not her perspective that had shifted, but rather that Chu Xiuyuan had played his part too well, leading her astray. Ah, well, if she had strayed, she might as well linger a while. Spending a little money on a charming young man with an admirable physique and a talent for compliments, while enjoying a romantic candlelit dinner. It was, in her eyes, a delightful emotional investment. Zhao Zijin felt she was not losing out. In fact, she was profiting from the experience. However, it seemed that Chu Xiuyuan had more to say. My dear, I believe it would be best if I... The beautiful president of Tianyun Group, at this moment, exuded an air of authority without anger. Yet, in her gaze towards Chu Xiuyuan, there lingered a hint of playful mockery. Just this morning, you mentioned that if I were to ask you to buy vinegar, you would never settle for soy sauce. And yet, after attending a class reunion, you have changed your tune? Could it be that you encountered an old flame today, leading to a shift in your affections? No, my dear. That is not what I meant. Chu Xiuyuan found himself amused by her words. Yet, for a moment, he struggled to refute her. Indeed, some events had transpired at the reunion this afternoon. Very well, since you insist, I shall heed your wishes. Zhao Zijin smiled triumphantly. Now that is more like it. Let us place our order. Chapter 32. The feeding play of the couple. Chu Xiuyuan picked up the menu and had just ordered a few dishes when his wife called a halt. Xiuyuan, don't just order what I like. Be sure to choose a few dishes you enjoy as well. Chu Xiuyuan had no particular preference for the various delicacies, other than a fondness for spicy food. He replied, whether I order what you love or what I love, it hardly makes a difference, does it? Zhao Zijin shot him a look of disapproval and pouted. You know what I enjoy, but I have no idea what you prefer. It seems rather unfair. Upon reflecting, Zhao Zijin felt a surge of surprise. Why should she concern herself with his tastes? What he liked had nothing to do with her. Nevertheless, since his wife had spoken thus, Chu Xiuyuan proceeded to select a few of his favorite dishes. Although it was a candlelit dinner, most of the offerings were traditional Chinese cuisine. Once all the dishes were served, Chu Xiuyuan began to serve her the food she adored. Come on, dear, eat more. After several attempts to feed her, he noticed that his wife hadn't touched her chopsticks at all. She kept her head lowered, her charming eyes fixed on the tableware, seemingly caught in a moment of hesitation. Suddenly, it dawned on Chu Xiuyuan that he might have made a small blunder. Perhaps his wife didn't fancy the dishes that someone else served her. Shall I fetch you a clean set of utensils? He asked. No need. This set is perfectly clean. Then what is going on? Zhao Zijin lifted her gaze to meet his, as if resolutely deciding something, her cheeks flushing. Xiuyuan, my right hand. It suddenly hurts so much that I can't hold my chopsticks. In an instant, Chu Xiuyuan's eyes sparkled with understanding. How could he not grasp her meaning? With a hint of excitement, he said, then I shall sit beside you, dear, and give your hand a gentle massage. Zhao Zijin's face reddened further, and she could only lower her head, stifling a smile. All right. Thus, Chu Xiuyuan moved from across the table to sit beside her. He reached out, taking her right hand into his, gently massaging it. Come on, dear, let me feed you. He then used his other hand to pick up some food and bring it to her lips. Zhao Zijin's eyes sparkled with delight as she locked eyes with Chu Xiuyuan. Her cherry-red lips eagerly received the morsels he offered. The presence of Miss and her fiancé dining at Xinming residence sent ripples of excitement among the staff, particularly for Aunt Wang, who was deeply concerned about the couple's relationship, fearing that they might be unhappy and ruin their meal. She worked diligently alongside her colleagues to ensure they received the best dishes. After serving the couple, she made her way to the monitoring room. The small surveillance room was already crowded with employees eager to witness the unfolding drama. Hey, look. The fiancé is sitting next to the miss. Oh my goodness. The fiancé is even feeding the miss. As young newlyweds, their behavior could certainly be understood. The boldness of young love was commendable. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't dare to feed someone in a public restaurant like that. The young lady should be aware that Xinming residence is under surveillance. Yet she dares to act in such a manner. It seems her affection for the young lord is genuine. Alas, this batch of cameras lacks audio functionality. Otherwise, we could eavesdrop on their conversation. Listening to the playful banter of her colleagues, Aunt Wang couldn't help but smile and join in the jesting. Such behavior is typically more liberated at home, yet the young lady insists on bringing the young lord to Xinming residence. Are we merely participants in their peculiar game? Chu Xiuyuan gently held his wife's small hand, feeding her with unbridled joy. After all, they often shared meals together, but the intimacy of today's moment was a rare treasure. Xiuyuan, I know you relish this, but you needn't focus solely on feeding me. You should eat as well. It's all right. I'm not particularly hungry. Just as Chu Xiuyuan finished speaking, his stomach let out a loud grumble. Humph. Liar. Zhao Zijin pouted, removing Chu Xiuyuan's large hand. Listen, your stomach is growling. With a playful smile, she reached out to touch his abdominal muscles. Even through his suit and shirt, she could discern the contours of his eight-pack. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. Wife, are you trying to take advantage of me? Less self-adoration. What do you possess that I would want? Zhao Zijin playfully tapped him before retracting her left hand. Then, she raised her right hand and picked up her chopsticks. Xiuyuan, after your prolonged massage, my hand feels much better. I can eat with chopsticks now. So, you should first feed your own stomach. All right. Chu Xiuyuan felt a tinge of regret. He had intended to feed his wife a few more bites. Little did he know, his own stomach was not cooperating. As he began serving himself, he heard his wife's soft, lingering voice. Or perhaps, would you like me to feed you a few bites? Yes. Chu Xiuyuan responded with unhesitating decisiveness. He swiftly turned to look at his wife, only to find her engrossed in her meal, seemingly unperturbed. Zhao Zijin raised her head, looking at Chu Xiuyuan with a serious demeanor. What are you thinking? Hurry up and eat. Stop staring at me. Wife, I heard you. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. All right, I will feed you. Now open your mouth. Oh my, it's a turn-based game now. It seems the young lady is now feeding the young lord. Watching them enjoy their meal, it truly appeared to be a delightful affair, albeit with a longer duration. Hey, did you hear what the young lord said? The young lady seems a bit displeased. Observing his wife happily feeding him, Chu Xiuyuan felt a great sense of enjoyment. Yet, the more he savored the moment, the more he yearned to bring up the incident with Mo Yulin from earlier in the day. After all, discussing such matters requires a certain degree of courage. The longer one procrastinates, the more the determination and courage to voice the matter dissipate. My dear wife, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Zhao Zijin smiled slightly. To her, the current demeanor of Chu Xiuyuan was entirely transparent. A mere observation of his expression allowed her to surmise what he was about to articulate. She fed Chu Xiuyuan another bite and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What is it?" "Do tell." Chu Xiuyuan recounted the events concerning Mo Yulin in general terms. Throughout this, Zhao Zijin maintained her cheerful demeanor until he mentioned the revelation of feelings. At that moment, her hand, poised to pick up food, abruptly halted. With her left hand gently grasping Chu Xiuyuan's cheeks, she coldly demanded, "And then? How did you respond to her?" Although Zhao Zijin already knew the answer, she felt compelled to navigate the expected emotions of anger. Chapter 33, My wife wishes to be carried home. I firmly declined her request. Chu Xiuyuan hastily recounted the ensuing circumstances, fervently explaining, "My dear wife, I shall not engage in such actions that would betray your trust. I am genuinely concerned that withholding the truth may adversely affect our future marital bond." Upon observing that what Chu Xiuyuan articulated mirrored her own observations from that day, Zhao Zijin chose not to press him further. "Very well, I shall trust you this time. Thank you for your understanding, my love. Do not rejoice too soon. I must forewarn you, infidelity is absolutely forbidden, otherwise." Zhao Zijin brandished her delicate fist, exclaiming, "I would rather be a widow." The fierce yet endearing expression on her lovely face instantly melted Chu Xiuyuan's heart. "My dear wife, I swear to the heavens, I would never do anything to cause you sorrow." "Humph, now that's more like it." Zhao Zijin's smile returned, and she continued to feed Chu Xiuyuan. "Here, this is a reward for you. You performed admirably today." "Thank you, my dear." Zhao Zijin subtly remarked, "Xiuyuan, I must admit, there are times when your honesty is quite commendable. I have always been entirely open with you, devoid of any concealment." "Oh, is that truly the case?" "Of course it is." "Really? Or perhaps not." Zhao Zijin could not be entirely certain, yet she found solace in the fact that everything he had said today rang true, which was the source of her delight. Seizing the moment of joy, she decided to fully embrace this sincere time together. After all, he had a knack for charming her, which brought her happiness. Just as Chu Xiuyuan relished her playful affection, Zhao Zijin delighted in his gentle coaxing. To encourage him to further indulge her, Zhao Zijin devised a little scheme. She pressed the service bell, and Aunt Wang promptly brought over a bottle of red wine. Gazing at the bottle on the table, Chu Xiuyuan hesitated. On one hand, he yearned to witness his wife's adorable side when she was tipsy. On the other hand, he worried about her limited tolerance for alcohol and the potential harm of excessive drinking. Ultimately, he resolved to advise her against it. "My dear, perhaps we should forego the wine?" "Xiuyuan, there is no need for concern. This bottle is not the same brand as last night's. It isn't as potent." "Very well, since you insist." Chu Xiuyuan reluctantly poured a glass for both himself and his wife, and they began to drink heartily, just as they had the previous evening. Before long, the entire bottle was nearly empty. Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Chu Xiuyuan. "Hee, Xiuyuan, I told you it wouldn't be so easy to get drunk." Zhao Zijin was, of course, not intoxicated. However, she felt compelled to feign inebriation. After all, how could this fierce woman, akin to an eagle, continue to be affectionate towards him without a hint of tipsiness? The earlier act of feeding each other had drained her of all her courage. In this moment, only by pretending to be tipsy could she dare to continue her playful antics with Chu Xiuyuan, unaware of her ruse. Chu Xiuyuan looked at his seemingly intoxicated wife with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You're not drunk at all. You're on the verge of becoming a puddle of mush. You're the one who's drunk." Unyielding, Zhao Zijin stretched out her hands, cupping the handsome face of Chu Xiuyuan, exclaiming, "You are nothing but a heap of mud, obscuring everything." All right, I am indeed a heap of mud," Chu Xiuyuan replied, unable to dispute his adorable wife. He took out his phone, intending to capture this charming moment of her playful antics. However, his wife swiftly snatched the phone from him. "Humph. Trying to pull a fast one again. I told you I'm not drunk. I want to let you succeed." Chu Xiuyuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Yes, my dear wife is not drunk. It is I who am inebriated. May I kindly request you to indulge this tipsy man and let us return home? Please? No way. Why not? Have you not seen? I am still hungry and thirsty. The bill has yet to be settled, and your membership has not been processed. As she spoke, Zhao Zijin pressed the service bell once more, summoning Aunt Wang back. To Chu Xiuyuan's astonishment, his wife, despite her intoxication, managed to accurately settle the bill and register her details. "Higi, done?" Zhao Zijin beamed, handing the membership card to Chu Xiuyuan. "So, what do you think?" "Xiuyuan, did you enjoy tonight's meal?" "Yes, immensely." While Zhao Zijin's playful demeanor delighted Chu Xiuyuan, her drunken state filled him with concern. Continuing the conversation, he said, "Dear, we should hurry home. I truly have had too much to drink." "All right. Xiuyuan, let us return home." Chu Xiuyuan supported his wife as they exited Mingxian residence. The moment they stepped outside, a gust of night wind swept over them. At the end of August, the night breeze in Mingjiang carried a hint of chill. Zhao Zijin, clad in a sleeveless dress, shivered as the wind brushed against her, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself for warmth. In the next instant, Chu Xiuyuan draped his suit jacket over her shoulders. The warmth of the jacket banished the chill from Zhao Zijin's body, eliciting a smile from her. "Xiuyuan, you do show concern when you're drunk." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, placing a hand on his forehead. "What are you saying, my dear? Whether drunk or sober, I have always cared for you. Haven't I? Well, you do have a point. Higi, Xiuyuan, you are the best." With that, Zhao Zijin opened her slender arms toward Chu Xiuyuan. This gesture caused his eyes to sparkle with delight. His beautiful, tipsy wife was asking for a hug. Chu Xiuyuan was overjoyed. He also opened his arms to embrace her. However, Zhao Zijin placed her hands firmly against his chest, halting his advance. "Xiuyuan, you truly are intoxicated. Trying to force a hug on me?" Chu Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback. Dear, was it you who wanted to hug me? Who told you that? Stop making wild guesses, all right? All right then." Chu Xiuyuan, undeterred, pressed further. "But what did that gesture mean, just now? Carry me." Huh. With a soft and enchanting tone, Zhao Zijin playfully urged, "Xiuyuan, I wish for you to carry me home. Would you be so kind?" What could be the reason behind her desire for Chu Xiuyuan to bear her? Was she merely seeking to tease him? Or did she yearn for a more intimate physical connection? Zhao Zijin herself could not articulate it clearly. Nonetheless, the words had escaped her lips. And she had no intention of retracting them. She simply wished for him to acquiesce promptly. Chu Xiuyuan responded to his wife's request with a smile. "Very well. I shall carry my dear wife home." He turned, crouched down, and playfully added, "Climb aboard, my love." At that moment, if he were to glance back, he would behold the clarity in his wife's eyes and the blush adorning her cheeks. Zhao Zijin nestled onto Chu Xiuyuan's back, her delicate arms wrapped around his neck, while he secured her thighs, lifting her effortlessly. Chapter 34, The Fragrance of My Wife. Despite having become acquainted with Zhao Zijin's physique over the past few days, when Chu Xiuyuan lifted her thigh into his embrace, he could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Her long, firm legs, even through the delicate fabric of her dress, exuded a softness and silkiness that was undeniably alluring. More intoxicating was the way Zhao Zijin's ample bosom pressed firmly against his back at that moment. It was then that Chu Xiuyuan realized the profound impact of this seemingly simple act of carrying his wife was far more potent than he had ever anticipated. Upon being lifted by Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin stood there, momentarily stunned, but soon comprehended the situation with a sense of pride swelling within her. She decided to tease him further. Leaning in, her cherry lips brushed against his ear, her breath warm and fragrant. Xiuyuan, why are you just standing there after carrying me? Aren't we supposed to head home? Well. Oh, I see. You think I'm heavy, don't you? The hint of displeasure in her playful tone was unmistakable. Not at all, my dear. Your figure is simply stunning. The moment I lifted you, my mind couldn't help but wander to many thoughts. Though she already knew the answer, Zhao Zijin blushed when Chu Xiuyuan spoke candidly. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around him, resting her head on his shoulder. Xiuyuan, do you truly adore my figure? Chu Xiuyuan nodded, choosing to refrain from further discussing her physique to quell the turmoil within him. Yet, Zhao Zijin felt her cheeks grow warmer at his affirmation. She playfully rubbed her soft cheek against his ear, teasing him further. Xiuyuan, stop standing there like a fool. Aren't you tired? Let us hurry home. Of course. My love. Carrying his wife, Chu Xiuyuan felt her lightness, finding no fatigue in the act. In fact, he wished to prolong the moment. However, the distance from Mingxian residence to the entrance of the community was not particularly lengthy. They walked in silence for a short while until Chu Xiuyuan broke the quiet. My dear, once we return, I shall wash your face and feet. And then you should retire early. Tomorrow, you must rise early to take a shower. Zhao Zijin looked puzzled. Why must I rise early to bathe? Tomorrow is Monday. You have work. My dear, you haven't bathed all weekend. Surely, you must wash up before heading to the office, lest you leave a poor impression on your colleagues and superiors? A frown crossed Zhao Zijing's face, and she felt a sudden urge to bite Chu Xiuyuan. In her heart, she mused, you're the one in disarray. I have always been meticulous about my appearance, you know. Even hypothetically, if I were to appear disheveled. Who in Tianyan Group would dare to comment? Absolutely not. I am quite clean. I bathed this afternoon. After returning from the Bay CAF, Zhao Zijing had indulged in a delightful bath and then donned a lovely dress, eagerly awaiting Chu Xiuyuan's return home. Oh, that's fine, Chu Xiuyuan murmured to himself. So you took a shower this afternoon? Did you perhaps apply some perfume? Perfume? I didn't wear any. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin, with a delicate hand, grasped Chu Xiuyuan's cheek. Oh, is it that your mind is recalling the fragrance of another woman? Speak the truth, quickly. That's a misunderstanding. My dear, I genuinely sensed a subtle aroma on you that I find particularly delightful. I thought it was perfume. Noticing the sincerity in Chu Xiuyuan's words, Zhao Zijin decided not to pursue the matter further. Perhaps it's just the lingering scent of our household products, she suggested. That seems unlikely. The products at home do not carry this scent. Before Chu Xiuyuan could finish, Zhao Zijin had a revelation. No, a blind spot. Our household products are distinctly categorized for men and women. Chu Xiuyuan, you perverse man. You didn't secretly use mine, did you? With that, Zhao Zijin playfully attempted to bite Chu Xiuyuan's neck as a form of punishment. However, she reconsidered, realizing that such an action might not genuinely reprimand someone as audacious as him, but rather inflate his ego instead. Hastily, Chu Xiuyuan sought to clarify. No, my dear. The situation is as follows. On the day we moved in, you purchased a plethora of toiletries. I didn't pay close attention and accidentally used yours. But it was only that once. I haven't used it since, nor will I. Zhao Zijin recalled that day vividly. Is that the day you emerged from the bathroom, flaunting your 8-pack abs? Indeed. Chu Xiuyuan could not help but mentally scoff at his wife's unique memory. Zhao Zijin continued, I thought you looked rather suspicious that day. Why didn't you tell me immediately afterward? Because for several days following that, our interactions were rather awkward. I didn't want to exacerbate the awkwardness by bringing it up. Reflecting on his words, Zhao Zijin found some merit in his reasoning. All right. I'll let it slide this time. Thank you for your understanding, my dear. Chu Xiuyuan continued to soothe her feelings. If it bothers you greatly, I can dispose of those toiletries and purchase new ones. Zhao Zijin immediately flared up. You shall not throw them away. Do you not understand the virtue of frugality? A membership card to Mingzuanju is easily obtained, yet you hesitate to part with a few bottles of toiletries. Chu Xiuyuan could not comprehend his wife's frugal mindset. Perhaps this was what people referred to as knowing when to save and when to spend. However, one thing was abundantly clear to him. When it came to his wife, this tipsy, proud little cat, he needed to pamper her. All right, dear. If you insist we keep them, we shall retain them with care. Humph, that's more like it. As they approached the elevator, Zhao Zijin nestled her head back onto Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder. To prevent the smooth walls of the elevator from reflecting the blush on her cheeks and the smile at the corners of her lips, Zhao Zijin thought to herself, if Chu Xiuyuan were to discover this, I would no longer be able to tease him. However, her renewed silence stirred Chu Xiuyuan's heart. He became increasingly aware of the captivating fragrance emanating from her. He couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "My dear, if this delightful scent is neither perfume nor a body care product, it must surely be your natural essence." Zhao Zijin buried her head and replied, "Natural essence?" Chapter 35, The Taste of Destiny. "Indeed, it is as if my very genes discerned that you are the girl destined for me, allowing me to perceive your unique fragrance." "Oh, Xiuyuan, have you ever encountered a similar scent on other girls?" "No. I find that hard to believe. What must I do to convince you?" Zhao Zijin replied with a smile, "When the day comes that I am willing to believe, I shall naturally do so." "Is that so?" "I tend to think that you already believe, my dear." "Nonsense. I do not." As she spoke, Zhao Zijin nestled her little head against Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder, suddenly inhaling deeply through her delicate nose. To her astonishment, she detected a subtle fragrance emanating from him. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be the lingering scent of his toiletries. While Zhao Zijin pondered this matter, she suddenly heard a sigh from Chu Xiuyuan. "Alas, perhaps Miss Zhao is right. I am just an ordinary person, unworthy of your affection. How foolish I have been to indulge in sweet words and silly acts. It would be better for me to let go." As Chu Xiuyuan spoke, Zhao Zijin sensed him loosening one hand, seemingly intending to set her down. Panic surged within her. She felt that her little ruse had gone awry. She thought, "I cannot be let down now. My smile still lingers on my face. The pretended drunkenness has yet to fully fade. If I were to raise my head now, I would undoubtedly reveal my charade. The embarrassment would fall solely upon me. Upon discovering the truth, Chu Xiuyuan would surely mock me. Oh, so Miss Zhao has been pretending to be drunk to act coy with me." Just the thought of such a scene sent shivers down Zhao Zijin's spine. She buried her head even deeper and clutched Chu Xiuyuan's neck tightly, attempting to restore her countenance to that of inebriation. In her desperation, she resorted to revealing her true feelings to buy herself some time. "Xiuyuan, I actually quite like you, the way you comfort me." "Oh?" Chu Xiuyuan's tone softened with delight. "Really? Truly? Otherwise, would I engage in such antics tonight? Wouldn't you agree?" "That is true. However," Chu Xiuyuan shifted the conversation, "I still need to set you down." "Why? You promised to carry me home." "Because we have arrived home, my dear." As Chu Xiuyuan responded with a smile, he opened the door with his free hand. Upon hearing the door creak open, Zhao Zijin suddenly realized that she had fallen into Chu Xiuyuan's trap. What a scheming man. Truly a deceiver. Chu Xiuyuan carried his wife into the house and, upon reaching the sofa, knelt to gently set her down. Zhao Zijing's pretended drunken expression finally returned to normal, and she released Chu Xiuyuan, collapsing onto the sofa. She hummed to herself, "HMPF. Xiuyuan, you are playing with me. How can this be considered a game? At most, it could merely be seen as my creative way of expressing affection towards my wife." With that, Chu Xiuyuan fetched a pair of slippers. "Come, my dear. It is time to change into slippers and to wash your feet." Zhao Zijing, still unconvinced, continued to jest at Chu Xiuyuan. "You seem so delighted. This must be your favorite moment as a peculiar foot enthusiast, right?" Chu Xiuyuan chuckled even more, yet his hands remained busy. "My dear, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a gentleman, devoid of any strange proclivities." After washing his wife's delicate feet and charming face, Chu Xiuyuan assisted her back to the room. "My dear, just like last night, you may change into your nightgown by yourself." Observing the hesitance in Chu Xiuyuan's demeanor, Zhao Zijing instantly comprehended his intentions. "Humph. Chu Xiuyuan, you are still too inexperienced. You are blatantly revealing your cards to me. It is certain that you will lose. If you wish to kiss me, you may as well forget it." Maintaining her tipsy demeanor, she pointed a finger at Chu Xiuyuan. "Xiuyuan, you must not kiss me like you did last night." "As you command, my dear." Saying this, Chu Xiuyuan gently grasped her finger and placed a soft kiss upon her hand. "You." Before Zhao Zijing could react, Chu Xiuyuan seized the moment and planted a kiss on her rosy cheeks. "Oh, this, you." Chu Xiuyuan observed the blush on his wife's cheeks and her stammering, chuckling as he inquired, "This feels different from last night, doesn't it?" You are cheating." "Apologies, my dear, but you are simply too adorable. I find it hard to resist kissing you." Before Zhao Zijing could respond, Chu Xiuyuan stepped back out of the room. "Good night, my dear. Wishing you sweet dreams." Once Chu Xiuyuan left the room, Zhao Zijing lay down on the bed. Her petite head nestled deeply into the soft pillow, leaving only her ears, flushed with embarrassment, exposed. It was evident that her lovely face would only grow redder. She had yet to change out of her dress, and her smooth legs remained visible. rhythmically bouncing against the bed. Chu Xiuyuan, why must you be like this? Always deviating from the norm. Subsequently, Zhao Zijin, inexplicably drawn, retrieved her tablet, replaying the earlier scene over and over again. On Monday, during the workweek, Zhao Zijin always rose early. Despite having gone to bed late due to repeatedly watching the surveillance replay, such matters were trivial and hardly affected her vigor as a formidable businesswoman. Clad in her nightgown, she tiptoed to the door, listening intently to the sounds beyond. To her delight, there was no noise. Carefully, she opened the door and peeked outside. It appeared that Chu Xiuyuan was still asleep. Once confirming the situation, she boldly stepped out of the room and made her way to the bathroom. One cannot expect a gift without reciprocation. Since Chu Xiuyuan has used her toiletries, Zhao Zijin also intends to try his. She squeezed out a series of men's shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, and other grooming products, inhaling their fragrances one by one. How curious, none of them seemed to match. Just yesterday, when Xiuyuan carried her, she distinctly sensed a peculiar scent emanating from him. Could it be that my instincts are revealing he's the man destined for me? Alarmed, Zhao Zijin shook her head vigorously, hastily dismissing this terrifying notion from her mind. Subsequently, she endeavored to rationalize her thoughts. I understand now. It must be that these toiletries, having merely been squeezed out and not actually used, possess a concentration too high, which alters their aroma. If I were to utilize them all, I am certain I would discover that same enchanting fragrance. Chapter 36. A warm embrace from my wife. As Chu Xiuyuan awakened from his slumber, he stepped out of his chamber and was immediately greeted by the melodious hum of his wife emanating from the bathroom. From the cheerful notes, it was evident that she was in high spirits this morning. My dear, why such a delightful tune while you wash up? Is there something special today? With that thought, Chu Xiuyuan pushed open the bathroom door, and in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, my dear, I didn't know. Chu Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin leaned against a chair, wielding a hairdryer and busily tending to her luxurious locks. Chu Xiuyuan stood behind her, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, my love. I truly didn't mean to. I never anticipated you would choose to bathe so early. I can wash whenever I wish. Zhao Zijin was not inclined to disclose the reason for her sudden morning bath. Instead, she ignored Chu Xiuyuan's apologies, muttering under her breath, perverted freak, lecherous scoundrel, despicable cat. For a moment, Chu Xiuyuan was at a loss for how to respond. The instant he had opened the door, he had been greeted by a scene that sent his heart racing. Zhao Zijin was luxuriating in the bathtub, humming a tune, with only her fragrant shoulders and upper chest visible. One delicate hand was gently caressing her alabaster arm, lathered in bubbles. Everything appeared so joyous and beautiful. Had he not intruded, this splendid moment would have undoubtedly lingered much longer. In a bid to express his contrition, Chu Xiuyuan approached her with earnestness. My love, may I assist you in drying your hair? No need. I can manage. Chu Xiuyuan patiently explained, if I stand behind you to help, I can ensure it dries more thoroughly and swiftly. Zhao Zijin shot him a glance, yet she still relinquished the hairdryer to him, taking the device in hand. Chu Xiuyuan began to gently dry her hair, his large hands weaving through her sleek, glossy strands, marveling, my dear, your hair is exquisite, so soft to the touch. Humph. Enough with the flattery, just concentrate on drying. The corners of Zhao Zijin's lips curled slightly. However, Chu Xiuyuan's next remark made her somewhat uneasy. And there's a lovely scent? What is this fragrance? Enough. Enough. Zhao Zijin hastily interjected, I can manage on my own. Yet, Chu Xiuyuan did not heed her wishes. He continued to dry her hair, grinning as he playfully inquired, my dear, did you perhaps use my hair care products? Oh no, this is disastrous. He will undoubtedly mock me mercilessly. What will he say? That I am a pervert who intentionally pilfers others' toiletries. Or perhaps he'll utter even more disparaging remarks. Woe is me. How could I, Zhao Zijin, with my esteemed reputation, suffer such a blow today? It is simply unacceptable. Her silence spoke volumes, indicating she had indeed used the wrong products, correct? Zhao Zijin felt a pang of sorrow. Was judgment finally upon her? Alas, what did he just say? Wrongful usage. Ah, indeed. It was merely an inadvertent mistake on my part. Xiuyuan, you surely cannot hold it against me, can you? Of course not. How could I ever bear to reproach my beloved wife? I am, after all, a husband who dotes on his wife, am I not? My dear, Zhao Zijin pouted. Internally thinking, I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Yet at this moment, she could only go along with the flow. Yes, Xiuyuan, you treat me the best. Chu Xiuyuan's smile widened further. You flatter me, my dear. Misunderstandings are inevitable in life. Just like earlier, when I inadvertently pushed open the bathroom door. You certainly wouldn't hold that against me, would you? Resigned, Zhao Zijin had no choice but to continue descending the slope. Indeed, we are husband and wife after all. So later, my dear will surely obediently finish the breakfast I prepared, filling her little belly before heading off to work, correct? What are you doing? Coaxing a child? I am not a little girl. Zhao Zijin closed her charming eyes, stifling a laugh as she replied. Yes, everything you say is right, Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan added wistfully, before departing. My dear will undoubtedly give me a loving hug, won't she? Yes. Realizing something was amiss, Zhao Zijin suddenly opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed. No. This isn't right. Xiuyuan, you are trying to ensnare me again. This does not count. Chu Xiuyuan did not believe this would come to fruition. He merely sought to tease his wife. Let us not dwell on that, my dear. Your hair is already dry. Let us have breakfast first. After their meal, as Zhao Zijin prepared to change her shoes for work, Chu Xiuyuan began to tidy up the dishes into the dishwasher. Just as he had everything in order and was about to remove the scarf from around his waist, a pair of soft, snow-white hands suddenly reached from behind, wrapping around him tightly. Along with that, he felt the gentle warmth of her body pressing against his back, and that unique fragrance that belonged solely to her. Amidst his delight, Chu Xiuyuan raised his large hands to cover the petite hands encircling his waist. He could not help but exclaim, my wife, though prideful, is indeed a stunning beauty who keeps her promises. Humph. Do not be so pleased with yourself. Zhao Zijin pressed her forehead against his back, her small hands occasionally brushing against his sculpted abs through his clothing. This embrace is a reward for your commendable performance yesterday, so do not get any fanciful ideas. Understood. The implication of my wife's words is clear. If I perform well today, there will be further rewards tomorrow, correct? You. Zhao Zijin was both amused and exasperated by Chu Xiuyuan's ability to seize the opportunity, yet she did not directly oppose him. Let us see how you perform first. Chu Xiuyuan pondered for a moment and realized there was little he could do to impress her on a weekday. Therefore, he inquired, what would you like for lunch and dinner, my dear? Especially lunch. I could deliver it to your office. No, Xiuyuan, you needn't run around. Just prepare something simple. I will return for dinner. Zhao Zijin was hesitant to let Chu Xiuyuan deliver food to her office again. If he were to send gifts more frequently, the nature of their relationship would inevitably become known to everyone in the company. Zhao Zijin wished to avoid such a scenario. All right, Xiuyuan, it is time to let me go. I must head to work now. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xiuyuan released his grip, and Zhao Zijin withdrew her hand from his waist, thus concluding their embrace. Before she could step out of the kitchen, Chu Xiuyuan obstructed her path. Darling, what is it? How would you assess my conduct prior to yesterday? Zhao Zijin could hardly suppress a smile. How could she not comprehend Chu Xiuyuan's implication? Xiuyuan, is there anyone quite like you? You are being rather excessive, aren't you? Chapter 37. A tender kiss from my wife. Well, since my beloved is not yet inclined to grant this reward, I shall not press the matter further. Chu Xiuyuan shrugged. Consider it a debt for now. However, the daily interest shall be a staggering 100%. This means if one is owed today, it transforms into 2 tomorrow, and 4 the day after. Compounding interest indeed. Zhao Zijin found herself in fits of laughter at his antics. Xiuyuan, your usury is utterly outrageous. Are you aware of the highest legal interest rate in private lending? It's 36% annually, which translates to merely 1,000 daily. How could the emotional debts between spouses be measured by conventional lending standards? Chu Xiuyuan feigned a rogue demeanor, asserting that if his wife did not believe him, she could take him to court and declare the debt invalid. Just see if the court would entertain such a case. Zhao Zijin's laughter intensified. She mused that if such a ludicrous lawsuit were to occur, the court officials would likely exclaim, "Get out of here. Newlyweds should refrain from displaying their affection in our midst. I believe. I am quite intimidated by you." With that, Zhao Zijin lifted her arms, resting them on Chu Xiuyuan's shoulders. Then, she swiftly rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against his cheek. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Chu Xiuyuan, saying, "This should suffice, right? I must head to work now." It was not until Zhao Zijin exited the kitchen that Chu Xiuyuan regained his senses and hurried after her. Upon noticing him trailing behind, Zhao Zijin turned, her cheeks still rosy, and playfully warned him, "I have repaid what I owed, so you mustn't become greedy." I know. I merely wish to see you off." My dear. Outside the president's office at Tianyun Group, Zhu Qiuyue stood hesitantly at the door, reluctant to knock. At that moment, her heart raced with anxiety. After sending Mr. Zhao the detailed information about Mo Yulin yesterday, she had yet to receive any response. Given Mr. Zhao's character, it was highly likely he would have initiated some inquiries regarding the matter. Yet now, he had given no instructions. The more she pondered, the more uneasy she became. Could it be that Mr. Zhao has already confronted Mr. Chu about Mo Yulin, perhaps even to the point of a falling out? If that were the case, the situation would be dire. Oh, esteemed President, I fear I have failed your entrustment. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiuyuan realized that Mr. Zhao must be in a foul mood. I, the mere pawn, might also be swept into the turmoil. Yet, whether in life or death, I must ultimately face this. With that thought, Chu Xiuyuan knocked on the office door. Come in. The tone in which Mr. Zhao invited her and did not seem angry at all. Perplexed, Chu Xiuyuan entered, files in hand. Mr. Zhao, here are the documents that require your attention today. Very well, place them here. Xiuyuan, you arrived quite early today. Have you had breakfast? Upon seeing Zhao Zijin's beaming smile, Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She simply could not fathom how Mr. Zhao could still be in such high spirits at this moment. With an effort to maintain her composure, she replied, Yes, I have eaten. Mr. Zhao, if you have yet to dine, I shall procure a meal for you. Zhao Zijin waved her hand. No need. I have already eaten at home. Eaten at home. Chu Xiuyuan was aware that Mr. Zhao was not adept at cooking. It must have been Mr. Chu who prepared the meal. Unlikely. Could it be that the couple did not quarrel? They even shared breakfast together? Mr. Zhao's temperament has suddenly transformed for the better. Chu Xiuyuan sensed something amiss and mustered the courage to inquire. Was it Mr. Chu who made breakfast? Indeed. As she responded, Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. She picked up a pen, feigning diligence with paperwork to mask her current embarrassment. Why the shyness? Zhao Zijin herself could not articulate the reason. During her drive to the office, her mind had been filled with images of her morning with Chu Xiuyuan. She even had to roll down the window, allowing the cool breeze to caress her face, hoping to dispel the redness that had overtaken her cheeks. Otherwise, her face would surely have been a deeper crimson. Imagine the usually stoic and unsmiling beauty of a sim suddenly blushing like a teapot upon arriving at the office. The thought was too embarrassing for Zhao Zijin to bear. After all, it was merely a hug and a kiss. How could the esteemed president of Tianyan Group be reduced to such bashfulness? After much contemplation, she ultimately attributed it to 5 words. It's all Chu Xiuyuan's fault. She resolved that upon returning home for lunch, she would surely give him a piece of her mind. As Zhao Zijin's thoughts spiraled, Chu Xiuyuan's mind was racing at full speed. Her keen gaze had captured the shy expression on Mr. Zhao's face. My goodness! Mr. Zhao, was she truly just shy? Is this really a countenance that would grace her face? If not for the concern of appearing undignified, Chu Xiuyuan would have genuinely wished to rub her eyes in disbelief. Why the shyness? Could it be due to Mr. Chu? Unthinkable. Chu Xiuyuan resolved to verify this. Cautiously articulating, it seems Mr. Chu's cooking suits your palate well. Chu Xiuyuan deliberately omitted the word breakfast, eager to gauge Zhao Zijin's reaction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin kept her head lowered, her ears beginning to flush. Yes, not bad, I suppose. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin realized something, and the redness on her face promptly faded. She abruptly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Chu Xiuyuan, and said in a neutral tone, Secretary Xu, if you have no pressing matters, please attend to your duties. Very well. Chu Xiuyuan exited the CEO's office, her heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. Mr. Zhao has indeed changed because of Mr. Chu. Truly, Mr. Chu is an extraordinary individual. It appears that I must play matchmaker between Mr. Zhao and Mr. Chu. Perhaps one day, I could be blessed with a supervisor whose words are imbued with gentleness, someone who greets each day with joy and amiability. After Chu Xiuyuan's departure, Zhao Zijin began to regain her composure. Contemplating a matter of considerable gravity, have the rewards I bestowed upon Chu Xiuyuan last night and this morning been sufficient? No. Such a matter hardly warrants the label of seriousness. Regardless of its weight, President Zhao is still inclined to offer Chu Xiuyuan additional rewards. But why this inclination? Zhao Zijin herself could not articulate the reason. Could it be due to his resolute demeanor when he rebuffed Mo Yulin yesterday? Or perhaps it was his confession from the night before? Or might it stem from the care he has shown her during this period? Oh, why dwell on it so much? Such hesitation. Ultimately, I simply wish to reward him. This brings forth a new dilemma. What reward should I present to him? Chapter 38. The Tsundere Wife. Taking him out for leisure, travel, and sumptuous meals? In Zhao Zijin's perspective, these gestures do not constitute a reward. Rather, they reflect her own desire for Chu Xiuyuan's companionship in these activities. Perhaps she could gift him something, but what would be appropriate? Ideally, it should be an item that evokes memories of her upon sight. For instance, what could it be? Jewelry? A decorative piece? Or something entirely different? While the options appear plentiful, Zhao Zijin finds herself uncertain about which would be most suitable. After all, it is her first endeavor in preparing a surprise for a boy of her age. Previously, she had only gifted her parents, grandfather, and Secretary Zhu. Contemplating without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Zhao Zijin decided to summon Secretary Zhu back. General Manager Zhao, is there something you need? Secretary Zhu, please draft a survey questionnaire primarily focused on gifts. I would like to know what our employees typically give to their children, parents, and partners. Chu Xiuyuan smiled knowingly. What is amusing you? Oh, it's nothing, General Manager Zhao. I just recalled something delightful. In any case, I shall attend to it immediately. Secretary Zhu's efficiency is remarkable, and soon, the compiled survey information was delivered to Zhao Zijin's computer. As she perused the employees' responses, a clear direction began to emerge in her mind: a watch. However, to present this gift appropriately, she realized she needed to prepare further. After Zhao Zijin left for work, Chu Xiuyuan commenced his tasks related to the online store. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message, prompting him to check his phone. The sender was an old customer saved as Jadeite Little Wong. The message was succinct. Brother Chu, I would like to discuss a collaboration. May I know if you are available? Chu Xiuyuan recalled that this fellow was engaged in the Jadeite business and wondered what sort of collaboration he sought. Was he looking to purchase tools in bulk? That seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, Chu Xiuyuan held no animosity towards money and responded affirmatively. Brother Chu, I wish to enlist your help in conducting a live stream to promote jade bracelets. I recall you mentioning that you have experience in this area, correct? Indeed, however. During my previous employment, the products I promoted were not jade bracelets. That's all right, Brother Chu. At least you have more experience than anyone in my family. I remember your family is in the jade bracelet business, am I right? Yes, in recent years, business has been declining. And we would like to experiment with live streaming sales, but we are struggling to establish a successful broadcast. So, you have come to me for assistance? Yes, Brother Chu. As for compensation, we can offer a placement fee, and for every bracelet sold, you would receive a 20% commission. In the realm of live streaming sales, the term placement fee refers to the upfront payment made by product vendors to the live streamer before the sales event. Thus, only then will the live streaming hosts incorporate the product into their sales schedule, elucidating and showcasing it within the live broadcast. However, such privileges are generally reserved for renowned streamers. Chu Xiuyuan introspected, recognizing that he was merely an inconspicuous presence, far removed from the esteemed ranks of major hosts. The placement fee, if any, would likely be nominal and fairly symbolic. Chu Xiuyuan resolved to conduct a trial broadcast. If the remuneration could cover the other party's expenses, it would be the most favorable outcome. If not, he would refrain from further pursuit. In business, one must not allow the counterpart to feel at a disadvantage for the endeavor to endure. With this thought in mind, he replied to Xiao Wang, all right. Let us proceed as such. Afterwards, let us arrange a meeting to discuss the details of the live stream. Jade merchant Xiao Wang responded, sure, Brother Chu. Coincidentally, my sister studies in Mingjiang City. I will share her WeChat with you. She is quite amiable. Xiao Wang then sent a WeChat business card to Chu Xiuyuan. Upon glancing at it, Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but chuckle at the whimsical nickname. Full of monkeys, my rear is red, which indeed carried a collegiate flair. It was rather improbable for an ordinary office worker to bear such a moniker while conversing with superiors, colleagues, or clients. Xiuyuan, I'm back, Zhao Zijin exclaimed as she entered the home, spotting Chu Xiuyuan waving at her. With a grin, he said, come, my dear, taste my culinary skills. This marks the first time you've returned home for lunch after your shift. Look at you, so pleased with yourself. It's not solely because of your cooking. Zhao Zijin, with a hint of pride, seated herself at the dining table and explained while eating. The company's lunch break is merely 2 hours. After accounting for travel time, I'm left with only an hour and 20 minutes. Therefore, it is quite reasonable for me not to return home for lunch regularly. Wouldn't you agree? Of course it's reasonable. So, dear wife, do eat quickly. Afterward, enjoy a short nap. Zhao Zijin hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, gazing at Chu Xiuyuan with her enchanting eyes filled with a touch of reproach. Xiuyuan, what is it? my love? At times, you are remarkably astute and considerate. Yet at other moments like a fool. Chu Xiuyuan was taken aback. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Zijin pouted. What do you think I made the effort to come home for lunch today? Realization dawned upon Chu Xiuyuan, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Thinking to himself, my dear wife is indeed both proud and adorable. My dear, I understand your intent. He settled beside her, mirroring their previous night at Mingxian Pavilion, saying, open wide, my love. Ah. Zhao Zijin blushed, parting her lips to accept the food Chu Xiuyuan offered. She was well aware that whether it was the previous night or the present moment, her hands were unhurt, and she could easily wield chopsticks. Yet, when faced with Chu Xiuyuan, she found herself yearning to indulge in a bit of coquetry. How vexing, merely a few days into marriage. And how had she become this way? Even more exasperating was Chu Xiuyuan's unwavering tolerance for her whims, which only intensified her desire to be playful with him. If this continued, she truly feared devolving into a state of utter helplessness. No, it wouldn't do. As the esteemed president of the Tianyun Group, I cannot remain idle. Zhao Zijin boldly extended her hand and picked up a pair of chopsticks. In contrast to her demeanor at Mingxian residence, she felt considerably more liberated at home. Xiuyuan, come, allow me to feed you a bite. She mused. As long as she grasped the chopsticks, she could not be deemed useless. As for whose mouth the food would ultimately find its way into, it was of little consequence, right? The two of them, taking turns feeding each other, swiftly finished their lunch. The meal lacked any sweet dishes, however. By the end of it, Zhao Zijin felt an inexplicable sweetness coursing through her entire being. Why was that? Could it be attributed to the act of feeding each other with Chu Xiuyuan? Surely not. Zhao Zijin shook her head, dismissing such a disconcerting thought. Instead, she sought a more scientifically grounded explanation. It must be that the starch in the rice was transformed into maltose by the salivary amylase in her mouth, leading to the sensation of sweetness. This theory could at best elucidate why her mouth perceived sweetness. But what of the sweetness permeating her whole body? Zhao Zijin found herself at a loss. She contemplated. Let us consider it an unexplored domain of modern science. In any case, it was certainly, without a doubt, not because of Chu Xiuyuan. Darling. At the sound of her name, Zhao Zijin abruptly lifted her gaze towards Chu Xiuyuan. What is it? Once you're full, you should hurry back to your room for a nap. I'll take care of the cleanup. Upon hearing this, a glimmer suddenly ignited in Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes. I do not wish to return to my room for sleep. I want to sleep on the sofa. Huh? Sleep on the sofa? Chu Xiuyuan glanced at the living room sofa. While it was not an impossibility, it certainly could not compare to the comfort of a grand bed. I insist on sleeping on the sofa. Seeing his wife's firm determination, Chu Xiuyuan acquiesced to her wishes. Very well, I shall fetch you a blanket. No need. Zhao Zijin strode purposefully to the sofa and sat down. She then patted the sofa with her hand, as if to dust it off. Chu Xiuyuan thought to himself, I recall the sofa being quite clean. He dismissed any concerns and continued tidying the table. Zhao Zijin patted the sofa again, this time with a bit more force. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled knowingly. He understood her intentions. He looked up at her, only to find her little head tilted to one side, her flushed ears particularly striking. Putting down his task, he suppressed a smile and approached her. My dear, I'm feeling a bit sleepy too. May I sit beside you and rest my head against you for a while? That's fine. Chapter 39, a 5-star review from my wife. Chu Xiuyuan settled into the sofa, closely nestled beside his wife, feeling the warmth and strength of his robust form. Zhao Zijin turned her head to catch a glimpse of his handsome profile. To her surprise, their gazes collided. Noting the smug smile on Chu Xiuyuan's face, Zhao Zijin felt a twinge of reluctance, admonishing him not to take too much pride in himself. This is merely a concession for your diligent preparation of lunch, allowing you to snuggle with me for a nap. With a cheerful nod, Chu Xiuyuan refrained from puncturing her proud bravado. Understanding her labors throughout the morning and her multiple trips back and forth had indeed been taxing. Allow me to offer my shoulder for you to rest upon, dear wife. What do you think? Zhao Zijin smiled knowingly. Leaning against Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder for a brief slumber was precisely the aim of her earlier antics. Although she had never been one to indulge in afternoon naps, the prospect of resting her head on his shoulder intrigued her greatly. However, she noticed a slight flaw in his choice of words. Chu Xiuyuan, what do you mean by borrow? Clearly, Zhao Zijin was still vividly recalling his earlier high-interest loan proposal. She feigned displeasure. You call me wife, yet you require a promissory note for a mere shoulder to lean on? You are quite the schemer. Faced with her pointed remarks, Chu Xiuyuan adamantly refused to accept blame. attributing it merely to a verbal misstep. My shoulder is right here. Feel free to use it, dear wife. Humph. That is more like it. With newfound confidence, Zhao Zijin nestled against him. The broad and powerful expanse of Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder brought her immense comfort, accentuated by a subtle fragrance that she found utterly delightful, lulling her swiftly into slumber. Though Chu Xiuyuan was not initially tired, the sight of his wife snugly resting against him filled him with warmth, and soon, drowsiness overtook him as well. Thus, the couple, entwined in each other's embrace, drifted into sleep on the sofa. Unaccustomed to napping, the two did not slip into deep slumber. Chu Xiuyuan was the first to awaken. He gently turned his head to observe Zhao Zijin, noticing her eyelashes fluttering slightly, indicating she was stirring. The newly awakened Zhao Zijin emitted a soft, incoherent sound. Wife. What is wrong, Xiuyuan? Upon hearing her voice, Chu Xiuyuan's heart soared. This was the first time she had playfully called out to him without the influence of alcohol. Regrettably, she would have to return to work in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to have her snuggle against him for a longer rest. He could only lower his voice to avoid startling her. It's time to wake up. You have to return to the office this afternoon. Xiuyuan, your shoulder is so comfortable. I want to sleep a bit longer. Let us save that for tonight, my dear. All right then. Zhao Zijin, still drowsy, finally opened her eyes, her awareness gradually returning. As she gazed into Chu Xiuyuan's eyes, she suddenly realized she had just uttered something quite embarrassing. Xiuyuan, why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Zijin attempted to feign ignorance, yet Chu Xiuyuan did not afford her that opportunity. My dear, do you not recall? Allow me to jog your memory. As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan reached for the play button on his phone, but Zhao Zijin hastily restrained him. Ah, you recorded it again. The moment of her playful charm was too precious to overlook. How could I possibly resist documenting it? Humph. Unable to seize the phone, Zhao Zijin pouted and stood up. I'm off to work. Enjoy listening to those recordings at your leisure, you big pervert. Chu Xiuyuan, however, chuckled as he stood and grasped her hand. Zhao Zijin turned back, puzzled, to look at him. With a mischievous grin, Chu Xiuyuan remarked, My dear, you haven't yet commented on my performance at noon today. The blush on Zhao Zijin's face deepened. Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow for a comprehensive review? Chu Xiuyuan adopted the tone of a customer service representative. Dear customer, here's the situation. You selected a rather extensive service package at noon today. To ensure prompt processing, I must settle the account in advance. If this causes you any inconvenience, I kindly ask for your understanding. Zhao Zijin was amused by his tone and played along. How do you speak as a customer service representative? Do you doubt my ability to pay? Do you look down upon me? No, not at all. Do not say another word. I am giving you a bad review. Very well. Our evaluation system is as follows. A 1-star review entails a 20-second hug. Each additional star increases the hug duration by 10 seconds. The maximum rating is 5 stars. Please provide your evaluation. Zhao Zijin laughed heartily. She thought to herself, this Chu Xiuyuan certainly has a way with words simultaneously. She opened her arms to embrace him, burying her small head in his chest. Chu Xiuyuan held her close. My dear, you smell delightful. Humph. Spare me the flattery. I am merely giving you a bad review. Do not get too smug. Indeed. Zhao Zijin pouted and did not respond to his words, but instead asked with a smile, according to your evaluation system, wouldn't a 5-star review require a full minute of hugging? Chu Xiuyuan nodded. Just a minute. It's not that long, is it? Not long? Not at all. This morning in the kitchen, my dear, you held me for 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Zhao Zijin was somewhat astonished. Did I hold you for that long? I had no sense of it. In her recollection, the embrace this morning had been rather brief. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin recognized a new perspective. Ah, Chu Xiuyuan. That was my first time embracing you. Were you not at all touched? You even had the time to time it on your phone, right? My sincere feelings wasted. I no longer wish to embrace you. With that, Zhao Zijin attempted to break free from Chu Xiuyuan's hold. Chu Xiuyuan immediately clarified, No, my dear. I was counting down in my heart. It was precisely because it was your first embrace that I wished to record it. As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan turned the tables, remarking, it seems, my dear wife, that you possess no sense of time regarding this morning's embrace. Zhao Zijin pouted and retorted, I never had one. I wouldn't constantly count the seconds just to hold you. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Nevertheless, he silently counted the seconds in his mind. As the count reached 60, he gently patted his wife's back, signaling her to release him. All right, my dear, I have duly noted your 5-star review. You do have to go to work, don't you? Don't be late. Stop talking nonsense. It hasn't even been 20 seconds, she exclaimed. I promised a 1-star rating. And I shall deliver it. You can't trick me. With that, Zhao Zijin buried her blushing face once more in Chu Xiuyuan's embrace. Chapter 40. The Decision of the Beautiful CEO. As Chu Xiuyuan's internal countdown reached 321, his wife finally released him. Humph. Those 20 seconds felt far longer than I had anticipated. The blush on Zhao Zijin's face had yet to fade as she turned her head haughtily, prepared to exit the room. You made me lose track of time. If I arrive late to work, I will not let you off the hook tonight. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, wisely choosing not to acknowledge his wife's proud demeanor. He merely advised, Dear, drive safely on the road. The concern from her husband brought Zhao Zijin a sense of joy. However, she pouted once more. I know. You don't need to say it every time. I'm not a child anymore. In the underground garage of Chu Zhao Zijin settled into the driver's seat of her car. In truth, there were still over 30 minutes until her afternoon work shift commenced, providing her ample time to reach the office, even if she were to arrive late. Who would dare to criticize her? Yet, she felt an overwhelming urgency to leave the house. Remaining there any longer would surely drive her mad. Zhao Zijin, what on earth are you doing? Do you even realize whom you embraced? It is Chu Xiuyuan. Do you not understand the kind of person he is? A wolf in sheep's clothing, with ulterior motives. How could you dare to hold him? Once could be dismissed as a moment of weakness. But twice, once in the morning and once at noon. Are you planning another embrace this evening? What do you mean it's not impossible? Does your inner voice even speak rationally? Sigh. Let's take a step back. If you must embrace him, why at kisses? Kissing his forehead and his cheeks? What do you mean by a reciprocal gesture? Is this truly the appropriate context for such a phrase? Spare the sacred texts the indignity of your misinterpretation. Breathing deeply, let's set aside the intimate gestures for the moment, as they are now in the past. However, your relationship with Chu Xiuyuan cannot continue to dwell in such ambiguity. You must comprehend, you and he are not merely lovers in a passionate romance. You are simply. Well, let us reconsider this from another perspective. What merits does Chu Xiuyuan possess? Aside from his charm, good looks, sculpted physique, and culinary skills. Wait, why am I counting on my fingers? Are they even sufficient for this task? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The focus should be on your ability to overlook his myriad of virtues and discern his true nature. What do you mean you cannot let go? Even a stock that has hit the limit down can be pried away. These attributes are neither magnets nor glue. Why can't you detach yourself? When it's time to let go, you must. Zhao Zijin, oh Zhao Zijin. When one hesitates to sever ties, chaos ensues. You have always been decisive. Do you truly wish for this to persist? Lost in contemplation, Zhao Zijin rested her hands on the steering wheel, her head buried between her arms. Suddenly, it seemed she had an epiphany, her expression resolute. She lifted her head sharply, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. Chu Xiuyuan's dilemma shall be addressed later this evening upon my return home from work. I must not allow a man to interfere with my professional obligations. Perhaps it is due to my clarity on this matter that I spent the entire afternoon with remarkable efficiency managing company affairs. By the time the workday concluded, I had successfully resolved all tasks at hand. Consequently, I contemplated leaving the office early. Secretary Zhu, are there any documents requiring my signature? I inquired. None, President Zhao. She replied. However, there is a meeting in the streaming media department this Friday, primarily to discuss issues concerning the new live streaming platform. Originally, this was merely an internal meeting of the streaming media department of lower significance, and your attendance was not deemed necessary. However, since the previous manager Zhou fell ill and was hospitalized, Manager Qian, who has taken over the department, struggles to gain the respect of the team, leading to certain complications. Zhao Zijin nodded in understanding. I comprehend your implication. Please inform them that I will attend the meeting. Very well, President Zhao. Aside from that, there are no further matters to address. Then I shall take my leave and head home. Chu Xiuyuan nodded in agreement. All right, President Zhao, take care. As Zhao Zijin departed, she noticed a subtle smile gracing Chu Xiuyuan's lips. Curiosity piqued, she asked, Secretary Zhu, what is it that brings you amusement? I simply find it intriguing. It is the first time I have seen President Zhao leave the office so early. Well, you see, Zhao Zijin attempted to justify herself. It is primarily because there are numerous matters at home requiring my attention. Chu Xiuyuan nodded repeatedly, understanding her sentiment. Internally, she mused. After all, she is a married woman. Yet, she lacked the courage to voice her teasing thought in front of Zhao Zijin. However, Zhao Zijin astutely sensed Chu Xiuyuan's implication. She smirked and remarked, "My early departure is precisely to address matters concerning Chu Xiuyuan, so that this farce may be resolved swiftly. Do not misconstrue my intentions." I understand. President Zhao, I sincerely hope you can resolve your current issues at the earliest. Zhao Zijin waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate further. The truth behind her desire to return home early was to devise a small strategy in preparation for an upcoming gift. Upon arriving home, Zhao Zijin was greeted by her nominal husband, Chu Xiuyuan, who was seated at the dining table, engrossed in his laptop. She was aware that he typically handled various tasks related to their online shop in the privacy of his own room. It was indeed a first for him to bring his laptop to the living room. This piqued Zhao Zijin's curiosity. Why have you brought your laptop to the living room? Is there an issue with the broadband or Wi-Fi in your room? Not at all. I simply find this position quite agreeable. Agreeable? In what way? As soon as you opened the door, I could see you at first glance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin couldn't help but blush. She thought to herself, that insufferable man, always indulging in flowery words. However, today she resolved to clarify the ambiguous relationship between herself and Chu Xiuyuan, establishing a definitive boundary between them. Of course, she still intended to present him with a gift. Maintaining a sense of distance while giving a gift, well, that shouldn't be contradictory, right? After completing her self-reflection on her psychological preparation, Zhao Zijin discreetly took a seat beside Chu Xiuyuan and couldn't resist teasing him. You certainly have a way with words. How can you call it mere banter? It is a manifestation of my affection for my wife. All right, I concede. It is indeed a display of affection. Is that satisfactory? With that, Zhao Zijin began to implement the little strategy she had devised for the gift-giving. She placed a large bag of snacks on the table and said, "Xiuyuan, it's rare for me to finish work early today. So, on my way back, I picked up some snacks for us to enjoy together." Zhao Zijin knew that within these snacks lay the core of her meticulously prepared strategy. Chapter 41. The Subtle Schemes for Husband's Gift. Ah, splendid. It is not yet mealtime. I can indulge in a few snacks to satiate my hunger. How fortuitous that you finish work early today. Let us dine promptly and then enjoy a film together at home. My dear wife, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin could not help but envision a scene in her mind. In the dimly lit living room, she and Chu Xiuyuan nestled together on the sofa, munching on snacks while quietly watching a movie. Indeed, this quaint little life carries the essence of a newlywed couple. Wait, I must clarify our relationship. Moreover, who knows what kind of films he might choose? Some chaotic nonsense, perhaps. Instinctively, Zhao Zijin voiced her concern. Is that movie you mentioned reputable? Chu Xiuyuan chuckled in response, assuring her, of course it is. What is this, my dear? Do you wish to watch something scandalous? How absurd. I merely fear that if you play a disreputable film, it would lead to an awkward situation for us both. Zhao Zijin mused to herself, much like our current relationship, indeterminate and peculiar. Chu Xiuyuan glanced at the abundant assortment of snacks that Zhao Zijin had arranged on the table and remarked playfully, "So, if I choose a respectable film, you would indeed like to accompany me for movie night, correct?" No. Who said that? Don't twist my words. If you want to eat snacks, then hurry up. Zhao Zijin retorted, pouting and grabbing a bag of snacks, engrossed in her own enjoyment. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled softly, dismissing the matter. He understood well that his wife was akin to a fruit with layers. Peel away one, and there lies her pride. Peel another, and still, her pride remains. He needed to take gradual steps to foster intimacy with her. At least, judging by recent days, their progress had far surpassed his expectations. Thus, he also retrieved a bag of snacks, tearing it open and beginning to munch. Before long, he stumbled upon a peculiar little item. Ah, what is this? Zhao Zijin, still indulging in her snacks, noticed Chu Xiuyuan extracting a small object from the heap of snack wrappers. Pretending ignorance, she inquired, "What is that?" "It's a snap bracelet, the kind we used to play with as children. Just give it a gentle tap on the wrist, and it wraps around, forming a circle. Like this." Chu Xiuyuan demonstrated, tapping the snap bracelet that accurately coiled around his wrist with a satisfying snap. Zhao Zijin raised an eyebrow, thinking, what a childish fool, he has fallen for it. She quietly noted the measurement in her mind. Continuing her act of feigned ignorance, she asked, "How did this end up among the snacks? Is it a promotional giveaway to attract children?" "Perhaps so." As Chu Xiuyuan fiddled with the snap bracelet, Zhao Zijin could not help but tease. It seems the merchant's strategy was indeed successful. They have captivated a child at heart. Chu Xiuyuan, in earnest, corrected her. Dear wife, your assessment is flawed. Oh, is it? Zhao Zijin raised an eyebrow and inquired, what, in Mr. Chu's opinion, should be said about this snack manufacturer's business strategy? Chu Xiuyuan chuckled softly. My dear, you misunderstand. I do not imply there is any error in that regard. I was referring to the term childish. Are you not guilty of that yourself? Of course not, she retorted. Then what are you? Chu Xiuyuan gazed at his wife and declared, I am a childish fool who adores his wife. Witnessing her husband's earnest yet playful banter, Zhao Zijin couldn't help but laugh. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully smacked his shoulder. Oh dear, are you trying to drive me crazy? Always spouting such nonsense. I assure you, my words are entirely sincere. He replied, now hand me the fidget ring and focus on your work. Stop being so cheeky. With that, Zhao Zijin snatched the fidget ring from Chu Xiuyuan's grasp. If she allowed this little toy to remain in his possession, she shuddered to think of the myriad ridiculous comments he would make. Through their time spent together, she had come to understand that this audacious man would seize any opportunity to utter a torrent of shameless remarks. What was more alarming was that she found herself increasingly accepting of his brazen words. Zhao Zijin mused to herself, I must be losing my mind. If this continues, the boundaries between us will utterly vanish. At that point, we will no longer be mere nominal spouses, but rather, the thought of such a scenario, I dare not even imagine. To distract herself, Zhao Zijin shifted her attention to the fidget ring. Its allure lay in the irresistible urge it instilled in anyone who held it to tap it against their wrist a few times. After all, this was a common trait among people. When idle, one seeks something to occupy their hands. Whether it was picking at their nails, cracking walnuts, or tugging at leaves by the roadside, individuals instinctively devised these little pastimes to pass the time. As the beautiful president of Tianyun Group, Zhao Zijin was no exception. Now that the fidget ring was in her possession, she felt compelled to play with it. However, her movements were subtle, producing minimal sound to avoid drawing Chu Xiuyuan's attention and inviting his teasing. Chu Xiuyuan had long since noticed her actions. Yet, seeing his wife so joyfully engaged, he chose to remain silent. Zhao Zijin believed he was oblivious to her antics, and she occasionally cast wary glances his way. After a few furtive looks, she suddenly noticed that her husband's profile was rather handsome. Thus, she redirected her gaze back to his side profile. Resting her elbow on the table and her chin in her palm, she quietly observed him, fixated on her husband as he diligently worked. The room was tranquil, interrupted only by the rhythmic tapping of keys on the keyboard. Chapter 42. The 4 agreements between husband and wife. After completing his tasks, Chu Xiuyuan began to prepare dinner. Darling, please refrain from indulging in too many snacks, or you may spoil your appetite for dinner. I'll eat as I please, Zhao Zijin retorted defiantly. Yet she obediently placed the snacks from the table onto the coffee table in front of the sofa. However, immediately upon doing so, she recognized a troubling implication. Wait. By placing them here, am I inadvertently suggesting that I wish to watch a movie with him? I have no desire to watch a movie with him tonight. I must clarify all boundaries with him. Thus, she returned the snacks to their original cabinet. Before long, Chu Xiuyuan had prepared a delectable meal. This time, without waiting for his wife to speak, he took the initiative to sit beside her. Come, dear, open your mouth. Seeing Chu Xiuyuan preparing to feed her yet again, Zhao Zijin blushed and summoned her courage to say, Xiuyuan, please hold on a moment. There are some things I must express. Chu Xiuyuan sensed her proud demeanor but felt no concern. He smiled and replied, Darling, feel free to share. However, would it be too much to ask for just one bite before you begin? I find it hard to believe that what you wish to convey is of such urgency. Reluctantly, Zhao Zijin opened her mouth and accepted the morsel he offered. Is it delicious? Just as Chu Xiuyuan was about to offer a second bite, she quickly interjected, Stop, Xiuyuan. What I have to say is quite serious. Very well, my dear, I'm all ears. Chu Xiuyuan placed the chopsticks into her bowl instead. Seeing this, Zhao Zijin did not object any further. Xiuyuan, I feel that our relationship has become overly ambiguous in recent days. Chu Xiuyuan dismissed her concern lightly, stating, Isn't ambiguity quite normal? After all, we are husband and wife. Though she had long acknowledged this fact, hearing it so bluntly from Chu Xiuyuan caused her cheeks to flush. Nevertheless, her resolve remained unshaken. Taking a deep breath, she stated solemnly, Xiuyuan, we are merely a nominal couple, and I believe we should not continue in this ambiguous manner. We must clarify our relationship, establish clear boundaries, and return to the conventional state of being nominal spouses. Otherwise, if this continues, it could lead to great missteps. Zhao Zijin's alluring eyes fixed intently upon Chu Xiuyuan's face. She expected that upon her straightforward declaration, he would be taken aback or even saddened. However, to her surprise, he maintained his smile, as if he had anticipated her words. I understand your perspective, dear. You remain far more composed than I had imagined, Xiuyuan. However, since you claim to understand my thoughts, I hope that from now on, you will adhere to the several stipulations I am about to propose. What stipulations? He inquired. First, you are not permitted to call me darling. Second, you shall not feed me. Thirdly, you are forbidden to engage in any affectionate gestures towards me, such as kissing or hugging, let alone anything more intimate. Fourthly, Zhao Zijin unleashed a barrage of 3 weighty stipulations. Nevertheless, feeling insecure, she contemplated further and added one more. You must not create any ambiguous atmospheres. Zhao Zijin believed this 4th clause would prove exceedingly effective, applicable to virtually any circumstance, thus entirely preventing Chu Xiuyuan from exploiting any loopholes. She fixed her gaze intently upon Chu Xiuyuan's eyes, only to discover that he exhibited no change in expression. He merely nodded, asking, aside from these 4, do you have any more? None. Can you comply? Certainly. Chu Xiuyuan deftly shifted the conversation, smiling. However, fairness dictates that I shall propose 4 stipulations of my own. Are you ready? It seems you can no longer contain yourself. Do you seek money, material goods, or perhaps something else? Zhao Zijin, the president, showed no fear of the challenge. She raised her chin defiantly and declared, go ahead. As long as you can adhere to the aforementioned 4 stipulations, I too can uphold your 4 stipulations. Zhao Zijin mused. At worst, I could simply grant him a sum of money, treating it as compensation for his efforts to amuse me these past days. However, Chu Xiuyuan did not hasten to reveal his terms. Instead, he regarded Zhao Zijin with a hint of provocative mischief in his eyes. Can you guarantee that you will fulfill your obligations? His action further ignited Zhao Zijin's fighting spirit. Of course, as long as your stipulations are not morally reprehensible or contrary to legal principles. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and nodded. Very well, my 4 stipulations are as follows. First, you cannot introduce any additional clauses. That is understood. Zhao Zijin nodded, for these 4 stipulations were already sufficient to restrain Chu Xiuyuan. With a mischievous grin, Chu Xiuyuan continued. Second, I may add any number of stipulations at any time, based on the 4 existing ones. Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. Shameless. This is utterly despicable. I cannot agree. Chu Xiuyuan shrugged, explaining, whether a stipulation is unethical or illegal depends on its specific content, not merely its quantity. For instance, if I were to stipulate that you dispose of some trash on your way out, could that truly be deemed morally corrupt? On the contrary, you are the one who hastily seeks to withdraw before I have even finished presenting my 4 stipulations. Chu Xiuyuan playfully teased his wife, questioning who the true rogue was. Caught in a dilemma, Zhao Zijin had no choice but to press on with the matter. She haughtily turned her head to the side, conceding defeat in their verbal sparring. What are the remaining 2 stipulations? Hurry and reveal them. Chapter 43. Whether affectionate or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Thirdly, for the sake of your health, I must take charge of your meals thrice daily. After each meal, you are required to provide feedback. I have already explained the specifics of this evaluation method to you at noon today, so I shall not elaborate further. Don't be absurd. Is this truly for my well-being? Zhao Zijin retorted. Moreover, does your 3rd stipulation not conflict with my own? Chu Xiuyuan chuckled mischievously. There is no contradiction. It merely prohibits my embracing you, not the other way around. Zhao Zijin widened her enchanting eyes in disbelief at the shameless individual before her. Gritting her teeth, she declared, all right. Even if it does not contradict my 3rd term, it certainly conflicts with my 4th. You are deliberately creating a suggestive atmosphere. With a faint smile, Chu Xiuyuan replied nonchalantly, Fourthly, regarding all other unspecified behaviors, the interpretation of what constitutes ambiguity shall rest solely with me. You. These 4 terms of yours are nothing short of tyrannical. Chu Xiuyuan shrugged and employed a provoking tactic. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to retract your 4 terms. And I shall likewise rescind mine. Words once spoken cannot be taken back. President Zhao would never easily concede. No need for that. Let us commence execution immediately. Who is afraid of whom? At your command, my dear. Taken aback, Zhao Zijin inquired, what did you just call me? According to relevant regulations, I must address you as my dear. Chu Xiuyuan adopted a customer service tone once more. If you are unsatisfied, I have various other titles available, such as Madam, Darling, Honey, and many more for your selection. Unable to restrain herself, Zhao Zijin lifted her hand and playfully struck him several times, complaining, "How can someone be so shameless as you? My dear, this is merely the beginning," Chu Xiuyuan remarked, gesturing towards Zhao Zijin's chopsticks. "Now, it is your turn to feed me. Don't even think about it. Which rule states that I must feed you? Indeed, none. However, I can always add one at any moment. Are you certain you want me to do so now?" Zhao Zijin was quite adept at distinguishing between a single feeding and continual feeding. Though reluctant, she pouted and picked up some food, bringing it to Chu Xiuyuan's lips. "Eat. May you choke on it. To perish at the hands of one's beloved is a fate I could accept," Chu Xiuyuan thought with a smile, accepting the offered morsel. After feeding him one bite, Zhao Zijin quickened her pace. "My dear, don't shove it in so hastily." Zhao Zijin, mimicking him with a playful grin, remarked, "This is all filled with my heartfelt intentions. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you?" "Ah, right." Chu Xiuyuan could only swallow his grievances and comply. As the couple devoured their meal with fervor, they swiftly concluded their dinner. "All right, time for your evaluation." Zhao Zijin stood up, gazing at Chu Xiuyuan. She initially intended to adopt a frigid demeanor, but the mere thought of having to embrace Chu Xiuyuan proactively in the future caused a rosy blush to involuntarily bloom on her delicate cheeks. Observing his wife's adorably haughty expression, Chu Xiuyuan rose with delight. "Come here, my dear." Zhao Zijin wrapped her arms around him. However, feeling indignant, Zhao Zijin subtly exerted her strength, tightening her embrace around Chu Xiuyuan. "My dear, your affection is rather overwhelming. I can hardly catch my breath. If you suffocate me, it serves you right, you scoundrel. Always trying to take advantage of me. I might as well enact justice and take your life." "No, no, no. Spare me, valiant lady. I still have a beautiful wife at home. Though newlyweds, our bond is deep. I cannot allow her to become a widow at such a young age. You shall accept your fate. I will take care of your wife." Although she spoke thus, Zhao Zijin gradually eased the pressure of her embrace. It mattered little to suffocate this scoundrel, but if she were to truly become a widow, that would be disastrous. Initially, Zhao Zijin only intended to hold Chu Xiuyuan for 20 seconds, intending to leave him a malicious one-star review. However, as the 20 seconds swiftly passed, she felt that merely squeezing him for that duration was too lenient. Thus, she continued to hold him for several more minutes. After indulging in her whim, Zhao Zijin finally released Chu Xiuyuan. Turning away, she prepared to tidy up the dishes on the table. Ordinarily, these chores were performed by Chu Xiuyuan, but today was different. Zhao Zijin believed that even if she were reluctant, he would surely impose new terms, compelling her to do them. "My dear, I will handle this. You should go take a shower." Chu Xiuyuan's response surprised Zhao Zijin. She found herself in a dilemma with the dishes in her hands, unsure whether to keep them or set them down. Ultimately, she transferred the dishes to Chu Xiuyuan and, with a haughty tone, expressed a candid sentiment. "Humph. You've been the one cleaning up these days. It must have been exhausting for you. We are married, after all. Let us not be overly concerned about such trivial matters." Hearing this, Zhao Zijin pouted, turning her head aside without uttering a word, her ears tinged with a faint blush. After Chu Xiuyuan tidied up the dishes, Zhao Zijin decided to take a shower first. "My dear, let me help you dry your hair." Zhao Zijin, with her damp hair cascading down, had just stepped out of the bathroom when Chu Xiuyuan approached her. She initially intended to refuse his offer, but then reconsidered. If she declined, he would undoubtedly impose new terms. The power of his second clause was becoming increasingly formidable. Very well. After helping his wife dry her hair, Chu Xiuyuan entered the bathroom for his shower. Zhao Zijin sat in a chair. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, her heart a tumult of emotions. She glanced at the sofa, then at the snack cabinet. Perhaps watching a movie with him would be best. After all, resisting until the end would only be futile against his terms. Resolving this conundrum, Zhao Zijin proactively retrieved some snacks and obediently settled on the sofa, awaiting Chu Xiuyuan's completion of his shower. As Chu Xiuyuan emerged from the bathroom, he caught sight of his wife's wistful gaze as she indulged in snacks, prompting him to tease, "My dear, it seems you were quite eager to watch a movie with me." Zhao Zijin retorted, her voice laced with defiance, "Isn't it all because of you? Besides, whether I want to or not, the outcome remains unchanged, doesn't it?" Chu Xiuyuan merely smiled in silence. To him, if his wife truly harbored an unwillingness from the depths of her heart, his stipulations would amount to nothing more than idle chatter, utterly ineffectual against her resolve. He settled beside her, and unexpectedly, Zhao Zijin stretched out her arms and embraced him tightly. This sudden gesture sent a thrill coursing through Chu Xiuyuan's being, for his wife, fresh from her bath, emanated an intoxicating fragrance. "Darling, what is this?" Zhao Zijin, sensing his fluster, felt a surge of satisfaction. With a slight smile gracing her lips, she remarked, "As I said before, even if I don't do this, the result would still be the same, wouldn't it?" Chapter 44. A lifelong commitment unchanging. In the dimly lit living room, the only illumination emanated from the flickering television screen. Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin, the newlyweds, nestled together on the sofa, quietly engrossed in the film. Externally, they appeared blissful, yet internally, both were awash with anxiety. Chu Xiuyuan, firmly embraced by his wife, found himself utterly distracted from the movie's narrative. He acutely felt the softness and warmth of her body, particularly the faint, alluring fragrance that tantalized his senses. He needed to maintain unwavering focus, striving to control his physical responses to avert any embarrassing situations. Conversely, Zhao Zijin, tightly clutching her husband, was equally indifferent to the film's plot. At that moment, her mind was a tempest. How did things come to this? I had resolutely decided to draw a line tonight. Yet, after this series of entanglements, we find ourselves in an even more ambiguous situation. If this trend continues, I shall forever dwell in the shadow of his 4 stipulations. Living each day, actively initiating intimacy with him, is a sweet, oh no, tragic existence. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Zhao Zijin couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy, her lips murmuring in discontent. "Humph, I could strangle you." With that, she tightened her embrace around Chu Xiuyuan, reveling in the sensation of his robust physique. Hearing her, Chu Xiuyuan felt a wave of relief and promptly engaged with his wife. "My dear, why the long face again? Has someone upset you?" "Humph, an old fox has provoked me." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. "And how, pray tell, did that old fox manage to irk you?" "That old fox is cunning and sly. He has set 4 oppressive terms, and I feel that from this point onward, I shall live under his shadow." "Oh, I see. That old fox truly is mischievous." Feigning disinterest, Chu Xiuyuan replied with a smile, "My dear, although I am not an old fox, I am certainly a husband who cherishes his wife. I assure you, should I ever impose such so-called oppressive terms, I would never abuse them. Nor would I arbitrarily add further stipulations to exploit or humiliate my beloved spouse." Zhao Zijin raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling as they fixed intently on Chu Xiuyuan. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, undoubtedly, and assuredly. Will you not reconsider? Those 4 terms are quite enticing, even to me." Zhao Zijin revealed her inner fox. "If it were up to me, I would certainly use them to keep you in line." Chu Xiuyuan's laughter intensified. He intended to tease his wife further, adopting a contemplative demeanor. "My dear, you do make a valid point." "Ah, no. A gentleman's word is his bond. Once uttered, it cannot be retracted. I'm merely jesting. I would never take it back." "Humph." Zhao Zijin's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with a thought. "Xiuyuan, since you have elaborated on such a lengthy matter, I too wish to add a brief segment." "And what might you wish to add?" "A punishment mechanism." Zhao Zijin raised her head and declared, "Should you contravene any of my 4 stipulations, I shall impose a punishment upon you. The nature of this punishment shall be determined by me." Chu Xiuyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This mechanism was splendid, perfectly suited for flirtation with his wife. "Very well, I shall abide by your terms. However, I too wish to establish a similar punitive framework." "No problem." Zhao Zijin was confident that she would not easily breach Chu Xiuyuan's terms, as they were rather abstract and lacked specific actions. In contrast, her own stipulations were explicit intimate behaviors. Should Chu Xiuyuan transgress, she could promptly propose a punishment. Thus, the dynamics of their interaction had shifted. "Come now, Xiuyuan. Let us sign an agreement to prevent any potential reneging." Zhao Zijin extended a delicate hand, curling her index, middle, and ring fingers, leaving only her thumb and pinky extended. Chu Xiuyuan understood that his wife was initiating a pinky swear. He mirrored her gesture and chuckled. It is said that this method of sealing an agreement requires one to gaze into the other's eyes while reciting the words of the oath for it to be valid. Humph. Zhao Zijin certainly did not believe in such trivialities. Nevertheless, as Chu Xiuyuan had mentioned it, she felt compelled to cooperate. The two gazed into each other's eyes, their pinkies gently intertwining. The warmth transmitted through their fingertips sent a simultaneous shiver through their hearts. As their thumbs pressed together, they found themselves uttering the ancient vow that had endured through the ages, pinky swear, hang ourselves, for 100 years, never to change. Centuries ago, the ancients utilized square-holed copper coins. To facilitate daily carrying and counting, they strung the coins together with a cord, hence the term hanging. Once strung, the number of coins would remain constant. This everyday action naturally wove itself into the fabric of ancient vows. Though the times have changed and meanings evolved, the fervent and sincere emotions embedded within these vows remain unchanged. At this very moment, in Mingjiang City, within the Chu Xiuyuan, in a dimly lit living room, a newlywed couple still navigating the waters of ambiguity profoundly felt the weight of it all. This simple vow surged within their hearts like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating tumultuous waves. Xiuyuan, I think we need to take a moment to breathe. Zhao Zijin abruptly turned her head away. She dared not continue gazing into Chu Xiuyuan's eyes. Further contemplation might lead to unforeseen consequences. Indeed, it is wise to pause for a moment. Chu Xiuyuan lowered his head, astonished by the magnitude of the emotional turmoil this exchange had stirred within him. My dear, perhaps you should refrain from holding me with your other hand for now. All right. As his wife released her hold, Chu Xiuyuan created a little distance between them. He was fully aware that they were husband and wife, and he recognized the burgeoning affection his wife harbored for him. Yet, the more he sensed this, the more he desired to cherish her, rather than succumb to fleeting emotional impulses that might lead to indiscretions. Chu Xiuyuan understood that his wife's nature was quite proud and spirited. He is more inclined to invest additional time in assisting his wife to overcome the barriers within her heart, enabling her to express her feelings courageously, rather than succumbing to the ambiguous atmosphere and pouring forth his desires upon a girl who struggles to articulate her affection. At this moment, Zhao Zijin's heart races with turmoil. What am I doing? What on earth am I doing? I nearly kissed him. What is going on in my mind? How is it that I am so utterly enchanted by Chu Xiuyuan? It is all Chu Xiuyuan's fault. Surely, this scheming man has employed a myriad of underhanded tactics to ensnare me like this. Zhao Zijin took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. Then, she secretly turned to glance at Chu Xiuyuan's profile, only to find that he, too, seemed to be taking deep breaths to calm his emotions. A sly smile crept onto her lips as a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. Xiuyuan Chapter 45, The Punishment for My Wife. At last, tranquility has returned. After taking several deep breaths, Chu Xiuyuan felt a surge of relief within him. Thankfully, my self-control is formidable. Otherwise, if I had just made a vow and then acted recklessly, it would undoubtedly disappoint my wife. At that moment, a gentle call wafted into his ears. Xiuyuan instantly. Alarm bells rang in his mind. In such an intimate situation earlier, his wife had not acted coy. Now, her sudden display of affection undoubtedly concealed ulterior motives. Yet, her endearing demeanor was a rare treasure, and even if there were tricks involved, Chu Xiuyuan was more than willing to be ensnared. What is it, my dear? Chu Xiuyuan turned to face his wife. However, in the next instant, her delicate, fair hand rested upon his shoulders. Their eyes met once more. Xiuyuan, she called him again. This time with a playful tone. Chu Xiuyuan replied with delight. My dear, please, share whatever is on your mind. Well, I do not particularly like the term my dear. I would prefer you to call me as you did before. Would that be all right? The bait was tempting. Chu Xiuyuan relished it. He wished for her to continue being affectionate a while longer. Thus, he furrowed his brow and feigned a troubled expression. That seems inappropriate. My dear, I have only just agreed to fulfill the terms. What is inappropriate about it? Zhao Zijin's cherry lips brushed against Chu Xiuyuan's ear, sending a gentle breath his way. Does the agreement hold more significance for you than I do? Chu Xiuyuan's heart fluttered, a smile spreading across his face. Of course not, my dear. You are of utmost importance to me. To draw Chu Xiuyuan deeper into her trap, Zhao Zijin decided to escalate her charm. She pressed her delicate face against his, nuzzling gently. Then you should do as I say, all right? Chu Xiuyuan's heart soared. All right. I will heed your every command. Wife. He called out several times in succession. In an instant, Zhao Zijin's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. She distanced herself from Chu Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan, you have violated the terms, and I must punish you. Wife. Chu Xiuyuan seemed oblivious to her words, continuing to call her affectionately. Zhao Zijin had grown accustomed to hearing him call her wife, but now, witnessing his earnest gaze and the smile lingering on his lips, she felt herself faltering. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away, seizing a pillow to strike Chu Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan, you did this on purpose. You absolutely did. After receiving a few playful blows, Chu Xiuyuan reached out to grasp the pillow in her hands, preventing her from continuing her playful assault. Thus, the couple found themselves in a delightful standoff. Chu Xiuyuan replied with a mischievous grin. Are you suggesting that you did not intentionally lead me into this predicament? My dear wife? Ah, you still dare to call me that. Zhao Zijin retorted indignantly. Regardless of the circumstances, you have indeed violated the rules. Having relished his wife's playful demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan ceased his arguments. Indeed, I have transgressed, my beloved. How would you like to punish me? Zhao Zijin cast a glance at Chu Xiuyuan's handsome visage and inquired softly, why do you appear so expectant? Do you harbor some peculiar inclinations? How can this be deemed a peculiar inclination? Chu Xiuyuan declared with righteous fervor. Moreover, is it wrong to anticipate such a punishment? Thunder and rain are both manifestations of my wife's affection. Zhao Zijin discerned that Chu Xiuyuan was cleverly borrowing the phrase thunder and rain are both expressions of imperial grace. However, observing his willing acceptance of punishment, she felt as though her fists would merely strike against cotton. She raised her delicate fists, intending to impart a physical lesson to him. Yet, gazing upon his striking face, she ultimately could not bring herself to do so. She reluctantly lowered her fists and, following Chu Xiuyuan's earlier words, declared, in that case, I shall decree that you sleep on the sofa tonight. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. Zhao Zijin pouted and stood up, preparing to leave. Chu Xiuyuan immediately rose and inquired, Your Majesty, where do you intend to go? Zhao Zijin waved her hand dismissively. I am fatigued and wish to return to my chambers to rest. You need not accompany me. Chu Xiuyuan teased with a sly grin. I dare to ask, Your Majesty, do you require my services for the night? Had they been in the midst of their previous flirtation, he would never have uttered such a phrase. Nevertheless, in their current playful banter, he spoke without restraint. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Zijin's expression immediately turned frosty. Her enchanting eyes glared sharply at Chu Xiuyuan. With gritted teeth, she exclaimed, Chu Xiuyuan, you possess such audacity. Chu Xiuyuan quickly clasped his hands in apology. I beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty, for my indiscretion. Please spare my life. Zhao Zijin turned her head, no longer acknowledging him, and strode purposefully towards her room. As she reached the threshold, she glanced back. That fool was still standing there, hands clasped. Her heart softened, and she retraced her steps, taking a seat on the sofa. Your pardon, your pardon. Please, sit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Xiuyuan returned to his wife's side, grinning widely as he asked, Your Majesty, were you not fatigued? Why have you returned? Zhao Zijin pouted. As the ruler of a nation, how can I be untrustworthy? Having promised to accompany my beloved to finish the movie, I must see it through to the end. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. She felt that the term movie was utterly incongruous with the regal language of ancient monarchs. Chu Xiuyuan could not suppress his mirth. My dear, in truth, figures such as Empress Dowager Cixi and Puyi have indeed watched films. Oh, I am aware of that. There is no need for your enlightenment. Zhao Zijin playfully swatted him twice. It's your fault for causing me to lose my immersion. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan realized that his wife wished to continue their playful banter, and he resumed his respectful demeanor. Your Majesty, I have another matter to inquire. Zhao Zijin also returned to her previous state of engagement. Speak, she commanded. If I were to violate one of Your Majesty's 4 edicts once more, what punishment should I expect? Zhao Zijin cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xiuyuan, recognizing his intent to be affectionate. With a haughty lift of her chin, she replied, First, I must ascertain which edict you intend to defy. Chu Xiuyuan extended a hand, wrapping it gently around Zhao Zijin's back, drawing her closer. This specific edict, Your Majesty. Zhao Zijin understood. Chu Xiuyuan wished to embrace her while watching a film. If that is the case, both transgressions shall be punished. And you shall still sleep on the sofa tonight. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thus, the couple nestled against each other on the sofa, enjoying their cinematic experience. The leisurely viewing time swiftly passed. Once the film concluded, Chu Xiuyuan noticed that his wife, nestled in his arms, had curled up on the sofa, her breathing becoming steady and serene. She was indeed sleeping soundly. Naturally, Chu Xiuyuan could not allow his wife to remain on the sofa. He reached out, lifting her gently into his arms and carrying her back to their bedroom. As he laid her down on the bed and tucked her in, he suddenly heard her murmuring softly, Xiuyuan. A smile graced his lips, He realized that his movements had been slightly too vigorous for her slumbering state. Transitioning from deep sleep to a state of semi-awareness, she queried, "What is it, my dear? Do not truly be foolish enough to sleep on the sofa. It's chilly at night. I understand, my love." In a moment of spontaneity, Chu Xiuyuan leaned down and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. After all, faced with such an adorable yet proud wife, he felt an irresistible urge for a small display of affection. Chu Xiuyuan mused, should it come to pass, he could always accept his punishment come morning. Chapter 46. My wife has become vigilant again. Upon awakening from her slumber, Zhao Zijin felt a remarkable clarity in her mind, a far cry from the previous night's confusion. At this moment, she was reflecting upon herself. Zhao Zijin, you are indeed famished. You could devour anything. Yet you still swore an oath, binding yourself for a century without change. You even embraced each other while watching movies. After a night of such tumult, not only did you fail to establish distance with Chu Xiuyuan, but you have also grown even more attached. What on earth are you thinking? You had a splendid start, only to have muddled it all yourself. You lost kisses and hugs. Now, you even contemplate giving Chu Xiuyuan money to keep him by your side, don't you? If you continue down this path of loss, you will eventually find yourself defeated by him. Once you lose yourself, there will be nothing left to lose. You shall have no face left to show. Enough, enough. What has been lost cannot be changed. Yet in the future, there remains an opportunity to alter everything. You can still triumph. Victory and defeat are the caprices of war. To bear shame and humiliation is the lot of men. You, Zhao Zijin, the illustrious president of Tianyun Group, a formidable woman in the business realm. Though your form is not that of a man, your heart and ambition surpass countless men in this world. Now, what you most require is to endure patiently, simultaneously, maintain a clear mind, and do not be beguiled by Chu Xiuyuan's sugary temptations. Seize the opportunity to find his weaknesses and utterly vanquish him. Victory shall ultimately belong to you. As Zhao Zijin was rallying her spirits, a voice emerged from outside the door. Your Majesty, it is time to rise and dine. Humph. He is still playing the part, is he? Zhao Zijin murmured. All right, little Yuanzi. Ah. A voice from outside expressed astonishment. Your Majesty, just last night, I was a loyal minister of the court. I awakened this morning as a eunuch. Zhao Zijin suppressed a laugh. Loyal, you say? Pray tell. How many times did you defy my royal decree last night? Zhao Zijin recalled that she had fallen asleep on the sofa, wrapped in Chu Xiuyuan's embrace. Yet, upon waking, she found herself in her room. It was needless to say that Chu Xiuyuan had carried her back. Most likely, after bringing her back, he had called her wife and even stolen a kiss. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. No, it is indeed true that while the mountains may shift, one's inherent disposition remains unchanged. A man like him deserves to be swiftly dealt with. As expected, upon hearing her words, Chu Xiuyuan outside the door stammered. Well, I was concerned for your Majesty, just as you are concerned for me. Moreover, in my flustered state, I may have committed some indiscretions. I humbly request your Majesty's forgiveness. Zhao Zijin changed her attire and stepped out of her room, only to be greeted by Chu Xiuyuan's beaming face. Her mood had brightened for a whole day. No, wait. It had actually worsened. She could not be bothered to continue this charade with Chu Xiuyuan and immediately inquired, Did you really sleep on the sofa last night? As soon as the words left her mouth, even Zhao Zijin herself was taken aback. Why, on this fine morning? Was this the first question that sprang to her mind? With a smile, Chu Xiuyuan pressed the play button on his phone's recording. Ah, not again. Zhao Zijin covered her ears, yet the sound inevitably reached her. She could only grimace as she endured the playback of her own recording from a drowsy state. How did I become this person? That voice. A cooing tone only a little girl could produce. How could such sounds emerge from my lips? Throughout breakfast, Zhao Zijin pondered these questions in her mind. Ultimately, she arrived at the same cliché conclusion. It was all Chu Xiuyuan's fault. After breakfast, they proceeded to the customary evaluation session. Zhao Zijin clung tightly to Chu Xiuyuan's waist, her mind racing with strategies for the upcoming confrontation. Nestling her head against her husband's chest, she playfully complained, Xiuyuan, by the looks of it, you not only broke the rules several times last night, but also escaped any real punishment? One could say that, my dear. If you are dissatisfied. Chu Xiuyuan's voice carried a hint of anticipation. We could certainly devise a more suitable punishment. Zhao Zijin lightly pinched his waist. Why do I get the feeling you enjoyed that? Where's the logic in that? My dear, you are quite clear in your rewards and punishments. What should be punished must indeed be punished, correct? Humph. Zhao Zijin thought for a moment and became increasingly convinced. If she were to punish Chu Xiuyuan, it absolutely could not be done at home. For this man, adept at turning her punishments into playful banter, would easily twist her intentions into a game of flirtation. If this continued, she would only find herself in a more passive position. Zhao Zijin despised being passive. She yearned to seize the initiative. Xiuyuan, how about this? I punish you by making you accompany me for a day of shopping this weekend. And during that day, all your actions must heed my command. Oh, that sounds rather entertaining. Chu Xiuyuan expressed keen interest. All right, my dear, I will comply. Now that is more like it. Satisfied, Zhao Zijin couldn't resist teasing Chu Xiuyuan. You must ensure you are free this weekend. You cannot suddenly have an old classmate or a former flame pop up and whisk you away. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. My dear, you jest. I assure you, my weekend is entirely yours. At most what? Zhao Zijin keenly detected a blind spot. A woman's intuition in such matters is inherently sharp. She had a nagging suspicion that his at most pertained to another woman. Surely it meant he would be meeting a business partner tomorrow afternoon. A partner? A woman? Yes, indeed. My dear, you are remarkably perceptive. Don't change the subject. Zhao Zijin was somewhat displeased. A married man meeting other women every now and then. One who frequently stands by the river is bound to get their shoes wet. Even if he assures her he is not straying now, how can he guarantee he won't tea in the future? No, it's not right. His infidelity is indeed a good thing. I find myself with the perfect opportunity to ruin his reputation. Yet, the thought of him seeking solace outside of our beautiful marriage infuriates me. How utterly vexing. Chu Xiuyuan merely mentioned wanting to meet a female collaborator, and already, my wife Zhao Zijin's mind races to envision us embroiled in a divorce, battling it out in court. With a hint of sorrow, Zhao Zijin inquired, why tell me today when you are to meet her tomorrow? Ah, dear, you needn't clutch me so tightly. I have no intention of running off with any woman. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, providing an explanation about the situation with Xiao Wang. He continued, I only added Miss Wang Shuai on WeChat yesterday afternoon. Last night, she sent me some information regarding setting up a live broadcast room. However, I was preoccupied with you and did not respond. This morning, I replied and arranged a time and place for us to discuss further details. Is that all? Zhao Zijin pressed. Indeed, merely that. Chu Xiuyuan spread his hands and playfully asked, has Mo Yulin shaken my resolve? Surely, no one else could. Am I truly so unworthy of your trust? His rhetorical question struck a chord within Zhao Zijin. Indeed, was he unworthy of her trust? This despicable man, who could sing her praises in front of Mo Yulin, surely would not falter in front of others. What was she afraid of? Losing him? Absolutely not. Losing this insufferable man would be of no consequence. Very well. I believe you. Zhao Zijin uttered these words, yet her mind was already set on asking Secretary Zhu to thoroughly investigate Wang Shuai's background upon reaching the office. There was no time to waste. It was time to go to work. Xiuyuan, our conversation has concluded, and I must attend to my duties. With that, Zhao Zijin released her hold and waved goodbye to Chu Xiuyuan. He, in turn, adopted a customer service tone, smiling as he said, thank you for your 5-star review. I eagerly await your return at noon. Humph. Don't get too smug. I may not even return for lunch. Not returning for lunch would be a violation. I shall impose a punishment upon you. Observing Chu Xiuyuan's mischievous grin, Zhao Zijin felt a flutter in her heart. Suddenly, she understood why he always seemed to look forward to her reprimands. All right, I shall return for lunch. Chapter 47. The Insecurities of My Wife from a Distance. Zhu Qiuyu spotted Zhao Zijin making her way towards the CEO's office, prompting her to hasten her steps in pursuit. In Zhu Qiuyu's perspective, Zhao, the CEO, had been in a good mood yesterday, willingly leaving work early to return home. After all, it all depended on Mr. Chu. Even I, this icy superior, have my days of thawing. Good morning, Zhao. Secretary Zhu, please come into the office. Upon hearing that frigid tone, the smile on Zhu Qiuyu's face abruptly vanished. After years of following Zhao Zijin, she understood her too well. This certainly indicated some trouble brewing. She instinctively tightened her grip on the documents in her hands, silently praying, I hope I won't be reprimanded. Secretary Zhu, please investigate a girl named Wang Shuai, who studies in Mingjiang City. She has a younger brother who frequently purchases items from Chu Xiuyuan's online store. As Zhu Qiuyu entered the office alongside Zhao Zijin, she did not sense the CEO's wrath. Instead, she was tasked with a peculiar investigation. Zhu Qiuyu mused, well, it seems this girl is indeed connected to Mr. Chu. Oh dear, Mr. Chu. From the information I gathered, you appear to be quite an honest individual. How come you keep entangling yourself with various young ladies? Zhu Qiu, you could only hope. Please let this Wang Shui'er not be as remarkable as Mo Yulin. Otherwise, Zhao Zijin might truly lose her temper. The sweet life of this newlywed couple, Mr. Chu and Zhao Zijin, could come to an abrupt end at any moment. Although Zhu Qiuyu was oblivious to how Mr. Chu had resolved the previous Mo Yulin incident, or how he managed to transform Zhao Zijin's anger into delight, she was certain that such outcomes were not easily achieved. Zhao, I've compiled the detailed information on Wang Shui'er here. The efficiency of Secretary Zhu astonished Zhao Zijin. So fast. Her background is rather straightforward, so the investigation was swift. Please take a look. Zhao Zijin glanced at the information on the computer and couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Shui'er's identity was indeed as simple as Zhu Qiuyu had described. She was unremarkable in appearance and was studying at a university in Mingjiang City. She had a younger brother named Wang Qingyun. Their family was in the jade bracelet business, and due to their parents' poor health, the siblings had taken over the family enterprise at an early age. The two had been striving to uphold their modest business. It seems I have truly been overthinking. Zhao Zijin reflected, realizing that she had lost her composure recently. The mere presence of any girl around Chu Xiuyuan had her feeling suspicious. This simply couldn't continue. With that thought, she couldn't help but grumble about Chu Xiuyuan. It's all his fault. If he hadn't said anything, would I have worried so much? Yet, if he were to remain silent and meet other girls, Zhao Zijin would feel a pang of bitterness. Ah, how could it be like this? If Chu Xiuyuan speaks, I feel uneasy. If he remains silent, I feel equally distressed. Oh, how could this happen? Why have I become this anxious, insecure version of myself because of that wretched man? Each time General Manager Zhao returns home after work, she finds that her dreadful feelings dissipate instantaneously. She becomes increasingly certain that as long as Chu Xiuyuan is by her side, her mood improves significantly. Could it be that I have truly developed feelings for him? Zhao Zijin repeatedly questions herself, yet she remains without an answer. On the other hand, she becomes increasingly enmeshed in the various intimate gestures shared with Chu Xiuyuan, finding it difficult to extricate herself. Meanwhile, Chu Xiuyuan, buoyed by his wife's repeated 5-star praise, welcomes Wednesday and meets Wang Shui'er. This university student proves to be far more talkative than Chu Xiuyuan had anticipated. The two quickly agree to conduct their first live broadcast on Thursday. Seated in the live broadcast room, Chu Xiuyuan observes Wang Shui'er in the control center beside him. He chuckles, Miss Wang, to be honest, I feel a bit apprehensive. I haven't done live streaming for many years, and the market has changed considerably. Mr. Chu, why not give it a try? If the broadcast doesn't take off, we can always explore other avenues, Wang Shui'er replies with a habitual smile. After all, for us, failure has become the norm. Thursday evening arrives. Upon returning home, the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals instantly soothes Zhao Zijin. Xiuyuan, I'm back. Welcome home, my dear. Chu Xiuyuan, clad in an apron, emerges from the kitchen carrying a platter of dishes. After placing the platter on the table, he turns to Zhao Zijin, grinning mischievously, my dear. Would you prefer to eat first, or stop right there? Zhao Zijin can hardly contain her laughter after all this time. She has grown increasingly aware of the teasing tactics he employs. I'll just have dinner. No need to discuss the alternatives. Feigning regret, Chu Xiuyuan sighs. What a pity. My wife, I had some good news I wanted to share with you. Humph. Spare me the deception. What good news could you possibly have? As she speaks, Zhao Zijin playfully picks up a piece of food and feeds it to Chu Xiuyuan. After these days of intimacy, she has become quite adept at it. She even concocts a reasonable justification for herself to endure shame, since she cannot defeat Chu Xiuyuan at this moment. She might as well accept these intimate gestures with hopeful anticipation, or rather, with no other option but to comply. Let us just say I am being coerced by Chu Xiuyuan. At this moment, the self-proclaimed coerced general manager Zhao beams with a blissful smile. So how is it? Delicious? It's delightful, my dear. The food you feed me is indeed far more delectable. Humph. Self-praise is no praise. Zhao Zijin playfully swats at Chu Xiuyuan. Clearly, you made these dishes yourself. On a serious note, my dear, Chu Xiuyuan redirects the conversation. I truly have some good news to share with you. My live broadcast today was a resounding success. Is that so? Is our Xiuyuan about to become a major internet sensation? How delightful. Zhao Zijin remarked, her tone laced with a hint of playful sarcasm. She even reached out to ruffle Chu Xiuyuan's hair, reminiscent of a mother tenderly caressing her child. Well, not exactly, as I didn't even show my face. The success lies in the sales. From commissions alone, I earned over 700,000. To make 70,000 in a single live stream, and that too being my first one. This is indeed a monumental achievement for an ordinary and unknown sales host like me. However, for Zhao Zijin, this figure seemed rather commonplace. Nevertheless, in order to uphold her image as a diligent employee, she maintained a facade of joy. Wow, Xiuyuan, that's quite a substantial sum. A beaming smile instantly blossomed on Chu Xiuyuan's face. Compared to the 70,000, his wife's praise brought him even greater happiness. He eagerly pulled out his phone. Here, dear. Let me show you some clips from the live stream. The clips, snippets showcasing the most exciting moments of the broadcast, were a testament to his performance. Upon glancing at the phone, Zhao Zijin realized that Chu Xiuyuan had indeed done remarkably well. His voice had a captivating quality, and his explanations were quite engaging. She mused to herself, it is no wonder. He often regales us with his witty banter at home. Setting up a live stream and delivering a humorous commentary must have come effortlessly to him. The comments below the clips were a colorful array of reactions. Initially, Zhao Zijin perused them with great interest, reveling in the praise directed at Chu Xiuyuan. However, it was too long before her expression turned somber. She lifted her gaze to Chu Xiuyuan and said softly, Xiuyuan, would you like me to read some comments to you? Sure, darling, please do. Unbeknownst to the engrossed Chu Xiuyuan, his wife sensed an impending storm. Chapter 48. The Jealousy and Banter of My Wife. The young man's hands are so beautiful. His voice is enchanting. Those hands, I simply adore them. For the sake of those hands, I would gladly purchase this jade bracelet. The bracelet has already been acquired. Now, where might I claim such a handsome boyfriend with those exquisite hands? As my wife, with a playful lilt in her voice, continuously read the comments. Chu Xiuyuan began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Darling, it's not what it seems. Here, hand me your phone. He hurried to his wife's side, eager to reclaim the device. However, Zhao Zijin did not relinquish it to him. Instead, she tucked it behind her back. Pouting, she shot him a displeased glare and asked, What, are you so eager to snatch it away? Afraid I'll see it? It's not that I fear you seeing it. I'm merely concerned that you might become upset upon viewing it, and anger is detrimental to one's health. I'm not angry at all. Zhao Zijin shoved the phone back into Chu Xiuyuan's embrace, declaring, What is there for me to be angry about with a man like you? My dear, you know that what exists online is but a fabrication. Most of these netizens are merely engaging in idle chatter. Very few would genuinely fall in love with someone over a pair of hands or a voice. That may be debatable. Zhao Zijin blushed, turning her little head to the side. After all, someone has a peculiar foot fetish, a penchant for masochism, and even a taste for exhibitionism. Chu Xiuyuan found himself amused by his wife's remarks. Darling, I cannot accept these accusations. I must defend myself. Zhao Zijin assumed a mock-serious demeanor, resembling a judge in session. Very well, let the defendant present his defense. First, regarding the accusation of having a foot fetish. On 2 occasions when you were inebriated, I had to wash your feet. And I only touched your little feet out of necessity. Zhao Zijin added new evidence. You were clearly laughing with delight at that time. My dear, that was because you always act adorably when you're drunk. Chu Xiuyuan replied candidly, gazing into her enchanting eyes. You know I cherish the way you act when you're being cute. Bang! Zhao Zijin felt as though something had struck her heart once more. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head and gently punched Chu Xiuyuan on the chest. Just defend yourself properly. Why suddenly say such things? Seeing his wife's bashful demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan felt a sense of intoxication. All right, I shall continue my defense. As for the accusation of being a masochist, I cannot agree. My anticipation of those punishments is not rooted in a desire for pain, but rather in my unwavering belief that my wife is a kind-hearted and proud girl who would never truly harm me. Instead, she would perform many delightful and endearing acts that I eagerly look forward to. Zhao Zijin's face turned even redder. She lifted her head, reaching out to lightly grasp Chu Xiuyuan's neck. You truly do not believe I would ever hurt you? I do not. Observing Chu Xiuyuan's resolute expression, Zhao Zijin felt a mixture of shyness and irritation. She longed to bite him fiercely, to show him a glimpse of her true feelings. Yet, she harbored concerns about truly biting him. Even more, she worried that her bite might not possess sufficient vigor, inadvertently granting this insufferable pervert a moment of pleasure. Ultimately, Zhao Zijin retracted her petite hand with a sense of resignation, delivering a fierce warning. Chu Xiuyuan, Should you develop feelings for me, there will come a day when you shall regret it. I advise you to cease any further losses and retreat from the precipice. Turning back is the path to safety. However, Chu Xiuyuan remained unfazed. The combination of his wife's charming visage and her fierce expression rendered her even more endearing. As he listened to her tirade, he could not resist teasing her. Darling, are you preparing for your postgraduate entrance exams? Your words flow in an unending stream. Interrupted mid-incantation by Chu Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin's irritation grew. She exclaimed, I am being serious. Chu Xiuyuan replied earnestly, so am I. Humph. There will surely come a day when you will weep. To Zhao Zijin's astonishment, Chu Xiuyuan did not counter her with the same words. Why have you suddenly fallen silent? My dear, I do not wish to witness the day you cry, he replied. Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed deeper. She took a step closer and gently embraced Chu Xiuyuan, burying her head in his chest. Xiuyuan, why do you always act this way? It's fine if you sweet-talk me during ordinary times, but during our banter, you continue to flatter me. If this continues, noticing his wife's hesitation, Chu Xiuyuan's curiosity piqued, and he smiled as he pressed, if this continues, what will happen? Humph. I won't tell you. Not telling me is inconsequential. My dear, I can surmise. Zhao Zijin lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Xiuyuan, let us cease our banter, shall we? All right. Zhao Zijin continued, let us set aside the comments from those netizens for now, shall we? Agreed. After dinner, let us take a stroll together, shall we? Certainly. Seeing that his wife had ceased making requests, Chu Xiuyuan ventured, Darling, I too have a request. May I ask you something? Of course. Where does the term exhibitionist originate? At his words, Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze flitting. See, can I refrain from answering that question? Chu Xiuyuan smirked. You could, but now that you've mentioned it, I suddenly feel you cannot. Humph. You only know how to bully me. As she spoke, Zhao Zijin produced her phone and fiddled with it for a moment. Soon, Chu Xiuyuan received a screenshot of their WeChat conversation. What made him chuckle was the note his wife had assigned to him. The exhibitionist with 8-pack abs. Suddenly, Chu Xiuyuan recalled their awkward encounter on the very first day he moved in, at the bathroom door. My dear, it appears that first impressions truly hold great significance for both of us. Chu Xiuyuan could not suppress his laughter, which grew ever more boisterous. Still laughing? Show me how you've labeled me. I am certain it is nothing flattering. With that, Zhao Zijin leaned in to peer at Chu Xiuyuan's phone. Chu Xiuyuan showed no signs of concealment, openly displaying his affection for his wife. A diligent student, he never feared the scrutiny of his teacher. Zhao Zijin pouted her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. The only note he had for her was simply, wife. She mused to herself, this insufferable man truly enjoys calling me his wife. Doesn't he? Humph. One day, I shall make certain he can never utter it again. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, the corners of Zhao Zijin's mouth curled into a more pronounced smile. After dinner, the couple chose to take a stroll outside their community, meandering along the street. The fallen leaves of early autumn lay scattered across the pavement. They walked in synchrony, occasionally stepping on the dry leaves, which crunched beneath their feet. How beautiful. Indeed. Upon hearing Chu Xiuyuan's response, Zhao Zijin turned to look at him, only to find he had been gazing at her all along. A blush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze to the leaves beneath her feet. Xiuyuan, why are you behaving like this again? We are simply out for a walk, yet you engage in these antics. My dear, if you dislike these little tricks, I shall refrain from them in the future. Don't. She abruptly lifted her head, only to find Chu Xiuyuan wearing a mischievous smile as he regarded her. Embarrassed and irritated, she resorted to playfully punching him a few times. Still trying to trick me. Just how long do you intend to keep this up? Chapter 49. My wife desires a kiss. Until when will this game continue? Let me calculate. Chu Xiuyuan mused aloud, pretending to count on his fingers. Assuming we both live to 100, then there are still 74 years left. If we live a bit shorter, only to 99, then there are still 73 years. Humph. Dream on. Zhao Zijin teased him with a smile, claiming that by then, he would be nothing more than a frail old man confined to a wheelchair. Struggling to move, and still wanting to play games with me? A frail old man it is. Chu Xiuyuan waved dismissively, continuing to gaze at Zhao Zijin. As long as I have you, my old wife, by my side, the games matter not. Humph. This insufferable man speaks only sweet words to charm me. Zhao Zijin tried her best to suppress her blush, not wanting to reveal her feelings too overtly. Even if we truly live to that age, I am already well aware of your tricks and will not fall for them again. In fact, even now, I have already grasped most of your methods. Really, Of course, it's true. Zhao Zijin's face lit up with a hint of pride. I am Zhao Zijin. Learning from experience is my forte. It is precisely because she excelled at this that her grandfather entrusted her with the presidency of Tianyun Group. Well then, my dear, Chu Xiuyuan asked mischievously. What do you think I plan to do next? This unexpected question indeed caught Zhao Zijin off guard. If Chu Xiuyuan were to make a move now, she could manage to predict it. However, he merely stood there, grinning at her. Hard to guess. But the proud Zhao Zijin would never concede easily. She stubbornly declared, I've already guessed, but I won't tell. Seeing his wife's proud demeanor only made Chu Xiuyuan happier. My dear, how about this? Let us write down our thoughts in our phone memos and share them with each other. What do you think? All right then. With no way out. Zhao Zijin reluctantly agreed. My dear, are you ready? I'm ready. On the count of 3, let us reveal to one another. 1, 2, 3. The couple, facing each other, turned their phone screens around. Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin saw what each had written. However, they were not in sync. They could not possibly write the same thing. Chu Xiuyuan wrote, hold hands, while Zhao Zijin wrote, kiss. Upon seeing his wife's bold words on the screen, Chu Xiuyuan finally realized. Oh, my dear, you wish for me to kiss you, don't you? No, don't say that, I just think. Zhao Zijin, exposed by Chu Xiuyuan, stubbornly chose to maintain her facade. I merely felt it prudent to spare your dignity, refraining from exposing your timid notion of only daring to hold hands. Thus, I pin the word kiss, devoid of ulterior motives, absolutely none. Do not misinterpret. Ah. Zhao Zijin's eyes widened in astonishment, for before she could articulate her thoughts, Chu Xiuyuan grasped her delicate hand and lowered his head to capture her cherry-red lips in a fervent kiss. Zhao Zijin's heart fluttered with shyness. How could he behave this way? Out in public, no less. I casually mentioned it, yet he truly kissed me. On the lips, no less. Previously, he had merely pecked my forehead and cheeks. This is too much. He caught me completely unprepared. Nevertheless, the kiss was exceedingly delightful, truly exquisite. Considering the pleasure derived from Chu Xiuyuan's affectionate gesture, Zhao Zijin resolved to permit him to continue for a little while longer, intending to chastise him afterward. In the early autumn, where a chill began to settle in, Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin found themselves increasingly attuned to each other's fervent warmth. Their warm, soft lips sought one another, and even the breath exchanged between them felt moist and sweet. Their hands, one large and one small, intertwined ever more tightly. After a prolonged kiss, it was only with a gentle nudge from his wife that Chu Xiuyuan reluctantly released her luscious lips. Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her eyes sparkling with a beguiling autumnal allure, revealing her unspoken longing. One of her delicate hands instinctively shielded her lips, fearful that this insatiable man might kiss her again. After such an extended kiss, she could hardly believe he had even dared to use his tongue. I apologize, my dear wife. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. Chu Xiuyuan felt as though he had yet to fully awaken from the intoxicating kiss of his beloved. Zhao Zijin softly implored, Xiuyuan, please refrain from speaking. Allow me to embrace you. With that, she enveloped him in her arms, burying her small head in his embrace, leaning entirely upon him. In her heart, Zhao Zijin lamented, I never wished for this. It is all this insufferable man's fault. His kiss has rendered my legs weak. If I do not find some support soon, I may very well collapse. With tender kisses and the warmth of her soft presence enveloping him, Chu Xiuyuan found himself at a loss for words to convey his inner excitement. Yet, feeling her warmth against him, he could not resist lifting his arms to hold her close. He thought to himself, punishment be damned. The most pressing matter at hand is to cherish this intimacy with my wife. After what felt like an eternity, the blush on Zhao Zijin's face finally faded, and her strength returned. She lifted her head from Chu Xiuyuan's chest and gazed up at him. He too lowered his gaze to meet hers. Wife. Zhao Zijin interrupted his words, adopting a playful tone. Xiuyuan, you have violated several terms all at once. I willingly accept the punishment. Wife. Zhao Zijin pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. Why do you always wear that expression of willing acceptance? Chu Xiuyuan instantly understood and feigned a look of profound sorrow. I am guilty. I cannot control myself. Upon catching sight of my wife's delicate, soft lips, I could not resist planting a kiss upon them. A mere kiss would have sufficed. Yet I lingered far longer than necessary. Not only did I kiss for an extended duration, but I also dared to extend my tongue. I am indeed guilty of grave transgressions, deserving of severe retribution. I humbly beseech my beloved wife to temper her judgment. I shall seize this opportunity for penance to engage in profound introspection, to cleanse my heart, and to embark on a path of renewal. Zhao Zijin was amused by Chu Xiuyuan's playful words. She retorted with a line from their earlier conversation. Are you really preparing for your postgraduate entrance exams with such antics? To which I replied, no, I am earnestly reflecting on my actions. My dear wife, do you find my attitude sufficiently earnest? Chapter 50. The wife seeks to assert her authority. Zhao Zijin struggled to suppress her laughter. Even now, you still address me as wife with such casualness, blatantly violating the terms. Tell me, is your attitude not rather improper? Chu Xiuyuan feigned a long sigh. It indeed seemed quite inappropriate. It appears that only a severe punishment can prompt my reformation. Very well, I shall impose a penalty on you. Follow me. Zhao Zijin withdrew from Chu Xiuyuan's embrace, intending to move forward, only to have her hand grasped once more by him. She quickly covered her mouth. No more kisses. If we continue this way, even if my legs do not weaken, my mind may just falter. Observing his wife's fierce yet adorable defensive posture, Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but chuckle. My dear, do not worry. I have stated from the outset that I merely wish to hold your hand. Humph. Such sweet words. I do not believe you. You clearly kissed me immediately after holding my hand. My dear, you were simply too adorable at that moment. I was overwhelmed with emotion and lost control. So now, can you maintain your self-control? Yes, my dear. Then why do you still call me wife? I just mentioned that matter. Oh dear. Since I am to be punished anyway, I might as well continue to break the rules a little longer and call you a few more times. How shameless. Quite annoying indeed. Chu Xiuyuan smiled in silence, fully aware that his wife remained in her haughty demeanor. He could feel that as she spoke, her soft little hand, which he held, turned voluntarily, intertwining their fingers. As Zhao Zijin gazed at Chu Xiuyuan's face, her smile became even more pronounced. Enough standing around. I said I would punish you. Come on. Understood, my dear. Zhao Zijin tightly grasped Chu Xiuyuan's hand, leading him to a supermarket. My dear, are you here to shop? This supermarket primarily offers household items. We could visit a nearby shopping mall or plan a weekend getaway. Those are matters for the future. Zhao Zijin extended a finger, gently tapping it on Chu Xiuyuan's face. Earning money is not easy. You must be frugal. Do not think of spending lavishly as soon as you earn some. Before meeting Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin's expenditures were not extravagant. After all, within the company, she had numerous tasks to attend to daily, leaving her little time to indulge in shopping or leisure. Generally, only those wealthy second-generation heirs, uninterested in managing the family business, would behave thus. As a third-generation heiress, Zhao Zijin understood the significance of wealth inheritance. Indeed, my dear, you make a valid point. Chu Xiuyuan nodded, then shifted the conversation, suggesting that saving money might be beneficial for future expenses like wedding banquets or a celebration for our child's first month. My dear, please do not pinch my waist. Humph. Upon hearing Chu Xiuyuan plead for mercy, Zhao Zijin released her grip. Nevertheless, she continued to mockingly scold him, saying, You have such grand notions. What wedding banquets? What celebrations for children? I had previously mentioned that we should not flaunt our relationship. We are merely. Zhao Zijin hesitated to continue. The phrase nominal couple was simply too difficult for her to utter. After all, which couple, in name only, embraces and kisses so affectionately? At this very moment, their hands were intertwined as if glued together. Yet, Chu Xiuyuan seized the opportunity to inquire further. Wife, what exactly are we? Nothing. Zhao Zijin turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. In any case, I could never bear your children, let alone discuss matters such as milk powder or celebration parties. At least, not for now. Chu Xiuyuan continued to jest. All right, we shall not have children for the time being. Zhao Zijin pouted, choosing not to argue further. Chu Xiuyuan's smile widened, fully aware that his wife was a rather proud girl. Nevertheless, their relationship had progressed swiftly in recent days, a clear testament to her strong feelings for him. For instance, her reluctance to refer to their relationship as a nominal couple was already a significant advancement. As for everything else, they could take their time. Chu Xiuyuan was in no rush. Do not smile so joyfully. Come here and accept your punishment. With that, Zhao Zijin tugged Chu Xiuyuan into the supermarket. After a brief search, she quickly located her target area. Zhao Zijin plucked several items from the shelves. Chu Xiuyuan observed the array of products and then glanced at his wife's cascading waves of hair. He could not help but ask, Wife, I recall you usually do not wear such small hair ties, do you? Indeed, that's why I'm here to buy some. As she spoke, a sly smile crept across Zhao Zijin's face as she looked at Chu Xiuyuan. I do not need them. However, from now on, you must wear one, and it shall be on your wrist. It may be somewhat embarrassing for a big man to wear a small hair tie, but this is your punishment. Remember, you must wear it every day, especially during every live streaming session. If I discover that you have neglected to wear it for even one session, you shall face dire consequences. Despite her stunning beauty, Zhao Zijin's fury bore a certain charm. Yet, Chu Xiuyuan could genuinely sense the jealousy in her tone, a tidal wave of jealousy. It suddenly dawned on him that when she had previously mentioned setting aside the comments from netizens, she did not intend to let it slide, but rather to address it later. Once again, Chu Xiuyuan grasped the complexities of a woman's heart, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, her declaration of possession filled him with immense joy. After all, love is not a mere transaction. In a commercial market, one might often encounter scenarios where Company A holds a 50% share, Company B possesses 40%, and the remaining companies share the last 10%. In the realm of genuine love, both partners harbor an innate desire to monopolize the entirety of each other's affections, while simultaneously harboring an aversion to any potential rivals. Under the influence of such sentiments, partners often engage in various acts of asserting their claim over one another. For instance, Zhao Zijin's intention to adorn Chu Xiuyuan with a small hair tie stems from this very psychology. However, her proud and aloof nature would prevent her from openly acknowledging this sentiment. Even she, with her limited romantic experience, may not fully comprehend the depth of her feelings for Chu Xiuyuan. Thus, having procured the small hair ties, Zhao Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan made their way out of the supermarket, the latter carrying an assortment of snacks. Zhao Zijin promptly placed several hair ties into Chu Xiuyuan's hands, declaring, "Here, choose whichever you like, or alternate between them. Just remember what I just said." Chu Xiuyuan stifled a laugh, extending his wrist toward his wife and feigning ignorance. "Darling, as a grown man, I am unsure how to wear a hair tie on my wrist. Could you possibly enlighten me?" Chapter 51. The beautiful CEO desires to be called wife for a lifetime. Zhao Zijin certainly comprehended Chu Xiuyuan's intentions. Since she wished to assert her claim, she was determined to see it through to the end. "Indeed, it was only fitting that I assist you in this, for it serves as a form of punishment. I shall personally execute it." With a playful smile, Zhao Zijin retrieved a small hair tie from Chu Xiuyuan's grasp. However, instead of hastily adorning him with it, she first placed it upon her own wrist. Then, she removed it and fastened it in her hair. Chu Xiuyuan found himself puzzled by his wife's series of actions. "Wife, what are you doing? Mind your own business. Just be patient." Zhao Zijin felt a touch of shyness and refrained from explicitly stating her intentions. She wished to leave her scent on this small hair tie. After all, a certain notorious pervert had once remarked upon her so-called body fragrance. It appeared he had quite the fondness for it. If he enjoyed it, then let him indulge. While she could not allow him to lean on her to inhale her scent, she could certainly infuse the hair tie with her essence. If he truly relished this fragrance, it might lighten his spirits whenever he wore the hair tie. At last, Zhao Zijin untied the small hair tie from her hair and gently placed it upon Chu Xiuyuan's wrist. During this process, she carefully observed his large hand, thinking, "His hand is indeed quite handsome. The entire hand boasts a robust curve, with pronounced veins, exuding strength and vitality. Even his fingernails are impeccably trimmed and smooth, quite aesthetically pleasing. Humph. No wonder so many girls are enamored. Yet, it matters not how much they adore it. It is already mine. Not just this, but he is mine as well. How splendid will his live stream be tomorrow, adorned with this pink hair tie." Amidst the vibrant comments and barrage of messages, in her anticipation, Zhao Zijin could not help but feel a tinge of worry. Would this affect his sales during the live stream? Although it did not matter to her whether he earned a little or a lot, as she could support him. Still, observing his evident delight when discussing the matter tonight made her reconsider. Never mind. I shall think of another form of punishment. Just as Zhao Zijin had placed the pink hair tie on Chu Xiuyuan's wrist, she uttered this statement. As she reached to remove it from his wrist, Chu Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback but acted swiftly. He promptly withdrew his hand to prevent her from taking off the hair tie. "Why?" With a hint of pride, Zhao Zijin pouted. Such antics seemed too childish, reminiscent of a little girl. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. "Wife, I recall you once said during our playful moments that I am quite the childish fellow. A childish boy and a childish girl make the perfect pair. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed." Zhao Zijin hesitated to admit it, instead responding, "That is not the point. What matters is that I do not enjoy engaging in childish activities." "I understand. My wife is a mature, insightful, and exceptionally tolerant elder sister. Chu Xiuyuan raised his hand, showcasing the small rubber band on his wrist, wearing a proud expression. However, I have always been somewhat childish, delighting in trivial pursuits. Particularly, I am enamored with this pink rubber band that my sister gifted me. Sister, might you show some leniency towards your immature brother? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She was aware that Chu Xiuyuan's call of sister was not entirely out of place, as she was born merely a month earlier than him. Thus, she lifted her small face and, with a hint of haughtiness, declared, "All right, since you cherish it so much, I cannot bear to see you disheartened. However, in the live stream, whether you wear it or not is entirely up to you." Chu Xiuyuan felt a surge of emotion within him. His proud yet endearing wife not only wished to assert her claim, but also seemed concerned that their sales in the live stream might be affected. "Of course I will wear it. It was given to me by my beloved wife. How could I possibly not?" A warm feeling blossomed in Zhao Zijin's heart. She feigned ignorance and asked, "Do you truly care for me?" "Indeed, my dear wife." Although the answer was already known, it still stirred Zhao Zijin's heart. Yet, her inherent pride remained unyielding as she pointed out, "But you are still violating my terms by calling me wife." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, showcasing the pink rubber band once more, adding, "Even at this moment, I am still accepting my wife's punishment. Humph, I intend to punish you for a lifetime." Hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan felt an even greater joy. Interpreting his wife's words as a desire for him to call her wife for eternity, right? Indeed, that seems to be the case, but Chu Xiuyuan's response plunged Zhao Zijin into contemplation. "With this, my initial term has almost become null and void. How frustrating. Since the establishment of our 4 terms, I have been consistently at his mercy. Subtly and overtly, he has been taking advantage of me. No, this cannot continue." Zhao Zijin's competitive spirit was once again ignited. After Chu Xiuyuan finished speaking, he noticed his wife remained silent and was about to inquire when suddenly, her delicate arm rested upon his shoulder. "Xiuyuan, all right," he replied. "Are you playing that game again, my dear wife?" Observing Zhao Zijin employ her sweet tactics once more, Chu Xiuyuan gladly acquiesced. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhao Zijin leaned in closer to Chu Xiuyuan's ear, gently exhaling. "May I request something from you, Xiuyuan? Between husband and wife, there is no need for request. Just tell me what you need." "Well, Xiuyuan, I fear that if I speak, you may not agree." As she said this, Zhao Zijin pressed her small face against his. "Xiuyuan, first promise me you will comply, and then I shall speak, all right? I beg of you, you are the best." With her sweet voice, gentle touches, and soft breaths by his ear, Zhao Zijin employed her classic charm. Despite his fondness for the idea, Chu Xiuyuan could not be satisfied. He yearned for his wife to embrace the times. "Darling," he said, "I can agree to your request, but..." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes. "But what?" "Xiuyuan, tell me, please." Chu Xiuyuan replied with a mischievous grin. "You must kiss me and call me husband. If you can do that, I shall acquiesce." A kiss was certainly within her reach. After all, they had shared many. "Wait. What? What are you saying? Call you what? Husband?" Since Zhao Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan obtained their marriage certificate, she had addressed him with a myriad of names: Chu Xiuyuan, scoundrel, fool, and simpleton. Yet, she had never uttered the term husband. This title felt unbearably embarrassing. Too difficult to articulate. Chapter 52, the first time she calls him husband. Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes, filled with pleading, gazed at Chu Xiuyuan. "What seems to be the matter?" "My dear?" he asked. "A kiss from you is certainly acceptable, but could you refrain from calling me husband?" It was not that Zhao Zijin was unwilling. Rather, the very notion was too mortifying for her. Chu Xiuyuan firmly rejected her. "Absolutely not." "Then, can we not use some other term of endearment?" Zhao Zijin inquired. Still hopeful. Yet Chu Xiuyuan stood resolute. "No, that won't do either." "Humph." Zhao Zijin pouted, realizing she had no choice but to utter the words husband. Just thinking about it filled her with embarrassment. How could she possibly do something so humiliating? However, it wasn't an insurmountable task, was it? Though at times, she did wish. No, it was clearly Chu Xiuyuan who was pressuring her into this. She had no alternative but to comply. All of this was his fault. Zhao Zijin, the proud little ostrich, finally found her excuse. With renewed determination, her gaze settled upon Chu Xiuyuan's handsome face. Where should she kiss him first? The forehead? The cheek? Or? Once again, her eyes fell upon Chu Xiuyuan's lips. Memories of their previous kiss flooded her mind, overwhelming her senses. No, she couldn't do that again. Even if kissing was delightful, it was a path to addiction. Just like indulging in snacks, No matter how delectable, one couldn't substitute them for a proper meal, could they? Resolute in her decision to avoid kissing, Zhao Zijin's body, however, had other ideas. She rose onto her toes, gently wrapping her arms around Chu Xiuyuan's neck, her soft lips inching toward him. Just before their lips were to meet, she closed her eyes, ready to embrace the uncertainty of the moment. Oh no. It seems she ended up kissing his lips again. It wasn't intentional, truly. In that fleeting moment when his wife's lips met his, Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his adorable, proud wife would dare to kiss him so boldly. Just moments ago, she could barely stand after their previous kiss. As Chu Xiuyuan contemplated how to respond to this delightful kiss, Zhao Zijin quickly withdrew, breaking their connection. He instinctively sought to pursue her. But she placed a delicate finger against his lips. Not so fast, dear husband. Her soft and alluring voice reached Chu Xiuyuan's ears, igniting a fire within him. He grasped her finger, intending to disregard her words and continue their kiss. Seeing his determination, Zhao Zijin panicked, swiftly placing her palm against his chest to halt his advance. Husband, please spare me. I can't continue like this, or I might just perish here. Chu Xiuyuan found her plight amusing. Is it truly that severe? Of course it is. You have no idea. You have no idea how pleasurable it is to kiss you. Zhao Zijin felt a twinge of embarrassment as she uttered such words aloud. The two fell into a brief silence. At that moment, a couple in their 30s, cradling a young girl, passed by them. Daddy, Mommy, look at those older siblings. They are so beautiful, but why are their faces so red? The middle-aged couple couldn't help but chuckle at the child's innocent remarks. From a distance, they had already noticed the striking pair flirting on the street corner. As a couple with a child of their own, they easily recognized the playful exchange between the attractive duo. They had intended to pass quietly, but the young child's loud curiosity disrupted their plans. The father, holding his daughter, leaned down to speak softly. Sweetheart, let's head home now. I will explain everything later. No, Daddy, I want to know right now. The father whispered something further to his daughter, but as they walked away, Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin could no longer hear their conversation. This unexpected situation left Chu Xiuyuan feeling a bit awkward, and he hesitated to continue kissing his wife. However, Zhao Zijin felt even more embarrassed and shy. This proud little ostrich buried her head in Chu Xiuyuan's embrace, refusing to look up for a long time. Dear, they've gone far away now. Humph. Zhao Zijin playfully punched his chest, still too bashful to lift her gaze. She worried that if she did, the shameless man would attempt to kiss her again. If I look up, you must promise not to kiss me again. That would be against the rules. All right, no kisses today. Zhao Zijin playfully hit him again and finally raised her head. What do you mean by today? You can't kiss me tomorrow either. Okay. Then I shall wait until the day after tomorrow. Chu Xiuyuan grinned mischievously, and Zhao Zijin shot him an exasperated glance, too fatigued to argue further. With newfound enthusiasm, Chu Xiuyuan imitated the father's tone from earlier, saying, Come on, darling, it's time for us to head home as well. Chu Xiuyuan, are you truly seeking your demise? Zhao Zijin playfully landed a flurry of light punches on him. Both Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin were familiar with various dialects. And especially with Zhao Zijin's extensive experience in business, she understood that in certain regions, darling was an affectionate term for a little girl, particularly one's daughter. After Zhao Zijin playfully chastised Chu Xiuyuan for a while, she ultimately allowed him to take her hand as they walked home. Feeling the warmth of their fingers entwined, her mood lightened considerably. Xiuyuan, having kissed you and called you hubby, it's now your turn to listen to what I have to say. Although she refrained from using the term hubby again, Chu Xiuyuan didn't mind overly much. There would be plenty of time ahead. One day, he would help his wife overcome her proud shyness. All right, dear, please proceed. I wish to amend the first clause of our agreement. Chu Xiuyuan nodded, as he had anticipated this matter. Previously, the first stipulation set by his wife was that he must not refer to her as wife. However, over the past few days, Chu Xiuyuan had repeatedly found loopholes, calling her wife, to which she had ultimately capitulated. All right, my dear, what would you like to amend? Henceforth, while we are outside, you must obey my commands. For instance, that sudden kiss earlier, with the addition of your tongue, is absolutely forbidden without my consent. Do you understand? Understood, my dear. Chu Xiuyuan replied with a grin. So this means you can initiate a French kiss, while I can only passively enjoy it, correct? Yes, no. Who would take the initiative to French kiss you? Stop being so vain. Zhao Zijin pinched his waist. In any case, since you've agreed, you must comply. Otherwise, You shall face severe punishment. Severe punishment? You mustn't display such an eager expression. Understood, my dear, he responded, a playful tone in his voice. With a smirk, Zhao Zijin halted her steps. All right, we are now in an outdoor scenario, and I shall test whether you truly heed my words. How do you intend to test me? During the remainder of our journey, you will hand over the shopping bags for me to carry. Chu Xiuyuan reluctantly complied, but, my dear, it is not reasonable for a girl to bear the burden of carrying everything. Chu Xiuyuan was a caring husband, and being tall and strong, carrying a few items was well within his capabilities. He genuinely did not wish for his wife to undertake such a task. Yet, since she had requested it, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Don't be hasty. I have another task lined up for you. Seeing Chu Xiuyuan obey, Zhao Zijin's smile broadened. Now, we are just a short distance from our community. You shall carry me back, just as you did before. Ever since the last time Chu Xiuyuan had carried her, Zhao Zijin had been eagerly anticipating experiencing such physical closeness once more. Chapter 53, The Big Pig and the Little Bride. Originally, Zhao Zijin had envisioned that Chu Xiuyuan would carry her from the supermarket and trance all the way home. However, upon reflection, she realized that the distance was considerable. If Chu Xiuyuan were to exhaust himself, the one who would ultimately care for him would be herself. Thus, she opted to propose this request when they were only a short distance from their neighborhood. This way, she could fulfill her heart's desire without overexerting her husband. Truly a win-win situation. All right, my dear wife, climb onto my back, Chu Xiuyuan said as he squatted down, allowing Zhao Zijin to mount him. He began to walk slowly, carrying her on his back. Compared to the last time he had carried her, Zhao Zijin was evidently much happier this time. There was no need for her to pretend to be intoxicated, stifle her laughter, or manage her expressions. In fact, she could mischievously tease Chu Xiuyuan. Xiuyuan, don't you think you resemble Zhu Beiji carrying? Suddenly, midway through her jest, Zhao Zijin realized she had chosen the wrong approach to tease him. How could Chu Xiuyuan let such an opportunity slip away? Indeed, my wife. I, old pig, relish carrying my wife. Zhao Zijin was caught between laughter and tears, lightly smacking his chest. Humph, you big pig. Chu Xiuyuan feigned a pained expression, coughing dramatically. Cough, cough. It hurts. My chest feels dreadful. Zhao Zijin saw right through his act. Stop pretending. I barely exerted any force. No, I truly feel discomfort, my wife. Well then, let me give you a little massage. Zhao Zijin giggled as she placed her small hand on Chu Xiuyuan's chest, gently caressing it. My wife, why do I feel as though you are taking advantage of me? He teased. Nonsense. Zhao Zijin would never admit it. With a defiant tone, she replied, what advantage could a big pig like you possibly offer me? Cough, cough, cough. Now that you mention it, my chest hurts even more. Zhao Zijin laughed for a while before helplessly proposing. How about this? I'll get you a bottle of sweet yogurt to alleviate the pain. With that, she rummaged through the snack bag she was carrying and extracted a row of yogurts. After opening one and inserting a straw, she held it to Chu Xiuyuan's lips. Drink up. Despite her encouragement, Chu Xiuyuan did not open his mouth. Noticing this, Zhao Zijin asked, why aren't you drinking? Suppressing his laughter, he fabricated a tale. When I was still the marshal of the heavenly canopy, I once heard the matchmaker say that sweet yogurt sipped by one's beloved is a miraculous elixir that can alleviate all pain. Zhao Zijin laughed so hard that she nearly dropped the yogurt. Stop babbling. Drink it quickly. Oh, I can't. If this chest pain continues, old pig may not have long to live. Zhao Zijin could only concede and, unable to resist him further, took a sip herself before offering it to him again. Here, now you can drink, right? Chu Xiuyuan savored a generous sip from the bottle. As he released his lips, Zhao Zijin could sense that there was still some yogurt left inside. Pouting, she playfully inquired, Big pig head, does your chest no longer ache? Why not finish it? Did you not proclaim this to be the elixir of the world? The effect has waned, requiring my beloved lady to reapply the catalyst to restore its potency. Humph. Drink if you wish, or leave it. Zhao Zijin took another sip herself. Ah, how peculiar. Is it merely my imagination? Why do I feel that this yogurt has become even sweeter? Initially intending not to offer it to Chu Xiuyuan again, she reconsidered. Here, apply the catalyst anew. There isn't much left. Hurry and drink it. After you finish, let's head back quickly. Your pace is too slow. After finishing the yogurt, Chu Xiuyuan grinned. I wish to carry my wife a while longer. Need I say, you are indeed a big pig head. After today, I shall still be your wife, and you can carry me whenever you wish. But if you carry me for too long in one go, you might exhaust yourself. And then you won't be able to carry me at all. Understood, my wife. Chu Xiuyuan promptly hoisted his wife onto his back and hastened homeward. Here we are at Gaolao village, my dear wife. Big pig head, you have worked hard carrying me along the way, and you were drenched in sweat. You should take a bath first tonight. Typically, after dinner, the couple would bathe separately, for while their affections had noticeably deepened, they had yet to reach the point of sharing a bath. Usually, Chu Xiuyuan would allow his wife to bathe first, but tonight was an exception. After their meal, they had gone for a stroll, leaving no time for a bath. Upon hearing his wife's words, Chu Xiuyuan nodded and raised his wrist toward her. What is it? She asked, puzzled. My wrist adornment possesses great powers, but alas, it cannot touch water. Unfortunately, your old pig lacks the ability to remove it. Zhao Zijin couldn't help but chuckle. In that case, allow me to assist you. With that, she reached out and removed the pink hair tie from his wrist, placing it onto her own. Thank you, my wife. I shall now proceed to the bath, Chu Xiuyuan declared, heading towards the bathroom. Just before entering, he turned back with a mischievous grin and asked, My dear wife, may I use your toiletries? You dare. Just a casual inquiry, dear wife. No need to become agitated. Humph. Zhao Zijin pouted as she rose from the sofa, heading towards the bathroom. I do not trust you. I must take everything out to prevent you, big pig head, from engaging in any unsavory activities. Zhao Zijin entered the bathroom but returned empty-handed, muttering, Oh well, if there is no trust between us, how can we continue our life together? Chu Xiuyuan smiled knowingly, as if he had anticipated her reaction. I knew my wife would trust me. Humph. Observing the smug expression on Chu Xiuyuan's face, Zhao Zijin felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. With her cheeks flushed, she retorted, Do not bask in your own glory. Hurry up and wash. After Chu Xiuyuan emerged from the bath, Zhao Zijin affectionately assisted him in donning a pink hair tie. Big pig head. Remember to take it off before going to bed tonight. Do you understand? She admonished, her thoughts lingering on the discomfort he might experience while sleeping with the pink accessory. Chu Xiuyuan, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned his wife's concern. Do not fret, dear. If it becomes uncomfortable during the night, I shall remove it myself, he assured her. Humph. As if I would worry about you. With that, Zhao Zijin entered the bathroom. Before stepping inside, she glanced back and caught sight of her big pig head subtly sniffing the hair tie. She suppressed a laugh, feeling a sense of triumph in her heart. Big pig head, I knew you would do just that. Chapter 54, The Great Pervert and the Little Pervert. Upon entering the bathroom, Zhao Zijin first glanced at her grooming products. Well, it seemed he hadn't touched them. Humph. That big pig head. He truly adhered to his word about not moving them. Yet, in their daily interactions, when he would affectionately call her his wife and indulge in embraces and kisses, he never exhibited such obedience. Zhao Zijin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. To vent this frustration, she resolved to take her revenge on Chu Xiuyuan, for instance, by using his grooming products once more. After her bath, Zhao Zijin stealthily pressed herself against the door of the bathroom, listening to the sounds from the living room. It was quite serene. He must have gone to bed. How could he not say good night to me before sleeping? Tomorrow, I shall certainly give him a proper lesson. But perhaps it was for the best. If he were still awake, it would only complicate matters for me. With this thought in mind, Zhao Zijin swiftly darted out of the bathroom, racing toward her room. Wife. Chu Xiuyuan's rich, magnetic voice resonated from the sofa. To Zhao Zijin's ears, it sounded akin to the call of death. You big pig head. Why are you still awake? I am meticulously admiring the few little hair ties my wife gifted me, while waiting for you to finish your bath so I can dry your hair. Dry my hair. That was precisely what Zhao Zijin dreaded. For the past few days, every time she finished bathing, Chu Xiuyuan would assist her in drying her hair. She was well aware that his touch was gentle, as if he cherished her hair even more than she did. This was one of the reasons she often permitted him to dry her hair. But, not tonight. That big pig head, with a sense of smell sharper than a pig's, would undoubtedly notice something amiss if he helped her dry her hair. No, it's fine, dear. Xiuyuan, you've already cooked and carried me today. You must be tired. Rest early. Good night. Something was amiss. 100% amiss. Observing his wife's demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes with a mischievous grin. Wife. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Zijin bolted towards her room. Quick as a flash, Chu Xiuyuan reached out and seized her. Xiuyuan, let go of me, please. I want to go back to sleep. Once I dry your hair, I'll let you return to your slumber. Otherwise, how can you sleep with wet hair? Xiuyuan, I'll dry it myself. Not a chance. If you do it yourself and fail to dry it properly, you might catch a cold. So, you can either obediently let me dry your hair now, or I will add another condition, and then you'll have to comply. Choose wisely. How can you be so unreasonable? Xiuyuan. You once swore you would not arbitrarily impose conditions to bully me. Helping my wife dry her hair hardly qualifies as bullying. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. I will count to 3. And if you still haven't made a choice. Wait. I'll let you dry my hair. Do not add any terms. Seeing that her attempts at coaxing were futile, Zhao Zijin could only lower her head, allowing Chu Xiuyuan to lead her to a chair. The sound of the hairdryer filled the air, stirring chaos within Zhao Zijin's heart. What on earth is happening? How did I end up like this? Especially today. Everything seemed utterly absurd. I kissed him, even extended my tongue. I even called him husband, although it was under duress. I cannot fathom why I allowed him to carry me. What is worse, I have used his personal care products again. The last time, I could at least conjure an excuse for the accidental usage, but what about this time? What should I do? He just laughed so wickedly. He must be planning to tease me again. Sob. Chu Xiuyuan naturally detected the lingering sin of his personal care products on his wife. Yet he chose to remain silent. Wife. What is it? I wish to confess something to you. What is it? When I took a shower earlier, I was particularly tempted to use your personal care products. I knew it, you pervert. Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed as she inquired. Then why didn't you use them in the end? Because such matters are somewhat inappropriate. Nonsense. You have done plenty of inappropriate things to me. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and continued the subject of personal care products. However, I still really want to use my wife's personal care products. Then go ahead. Am I going to eat you? Zhao Zijin thought, if you truly used them, I would feel more at ease. All right, in return. You can use my personal care products as well. Zhao Zijin realized that Chu Xiuyuan was providing her an out. Don't flatter yourself. I have no interest in your products. I'm not a pervert. But since you said so, I might as well use them. Chu Xiuyuan smiled, not pressing the matter further, and continued, regardless of whether my wife wishes to use them or not, we certainly should share these from now on. Therefore, I will simply purchase some unisex personal care products tomorrow. This way, if my wife wishes to use them one day, it won't damage her hair. As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan gently inhaled the scent of his wife's long hair. After all, her hair was beautifully maintained, and he genuinely adored it. Zhao Zijin began to comprehend. Chu Xiuyuan was fully aware of everything, yet took such a convoluted route for a purpose. He was concerned that if she continuously used men's products, it would harm her hair. Thank you, Xiuyuan. Her playful tone always delighted Chu Xiuyuan. Wife, we are married. No need for thanks. Do not be so smug. I am only begrudgingly satisfying your perverted desires because you worked so hard today. Understood. If my wife is willing to be a little pervert, I am quite pleased. You are the little pervert. After the eccentric duo finished drying their hair, they exchanged goodnights and retired to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, Zhao Zijin awoke from a delightful dream. The mere thought that it was Friday filled her with extraordinary joy. Tomorrow, she would venture out with Chu Xiuyuan for a day of shopping. Just yesterday, she had amended the terms, thus seizing the initiative for their outing. This weekend, she was determined to give Chu Xiuyuan a taste of hardship. After her morning routine and breakfast, she would, as usual, offer Chu Xiuyuan a loving embrace. No, wait. It would be a cold, emotionless 5-star review, solely to express her gratitude for his breakfast service. Upon arriving at the company, Zhao Zijin attended a meeting. Secretary Zhu had previously briefed her on this gathering, an internal meeting for the streaming media department. President Zhao. Today's agenda primarily concerns the future direction of our platform's host development. Should we invest directly in external talent or cultivate and unearth potential from within? Manager Chen, who introduced the meeting, was new to the streaming media department and was not yet well acquainted with many matters, making it difficult for him to make decisions. Consequently, his team had split into factions, engaged in heated debates. In desperation, he had turned to Secretary Zhu, requesting her assistance in bringing in President Zhao to deliver a final verdict. Chapter 55, the beautiful CEO at the meeting. As Manager Chen commenced the discussion, Zhao Zijin nodded and remarked, Manager Chen, this is an internal meeting of the streaming media department. I am merely here to observe and gain insights into the department's spirit following the recent leadership change. Please do not mind my presence. Carry on as if I were not here. The usual procedures for your discussions should proceed as they always have. Though Zhao Zijin's words suggested a casual observation, the attendees, all mid to senior level members of the streaming media department, were acutely aware of her true intention for being present. On the other side, after Manager Chen acknowledged her, he invited the heads of the three major groups within the department to share their insights. The first group, responsible for scouting external hosts, naturally favored the strategy of recruiting high-profile streamers from outside the platform. In contrast, the second group, tasked with nurturing internal hosts, advocated for directing platform resources to cultivate a new generation of streamers. The third group was established under Manager Chun's leadership and served as a fusion of the first two, focusing on integrating their respective strengths. Given that the third group was relatively new, it had little to report, so the primary focus of the meeting remained the heated debate between the first and second groups. The head of the first group asserted, "The streaming media department requires more substantial results. Recruiting external hosts is the quickest route." The head of the second group countered, "The bankruptcies of numerous small to medium streaming platforms have demonstrated a critical truth. Recruiting hosts is a long-term, high-risk investment. Risk and opportunity always coexist. In the realm of platforms, how can we fear risk? Not fearing risk does not equate to recklessly charging into it. Moreover, some of our own hosts are gradually achieving success. Even newcomers are delivering remarkable performances, especially in the realm of live commerce." As he spoke, the head of the second group displayed several live streaming rooms on the large screen. These commerce hosts, each with distinct styles, had only recently begun broadcasting but were already yielding impressive results. Zhao Zijin's eyes narrowed with interest as she spotted a live stream dedicated to selling jade bracelets. The host remained unseen, with only a pair of striking male hands on display. One wrist adorned with a pink hair tie caught her attention. Delighted, Zhao Zijin spoke up. "Please bring that jade bracelet live stream to the forefront." Upon following her request, the meeting room resonated with a voice that Zhao Zijin was all too familiar with. "Haha, why is everyone so focused on my little hair tie? All right, let me clarify once more. This was a gift from my wife. Now, let us return to discussing the jade bracelet. How audacious of you, Chu Xiuyuan, to boldly refer to me as your wife in the live stream." Originally, the two had presented themselves to the public as merely boyfriend and girlfriend. However, Zhao Zijin pondered for a moment, realizing that Chu Xiuyuan had not revealed his identity. Moreover, even if he had, no one would be able to connect him to her as the president of Tianyun Group, Zhao Zijin. Never mind, it was not worth the trouble. The head of the second group was quite perceptive. Noticing Zhao's interest in the live streaming room, he eagerly began to elaborate. "Take this live stream selling jade bracelets. For instance, when I watched yesterday, the host was not adorned with any jewelry at all. His sales performance was remarkable, as many female consumers were captivated by his hands and voice. Surely, upon returning home, his wife insisted that he wear this pink little hair tie. It seems this host is not only skilled but also a devoted husband." The uninformed head of the second group spoke with a hint of jest, yet without malice. The rest of the audience, oblivious to the truth, chuckled in response. Zhao Zijin, however, could not help but scoff internally. "Nonsense. Last night, I clearly had no intention of letting him wear it. It was his insistence. What a devoted husband. Absurd. He is merely someone who teases and bullies his wife all day long." Just as she was musing, an intriguing thought suddenly struck Zhao Zijin. She turned to the head of the second group and inquired, "What do you believe is the key to the success of this live stream? The host's humor, his handsome hands, his magnetic voice, or the quality of the product?" "Hold on. We shall analyze the product quality separately later. For now, focus on the first 3 points." Zhao Zijin surveyed the audience. "You all must draft a document and analyze the matter thoroughly. Begin writing now, and submit it to me in 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan, standing behind Zhao Zijin, struggled to suppress her laughter. Among the attendees, she and Zhao Zijin were the only ones privy to the host's true identity. Chu Xiuyuan thought to herself, "Oh, President Zhao, you are indeed mixing business with pleasure. You care so much about Mr. Chu. You wish for others to praise him while keeping his identity concealed. You could simply return home after work and lavish him with compliments in the privacy of your bed, couldn't you? Is it really necessary to feign interest here and listen to everyone praise him?" Of course, such teasing thoughts remained unspoken. Chu Xiuyuan dared not voice them in front of Zhao Zijin. 5 minutes later, all attendees submitted their documents to Zhao Zijin's computer. She perused each one, delighting in the analyses of the host's humor, handsome hands, and melodious voice. Her heart brimmed with joy. "Ah, this male host is indeed remarkable. Remarkable to the extent that business elites are analyzing him. Remarkable enough that wealthy online women splurge on him, buying bracelets and showering him with gifts. Even now, his live stream is filled with various top-tier fans. What does it matter? He has long been mine, Zhao Zijin's. His hands belong to me, and so does he. Even his lips, I have kissed. The mere thought of yesterday, when I shared a kiss with Chu Xiuyuan, sends a shiver down my spine, leaving me almost weak at the knees. Zhao Zijin could not help but gently cover her cherry blossom lips. The attendees, after sending the document to General Zhao, anxiously awaited his response. Clearly, they understood that General Zhao's reply today would dictate the future trajectory of the streaming department, particularly when they witnessed General Zhao covering her mouth. Their expressions varied dramatically. The leader of Group 1 appeared considerably at ease, while the leader of Group 2 furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Having perused the document thoroughly, Zhao Zijin's calm voice resonated among the crowd, akin to the ominous tolling of a bell. I am quite pleased to be part of this meeting today, and I would like to offer a few suggestions for your consideration. Chapter 56, Living Under the Shadow of Chu Xiuyuan. Firstly, we must disband the third group and reassign its functions to the first and second groups. Secondly, for the foreseeable future, the stream media department's host should primarily be cultivated internally, with external recruitment serving as a supplementary measure. Zhao Zijin surveyed the assembly, stating, "These are the 2 points I wish to address. Does anyone have any dissenting opinions? Please feel free to contribute." You're actually going to contribute? No one dared to offer any additions. The leadership had made a decision. Who would be foolish enough to invite trouble? Since there are no further contributions, Manager Chen, please dismiss everyone for now. Zhao Zijin turned to Manager Chen, adding, "Please stay behind for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." After the others exited, only Zhao Zijin, Chu Xiuyuan, and Manager Chen remained in the conference room. Zhao Zijin's charming visage swiftly turned frosty. "Manager Chen, what have you done?" "Zhao, I understand your urgency to achieve results. However, your methods are misguided. Transitioning into the stream media department is inherently challenging, and gaining the support of the mid to senior management within the department is no easy feat. Given the existing discord between groups 1 and 2, I can comprehend the difficulties you face in executing your work. In such circumstances, you could have rallied support or maintained balance to secure the backing of at least some department leaders. But instead, you hastily established a third group dominated by newcomers. And what was the outcome? Just as we observed in the meeting, the mid to senior management of groups 1 and 2 do not regard you as their leader." Manager Chen was drenched in cold sweat, nodding fervently. Yes, Zhao Zijin, you are absolutely correct. I shall adhere to the direction you have outlined moving forward. Seeing Manager Chen's sincere acknowledgement of his errors, Zhao Zijin ceased her reprimand and departed. After her exit, Manager Chen turned to Chu Xiuyuan, who was tidying up the documents. "Secretary Zhu, may I consult you on a matter?" "What is it?" "It seems that Zhao Zijin has been in remarkably good spirits lately. Wouldn't you agree?" "On what basis do you assert that?" "You were just criticized by her. Under normal circumstances, I would have prepared my resignation by now." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, nodding. "Your approach is rather peculiar, yet your conclusion is correct. What could possibly be the source of her joy?" Chu Xiuyuan smiled mysteriously. "You will undoubtedly discover the answer in due time. For now, refrain from inquiring further." "Understood. I won't ask again. Thank you for the reminder, Secretary Zhu." After the meeting, Zhao Zijin returned to her office. She donned her wireless headphones and entered Chu Xiuyuan's live stream, quietly listening to his broadcast while attending to paperwork. After a while, Zhao Zijin couldn't help but muse, "This insufferable man has quite a pleasant voice. It doesn't seem as captivating when we're together." With a flicker of inspiration, she sent a comment in Chu Xiuyuan's live stream, intending to tease him. Her message was soon lost amidst the torrent of comments, going unnoticed by Chu Xiuyuan. She spent some money to repost. After all, it wouldn't cost much. Besides, it was merely a transfer from her left pocket to her right. Zhao Zijin utilized a secondary account, thus she was not concerned that Chu Xiuyuan would discover her true identity. The paid comments were quite striking and remained visible for an extended period. Soon, Zhao Zijin heard Chu Xiuyuan read aloud her comment. "Host, do you really like this little hair tie that your wife gifted you?" Chu Xiuyuan first restated the question before responding. "Of course I like it. You have no idea. My wife is incredibly beautiful, loves to act cute, and is quite clingy." Initially, President Zhao smiled at the first half of the statement. But upon hearing the latter part, her pride faltered, and she thought to herself, "Who loves to act cute? Who is clingy? Clearly, it's you who keeps pestering me." Through the screen, Zhao Zijin could not voice these inner thoughts to Chu Xiuyuan. She also could not directly comment, for that would risk revealing her identity and spoil the fun of teasing him. Zhao Zijin had no choice but to send another comment. taking a different angle to poke fun at Chu Xiuyuan from the host's tone. I can guess that you must be so enamored with your wife that you can't think of anything else but being affectionate with her. The sound of Chu Xiuyuan's laughter filled her wireless earbuds. If there ever comes a day when my wife and I can live like this every day, I would have no regrets in this life. Bam. Zhao Zijin felt as if her heart had been shot through by Chu Xiuyuan from across the screen. What nonsense is this man spouting? No regrets in this life. Does he even understand what being affectionate every day entails? Just kissing makes my legs weak. If only. Zhao Zijin dared not contemplate how sweet such an everyday life of affection could be. No, how terrifying it would be. Wouldn't that mean she would be entirely under Chu Xiuyuan's dominance? How frightening. With her cheeks flushed, Zhao Zijin considered sending another comment to calm her nerves. But then she thought, if that shameless man Chu Xiuyuan were to utter more bold words, she would truly be left with no place to hide. No, she couldn't send anything else. Perhaps she would wait until his next live stream. All right. Brother Chu, today's live stream has come to an end. You've worked hard. He Jingjin approached the control center in coordination with Chu Xiuyuan's live stream. Brother Chu, you did an amazing job. Today's live stream performance surpassed all previous ones. Observing the sales data on the screen, He Jingjin couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Previously, he had been employed by Wang Shui, collaborating with other hosts to sell jade bracelets. Unfortunately, the live sales results had consistently underperformed. Until yesterday, when he first collaborated with Chu Xiuyuan for a live stream. Chu Xiuyuan's remarkable debut performance left everyone astonished. Wang Shui decisively handed over the control of the live stream to Chu Xiuyuan. After all, she had her studies to attend to. As long as the jade bracelets could sell, Chu Xiuyuan could broadcast however he pleased. Originally, He Jingyun felt that his career was finally entering its first spring. However, this morning, when Chu Xiuyuan appeared in the live broadcast room, sporting a pink hair tie, a sense of worry crept into his heart. Would his career's inaugural spring be plunged into an unexpected winter? To his surprise, after one live session, the sales figures soared far beyond those of the previous day. This left He Jingyun with nothing but admiration for Chu Xiuyuan. Upon hearing He Jingyun's words, Chu Xiuyuan merely chuckled and waved his hand, noting that it was quite normal for a new host to achieve good sales at the outset. The crucial matter lies in whether we can maintain this momentum in the future, and whether the platform is willing to grant us greater visibility. To be frank, Chu Xiuyuan could not guarantee any of these factors. There was even a possibility that one day, the traffic in the live broadcast room could suddenly halve. Nevertheless, observing He Jingjun, this young brother who had only recently graduated, Chu Xiuyuan refrained from uttering any demoralizing words. Chapter 57. Where is the fragrance of pear blossoms compared to my wife? On a Friday evening, as Chu Xiuyuan stepped into the bathroom, intending to take a shower, he stumbled upon an amusing revelation. His wife, having just finished her own bath, had mysteriously hidden away all the previous toiletries. Both her items and his were nowhere to be found, leaving only the unisex bath products that Chu Xiuyuan had just purchased today. A chuckle escaped him as he pondered the peculiar obsession his wife had regarding this matter. Yet, he could sense that his proud little wife was undoubtedly concocting some delightful little scheme. From the moment Zhao Zijin noticed Chu Xiuyuan entering the bathroom, she had been filled with anticipation. She eagerly awaited his swift return from the shower. The intensity of her longing caused her to introspect. Why was she so eager? Was it the desire to catch a whiff of his scent? No. That couldn't be it. He was merely a smelly man. What could be pleasant about that? Was it because she wished for him to accompany her for a movie? That was also not the case. The films were all too cliché. What was there to enjoy? She was certainly not a clingy little girl who needed his company. The more she contemplated, the more tangled her heart became. The turmoil within her only intensified her longing for Chu Xiuyuan to emerge sooner, as if his presence would somehow restore her tranquility. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Zhao Zijin finally caught sight of his figure. Why was he taking so long? Hurry up. Seeing his wife curled up on the sofa, beckoning him with a wave, Chu Xiuyuan quickly approached and sat down beside her. He playfully inquired, "Dear, didn't you just say you didn't want to watch a movie tonight? I suddenly changed my mind. Is that not permissible?" She replied with a hint of mischief. "Of course it is." The two nestled closely together, indulging in snacks while watching the film. Yet, Zhao Zijin's thoughts were entirely diverted from the movie. "Xiuyuan, do you think the newly bought toiletries smell nice?" Chu Xiuyuan, perceptive to her underlying intentions, chose to remain discreet. He subtly shook his head, responding, "Not really." "What? It shouldn't be that way. I find this particular one quite fragrant." With that, Zhao Zijin sniffed her own fair arm, confirming her assessment before asserting, "It definitely smells delightful. Don't believe me? Just take a whiff yourself." Suddenly realizing the awkwardness of the moment, she attempted to retract her arm. But how could Chu Xiuyuan let her escape that easily? He seized her soft, fragrant arm. Inhaling deeply, indeed delightful. The scent of pear blossoms pales in comparison to that of my wife. He then pressed a gentle kiss upon her delicate arm. "Hey, you rogue. How dare you kiss me so casually?" Zhao Zijin feigned a punch at Chu Xiuyuan, but he deftly dodged her playful strike. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Why did she feel so shy? Despite having kissed his forehead, cheeks, and even lips, he still had the audacity to stick out his tongue. Now, he merely kissed her arm. What was there to be shy about? Zhao Zijing suddenly realized that her embarrassment stemmed not from Chu Xiu's current action, but rather from the trend it implied. Initially, it was the forehead, face, and lips. And now it was the arm. Would he not eventually kiss her entire body? A ravenous conquest. The shameless Chu Xiu was playing a grand game, using my body as the chessboard. How outrageous. No, I must return the favor. My dear, noticing his wife's strong reaction, Chu Xiu was about to apologize when he was interrupted by her voice. "Remove your lecherous hand." At her command, Chu Xiu extended his arm. Zhao Zijing seized it and took a hearty whiff. Indeed, it smells delightful. Moreover, it was not merely the fragrance of personal care products. After inhaling deeply, Zhao Zijing planted a firm kiss on his arm. Witnessing this, Chu Xiu could not suppress his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Zijing released his arm and remarked, "Do not forget, your initiative to kiss me is a violation of the terms." "Yes, I know. But did my dear not punish me as well?" "Who said I punished you?" With a raised brow, Chu Xiu replied, "My dear, you just clearly." Zhao Zijing proudly lifted her chin. "Did I ever claim that my previous action was a punishment?" "Well, all right then. How would you like to punish me?" Having managed to assert herself over Chu Xiu for once, Zhao Zijing felt elated. She extended her small feet toward his abdomen and smiled. "I waited for you so long that my feet grew cold. Warm them for me. Just to be clear, you, the foot fetishist, are absolutely forbidden from kissing my feet. Otherwise, I shall kick your mouth into pieces." Seeing her delicate little feet redden from the cold, Chu Xiu felt a pang of sympathy. He gently cradled her feet against his abdomen, occasionally kneading them tenderly. Zhao Zijing felt a tinge of shyness from his gentle warmth but maintained her proud demeanor. "Humph. With all your playful smiles and tender touches, you still claim not to be a foot fetishist." Chu Xiu chuckled helplessly. "My dear, I truly am not a foot fetishist. I merely adore everything about you, including your petite feet. Is there any distinction? Indeed, these are your feet, which I willingly embrace and caress." If they belonged to another woman before he could finish, a chill swept through the living room. Even the look Zhao Zijing cast upon him turned frosty. Chu Xiu hastily revised his statement. "My dear, what I meant was, as long as they are not your feet, I would not dare to touch them." "Humph. Now that sounds more reasonable." With his head bowed, Chu Xiu focused on gently massaging her little feet. Zhao Zijing watched him intently. As she felt the warmth of his hands and abdomen on her soles, she sensed a comforting warmth enveloping her entire being. She thought to herself, "This insufferable man, his entire body feels like a furnace, so warm. How long to snuggle up to him for warmth? No, no. How can I entertain such thoughts? If I were to make such a request, wouldn't I truly become the clingy person he speaks of?" The proud Zhao Zijing quickly concocted a rationalization. "This doesn't count as me being proactive. It's merely a survival instinct in the cold. It's freezing. And without warmth, one could perish." At this very moment, in the living room where the temperature was a cozy 23 degrees, Zhao Zijing mused. Xiuyuan heard this and abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "My dear wife, please continue." "Xiuyuan, I still wish to punish you, but I am already enduring a punishment, aren't I?" Xiuyuan, who said that punishment can only consist of one thing. Chapter 58. The Tsundere wife who didn't dare to say I like you. Observing the delightful expression of pride on his wife's adorable face, Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but smile. "Very well, since that is the case, my dear wife may impose another punishment upon me." As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan gently flicked his finger against the delicate arch of her foot. Zhao Zijin immediately felt a ticklish sensation and attempted to retract her feet, only to find them firmly held by Chu Xiuyuan, leaving her with no choice but to pout and continue her playful antics. "Xiuyuan, are you trying to be naughty again? How can this be considered mischief?" "I am merely assisting my wife in warming her feet," he replied with a mischievous grin. "However, I must remind you of something. From now on, you must convey the entirety of the punishment at once, or else." Zhao Zijin crossed her arms defiantly. tilting her head in annoyance. Or else you'll add more stipulations to bully me, right? Humph. You scoundrel. Not necessarily additional stipulations. In any case, remember to state the punishment in one go. Zhao Zijin looked back at Chu Xiuyuan and declared, then I shall now reveal the complete punishment. Please proceed, my dear wife. First, you must release my feet. Chu Xiuyuan complied. Sitting quietly, she stated, no matter what I do next, you must remain still. And do not display that especially expectant smile. Chu Xiuyuan struggled to suppress his laughter, sitting upright on the sofa, eager to see what his wife had in store. He watched as Zhao Zijin swiftly descended from the sofa, donned her plush slippers, and hurried into her room. Moments later, she emerged with an air conditioning blanket in hand. My dear wife, are you planning to wrap me up and dispose of my body? Zhao Zijin was amused by his words and playfully smacked him. What nonsense are you spouting? With that, she nestled beside Chu Xiuyuan, enveloping both of them in the blanket. Your body is quite warm. Let me borrow some of that warmth. Zhao Zijin chuckled, then abruptly changed her tone. However, until I am sufficiently warmed, you must remain still and quiet. Though Chu Xiuyuan did not lower his gaze, he could distinctly feel her snuggling closely within the blanket, her soft face pressed against his chest, and her little hands mischievously exploring his abdomen. He occasionally caught the sound of her light, dreamy giggles. My dear wife, when you initiate such closeness and then touch me so freely, it becomes quite challenging for me to maintain my composure. Who initiated this closeness? Who is being indiscreet? Stop being so vain. If you cannot control yourself and act recklessly, I will truly turn you into little Yuanzi. Zhao Zijin's playful tone carried a hint of defiance. And she insisted, besides, you often embrace and kiss me more. That is simply because I adore my wife. Humph, that's a flimsy excuse. Well, I also. She hesitated, then shifted her words. I also wish to warm myself. With that, Zhao Zijin embraced Chu Xiuyuan once more, burying her head in his chest. Feeling the warmth of her husband, Zhao Zijin wore a contented expression and fell silent. Chu Xiuyuan mirrored her silence. After a considerable time, Zhao Zijin broke the quietude. Pouting slightly, Xiuyuan, I cannot quite articulate why I feel this way. I am aware that many of my actions do not reflect those of an adult. Especially when I am with you, I tend to revert to this childlike demeanor. If you find it childish, I shall strive to restrain myself in the future. However, I cannot guarantee that I will manage it well. Why restrain yourself? I find you utterly adorable in your current state. I particularly cherish your playful affection. In my heart, you shall always remain my little girl. Zhao Zijin's words carried a hint of amusement. Humph, more sweet nothings. I am not convinced. Then let us enhance the credibility with some actions, Chu Xiuyuan said, extending his hand to embrace Zhao Zijing's smooth back. You, Xiuyuan, you are crossing the line again. Indeed, and I intend to take it a step further. Chu Xiuyuan grinned mischievously, tilting Zhao Zijing's chin to kiss her rosy lips. Zhao Zijing's eyes widened, yet she found herself unable to push him away. The warmth and comfort that permeated her being enchanted her deeply. After a prolonged mingling of lips, they finally parted, a delicate, glistening thread connecting them at the corners of their mouths. My love, I adore you. In that dimly lit, ambiguous atmosphere, the fervent emotions within Zhao Zijing nearly compelled her to utter those words. Xiuyuan, I like you. Yet, in that final moment, reason prevailed in her mind. No, I cannot say that. If I do, our relationship will irrevocably change. Up to this point, the interactions between Zhao Zijing and Chu Xiuyuan had been limited to affectionate embraces and gentle kisses. Such actions could still be cloaked under the guise of ambiguity. But were she to voice her feelings of affection, Zhao Zijing feared their relationship would take a significant leap forward, perhaps even leading them directly to bed tonight. After all, she and Chu Xiuyuan were not just any ordinary couple in a phase of flirtation, they were legally married. Within the context of their relationship, whatever transpired between them was entirely reasonable and legitimate. To leap into bed, to engage in intimate endeavors, Zhao Zijing felt unprepared to embrace such developments immediately. As Zhao Zijing's heart surged with conflicting emotions, Chu Xiuyuan's gaze remained fixed upon her delicate visage. Similarly, his heart raced with excitement. He could surmise the unspoken words that Zhao Zijing hesitated to articulate. Truth be told, he was eagerly anticipating the moment when his beloved would confess her feelings. Of course, if she still felt shy about expressing it, Chu Xiuyuan would understand. After all, his wife had always been a proud, coy girl. As for the matter of intimacy, Chu Xiuyuan was far from contemplating such decisions. It was not that he lacked desire, but rather that the timing was not right, particularly on this evening. Neither party was adequately prepared. Should they act impulsively and result in an unexpected pregnancy, it could adversely affect his wife's career and other affairs, an outcome Chu Xiuyuan wished to avoid at all costs. After much hesitation, Zhao Zijin's face fluctuated between shades of crimson and pale. Finally, taking a deep breath, she spoke. Xiuyuan, although I often express my grievances about you, I truly do not dislike you. Chu Xiuyuan smiled knowingly, aware of his wife's sundered nature, which once again held sway over her emotions, concealing the depths of her feelings. I understand, my dear, he replied. Zhao Zijin had anticipated that her response would leave Chu Xiuyuan disappointed. However, to her surprise, he appeared quite pleased. Tentatively, she inquired, "You must be rather disappointed, right?" "No, I continue to like you just as much as ever, my wife." "Humph. I will always not dislike you, my dear." "Yes? I believe that one day you will openly confess your feelings for me. Stop being so vain. Who would ever like you? Not disliking you is already the best attitude I can offer." Chu Xiuyuan's words prompted Zhao Zijin to reflect deeply. Will she ever vocalize her feelings? Perhaps she would. But when could she do so? The answer eluded her. Perhaps it would require waiting for a more opportune moment. Chapter 59. The Young Lady and the Young Man. The long-awaited weekend had finally arrived for Zhao Zijin. She stepped out of her room early, only to find that Chu Xiuyuan was absent from the kitchen. On the countertop lay an array of prepped ingredients, indicating that he had recently been there. How peculiar. Where could he have gone so early in the morning? As she pondered this, she approached his room and noticed the door slightly ajar. Peering in quietly, she discovered he was changing clothes. Zhao Zijin mused to herself that with Chu Xiuyuan's physique, the scene wasn't particularly captivating. Nevertheless, she lingered at the doorway, her curious eyes peeking inside. Her mind was flooded with complaints. That insufferable man had held and kissed her last night, spouting an array of dizzying words. Fortunately, Zhao Zijin was resolute and clear-headed. Faced with male charm, she remained unmoved. Her lips were tightly sealed. At this thought, she instinctively covered her mouth, her mind replaying the intimate moments of last night, filled with heated kisses. Well, perhaps her restraint wasn't entirely strict. At least she hadn't spoken recklessly. If she had, that wretched man would undoubtedly record it and, taking advantage of her clarity today, subject her to public humiliation. The mere thought sent her heart into disarray. However, fortuitously, the tides had turned. This weekend, she would ensure he faced some trials. Chu Xiuyuan, wife. Suddenly, Chu Xiuyuan turned around, noticing her presence. "Is something the matter, my dear?" "No, not at all. I merely noticed you were absent from the kitchen and thought to check on you," Zhao Zijin replied. Boldly entering the room, feigning ignorance as she inquired, "What are you up to?" "Changing clothes to avoid splatters from some difficult-to-clean ingredients," he explained. "Those ingredients don't seem to be for breakfast, do they?" "No, they're for dinner. I'm preparing them in advance." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. "It's the weekend, after all, and I thought I'd treat my wife to a grand meal." A smile crept onto Zhao Zijing's lips, her mood elevated a notch. "Humph. I'll give you credit for your thoughtfulness. But do not forget, as a consequence for your previous indiscretions, this entire weekend belongs to me." "Understood, my dear. And remember the revised terms. When we are out, you must heed my commands." "As you wish, my dear." After breakfast, Zhao Zijing bestowed a 5-star review upon Chu Xiuyuan before retreating to her room to change clothes in preparation for going out. Just before entering, she suddenly had a thought and poked her head out to warn, "You big pervert, do not dare peek at me while I change." Chu Xiuyuan responded with a gentle tone, "Rest assured, my dear, I would never engage in such behavior. I'm certainly not like certain little perverts." At his words, Zhao Zijing's cheeks flushed. He had known all along. What an infuriating fellow, pretending as if nothing were amiss. Truly, he was a cunning man. However, Zhao Zijing remained as obstinate as ever, retorting, "What little perversion? I am at a loss as to what you are referring to. In any case, should you dare to pry into my affairs, I shall pluck out your eyes." Though her words were fierce to Chu Xiuyuan, they sounded like the playful mewling of a kitten, endearing in their essence. "Fear not, my dear wife, for I, Chu Xiuyuan, am a man of letters and virtue. One who would never stoop to such ignoble actions. A man of virtue. How could he dare to describe himself in such a manner? When he embraced and kissed me, it was pure joy. How could someone like him so brazenly claim to be a paragon of virtue?" Zhao Zijing resolved to ensure that Chu Xiuyuan would face some trials shortly. "Xiuyuan, what do you think of my outfit?" Chu Xiuyuan turned to see her and was instantly captivated. Zhao Zijing donned a soft pink long-sleeved plush top paired with a white mid-length skirt, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair calves and her feet adorned with white socks and shoes. This simple yet common early autumn ensemble radiated a gentle charm and a refreshing, ethereal quality when worn by her. "My dear wife, you look utterly delightful." For the first time, Chu Xiuyuan beheld her in such attire, excitement bubbling forth, even inspiring him to employ rhetorical flourishes. With that, he beamed and leaned forward, intending to take her delicate hand. Zhao Zijin, however, did not allow him to succeed. She coldly chuckled, placing a hand against Chu Xiuyuan's forehead to keep him at bay. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "Sir, please conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from casually addressing me as wife. The husband I envision is a learned gentleman, one who would never engage in lewd behavior with strangers." The boomerang of her words struck Chu Xiuyuan, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and responded, "Oh, my apologies, fair maiden. It seems I was momentarily confused. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with your beauty, which so closely aligns with my ideal wife, leading to this misunderstanding. I beseech your magnanimity to forgive this humble soul this once. Enough of this, I shall not hold it against you." Zhao Zijin waved her hand and turned to leave. Chu Xiuyuan hastily followed, feigning ignorance as he asked, "May I inquire where you are headed, fair maiden?" "Today, the city is bustling with a grand market, filled with countless vendors. I intend to explore." "I see. I harbor the same intention. Might I be so bold as to accompany you?" "Not necessary. I am quite fine on my own." To Zhao Zijin, the notion of being alone was not truly appealing. Certainly not. Thus, to ensure Chu Xiuyuan comprehended her meaning, she extended her bag towards him. Chu Xiuyuan understood her intent, smiling as he accepted it. He then feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh dear, your package nearly tumbled to the ground. I have caught it for you." Zhao Zijin nearly burst into laughter, her delicate shoulders quivering. Seizing the moment, Chu Xiuyuan continued, "In such a state, should you venture out alone, you are bound to misplace your possessions. Let me accompany you, shall I?" "Very well." The two made their way to the underground parking lot. Chu Xiuyuan opened the car door for his wife. "My lady, please step inside." Zhao Zijin remained unmoved. "Princess, do enter the vehicle. You possess keen discernment, sir, for you have swiftly unveiled my true identity." Zhao Zijin replied with a half-smile as she stepped into the car. Taking her seat in the passenger side, Chu Xiuyuan then settled into the driver's seat. The couple had already discussed the arrangement the previous night, deciding that Chu Xiuyuan would take the wheel today. Their first destination for the weekend outing was a nearby large shopping mall. "My lady, the road may be bumpy, so please hold on tight." With that, Chu Xiuyuan leaned over, extending his hand to assist his wife in fastening her seatbelt securely. "Of course, and I implore you, sir, to also take care of your own safety." Zhao Zijin responded, helping Chu Xiuyuan with his seatbelt as well. Once everything was in order, she pointed ahead and cheerfully declared, "All set, sir. Please proceed in the direction I am indicating." Chapter 60, The Nature of a Scoundrel Princess. We have arrived. Please alight from the vehicle. It was Saturday, and the underground parking lot of the mall was bustling with vehicles and throngs of people. Chu Xiuyuan's loud call attracted the attention of many passers-by. Within the car, Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she stepped out nonetheless. She promptly gave Chu Xiuyuan a few playful slaps and whispered fiercely, "Chu Xiuyuan, are you trying to get us killed? These little theatrics are fine when it's just the two of us, but in a crowded parking lot like this, you may have no shame, but I still have my dignity." Chu Xiuyuan lowered his voice and grinned mischievously. "My lady, what do you mean by that? My desires are quite modest." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards her, inviting her to take it. "Humph, dream on. I refuse to hold your filthy hand." "Ah." At this, Chu Xiuyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Darling, we rarely get to stroll together. It's merely a small gesture." "I want tea." "Absolutely not." Zhao Zijin raised her chin defiantly. "Don't forget, we are in public. You ought to heed my wishes." "All right, fine." Chu Xiuyuan lowered his head, contemplating his wife's unusual demeanor that day. Typically, she would not outright reject such a simple gesture. Could it be that my rather hasty advances last night had caused her to feel averse? It seems I must be more mindful of my approach in the future. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a warm little hand gently loop around his arm. "Hey, what's this, my dear?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Zijin chuckled teasingly. "Oh dear, has our virtuous gentleman become disheartened over such a trivial matter? Where has that indomitable spirit gone when you flirt with me? Besides, I merely said I wouldn't hold your hand. I never said I wouldn't link arms with you." Gazing at his wife's enchanting smile, Chu Xiuyuan felt a surge of emotion, It appeared his wife was not only adorable when she was being prideful, but could also be utterly captivating when she teased him. Noticing the smile on Chu Xiuyuan's face, Zhao Zijin felt her cheeks warm slightly. All right, Xiuyuan, stop staring at me and grinning. Let us go explore. Understood, my dear. Traditionally, Zhao Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan referred to each other as boyfriend and girlfriend in public. Yet, it seemed that over time, Zhao Zijin had grown accustomed to this title, allowing Chu Xiuyuan to address her as his wife in public without objection. For Zhao Zijin, the mall held little allure. If she sought ordinary items, they were readily available in the vicinity of their neighborhood. If she desired high-end luxury goods, the styles at their villa far surpassed those here. However, if it meant dressing up Chu Xiuyuan as a fashion doll, she was more than delighted to peruse. My dear, I have a suit. Don't speak. This outfit looks far more dashing. My dear, these gold-rimmed glasses, do they not come off as a tad ostentatious? Such a refined ambience. What? My dear, your voice is too soft. I can hardly hear you. It's nothing. Just wear it well and remember this. When we are out, you must heed my every word. Emerging from the changing room, Chu Xiuyuan stood before a mirror, assessing his appearance. Clad in a suit, polished shoes, a watch, and complemented by golden-rimmed glasses, he felt somewhat flamboyant, hardly exuding the scholarly charm he had hoped for. Yet, since his wife adored this look, he felt compelled to acquiesce. He mused to himself, after all, I don't wear this every day. It shouldn't be a significant issue. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes were fixated on Chu Xiuyuan's profile, nearly sparkling with mischief. She thought, this insufferable man, dressed like this, exudes a charming rogue vibe. He truly has the air of a refined scoundrel. It was worth the effort I put into customizing this for him. Surveying the surroundings, she noted that the store's staff had temporarily retreated. With a bold heart, she gathered her courage, swiftly approached him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a kiss on his lips. Startled by the warmth of her soft lips, Chu Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback. He then joyfully turned to his wife, eager to reciprocate. To his surprise, Zhao Zijin playfully stepped back, grinning and shaking her finger, whispering, not so fast, Xiuyuan. When we're out, you must listen to me. Chu Xiuyuan felt a flutter of excitement within, yet he was left with no choice. In public, he could exchange flirtatious remarks with his wife, but boldly pulling her in for a kiss was quite a different matter. He began to grasp why his spirited wife insisted on dragging him out shopping. She was teasing him in public, leaving him unable to retaliate. It was a one-sided game of indulgence. How cunning. Dressed as a refined rogue, Chu Xiuyuan had one arm linked with his wife's, while the other held a shopping bag filled with additional outfits. The couple strolled through the mall. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin pointed to a bubble tea shop. Xiuyuan, I'm feeling a bit parched. Shall we grab a bubble tea? All right. After being thoroughly teased, Chu Xiuyuan glanced at the tea shop, feeling somewhat relieved. The place was bustling with patrons, so surely his wife wouldn't act too brazenly. Upon entering the shop, placing their order, and settling at a table, just as Chu Xiuyuan began to relax, he heard his wife's playful voice. Xiuyuan, unlike her usual cheerful tone, this time, he felt a tinge of apprehension. He thought, with so many people around, she wouldn't dare to kiss me again, would she? As a man, Chu Xiuyuan had a thick skin, especially when it came to flirting with his wife. However, that didn't mean he was devoid of modesty. He understood that certain settings were inappropriate for such displays of affection. Thus, he could only respond softly, What is it, my dear? Zhao Zijin rested her elbows on the table, cradling her face in her hands, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. She whispered, I absolutely adore how you look right now. I love you too, my dear. Huh. Before Chu Xiuyuan could finish his sentence, he sensed something amiss. His wife's small feet, which he had not noticed had slipped out of her shoes beneath the table, were now clad in white socks, teasingly caressing her own ankle. No, his wife. How had he never realized her audacity in broad daylight? Xiuyuan, you always pretend to be serious in front of Grandpa, the viewers in the live stream, and even other outsiders. Only when you are with me do you reveal your true self, affectionately showering me with kisses and embraces. Am I correct? Chapter 61. The Milk Tea Duel of the Young Couple. Chu Xiuyuan did not respond to his wife's question, but instead implored softly, Dear, please retract your foot and put your shoes back on. If someone discovers this, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. I refuse. Zhao Zijin retorted playfully. When you tease me, do you ever consider the potential for embarrassment? With a mischievous smile, she reiterated her question. You must admit, you only exhibit such refinement when you're with me. Chu Xiuyuan, a paragon of virtue, was also capable of flexibility. Indeed, It is only when I am with my wife that I behave in such a manner. Zhao Zijin was relentless. Oh, what manner is that? Why? The guise of a refined rogue, he confessed, pretending to be serious while secretly wishing for my wife to shower me with kisses, hugs, and even to lift me high. As he spoke, he felt a hint of embarrassment creeping over him. Zhao Zijin, however, was thoroughly amused, and with satisfaction, she retracted her foot, declaring, "Now that is more like it." Seizing the moment, Chu Xiuyuan countered, "My dear, do you prefer my virtuous demeanor or my refined rogue appearance?" "Certainly the latter." Zhao Zijin, caught up in the moment, suddenly realized her slip and quickly amended, "Stop being vain. Who fancies you anyway? If you don't like me, then why did you sneak a kiss earlier in front of the fitting mirror?" Zhao Zijin shrugged, feigning innocence. "Who kissed you in secret? Do you have proof? Any witnesses? Be careful, or I might see you for defamation." As the couple engaged in their flirtation, the server called out their order number. "I'll go fetch it," Chu Xiuyuan offered. "All right, thank you for your effort," Zhao Zijin replied. Suddenly, she had a thought and warned seriously, "But you must not secretly drink my cup." "Ah, thank you for the reminder, my dear. I had no such intention. I'll accompany you to collect it." After retrieving their milk tea, they returned to their seats. Zhao Zijin bit her straw, but her attention was not on the drink. It was fixated on the corner of Chu Xiuyuan's mouth. Noticing him take a sip, she hurriedly followed suit with her own cup. "Chu Xiuyuan, would you like a sip of my milk tea?" He chuckled, sensing her intentions. So, he feigned ignorance, saying, I suddenly don't want to." "You must want to." Zhao Zijin pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Humph, not long ago. This big pig head was fervently proclaiming the wonders of this world as elixirs, and now look at you." "I knew it. This shameless big pig head is indeed a fickle heart." Chu Xiuyuan laughed. All right, dear, no more scolding. I want to drink it. I want it so badly." "You want a drink?" "Yes, I do." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin presented her cup of milk tea to Chu Xiuyuan. Just as he opened his mouth to take a sip, she snatched it back. "Kiki, not for you. Dear, that's not how you play." Once again, Chu Xiuyuan found himself at a disadvantage, much to Zhao Zijin's delight. "If you really want a drink, just let me have a sip of your cup first." Chu Xiuyuan retorted cleverly. "Oh, is that so? In that case, I think I'll pass on the drink." Xiuyuan, why must you be like this?" "Darling, your little tricks today are quite numerous. I am utterly defenseless against them. I fear that if you take a sip, you might deny me the pleasure of tasting your drink. I promise I will share, to prevent you from escaping the bill. Let's count to 3 and exchange our cups simultaneously." "All right. 1, 2, 3. The young couple shared their milk tea, their eyes instinctively locking onto one another. In Zhao Zijin's mind, thoughts swirled. I could easily command him. After all, when we're out, he must obey me. Yet, it feels rather dull to always use commands. Besides, his cup of milk tea, although the same flavor as mine, seems even sweeter. Just like the last yogurt I tasted. How peculiar." An elderly couple entered the milk tea shop. As they passed by the table of Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin, the old man chuckled and remarked to the old woman, "Do young people nowadays really drink milk tea like this? Ah, young lovers in the throes of passion. It will all seem normal after marriage." The old woman shot him a glance. "Weren't you once quite the trickster yourself?" The elderly couple's banter reached the ears of the young lovers, who, feeling quite awkward, quickly released their straws and returned to sipping their own drinks. Zhao Zijin was the first to break the uncomfortable silence. "Xiuyuan, what is the matter?" "Darling, do you think my milk tea is sweet?" "Sweet, indeed. Even sweeter than mine. Did you add sugar?" Yes, not only sugar but also a hint of arsenic." Despite Chu Xiuyuan's playful response bringing her some joy, Zhao Zijin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. What a dull man. He usually knows how to flatter me. Can he just indulge this topic a little? Chu Xiuyuan chuckled softly. "It seems we are destined to be star-crossed lovers today. Yet, it's a blessing in life. While we may not share the same fate in life, to share death with my beloved is also a fortune. My dear, what should we inscribe on our joint tombstone?" Zhao Zijin was amused by his cheeky demeanor. "All right, enough of this ominous talk. Our lives are still long. Let us discuss our dreams and the future." Chu Xiuyuan, having misread the situation, responded, "Darling, are you considering buying a new energy vehicle? I would actually recommend." Zhao Zijin raised her hand to interrupt him. "It's already autumn. The weather is chilly enough. Could you refrain from telling such cold jokes?" "Understood. I will behave." Noticing that Chu Xiuyuan was about to speak again, Zhao Zijin hurriedly brought her cup of milk tea to his lips. "Come on, Xiuyuan. Drink your milk tea, and stop with the puns. All right, darling, you too. Chu Xiuyuan also brought his cup to her lips. After the two finished their milk tea, they rose to leave. As Zhao Zijin stood up, she happened to catch sight of the elderly couple with white hair seated nearby. She then linked her arm with Chu Xiuyuan's, raising her voice playfully. "Darling, let us go. We still have more to explore this afternoon." The term of endearment nearly swept Chu Xiuyuan off his feet. It had been quite some time since Zhao Zijin had affectionately referred to him as her husband. He never anticipated that, in such a setting, she would call him that over something so trivial. Chu Xiuyuan mused to himself. It appears that my wife's competitive spirit surpasses my expectations. Just as Zhao Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan stepped out of the milk tea shop, they were met by a familiar face approaching them. Secretary Zhu? What was she doing here? Chapter 62. Secretary Zhu and the Pet. As Zhao Zijin's secretary, Zhu Qiuyuan is a remarkable individual, possessing a keen perception of her surroundings. The moment Zhao Zijin laid eyes on her, she too became acutely aware of the other. Zhao Zong and Mr. Chu. What are this lovely couple doing here? Zhu Qiuyuan mused, but quickly reassured herself that it was quite normal. On a leisurely weekend, it is entirely reasonable for newlyweds to stroll through a shopping mall. However, that was not the crux of the matter. I must swiftly find a place to conceal myself. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijin harbored the same notion. Yet, before she could pull Chu Xiuyuan away, he inquired, "Wife, is that your superior, Secretary Zhu? I recall catching a glimpse of her once when I delivered your lunch." Zhao Zijin responded with a hint of melancholy. "You remember her quite vividly from just a distant glance." Chu Xiuyuan, sensing the subtle jealousy in his wife's tone, hastily clarified, "My dear, that was not my intention. I merely have a good memory." "Humph. It better be that way." Zhao Zijin smirked, tightening her grip around his arm. She thought to herself, since evasion is futile, let us confront the situation differently. "Xiuyuan, let us ascend and greet Secretary Zhu." "All right." Zhu Qiuyuan, contemplating how to avoid an awkward encounter with Zhao Zong and Mr. Chu, was suddenly taken aback as they approached her directly, arm in arm. "Zhao Zong, what are you up to?" She wondered silently. Before she could ponder further, the couple stood before her. Zhao Zijin spoke first. "Secretary Zhu, what a coincidence." "Indeed, quite the coincidence. Are you out shopping with your boyfriend?" Zhu Qiuyuan inquired, feigning ignorance as she glanced at Chu Xiuyuan. "He is my husband, Chu Xiuyuan," Zhao Zijin revealed, gesturing towards him. "Xiuyuan, this is Secretary Zhu, my esteemed supervisor whom I often mention." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiuyuan's mind raced. Husband. Zhao Zong addresses Mr. Chu with such familiarity. Their relationship has evidently progressed splendidly. However, since you are intent on this little charade, I shall play along. Zhu Qiuyuan feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Little Zhao, you've married? How sudden." "Little Zhao." Zhao Zijin arched an eyebrow at this unexpected address. Although Zhu Qiuyuan was indeed her senior, she had always shown her utmost respect, referring to her by her title. After all, a certain leader had emphasized the importance of addressing one another by their positions during work. This informal term was something Zhao Zijin had never encountered before. Yet, in the presence of Chu Xiuyuan, she refrained from expressing her displeasure. She could only manage a smile and respond, "Yes, Secretary Zhu. We haven't even had the chance to hold a wedding banquet yet." "Oh, I see. Once you have the banquet, to be sure to send me an invitation. I shall bestow upon you a generous gift, and I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and a swift arrival of offspring." As she spoke, Zhu Qiuyuan turned her gaze towards Chu Xiuyuan. "Mr. Chu, you are indeed a man of remarkable talent. No wonder our company's stunning beauty, Zhao, has taken a liking to you." "Secretary Zhu, you flatter me. My wife has also been under your care," Chu replied modestly. "Not at all. If we are to speak of care, it is actually Zhao who looks after me. Her professional abilities are truly exceptional." Noticing that Secretary Zhu was getting into the spirit of the conversation, Zhao Zijin began to feel uneasy. She intended to shift the topic and redirect the attention towards Secretary Zhu. "Secretary Zhu, are you out on this lovely weekend to meet your boyfriend?" At this, Zhu Qiuyuan was taken aback. "President Zhao, that's not fair. You shouldn't bring others down. I don't have a boyfriend." "You're joking, Zhao. I haven't even started dating yet. I came out mainly to take my pet, Hot Pot, for a stroll." As she spoke, Zhu Qiuyuan unfastened her pet backpack and revealed a plush cat. "Here, this is my Hot Pot. Isn't it adorable?" Zhao Zijin's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was charming. "May I pet it?" "Of course." Hot Pot is very well behaved and not shy at all. The adorable Hot Pot captured the attention of all three, finally steering the conversation away from an awkward direction. After a delightful session of petting the cat, Secretary Zhu bid farewell to the two. As they watched Secretary Zhu's figure recede, Zhao Zijin had a sudden inspiration. "Xiuyuan, Why don't we get a pet too? A kitten or a puppy would be splendid. Chu Xiuyuan, who had harbored this idea for some time, readily agreed. Absolutely, my dear. I've been contemplating this for a while, but hesitated to bring it up. Unsure of your feelings on the matter. Let us head to the pet store right now. The couple first visited several cat shelters, where they encountered a few kittens that particularly caught Chu Xiuyuan's fancy. However, it became somewhat awkward when, upon pointing them out to his wife, she shook her head repeatedly. Chu Xiuyuan pulled her aside and quietly inquired, "My love, weren't you quite fond of hot pot earlier? Why the change of heart at the shelter?" Zhao Zijin interrupted him, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on his. "Xiuyuan, I do adore kittens. However, they might not be convenient for taking out for walks. I believe someone enjoys taking strolls with me. Don't you agree? Today, my wife is quite the charmer." Heart racing, Chu Xiuyuan nodded in agreement. "Out and about, I shall defer to your wishes. Let us buy a puppy instead, as they are more suitable for walks." The couple then entered another pet store, where all the adorable inhabitants were puppies. Zhao Zijin's attention was immediately captivated by a delightful golden retriever. "I want this one, Xiuyuan. Please, pretty please." Rather than presenting conditions outright, she opted to first seek Chu Xiuyuan's opinion. If he opposed, she could always bring up the terms later. Naturally, Chu Xiuyuan had no objections. His wife's playful demeanor was irresistible. "No problem, my dear." After purchasing the little golden retriever, the couple proceeded to acquire the necessary pet supplies from the store. Zhao Zijin, observing the numerous packages in Chu Xiuyuan's hands, remarked, "With you carrying all these items and me cradling the puppy, it seems we can no longer continue our shopping expedition. How about we return home first, settle everything, and then discuss further?" "All right, my dear," he replied. Zhao Zijin lifted the little golden retriever before Chu Xiuyuan, who, being affectionate and sociable, playfully licked Chu Xiuyuan's nose with its tiny tongue, eliciting laughter from the couple. "This little fellow is rather endearing." Zhao Zijin chuckled and inquired, "What do you think we should name it?" "My dear, what name do you have in mind?" He responded. Chapter 63, The Naming of the First Child. Zhao Zijin smirked mischievously and inquired, "I think we should name it Xiao, which sounds rather splendid. What do you think, Xiuyuan?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan merely curled his lips. Zhao Zijin was certainly aware that Chu Xiuyuan's name was derived from Chu Yuan's Li Saw. "The road is long and winding, and I shall seek far and wide." Both Xiuyuan and Xiaosua originated from this line. Zhao Zijin's whimsical naming approach undoubtedly bore a touch of mischief, placing Chu Xiuyuan alongside their golden retriever. Naturally, Chu Xiuyuan could not acquiesce to such a notion. "Dear, I believe Xiaosua is not a suitable name. Perhaps Zipei would be more fitting." Chu Xiuyuan was also cognizant that Zhao Zijin's name was inspired by Xijing. "Zheng Feng, the green collar of a gentleman, my heart is untroubled. Though I do not go forth, can you not send a sound?" Both Xijing and Zipei were similarly drawn from this text. In response, Zhao Zijin performed a small act of double standards. Pouting, "How can that be? I refuse to call it Zipei. Then I shall not agree to Xiaosua." Chu Xiuyuan chose not to engage in a prolonged dispute with his wife. After all, should she invoke terms to forcibly name their golden retriever Xiaosua, he would find himself in an awkward predicament. Thus, he gently advised, "My dear, think about it. If we were to have a child in the future, we certainly cannot bestow such a name upon them, can we? That would disrupt the generational order." His reasoning held merit. "Ugh, how shameless. Who would want to have children with you?" Chu Xiuyuan affectionately rubbed the retriever's nose, for in a certain sense, it was indeed their first child. "Come now, child, call me daddy." "No way." Zhao Zijing stepped back with the golden retriever in her arms, asserting, "If you are to call, you must first call me mommy." Woof, woof. Although the golden retriever had yet to be fed, it barked in a soft, youthful tone as if it had already been satiated. On their way home, the couple engaged in discussions, ultimately settling on the name for their golden retriever, Shrimp Ball. This name bore no historical significance, simply reflecting their mutual fondness for the dish of golden shrimp balls. Upon returning home, they settled Shrimp Ball, providing it with water and dog food. Afterwards, the couple played with Shrimp Ball for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Zijing emitted a playful sound. Xiuyuan, what shall we do?" "What is it, my dear?" "I had prepared numerous activities for this weekend, intending to thoroughly punish you." Zhao Zijing clutched Shrimp Ball tightly. "But now, I find myself wanting to play with Shrimp Ball for a while longer, perhaps the entire weekend." Zhao Zijing kicked the ball to her feet, and Chu Xiuyuan had no choice but to catch it. "Then let us indulge in more playtime with Shrimp Ball. Whether we go out or stay in, I shall accompany you, my love." "But, Zhao Zijin said in a teasing tone. The opportunity to punish you is quite rare. Chu Xiuyuan was both amused and exasperated. Indeed. His wife's flirtatious advances today had left him in a state of delightful disarray. However, as a man, he still succumbed to this notion. Thus, Chu Xiuyuan proposed a compromise. Dear wife, how about this? Let us postpone the remaining punishment to next weekend, shall we? It's a deal? It's a deal. Come. Let us seal the agreement with a signature. It must be formal. Zhao Zijin extended her hand in a gesture of a pinky swear, playfully teasing. Otherwise, you might exploit loopholes. I cannot trust you. All right, we shall formalize it. Pinky swear, 100 years, no changing. The delightful weekend moments of the newlywed couple and their little shrimp ball soon slipped away. As the new Monday dawned, Zhao Zijin arrived at the office with great enthusiasm. Upon catching sight of her, Chu Xiuyuan immediately lowered her head. Good morning, Director Zhao. Good morning, little Zhu. Please accompany me to the office. Little Zhu. Chu Xiuyuan's heart sank. This was not a good sign. Oh no, Director Zhao is holding a grudge. How could you do this, Director Zhao? You were the one who wanted to playfully engage, yet now you cannot handle it. Chu Xiuyuan had no choice but to cautiously follow Zhao Zijin into the office. Once inside, Chu Xiuyuan attempted to apologize. Director Zhao, little Zhu. Did you enjoy your weekend? Zhao Zijin's tone was neutral, leaving Chu Xiuyuan unable to discern her emotions. She could only respond truthfully, it was fine. I had a hot pot meal. Little Zhu, aside from hot pot, have you ever raised other pets? No. Then please gather some information for me. Particularly about raising shrimp and golden retrievers. Zhao Zijin had already collected a considerable amount of information over the weekend, yet she felt it was insufficient. She needed to gather more and learn further to care for the shrimp ball better. After all, this was our first child. Pet. Meanwhile, Chu Xiuyuan was filled with curiosity due to Zhao Zijin's words. It seems Director Zhao is not angry. It appears Mr. Chu has made her quite happy. Mr. Chu, you are forever my idol. Judging by Director Zhao's tone, they have also adopted a little golden retriever? Quite impressive. They are increasingly resembling a young couple. At this rate, I anticipate meeting little Director Zhao or little Director Chu soon. Little Zhu, why are you still dawdling here? Hurry along. Yes, Director Zhao. In the Tianyun Group, within the streaming media department, the manager's office, a subordinate was reporting to Manager Chenhua. Manager Chen. We have fulfilled your request. We have expanded the streaming of this jade bracelet featuring Little Chu, striving to establish him as a leading figure in the realm of live commerce for accessories. Additionally, we have sent him an invitation to attend our company's anniversary celebration. Chenhua nodded in satisfaction. The anniversary celebration mentioned by the subordinate referred to the first anniversary gala of the Jiaoshu live streaming platform, a subsidiary of Tianyun Group. Chenhua intended not only to invite the influencer, Yu Zhao Xiaochu, to the anniversary celebration but also to bestow upon him an award. This decision stemmed not solely from Yu Zhao Xiaochu's remarkable sales performance during live broadcasts but also from the interest displayed by General Manager Zhao. Chenhua vividly recalled the meeting from the previous week, where General Manager Zhao had shown considerable enthusiasm upon witnessing Yu Zhao Xiaochu's live stream. In the presence of such a formidable leader as Zhao, Chenhua felt compelled to align with her preferences. He planned to cater to her inclinations. With the additional prospect of inviting Zhao to grace the anniversary event with her presence, should Zhao indeed harbor a genuine interest in Yu Zhao Xiaochu, he could facilitate a connection, thereby leaving a favorable impression on his superior. Although it appeared that Yu Zhao Xiaochu was already taken, Chenhua believed that as long as Zhao was interested, solutions would outweigh the challenges. Chapter 64. The husband returns to the company, the president's subtle schemes. Chu Xiuyuan had just completed his live streaming duties for the day. As he finished, He Jingyun from the control center approached him. Brother Chu, our live streaming data over the past few days has been quite impressive. Indeed, I too did not anticipate that the platform would grant us such substantial traffic. The explosive popularity of the live streaming sessions had fundamentally altered the rhythm of Chu Xiuyuan's life. Even his online store, which he had managed for several years, required him to hire an operator to oversee its affairs. Simultaneously, the Wang siblings had joined him in establishing a small company to manage various aspects of the live streaming operations. In recent days, aside from conducting live streams, Chu Xiuyuan had devoted much of his time to recruiting new talent. By the way, Brother Chu, take a look at this invitation for the Jiaoshu live streaming platform's anniversary gala. Upon reviewing the invitation, Chu Xiuyuan noted that the event was scheduled for 3 days hence. 3 days? Such a tight timeline? He sensed that the arrangement felt somewhat amiss. lacking the professionalism expected from a mature company. It seemed as though his invitation had been issued on a whim. In the past, Chu Xiuyuan, content with modest success, would not have been particularly proactive about such matters. However, circumstances had shifted. He was now a married man, compelled to expand his network and earn additional income. Thus, he replied, "Very well. Respond to them that I shall attend." After briefings with Yi Jingzun and others, Chu Xiuyuan departed from the company and walked home. The Wang siblings had deliberately chosen an office location near Qinhe Jiayuan to facilitate Chu Xiuyuan's commutes, allowing him to stroll to and from work with ease. As he walked home, thoughts of his recent live streaming earnings flooded his mind. It seems my wife is not particularly interested in matters of financial gain. Despite my attempts to discuss my streaming income, her reactions have been rather subdued. After some contemplation, he concluded that it was unnecessary to dwell on this issue. After all, in a marriage, whether one earns a little more or a little less is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is living well together. After dinner, the couple engaged in their customary evaluation session. Embracing his wife as soft form, Chu Xiuyuan suddenly remarked, "Darling, in 3 days, I will be attending the anniversary gala of your company, the Jioshu live streaming platform. Do you have any insights regarding this event?" Upon hearing his words, Zhao Zijin tightened her grip around his chest. "You, Xiuyuan, you received an invitation?" "Yes, which is why I inquired." "How did you manage to receive an invitation?" "I heard from colleagues in the streaming department that only exceptionally talented top streamers are permitted to attend. My dear, you may not be aware, but my traffic on the platform in recent days is comparable to that of some leading streamers. Moreover, I have heard that they are planning to award a group of emerging streamers. Perhaps I may be nominated?" Chu Xiuyuan, however, did not believe he would win any award. To him, simply receiving such an invitation was already a commendable achievement. "Oh, I see. Do you wish to go?" "Of course, why not? Perhaps one might even meet some high-ranking officials from the streaming platform, which could be beneficial for future endeavors." "Well, if you are keen on attending, then by all means. Go ahead." After the evaluation, Zhao Zijin hurried back to her room and contacted Chu Xiuyuan to inquire about the matter. To her surprise, Chu Xiuyuan was also unaware of it. It seems that Manager Chen acted on his own accord. Zhao Zijin immediately lost her temper. However, she soon smiled again. Thinking that since Xiuyuan is determined to participate in the anniversary celebration, I can seize this opportunity to tease him a bit. At the venue of the Jioshu streaming platform's anniversary gala, your secretary, what did you say? Zhao Zong's mode of attendance today will be via voice connection. Yes. Manager Chen, this isn't ideal, is it? Everyone is looking forward to seeing Zhao Zong in person. Do you think you could? Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and shrugged her shoulders. This was also a sudden notification from Zhao Zong. I am helpless in this situation. I have already arranged for someone to remove Zhao Zong's nameplate from the seating. That is all I can do. Well, since Secretary Zhu has put it this way, the plan to present the flower through the jade bracelet to President Zhao must be postponed for now. Just after Zhu's secretary left, a subordinate of Qinhua rushed over. Manager Chen, the host of the Jade Bracelet Xiaochu live stream, Mr. Chu Xiuyuan has arrived. Perfect. I shall go and meet him. Although I cannot present the flower at this moment, opportunities may arise in the future. Therefore, establishing a good rapport with this prominent figure seems quite necessary. As soon as Chu Xiuyuan met Qinhua, he sensed the warmth of the latter, especially upon learning of Qinhua's identity. Chu Xiuyuan felt that such enthusiasm was indeed rare. While Qinhua and Chu Xiuyuan conversed within the venue, a crowd of streamers and uninformed staff members curiously observed them. That person over there must be Manager Chen, right? Yes, the head of the Jioshu streaming platform, the manager of the Tianyan Group's streaming media department. A definite commercial elite and industry magnate. Who is that handsome man beside him? I do not recognize him. However, since he is not wearing a Tianyan Group employee badge, he is most likely a streamer. To be welcomed so warmly by Manager Chen must mean he is a top-tier streamer. It seems not. I am quite familiar with the major streamers on Jioshu platform, and I have never seen this individual. Could he be a newly popular streamer? Not at all. I have no impression of him whatsoever. You all are not observing closely enough. Look carefully at his wrist. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to examine Chu Xiuyuan's wrist, where a striking pink hair tie was notably worn. Oh, it is jade bracelet, Xiaochu. No wonder. If Qinhua's warm reception of Chu Xiuyuan merely astonished the onlookers. In a surprising turn of events, Qinhua's subsequent actions left everyone utterly astounded. He gracefully invited Chu Xiuyuan to the forefront, allowing him to take his place in the esteemed front row. This gesture rendered Chu Xiuyuan himself somewhat embarrassed. He quickly declined. stating, "Manager Chen, even though my recent streaming results have been commendable, I hardly believe I am deserving of such a prominent position." Xinhua insisted, "Please do not refuse. Mr. Chu, these seats have been meticulously arranged in advance. If you doubt me, you may observe that your name is inscribed on the plaques before and behind the chairs." Chapter 65. Under the Spotlight. A Kiss from My Wife. Chu Xiuyuan observed the scene before him and realized it was indeed the case. He had initially assumed that his presence here today would merely result in a nomination, a minor role in the grand scheme of things. To his astonishment, he found himself seated in the front row. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps the Jiaoshu live streaming platform had recently shifted its operational focus, aiming to support a select group of streamers as exemplars. With the wind at his back, he was determined to ascend to greater heights, seizing such a splendid opportunity. Chu Xiuyuan settled comfortably into his seat. In that instant, he became the center of attention. He could distinctly sense the increased scrutiny directed at him, and whispers filled the air. Goodness! President Chen truly invited him to sit there. That was indeed the VIP section. Only senior executives from the streaming media department and the esteemed Tianyan group were permitted to occupy those seats. Remarkably, even the more established and renowned streamers within the platform were relegated to the second row. How extraordinary it was that he had secured a place in the first row. Despite the surrounding murmurs, Chu Xiuyuan feigned ignorance. Glancing around, he resumed his conversation with Xinhua. "Manager Chen, why is there no nameplate at the seat beside me? Is it reserved for a mysterious guest?" Xinhua chuckled, acknowledging the enigmatic and low-key nature of Zhao, the individual in question. Only a select few within the company had ever encountered her. He replied, "One might say that. However, she has an urgent matter to attend to and will not be present in person. Instead, she will address everyone via voice connection shortly." As the attendees settled into their seats, Xinhua ascended the stage to deliver his address. Consequently, Chu Xiuyuan found both sides of him empty. Nevertheless, he could still feel the cameras snapping away, capturing his image. Fortunately, as the large screen on stage flickered to life, the current president of Tianyan Group appeared via voice connection, drawing the media's attention away from him. Chu Xiuyuan instinctively lifted his gaze to the screen. Realizing that the individual Chen had mentioned was indeed this president, he had heard his wife speak of this person, describing him as young and discreet. Little did he expect such a level of modesty. The expansive screen displayed only the pulsating logo of Tianyan Group, devoid of any photograph or name of the president himself. The president's remarks were succinct and impactful, swiftly drawing to a close. In conclusion, "I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my colleagues in the streaming media department and the various streamers on the Jiaoshu platform. Particularly, I commend the emerging streamers for their contributions to the platform's development and the new directions you have forged." As he spoke, the president's tone unexpectedly transformed, taking on the playful inflection of a spirited young girl. "I have great faith in your future." Uninformed attendees erupted into enthusiastic applause. Yet, the mid to senior level executives from the streaming media department cast their collective gaze towards the vacant VIP section, focusing intently on the handsome man seated alone in the front row. They all understood that the you referred to by President Zhao was merely a pretext, signifying only one individual, Chu Xiuyuan. Once the president concluded his remarks, the award ceremony commenced. Meanwhile, at the rear of the venue, in a discreet little room, Zhao Zijin clutched a tablet, scrutinizing the surveillance footage to observe Chu Xiuyuan's expressions. It seemed the voice changer worked splendidly. This fool had not detected a thing. Zhao Zijin magnified the screen, bringing Chu Xiuyuan's handsome visage into full view. Observing his stern demeanor, she felt a surge of irritation and jabbed her finger at his image on the screen. "That pretentious man. He was so wicked when teasing me at home. Just wait and see how I will deal with you later." No sooner had she spoken than Secretary Zhu entered, stating, "President Zhao, I have prepared the mascot outfit you requested. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Zhu," she replied. Secretary Zhu couldn't help but think, "President Zhao, your grudge surely lasts too long." As the announcement echoed, the recipient of this year's Best Newcomer Award is Yuzhua Xiaochu. The spotlight fell upon Chu Xiuyuan. He had anticipated this moment. Calmly, he rose and made his way to the stage, standing beside Xinhua. Subsequently, a staff member donned in a mascot costume ascended the stage, holding the trophy. According to protocol, the trophy should have been handed to Xinhua, who would then present it to Chu Xiuyuan. However, a blunder occurred. The mascot-clad worker directly bestowed the trophy into Chu Xiuyuan's hands. What astonished Chu Xiuyuan even more was the familiar voice emanating from the costume. "Well done, fool." A whisper meant solely for the couple's ears. Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Following this, Zhao Zijin, within the costume, warmly embraced Chu Xiuyuan and whispered in his ear, Xiuyuan, I simply adore teasing you when you're being so serious. As she spoke, she lifted part of the headpiece, revealing only her chin and red lips. In a swift motion, she kissed him on the cheek. Wife, you certainly know how to choose your moments. Chu Xiuyuan felt a blend of surprise and embarrassment. Helplessly enduring the situation, the audience erupted in excitement, flashes of cameras illuminating the space. On the other side, Xinhua felt a surge of frustration. Initially, the staff's error in handing the trophy directly to Chu Xiuyuan seemed trivial. Even the enthusiastic embrace could be dismissed as a minor incident. A few light-hearted exchanges between him and Chu Xiuyuan would have sufficed. However, the unexpected kiss changed everything. With so many media eyes upon them, the situation escalated. What was even more precarious was the presence of President Zhao. Just moments ago, she had subtly expressed her interest in Chu Xiuyuan through her speech. And now, this staff member had audaciously swooped in, brazenly planting a kiss on Chu Xiuyuan. Xinhua, on the verge of tears, silently lamented, Oh, General Zhao, I, Xinhua, have wronged you. The prized pig you had your eye on. Oh no, I meant the cabbage you favored, has been uprooted by another. No. It's true that Chu Xiuyuan already has a wife. Oh, General Zhao, the pig you coveted has indeed been stolen away by yet another cabbage. Despite his inner turmoil, expressing his frustration was futile. He longed to unleash a torrent of curses upon the staff member responsible. However, with so many media representatives present, such an outburst was simply out of the question. Thus, he gestured for Chu Xiuyuan to swiftly retreat to the backstage with this outrageous staff member. Observing the scene, Zhao Zijin smirked, taking Chu Xiuyuan by the hand as they dashed backstage. The couple found refuge in a secluded corner, where Chu Xiuyuan gently removed his wife's headpiece and playfully remarked, My dear, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic. Chapter 66. The beautiful president is the cabbage of a pig. Humph. Zhao Zijin raised her delicate head. What? Do you not like it? I do. I absolutely adore it. It's just. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. If you could come a few more times, that would be even better. You were so charming. Just one more time. And tomorrow you'll be making headlines. Zhao Zijin narrowed her eyes at him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. If you go out later, the media will surely want to interview you. How do you plan to respond then? Chu Xiuyuan was well aware of what his wife wished to hear. Yet, the thought of being outmaneuvered by her inspired him to retaliate. Thus, he replied with a grin, Well, I would say that this staff member lost control of her emotions and acted poorly. Zhao Zijin playfully punched his chest, demanding, Try again. Then I would say, the staff member is my relative, and she knows me. Zhao Zijin pinched the flesh at Chu Xiuyuan's waist, insisting, You better give a good answer this time. As she spoke, her other hand formed a small fist, waving it in the air. All right, in truth. It is my lovely wife who, in celebration of my award tonight, has gone through great lengths to present this gift. Humph. Now that sounds better. Zhao Zijin released her grip on Chu Xiuyuan and donned her headgear once more. Xiuyuan, I must take my leave, or else I will truly be in trouble when the staff come looking for me. Despite the various mishaps throughout the anniversary gala, it ultimately concluded successfully. As soon as he stepped off the stage, Xinhua sought out the event planners, demanding, Who was that staff member close to Chu Xiuyuan? How did this happen? Bring her to me. Manager Chen, we are unaware of her identity. What did you say? Are you jesting with me? We are quite serious. Manager Chen, initially, our arrangement included several staff members dressed as mascots, taking turns on stage. We had meticulously drafted a schedule detailing the order and timing. However, someone altered the arrangement clandestinely, and the performers were all assigned to remain off stage during that period. The individual who took the stage was not one of ours. Listening to his subordinate's report, Xinhua felt an urge to pinch himself. His heart sank as he lamented, It's over. It's all over. Not only has President Zhao's pig been pushed aside by the cabbage, but now we can't even locate that cabbage. How shall I explain this to President Zhao? I am sorry, President Zhao. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Before Xinhua could regain his composure, a subordinate rushed in. Manager Chen, look at this. Mr. Chu just gave an interview outside, responding to the matter. Xinhua quickly took the phone from his subordinate. The live broadcast revealing Chu Xiuyuan addressing the issue. As he listened intently to Chu Xiuyuan's response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out to be his wife after all. Xinhua thought to himself, that is a fortunate turn of events. At least there are no new cabbages appearing, a small blessing amidst the misfortune. It is said that Chu Xiuyuan's wife is employed at our Tianyan group. Otherwise, how could she have obtained the schedule and executed the alterations? No. this is not the time to ponder that. The most critical matter now is the attitude of President Zhao. What will President Zhao think of tonight's farce? Manager Chen. Just as Xinhua was deep in thought, he heard Secretary Zhu calling from behind. Zhu, Secretary Zhu, what brings you here? President Zhao sent me. She is already aware of tonight's events through the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Xinhua's heart leapt into his throat. What does President Zhao have to say about tonight's affairs? President Zhao stated, if the young couple enjoys engaging in such thrilling games, let them do so. After all, it merely serves to elevate our platform's visibility. Furthermore, President Zhao added, do not blame anyone for this incident. Everything remains as it is. She firmly believes that this group of emerging streamers will bring a refreshing perspective to our platform. Hearing this, Xinhua's anxious heart finally found solace. It seems that President Zhao has been rather magnanimous lately. She can actually tolerate such events. Moreover, her fondness for Chu Xiuyuan appears to be quite high. How can she overlook the actions of Chu Xiuyuan and his wife on stage? She is even willing to continue supporting him. Goodness. Is this still the President Zhao I know? The raucous anniversary celebration of the Jiaoxiu live streaming platform has finally concluded. Chu Xiuyuan once again welcomes the gentle rays of the weekend morning. He steps out of his room and into the living room, where he finds his wife holding a phone in one hand and a shrimp ball in the other, smiling incessantly. My dear, are you filming another video of the shrimp ball? Ever since they brought the shrimp ball home, the couple has been closely monitoring its growth. Particularly, Zhao Zijin records videos daily to document its development. Not quite. I am telling jokes to the shrimp ball. Telling jokes? The shrimp ball can't understand that. However, Chu Xiuyuan would never voice such a discouraging thought. He sits beside his wife and asks, what jokes are you telling? You want to hear them too? Of course. Shocking. At the Jiaoxiu anniversary celebration, Jade Bracelet Little Chu. Stop, 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 my dear. I already know. Chu Xiuyuan covers his head, feeling a headache coming on. Master. Please stop. Zhao Zijin, akin to Tang Sang, has no intention of letting Chu Xiuyuan, the Monkey King, off the hook. She continues reciting the incantation. Jade Bracelet Little Chu is, astonishingly, the refined and handsome man with golden-rimmed glasses. Hard to believe. The streamer sitting in the front row alongside Xinhua at the event is actually him. The staff are eager. Zhao Zijin's smile suddenly falters. That one isn't funny. Change it. Chu Xiuyuan leans in mischievously, finding it amusing. I think it's quite funny. Master, recite it again. Zhao Zijin cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous monkey, disregarding him entirely, and proceeded to read the next line. For the sake of her beloved husband, she even went so far as to. What nonsense these media outlets concoct. I find it rather amusing, Master. Zhao Zijin continued to peruse the articles, eventually stumbling upon one that piqued her interest. Xiuyuan. This one is even more absurd. The true identity of Jade Bracelet Xiaochu. Could she be the illegitimate child of the CEO of Tianyuan Group? Chu Xiuyuan couldn't help but chuckle. They truly dare to speculate, don't they? He jested. Why don't they just guess that I am the current CEO of Tianyuan Group? Oh, wait. The current CEO is a woman, so perhaps they could surmise. The woman who embraced me last night is the CEO of Tianyuan Group, correct? My dear wife. Chapter 67. Are you teaching me how to do things? With this question from Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin found it impossible to maintain her smile. She discreetly observed Chu Xiuyuan, scrutinizing his expression. Fortunately, there was no hint of probing intent. At this moment, Zhao Zijin was willing to entertain the notion that Chu Xiuyuan remained oblivious to her true identity, and that everything that had transpired between them thus far was mere coincidence. However, how long could this chance encounter last? Zhao Zijin was uncertain, yet for now, she hoped it would endure a little longer. After all, once this fragile veil was pierced, everything could spiral into unforeseen chaos. Noticing his wife's sudden lack of laughter, Chu Xiuyuan realized he might have misspoken. Dear, I didn't mean it that way. I certainly wish the one who kisses me is you. Chu Xiuyuan earnestly explained. I was merely continuing your jest. Of course, I understand. Zhao Zijin teased, you're making quite a fuss over my momentary silence. Do you truly believe I am the type of woman who cannot take a joke? Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, carefully choosing his words, occasionally, perhaps. Well said, Chu Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin retorted, releasing the shrimp ball in her hand, her demeanor feigning anger. Congratulations on your astute observation. Now I must deal with you. With that, she grasped a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Chu Xiuyuan. Having spent considerable time together, Chu Xiuyuan had grown accustomed to his wife's playful antics and deftly dodged her onslaught. This only served to infuriate Zhao Zijin more. Stand still, do not evade, she commanded. Chu Xiuyuan had no choice but to remain stationary as she approached him with the cushion. Before she could strike, he quickly pleaded for mercy. "Spare me, dear. Do not call me dear. I am not your wife. I am merely a woman who cannot take a joke. Coincidentally, my wife is similar, but—" Chu Xiuyuan shifted the conversation, smiling. While she cannot handle small jokes, she never hesitates to engage in grand ones. In front of a crowd, she boldly declares her affection for me. I must admit, had I been in her shoes, I might lack the courage to express my feelings so openly. Humph. Spare me your flattery. I am not swayed by such antics. Zhao Zijin raised the cushion high and gently brought it down upon Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder. You, with your brooding demeanor, dare to tease me only in solitude, but you would never act so brazenly in public. After delivering a light blow to Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin's ire began to dissipate. She proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Besides, I was merely teasing you. It was not an expression of love. So do not flatter yourself. Indeed, you were teasing me." Chu Xiuyuan replied with a grin. "So, pray tell, when do you wish to tease me again, my dear?" "It depends on my mood." "Oh, I see. And how is your mood today, dear?" "Quite pleasant." With that, Zhao Zijin's expression brightened. "It's the weekend again. I can finally give you a proper punishment." Indeed, the weekend has arrived once more. Chu Xiuyuan feigned a look of sudden realization. Filled with trepidation, the punishment I had yet to complete must continue this weekend. What should I do? What should I do? Humph. Stop pretending. Zhao Zijin tugged at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I am unaware of your true feelings? You must be elated right now. My dear wife truly possesses remarkable foresight. May I humbly inquire if I can display a countenance of unbridled joy? Considering our outing today, I shall reluctantly permit you to do so. Zhao Zijin released her grip on Chu Xiuyuan's mouth, allowing his expression to run free. After all, I certainly do not wish to spend 2 days with a man sporting a grim visage. Zhao Zijin timely curtailed her words. Yet Chu Xiuyuan sensed something amiss and pressed. My dear, what did you mean by 2 days? Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head to the side. It's nothing. You misheard. Oh, very well. Chu Xiuyuan surmised that his wife intended to accompany him on a 2-day excursion. However, he still had some queries to clarify. Thus, he opted to rephrase his question. My dear, let us return to our earlier jest. Suppose that the female president of Tianyun Group is already married, has a husband. Zhao Zijin smirked, interrupting Chu Xiuyuan's inquiry with a counter-question. Why must we suppose? Could she not truly be married? She is merely in her 20s, so successful in her career. How could she possibly be married? To take a step back. Even if she desired marriage, how many men could possibly catch her eye? Generally speaking, women tend to seek partners who surpass them in various aspects. Zhao Zijin, unconvinced, retorted with a smile, by your logic, if one day she were to become the richest person in the world, would she then remain unmarried for life? Moreover, you are not a woman. Your understanding of female psychology may not be accurate. How can you be so certain that no man could attract her? As she uttered the final sentence, Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes fixed intently on Chu Xiuyuan, laden with meaning. Chu Xiuyuan found himself swayed by his wife's argument and thus revised his hypothesis. Very well, let us change the premise. What if you, my dear, were indeed the president of Tianyun Group, and I were the president's husband? Zhao Zijin, with a playful smile, nodded. Yes, that assumption is feasible. And then, after a week of tireless work, you feel you have neglected your husband and wish to take him on a 2-day outing. However, you have a delightful child. Will you take the child along? Zhao Zijin discerned the crux of Chu Xiuyuan's question. Should we bring Xiao? She shook her head decisively. We cannot bring him. I will ensure everything is arranged for the child. We have already procured an automatic feeder, stocked with food and water. I have also taught Xiao how to retrieve food from the feeder. Oh, we cannot bring him. Chu Xiuyuan was somewhat taken aback. Given his wife's profound affection for shrimp balls, it was only natural that she would bring them along for a 2-day, 1-night trip. Yet now, she had chosen to forego them. Could it be that the destination she had in mind prohibited pets? This realization led Chu Xiuyuan to grasp the nature of their journey. Very well, President, it is time for breakfast. We shall set off right after, he remarked, observing that Chu Xiuyuan continued to address her as president even after his inquiry. Zhao Zijin felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Consequently, she reverted to her typically stoic demeanor at the office, adopting the archetypal authoritative tone, and coldly retorted, Are you attempting to instruct me on how to do my job? Chapter 68. Man, are you playing with fire? As his wife succumbed to her penchant for theatrics, Chu Xiuyuan willingly joined her. President, you jest. I am merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a husband by offering a gentle reminder. With a nonchalant shrug, he added, if you truly have no desire to eat, I can finish it and feed the leftovers to the shrimp balls. Humph. Zhao Zijin maintained her frosty demeanor as she seated herself at the dining table and began her breakfast. According to the typical domineering CEO trope, she should have impatiently taken a bite and then disregarded the remainder of her meal, while dismissing him with a sharp remark about having pressing matters at the company, ultimately departing with flair. However, the breakfast prepared by Chu Xiuyuan was undeniably to her liking. She felt as if her taste buds were being tantalized, much like how Chu Xiuyuan used to tease her. An irresistible sensation of pleasure washed over her, almost losing her composure. She cleverly redirected the dialogue. Do not presume that by doing all this, I will acknowledge you as my husband. Meeting his gaze with a penetrating stare, Zhao Zijin declared, to be frank, if it weren't for my grandfather, I would never have consented to this marriage. I am well aware of that, Chu Xiuyuan replied, continuing to enjoy his breakfast, seemingly unfazed by her words. To further the narrative, he added, if it weren't for old Master Zhao's kindness towards our family, I would not have married you either. That is understood. From now on, you need not concern yourself with anything in this household. Just play the role of a husband. I shall provide you with a monthly allowance. It may not be substantial, but it is certainly more generous compared to your previous meager income. Moreover, you would do well to harbor no other ambitions. Otherwise, I shall ensure you leave with nothing. I am capable of supporting myself. I do not require your financial aid. I know your Zhao family is affluent, but I have no interest. Chu Xiuyuan slapped a napkin onto the table with a decisive flair. If you wish for a divorce, simply sign this agreement. As for the terms, feel free to review it. I shall not claim a single cent of your assets. Zhao Zijin picked up the napkin and pretended to peruse it. Then, casting a casual glance at Chu Xiuyuan, she smirked mischievously. How intriguing. Are you attempting to play hard to get? Do not overestimate yourself. If you wish to divorce, sign it promptly. Have you truly thought this through? Once I sign, you will no longer be a man of the Zhao family, nor my husband. Are you certain you want to relinquish that identity? Chu Xiuyuan scoffed, displaying a look of disdain. Who would covet such a title? Sign already. Zhao Zijin leaned back against her chair, crossing her legs with a bold demeanor. Truth be told, I have always believed we would eventually divorce, but I never anticipated your eagerness to expedite the process. In that case, she tore the napkin in two. She initially wished to take things a step further, defiantly tossing the scrap paper onto the ground. However, upon reflection, she realized that she would have to awkwardly pick it up after the scene. Therefore, she simply rose and walked to the trash bin beside Chu Xiuyuan, disposing of the paper there. Chu Xiuyuan stifled a laugh, continuing to advance the plot. What are you doing? Zhao Zijin turned to face him, looking down at him seated on the chair, and declared, I suddenly don't want a divorce anymore. I want to see what tricks you're playing, you man. Are you out of your mind? One moment you want a divorce, the next you don't. Zhao Zijin frowned, coldly scrutinizing the handsome face of the man before her. You are the first to dare speak to me like this. Is that so? Then I am quite honored. Chu Xiuyuan swiftly changed the subject, saying, additionally, please retrieve the divorce agreement from the trash, piece it back together, and print a new copy. You will cover the printing costs. Zhao Zijin scoffed. I, Zhao Zijin, am always resolute. If I say no divorce, then there shall be no divorce. With that, she reached out her delicate hand to lift Chu Xiuyuan's chin and added, furthermore, do you realize the price you will pay for speaking to me in such a manner? What do you intend to do? Nothing at all. I merely wish for you to fulfill your responsibilities as a husband. Let go of me. Chu Xiuyuan attempted to turn away, to free himself from Zhao Zijin's grasp, but to no avail. He then tried to raise his hand to remove her small hand. Yet she deftly thwarted him. You are playing with fire. Chu Xiuyuan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. From the moment he met his wife, he had discovered that her small hands could sometimes unleash remarkable strength, just like at this very moment. Zhao Zijin, you rascal, what are you trying to do? Hurry and let me go. Ignoring Chu Xiuyuan's protests, Zhao Zijin leaned in and kissed him. After a prolonged kiss, their lips finally parted. Zhao Zijin gently wiped the corners of her mouth. In her theatrical fervor, she had intended to continue with a commanding remark, such as how dare you bite me. However, having kissed him to the point of weakness, she stumbled and fell directly into Chu Xiuyuan's embrace. Observing this, Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and gently held her. What are you laughing at? No laughing. Dear, we still have to go out today. Let's pause the performance here, shall we? Fine. Zhao Zijin replied reluctantly. But this plot is quite intriguing. Let us continue next time. Understood, my dear. Zhao Zijin gazed at Chu Xiuyuan, adding, "Oh, and you violated the rules again by taking the initiative to embrace me." "Indeed. However," Chu Xiuyuan inquired with a smile, "considering my enthusiastic performance, could we perhaps combine the punishment for this infraction with this weekend's and carry it out together?" Having enjoyed the kiss thoroughly, Zhao Zijin was in high spirits and agreed to this arrangement. "Very well, I will reluctantly grant you this once." After tidying up, the couple set off towards their weekend destination. As Chu Xiuyuan drove along the highway, the sight of various towering structures emerging before him indicated that they were nearing their destination, Mingjiang Joy Valley. This theme park is one of the largest in both Mingjiang City and the entire country. Standing at the entrance of Mingjiang Joy Valley, Mo Yulin gazed at the throngs of visitors bustling into the amusement park, yet she felt no spark of anticipation within her. The unpleasant images from the previous night continued to linger in her mind. Chapter 69. Why are you so skillful? Ever since that fateful encounter at the Park Hyatt CAF, where she was unequivocally rejected by Chu Xiuyuan, Mo Yulin had been enveloped in a cloud of discontent. She had initially sought solace in trading to occupy her time. Yet with each successful transaction, an even deeper sense of emptiness and frustration took root within her. As a premier trader, she could effortlessly outmaneuver a myriad of adversaries in the futures market, whether they were technically adept or fundamentally astute. However, in the realm of romance, she found herself utterly defeated. The boy she had secretly admired for years was unwilling to grant her even the opportunity to fully express herself. She had resigned herself to the belief that this incident would remain an everlasting ache in her heart, convinced that anything related to Chu Xiuyuan would no longer resurface in her life. Yet, fate had other plans for her. Just last night, after concluding her night trading session, she habitually scrolled through short videos to unwind. To her astonishment, Chu Xiuyuan's figure abruptly appeared in one of the clips. In the video, he was adorned in an outfit so strikingly handsome that she had never seen him in before. Before Mo Yulin could fully appreciate the sight, a staff member dressed as a mascot interrupted the moment. What followed was a fervent embrace, culminating in a kiss. Who was she? Was she Chu Xiuyuan's girlfriend? Why did he appear to be relishing the moment so thoroughly? A torrent of questions surged through Mo Yulin's mind. Subsequently, she stumbled upon a clip of Chu Xiuyuan giving an interview, offering an explanation. To her shock, it was revealed that she was his wife. Wait, wife? The last time she had seen Chu Xiuyuan, he still referred to her as his girlfriend. How had they married in such a short span of time? Was their relationship progressing at such an astonishing pace? Mo Yulin replayed the relevant clips, particularly the segment where the girl kissed Chu Xiuyuan. As a wave of bitterness washed over her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How audacious! No wonder he was so enamored with her." The girl had not removed her entire headpiece, rendering her face a mystery to Mo Yulin. Yet, with just the exquisite chin and delicate red lips visible, it was easy for her to deduce that the girl must be exceptionally beautiful. The more she pondered, the more unwilling she became to accept this reality. That girl's passionate exuberance was something she, too, could strive to emulate. That girl's stunning beauty was something she also possessed. In contrast to the girl, she had years of camaraderie with Chu Xiuyuan. Furthermore, she could offer him immense wealth, something the girl could not. Why? Why would he choose her over me? On several occasions, Mo Yulin contemplated picking up her phone to dial Chu Xiuyuan's number. However, after careful consideration, she ultimately refrained. Previously, he had already blocked her on QQ. If he were to block her phone number as well, reaching out to him in the future would become even more arduous. Unable to contact Chu Xiuyuan, many of her questions remained unanswered. Enveloped in a tangle of melancholy, she decided to seize the weekend and visit Mingjiang Happy Valley, seeking to indulge in 2 days of amusement to alleviate her inner turmoil. Standing before the grand archway of Mingjiang Happy Valley, Mo Yulin gazed at the throng of people flowing in. Just as she contemplated stepping forward, her eyes fell upon an all-too-familiar figure, Chu Xiuyuan. Simultaneously, she noticed a young and beautiful girl, tightly holding Chu Xiuyuan's hand, their fingers intertwined and smiles radiant. They strolled into Mingjiang Happy Valley together. Mo Yulin felt a chilling sense of despair wash over her. She yearned to feign a chance encounter and extend a greeting. However, after much contemplation, she resolved to refrain from impulsive actions for the time being. Instead, she planned to discreetly follow the couple and observe their activities. Chu Xiuyuan, clasping his wife's soft, delicate hand, stood at the entrance of Mingjiang Happy Valley, gazing up at the enormous sign overhead. He couldn't help but jest, "My dear wife. This punishment seems rather enjoyable, doesn't it?" "Humph. Indeed it is." Zhao Zijin proudly lifted her chin. "Punishing you, you despicable man, is inherently a rather dull affair. If we didn't choose a more interesting place, wouldn't it be even more tedious? Having deciphered Zhao Zijin's haughty remarks, Chu Xiuyuan understood their underlying meaning. The fun multiplies when punishing me in a venue like this? No. Wait, are you even listening to me? Zhao Zijin playfully tugged at his ear, reminding him, don't forget, we are out and about. You must heed my commands. Rest assured, my dear, I won't forget. Humph, you better not. Chu Xiuyuan nodded and, with a smile, inquired, so, what would you like me to do? I want you to listen to me carefully from now until we return home. At your service, my wife. A faint premonition stirred within Chu Xiuyuan. He sensed that his wife might impart some significant words over the weekend. What could it be? He dared not assume with certainty, yet he felt an eager anticipation. Since you're at my service, let us not linger. Hurry and come inside with me. Zhao Zijin urged, your punishment time is precious to me. Such precious time was still offered this morning for a dramatic display of a domineering character? Even going so far as to kiss me under pretense? Humph. As Zhao Zijin pulled Chu Xiuyuan along, she retorted, aren't you just as invested in the role? Besides, who wanted to kiss you under false pretenses? Spare me the vanity. That was merely adhering to the script, a testament to a professional actor as self-disciplined. Do you understand? I don't understand, but I can learn, Chu Xiuyuan declared with conviction. However, I might need you to kiss me a few hundred more times for me to master it. Stop talking nonsense. You stuck your tongue out the very first time you kissed me. Zhao Zijin cast a skeptical glance at Chu Xiuyuan and mused, at times. I genuinely wonder if you have a few former girlfriends concealed quite adeptly. Otherwise, how could you be so proficient? It is merely instinctive. Isn't that how it is portrayed in films? Chu Xiuyuan quickly reverted to a serious demeanor, eager to clarify, I adore you, my dear wife. Thus, during our first kiss, I instinctively wanted to engage in such actions. Moreover, if we are to discuss it factually, I was rather unskilled during our initial kiss as well. My dear, did you not notice? This morning, my kiss was somewhat more adept than our first. Zhao Zijin certainly felt it, and the sensation was profound. This was one of the reasons she found herself increasingly weak-kneed and addicted each time she kissed Chu Xiuyuan. However, in his presence, she would never concede to such feelings. I felt nothing, not in the slightest. Who would feel anything about such shameless matters? With that, she turned her flushed face away, avoiding his gaze. Chapter 70. If one seeks excitement, one must embrace it fully. If it feels dull, we can attempt it several times, with enough trials, my dear. You shall surely feel something. Absolutely not. Zhao Zijin tugged at Chu Xiuyuan and took a few steps before abruptly halting. She turned to face him, a mischievous grin adorning her lips. Of course, if you truly desire it, we could do it right here. It all depends on your courage. Chu Xiuyuan glanced around, noting the throngs of people bustling about. If he were to kiss his wife in such a public space, they would undoubtedly attract attention. He felt a twinge of shyness. In quieter moments, he had no qualms about teasing her, but in this crowded venue, he hesitated. However, with his wife's taunt laid bare before him, he could not afford to back down without losing face. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in closer, preparing to kiss her. Zhao Zijin swiftly covered his mouth. Her cheeks flushed. No, Xiuyuan, are you serious? Have you no shame? I still have some dignity. She had merely intended to provoke him. She dared not engage in an overt display of affection in such a setting. Otherwise, they would surely be the center of attention for numerous onlookers. Before departing that day, Zhao Zijin had specifically chosen to dress modestly, fearing that in this bustling crowd, someone might recognize them. Chu Xiuyuan's recognition was of little consequence. But Zhao Zijin was genuinely concerned that someone might capture their moments together on video and disseminate it online. If that were to happen, her identity would undoubtedly be revealed, leading to considerable trouble. Noticing her moment of trepidation, Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and refrained from pursuing the kiss further. After all, they were here to enjoy themselves, not to create a spectacle. The swinging pendulum, the drop tower, the roller coaster, all that echoed was the sound of screams. Chu Xiuyuan realized that beneath his adorable wife's proud exterior lay an unexpectedly bold heart. After a day filled with thrilling endeavors, he was grateful for his own resilience. Otherwise, he would surely struggle to keep up with her zest for excitement. The couple unfastened their safety harnesses and disembarked from the roller coaster. Zhao Zijin, with a teasing smile, looked at Chu Xiuyuan. You're not so weak as to be unable to withstand this little punishment, are you? Of course not, my dear. What other adventures do you wish for us to embark upon? Zhao Zijin, smiling, perused the electronic map of Mingzheng Happy Valley on her phone. I wish to try. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss and swiftly changed her tone. I am punishing you. Please adjust your attitude. Yes, yes, my dear. How do you intend to punish me next? Zhao Zijin extended her hand, revealing the screen of her phone. Behold, this, the haunted house. Oh, Chu Xiuyuan laughed. My dear, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Absolutely. If we are in pursuit of excitement, then we must see it through to the end. What is this? Are you finally feeling apprehensive? I am not afraid. It is you, my dear wife, who should not be fearful. Am I one to be frightened by such trivialities? What a jest. Who am I, if not Zhao Zijin? As the saying goes, a gentleman does not discuss the supernatural. As the esteemed president of Tianyun Group and a formidable figure in the business realm, Zhao Zijin possesses a profound scientific acumen. She is certainly not one to be intimidated by the supernatural. To demonstrate her resolve and determination, Zhao Zijin grasped Chu Xiuyuan's hand and briskly approached the entrance of the haunted house. With a serious expression, she turned to him and declared, Do you see? I am not the least bit afraid. Well, since I brought you here, you may as well go in first. Her earnest teasing nearly caused Chu Xiuyuan to stagger. My dear, are you not going in? Of course I will. I would never abandon you, you timid soul. I shall be right behind you to protect you. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. My dear, from whom did you learn to speak this way? From you. Chu Xiuyuan mused. I certainly did not teach you to speak like this. Nevertheless, seeing his wife's serious yet endearing countenance, he refrained from further comment. Instead, he stepped before her. Just before entering the haunted house, he feigned a state of terror and turned to her, saying, My dear, you must promise to protect me. Zhao Zijin could undoubtedly see through Chu Xiuyuan's act, which was intended to spare her feelings. Her cheeks flushed, she endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor and replied, Rest assured. As long as I am here, you shall be safe. The moment they stepped into the haunted house, Chu Xiuyuan felt his wife's small hand clutch his more tightly. Her other hand subtly grasped the hem of his clothing. Chu Xiuyuan thought to himself, It seems my wife is truly frightened. At that moment, his heart wavered. He grappled with a dilemma. Should he frighten her a little more? If he refrained, allowing her to quietly accompany him throughout the experience, it might prove rather dull. Such a delightful opportunity may not present itself again anytime soon. But to frighten her? Observing her evident fear, he feared that if he startled her again, she might very well burst into tears. Speaking of which, what would his wife look like when she cried? Chu Xiuyuan had never witnessed it. He felt a twinge of curiosity. No, an overwhelming curiosity. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. The various elements of horror multiplied, and they even encountered a few employees dressed as ghosts. Chu Xiuyuan remained relatively unaffected, but Zhao Zijin fared much worse. Initially, she dared to glance up, but as they progressed, she kept her head down, allowing Chu Xiuyuan to lead her forward. Suddenly, Chu Xiuyuan halted, and she collided with his broad back. What is it? Xiuyuan? Zhao Zijin still did not dare to raise her head, desperately attempting to disguise the tremor in her voice. My dear, there is a head hanging upside down ahead. Zhao Zijin internally lamented, If you see it, then simply keep it to yourself. Why must you share it with me? Despite her reluctance to dwell on it, the horrifying image of a head suspended upside down, with long hair cascading down, took form in her mind. It is merely a prop. Let us hasten past it. I shall ensure your safety. As she spoke, Zhao Zijin grasped Chu Xiuyuan's hand and the hem of his garment with greater intensity. Yet it seemed otherwise. Her crimson eyes remained fixated upon us, drawing ever closer. Chu Xiuyuan's voice began to betray a hint of unease. The scene in Zhao Zijin's mind grew increasingly vivid. She instinctively clutched Chu Xiuyuan's waist, burying her head against his back. Surely, it must be a member of the crew in disguise. Xiuyuan, you need not be afraid. A tremor of fear crept into Chu Xiuyuan's tone. It lacks a body, merely a head. With a sudden cry, Zhao Zijin burst into tears, clinging tightly to Chu Xiuyuan, too frightened to let go. What should we do? What should we do? Xiuyuan, how could such a ghastly thing exist? Hearing his wife's sobs, Chu Xiuyuan could no longer contain himself and broke into laughter. Chapter 71. My wife is crying. Upon hearing the laughter of Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The fear that had gripped her heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by a vexing suspicion. To validate this conjecture, she summoned her courage, lifted her head, and glanced ahead. To her astonishment, there was nothing in front of her, and she was nearly at the exit. What nonsense about a red-eyed hanging man! It was all a ruse concocted by that swindler, Chu Xiuyuan, to frighten her. Fraud. Deceiver. Charlatan. choking back tears. Zhao Zijin ceased to embrace Chu Xiuyuan and instead began to pound his back relentlessly. How could you deceive me after I trusted you so much? Chu Xiuyuan turned around and, upon truly seeing his wife's tear-streaked face, all his previous curiosity vanished, replaced by a profound sense of heartache. He couldn't help but reflect on himself. Why did I choose to scare her when there are countless other ways to jest? My dear wife, I am sorry. I was indeed excessive in my antics. Zhao Zijin, however, did not register Chu Xiuyuan's apology. Her fist landed firmly against his chest. With a voice choked with emotion, she reproached him. You scoundrel. Despicable and shameless. Wretched man. Chu Xiuyuan attempted to grasp his wife's small hand, hoping to slowly apologize, but she evaded him with determination, striding forward and exiting the haunted house. An enraged wife is the most terrifying entity in the world. What is a mere haunted house compared to that? Chu Xiuyuan finally realized. This situation was unlike any before. His wife was genuinely furious. He hurried after her, knowing she was in a state of wrath, and he needed to stay close to prevent any mishap. Don't follow me. Once outside the haunted house, Zhao Zijin noticed Chu Xiuyuan had trailed behind her, walking alongside her, which only fueled her anger. Observing the glistening tears on her smooth, fair face, Chu Xiuyuan quickly retrieved a small pack of tissues and offered them to her. Dear, wipe your tears first. Once you're done, I won't follow you anymore. Previously, as a rough-and-tumble man, Chu Xiuyuan never carried tissues. However, since marriage, he had come to realize that his wife occasionally needed them in various situations, thus adopting the habit of carrying them. As was customary, Zhao Zijin instinctively reached out to accept them, but halfway through, she abruptly withdrew her hand, turning her head aside. She refused to look at Chu Xiuyuan, muttering defiantly, I don't need them. Then allow me to help you wipe your tears, my love. Chu Xiuyuan moved to her side, eager to assist her. Yet, Zhao Zijin denied him the chance, turning her head in the opposite direction. The pair engaged in a comical dance of avoidance, with Chu Xiuyuan circling around her while Zhao Zijin shook her head like a tambourine. Finally, feeling dizzy from the relentless motion, Zhao Zijin relented, exclaiming, Stop moving. Just give me the tissues. I'll do it myself. Taking the tissues, she dried her tears, all the while unwilling to face Chu Xiuyuan, who continued to hover around her. She pouted her small face, casting a dissatisfied gaze at Chu Xiuyuan. All right. I've wiped my tears. Please stop following me. Chu Xiuyuan could clearly see that her enchanting eyes were still glistening with tears, ready to spill over once more. He certainly could not stand idly by. Very well, he said, turning and stepping in front of her, glancing back as he walked backwards. My dear, if I do this, it doesn't count as following you, does it? You shameless man. A liar. Always twisting words. Zhao Zijin fumed, wishing to charge forward and deliver a fierce headbutt to his chest to teach him a lesson. However, she reconsidered. This rogue might seize the opportunity to embrace her instead. That would only benefit him. How clever Zhao Zijin was. She wouldn't fall for such a losing deal. Instead, Zhao Zijin chose another avenue to vent her frustrations. Don't call me wife. I won't tolerate such a scoundrel for a husband. All right, if my wife prefers not to be called that, then I shall refrain, he replied. Not even wife is acceptable. Zhao Zijin preemptively set the ground rules, forbidding any other terms of endearment such as madam or dear, none of that nonsense. Very well, none of those. How about Miss Zhao? Surely that is permissible? Zhao Zijin remained silent. Chu Xiuyuan understood this as acquiescence. Miss Zhao, good afternoon. Zhao Zijin retorted indignantly, stop trying to be familiar. I do not wish to converse with you. Miss Zhao has misunderstood. I do not seek familiarity, but rather I wish to inquire about something. I know nothing and do not wish to answer. Miss Zhao, I implore you to assist me. I am at my wit's end, which is why I have come to seek your counsel. Before Zhao Zijin could retort, Chu Xiuyuan earnestly continued, I have just committed a grave mistake, causing my beloved newlywed wife to weep. No matter how I apologize, she refuses to forgive me. At this point, I can only hope she ceases to cry. It truly pains my heart to see her in such distress. Could you offer me some advice on this matter? Pained? I hardly believe your words. Did you not know when the car collided with the wall? Did you not realize when the stocks rose? Where were you earlier? Zhao Zijin questioned bluntly. Pained. If you truly felt pain, why did you make her cry in the first place? Her every word and action is delightful. Thus, I was curious about how adorable she might look while crying. But the moment she began to weep, all I felt was heartache. Zhao Zijin abruptly interrupted him, her voice sharp. So, when she cried, you found her completely unlovable, even ugly, did you? Chu Xiuyuan had to concede within himself that his wife had a knack for pinpointing the crux of the matter. He earnestly continued, "That is not my intention. In my heart, she has always been charming. I yearn to see her in all her delightful forms, save for the moments of her tears. Alas, it is too late. She has already wept." Chu Xiuyuan nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, but at the very least, we cannot allow her to continue in sorrow. That is precisely why I sought your counsel." "You have sought the wrong person. I possess no solutions," Zhao Zijin replied, lifting her small head defiantly. "If you truly wish to prevent her tears, devise a means yourself, rather than always seeking shortcuts." Chapter 72. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Miss Zhao, I comprehend all that you have articulated. Chu Xiuyuan sighed, yet as a man, I find it challenging to fully grasp the intricacies of a woman's psyche. Since you and my wife share the same gender, might I implore you to offer a few simple pieces of advice from a female perspective? I cannot provide anything. Not a single word. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin grasped Chu Xiuyuan's hand, causing him to pause in surprise. It was only then that he heard the distant sound of a garden carriage passing by, and he realized, "My wife, Mr. Chu, what are you calling out in such a manner? Who is your wife?" Chu Xiuyuan nearly burst into laughter, yet he understood that in this moment, he must refrain from amusement. Otherwise, the delicate progress made could swiftly dissolve into chaos. "I apologize, Miss Zhao. I have been missing my wife terribly. Thank you for your timely intervention." As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan reached out towards Zhao Zijin's petite face. "Miss Zhao, I believe there is a bit of dust at the corner of your eye. May I assist you in wiping it away?" "No need." Zhao Zijin's sharp refusal did not deter Chu Xiuyuan's intentions. "Let us not stand on ceremony. We shall help one another." He gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Zhao Zijin's eye. Zhao Zijin's delicate nose quivered, her ruby lips pressed tightly together, her throat constricted with emotion. The enchanting allure of her doe-like eyes shimmered as crystalline tears flowed freely. In truth, with Zhao Zijin's resilient spirit, she could have easily halted her tears. Yet, for reasons unknown to her, when Chu Xiuyuan consoled her, even caressing her tears with his warm hand, her urge to cry intensified. Perhaps it was akin to a child who, upon falling, does not cry excessively. However, when comforted by parents, the child weeps all the more fervently. Zhao Zijin felt that during her time with Chu Xiuyuan, she had grown increasingly reminiscent of a little girl in his presence. Time slipped by, and eventually, Zhao Zijin managed to cease her tears, her eyes no longer clouded with mist. "Enough, Mr. Chu, even if there were mountains of dust at the corner of my eye. It should be clean now, shouldn't it?" Zhao Zijin cast a lingering glance at Chu Xiuyuan, as if to say, "You wouldn't be seeking to take advantage of this moment to touch my face, would you?" Chu Xiuyuan awkwardly withdrew his hand. Indeed, the soft, smooth complexion of his wife was delightful to the touch, yet that was not the intention behind his actions. After drying her tears, he noticed that her eyes appeared slightly swollen, tinged with the remnants of sadness, which stirred a sense of pity within him, prompting him to gaze longer. "Miss Zhao has misunderstood. I am not that kind of person." "That is debatable." Zhao Zijin turned her head aside, softly murmuring, "Mr. Chu, you ought to go find your new bride. She is still in tears." Chu Xiuyuan continued to suppress his laughter. He understood that his wife had calmed from her previous fury. However, this did not imply that her anger had completely dissipated. He still needed to soothe her. Yet, as long as she was no longer weeping, Chu Xiuyuan felt a great weight lifted from his heart. He is a grown man. What difficulty lies in soothing his wife? Sweet words serve as a delightful embellishment to life. "Miss Zhao, my wife, does not wish for me to seek her out." "How can you speak so boldly when you have yet to make such an attempt?" "Indeed, I know her well. She is surely still upset with me. And if I were to approach her, it would only exacerbate the conflict." Zhao Zijin cast a cold glance in his direction and inquired, "So, do you intend to leave your newlywed wife in silence until she calms down on her own?" Chu Xiuyuan feigned ignorance, retorting, "Is that not permissible?" "Certainly not. What am I to do, then?" "You could very well." Zhao Zijin halted mid-sentence. This insufferable man almost ensnared her again. With an icy demeanor, she stated, "You can very well think for yourself. Aren't you skilled in charming words and tricks? Why are you so dazed now?" "Usually?" Chu Xiuyuan displayed a puzzled expression. "Miss Zhao, today marks our first meeting, does it not? How could you possibly know my usual behavior? Have we met before?" Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Zhao Zijin quickly averted her gaze. "We haven't met. It was merely a guess." "No, it seems too specific to be a mere guess. The more I look at you, the more familiar you appear." Chu Xiuyuan began to spin a tale. I have heard that the human brain has a mechanism that actively forgets individuals, events, or things that once caused immense pain. Could it be that I, having witnessed my newlywed wife in tears, was so saddened that I forgot many things related to her? Zhao Zijin found herself both amused and exasperated. This insufferable man, how can he be so absurd? She turned her attention back to Chu Xiuyuan. Mr. Chu, are you suggesting that you believe I am your newlywed wife? I am still gradually piecing together the fragments of my memories. The true answer must reside within Miss Zhao's heart. Zhao Zijin coldly retorted, to your disappointment, I have never been married. I refuse to believe that. You do not strike me as someone who has never been wed. Perhaps you too have forgotten someone significant due to overwhelming sorrow? How can that be? Is there any difference between imposing such a notion and being unreasonable? Zhao Zijin, though slightly displeased, found no grounds for complaint and could only respond, absolutely not. Is that so? Yet I have already recalled who you are. Chu Xiuyuan gazed into Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes and said, now, I would like to ask Miss Zhao to look into my eyes and answer me this. What am I to you? Zhao Zijin did not respond, but rather countered, Mr. Chu, since you have remembered, you should tell me who I am. Miss Zhao, you are my beloved newlywed wife. Unable to contain herself any longer at Chu Xiuyuan's cheeky grin, Zhao Zijin playfully punched him, exclaiming, playing amnesia, are we? Ah, how infuriating. Chu Xiuyuan grasped Zhao Zijin's small hand. This time, she made no effort to withdraw from his grasp. She felt a touch embarrassed under Chu Xiuyuan's penetrating gaze. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Chu Xiuyuan replied softly, Miss Zhao, you have yet to answer my question. Mr. Chu, you are undoubtedly my newlywed husband. Splendid. My dear wife, you have finally remembered me. Chu Xiuyuan pressed on. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Having forgotten each other due to amnesia for such a long time, shouldn't we indulge in some intimacy? Huh. Zhao Zijin then realized that they had arrived at the themed hotel within the Mingzhong Happy Valley, the very place they had long since booked for their overnight stay. Chapter 73. Once is a lesson, twice is familiar. The haunted house at Mingzhong Happy Valley has always been a beloved attraction among visitors. The staff, too, find joy in their terrifying roles. Since the inception of the haunted house, they have witnessed numerous patrons, both men and women, reduced to tears from fright, with young women among couples being the most common. Occasionally, the male partners are also startled into fleeing, even leaping into their girlfriend's arms, who then embrace them protectively. Today, the staff encountered an amusing scene. A handsome young man, through his verbal scare tactics, had frightened his beautiful girlfriend to tears. As she dashed out in panic, he hurriedly pursued her. Following this, a strikingly lovely girl, yet appearing utterly disheartened, ambled through the winding corridors of the haunted house. This girl was peculiar. She seemed entirely unfazed by the props and the staff's attempts to frighten her. For a moment, the staff wondered if her mental state had been compromised, prompting them to approach her with concern. To their surprise, she calmly reassured them, stating, there's no need to worry. I am perfectly fine, just a bit unhappy. This somewhat disheartened girl was none other than Mo Yulin. Ever since she secretly followed Chu Xiuyuan and his wife into Mingzhong Happy Valley, she had been enveloped in gloom. She watched helplessly as Chu Xiuyuan reveled in one attraction after another with his wife, giant swings, free-fall rides, roller coasters, most of which she dared not partake in for fear of being discovered in the wide open spaces. Instead, she concealed herself in the shadows, quietly observing it all. She felt like a jester, peering into the joyful lives of others. She was a radiant trading goddess, a rising star in the trading industry, and she had no desire to be a clown. Yet, in the presence of Chu Xiuyuan, she felt reduced to a mere fool. In the haunted house, she had glimpsed a sliver of hope. Chu Xiuyuan's frightful antics had momentarily separated him from his wife. Mo Yulin thought to seize the opportunity and speak with him. However, he wasted no time and dashed off to chase after his wife. Consequently, she followed, only to witness the two of them comforting each other, ultimately hand in hand as they entered the hotel. He truly cares for his wife. Mo Yulin stood dejectedly near the hotel, reminiscing about the conversation between the couple at the entrance of the haunted house. What was the girl's name again? Ah, Zhao Zijin. Suddenly, Mo Yulin felt an intense envy for this Zhao Zijin. If only it were she who could accompany Chu Xiuyuan to share in such a day of joy and sorrow. She could scarcely imagine the happiness it would bring her. Alas, it seems I am a step too late. Mo Yulin crouched down, cradling her head in her hands as tears streamed down her face. She even dared not weep too loudly, fearing the attention of others. Zhao Zijing's delicate hand was held by Chu Xiuyuan as they entered the hotel together. Her face flushed crimson. She dared not meet Chu Xiuyuan's gaze. The atmosphere felt more terrifying than that of a haunted house. Zhao Zijin's heart was filled with trepidation. I merely wished to spend a night at a hotel to reduce the time spent driving back and forth. Why does he have to be like this? Clearly, he maintains his boundaries at home. Why has he suddenly become so different in this themed hotel? Could it be that he revels in such an atmosphere, indulging in mischief at the hotel? Or perhaps this perverse man finds my earlier tears thrilling. Zhao Zijin thought it might be possible. After all, in her eyes, Chu Xiuyuan was capable of anything. What should I do? I am utterly unprepared. For the first time in my life, it is turning out like this. Oh, I do not want this. Hello, we have a reservation here. Certainly. May I please see your identification? Thank you. The sound of Chu Xiuyuan conversing with the front desk caused Zhao Zijin's heart to skip a beat. Sure enough. The next moment, he turned to her. Wife, could you please hand me your ID? Zhao Zijin dared not lift her gaze. Chu Xiuyuan. Why don't we just go home instead? Seeing his wife's adorably bashful demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan could barely contain his amusement. He understood perfectly well what she was shy about. Chu Xiuyuan was not the type to rush. He had no intention of forcing her into anything. When he spoke of intimacy, it was merely a jest to tease her. However, since she took him seriously, he decided to continue teasing her for a while longer. After all, they were already here. He employed a common phrase. Returning home now would take longer, and if we cancel, we won't get our money back. Do you understand the virtue of frugality? He invoked Zhao Zijin's own words to press her further. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Zijin reluctantly produced her ID and handed it to Chu Xiuyuan. He then presented it to the front desk. In a short while, they heard the receptionist's response. Very well, sir, your wife has booked a deluxe twin room. Room number 1401. Here is your key card. Please keep it safe. Hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback. One room? A twin room? He turned to his wife. Noticing her bury her face even lower, and continued to tease her with a smile. One room? I initially thought it would be two. My dear, you are more enthusiastic than I imagined. Zhao Zijin's heart was filled with unspoken frustrations. It's not like that. Truly, it's not. I only felt secure booking a twin room because you are always so well behaved at home. Who would have guessed that you, the shameless one, would suddenly want? She dared not think further. Proud and defiant, she could only resist with her last words, urging him not to make wild assumptions. This is a twin room, not a double bedroom. The two of us must continue to sleep separately. You must not act recklessly. The receptionist behind the counter, upon overhearing the couple's conversation, couldn't help but smile. As a hotel front desk clerk, she is well aware that for couples, a twin room is often more advantageous than a double bedroom. This arrangement facilitates a separation of wet and dry spaces. After their intimate moments, they can comfortably retreat to the pristine, tidy bed for a restful sleep. In truth, she is quite curious as to why this young couple appears so reserved regarding the matter. Could it be that they have just recently married and have not yet explored this aspect of their relationship? It is quite possible. However, such experiences typically follow a pattern of novelty and familiarity. With a few more encounters, everything will surely become second nature. Chapter 74. The situation takes a turn. The beautiful CEO teases. Chu Xiuyuan grasped his wife's hand as they made their way to the elevator, playfully teasing her. How can this be considered reckless? We are husband and wife. We shall engage as we please, right? Zhao Zijin found herself at a loss for words, although she held a potent retort in her hand. The words eluded her as they lingered on the tip of her tongue. As they ascended to the 14th floor, the elevator chimed softly, and Chu Xiuyuan used the room card to unlock the door to room 1401. Zhao Zijin felt her heart race, teetering at her throat. Xiuyuan. Chu Xiuyuan, with a mischievous grin, released his wife's hand and remarked, I'm going in now, dear. Oh. Realizing he had entered the room, Zhao Zijin followed him inside. Yet, it was precisely his teasing remark that initiated her awareness of the unusual atmosphere. In the past, Chu Xiuyuan had always been gentle and refined in his interactions with her. The only time he would utter nonsensical, slightly suggestive comments was when he was merely teasing her. Well, this rascal is teasing me again, isn't. To confirm her suspicions, Zhao Zijin quietly seated herself on the sofa within the room. Maintaining an air of shyness, she said, Xiuyuan, I'm hungry. Let us have something to eat first. Unaware of his wife's shift in demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan assumed he still held the upper hand. With a continued playful smile, he replied, Sure. We should definitely eat something, especially since we have a busy night ahead. Let me order. Zhao Zijin retrieved her phone and placed an order through the hotel's app. Before long, the hotel staff delivered the dishes they had chosen. Wait, you ordered wine, dear? At the sight of the red wine, Chu Xiuyuan felt caught in a dilemma. He knew his wife had a low tolerance for alcohol, particularly when intoxicated, as she often tended to create chaos. If she were to become inebriated in this hotel room, the awkwardness would fall squarely on him. Indeed, it's a rare occasion for us to be out together. It's only fair to indulge a little and celebrate, isn't it? Zhao Zijin maintained her facade of shyness, adding, besides, didn't you say that a slight inebriation enhances the mood? You call that being slightly tipsy? Chu Xiuyuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to clarify his concerns to his wife. After all, this was not his first time playfully teasing her. She would surely understand his intentions. Dear, actually come on, let us drink, Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin poured the wine and began to feed it to him, not allowing him a moment to explain. With a grin on her face, her heart brimmed with unspoken thoughts. You've been teasing me all this time. And now you're ready to relent? Too late. This mischievous man. Just wait and see how I handle you. After a few glasses of wine, Chu Xiuyuan noticed a distinct change in his wife's demeanor. The familiar flush of intoxication reappeared on her charming visage. Xiuyuan, a familiar playful voice called out. And in that instant, Chu Xiuyuan's heart sank. Oh no. His wife was drunk again. With a sense of helplessness, he acknowledged that when it came to drinking, his wife truly had a penchant that far exceeded her capabilities. He watched as she staggered to her feet, attempting to approach him. And he had no choice but to meet her halfway. Without warning, Zhao Zijin leaped into his embrace, giggling, Xiuyuan. She tilted her head back, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck, her doe-like eyes glistening with affection as they gazed into his. Chu Xiuyuan, in turn, gently supported her waist and asked, "What's wrong, dear?" However, before he could finish his sentence, she planted a kiss on him, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Although he would never take advantage of her inebriated state, he was quite pleased to return her affection with a kiss. Just as he was about to deepen their kiss, she seemed to anticipate his intentions and withdrew her lips, leaving him longing. Seeing her retreat, Chu Xiuyuan offered a warm smile and inquired playfully, "Would you like to kiss me again, my love?" "No." Zhao Zijin responded with a mischievous tone. "Just kissing is rather dull." "Very well. Then what do you wish to do?" he asked. Zhao Zijin extended her fair hand, pointing toward the inner sanctum of their bed. "Intimacy. Did you not just say you wanted to be intimate?" Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Xiuyuan attempted to explain, "My dear, you are currently intoxicated, and I cannot proceed this way. Otherwise, you might blame me once you regain your senses. Besides, I was merely teasing you. I find you adorable when you're shy. Moreover, our relationship has yet to reach that stage. Let us take our time, shall we?" "Oh, teasing me?" Despite having suspected as much, Zhao Zijin felt a surge of triumph upon forcing Chu Xiuyuan to admit it. She tugged at his collar, compelling him to lower his gaze. "So? You were merely toying with me? Well, one could put it that way. However, teasing aside, my love for you is sincere." "Humph. More nonsense." "I do not believe you." Zhao Zijin insisted, pointing resolutely at the bed. "You must take off your shirt and lie down immediately." After a lengthy moment of hesitation, Chu Xiuyuan ultimately acquiesced. In dealing with his tipsy wife, he felt compelled to comply with her whims. Resisting her might lead to even greater mischief. Besides, she was merely requesting he remove his shirt, not his trousers, so there remained room for retreat. Nevertheless, to preempt any potential boundary crossings, he cautioned, "I must declare in advance, it is permissible to remove my shirt, but my trousers are absolutely off limits." Suppressing a laugh, Zhao Zijin thought to herself, how shameless. Who would want to take off your trousers? She continued to feign drunkenness, urging him, "Less chatter, hurry, and lie down." Once again, Chu Xiuyuan complied. Simultaneously, he fixed his gaze intently as he unsteadily approached his wife by the bedside. He was eager to discern what sort of drunken antics she was up to. "Wife, you." "Silence. Do not utter a word." Zhao Zijin interrupted Chu Xiuyuan's sentence. Subsequently, she extended her delicate, smooth hand and gently placed it upon Chu Xiuyuan's abdominal muscles, beginning to caress them. In her heart, Zhao Zijin was elated. How delightful to touch. This is my first time exploring his 8-pack abs without any barriers. Typically, when Zhao Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan shared affectionate moments, she would occasionally take the opportunity to feel his abdominal muscles. However, the manner in which she was touching him today was a novel experience for her. Chapter 75. My wife desires affection. The opportunity was indeed rare. Merely caressing his abdominal muscles would surely not suffice for Zhao Zijin. She ventured down. No, upwards. Continuing to explore his solid chest and biceps, It was as if Zhao Zijin intended to bestow upon Chu Xiuyuan a luxurious upper-body oil massage, meticulously savoring every inch. Ha ha ha, Xiuyuan. Your physique is truly commendable. Observing his wife's enamored smile, Chu Xiuyuan felt a twinge of apprehension, although he generally appreciated her affectionate touches. This beguiling demeanor was quite alarming. Was this truly the same endearing and proud woman he knew? It seemed he must henceforth prevent her from indulging in alcohol recklessly. How absurd. My dear wife, isn't it time to stop? Not nearly. Silence, let me savor this moment. Given the preciousness of the opportunity. Zhao Zijin had no intention of limiting her exploration. She refrained from excessive conversation with Chu Xiuyuan, fearing that her fade of inebriation might falter, revealing her true delight. If only she glanced in the mirror, she would see that her lips already bore the unmistakable signs of infatuation. As Zhao Zijin continued her exploration, she found her hands returning to Chu Xiuyuan's chest. Xiuyuan, she cooed. Chu Xiuyuan forced a smile. What is it, dear? Did I bruise you here? Does it still hurt? Earlier in the haunted house, an irate Zhao Zijin had not restrained her strength while playfully striking him. Yes, here, but it no longer aches. Zhao Zijin tilted her head, gently kneading his chest. Humph. You deserved it. Who told you to scare me on purpose? I promise it won't happen again, my love. Come on, Xiuyuan, flip over. Chu Xiuyuan was amused by her words. What do you take me for? A disc? Flip over? Oh, hurry and turn around. The reason she urged him to flip was that she distinctly remembered having struck his back more vigorously. Reluctantly, Chu Xiuyuan complied and lay on his stomach. Zhao Zijin took the opportunity to massage his back for quite some time. What followed? Naturally, she resumed her exploration of the muscles on his back. Zhao Zijin mused. Heaven grants not what is taken for granted, lest it be regretted. If she did not indulge thoroughly this time, when would another opportunity arise? Not to mention, who knew when that next time would be? Zhao Zijin's petite hands were soft, delicate, and smooth as they glided over Chu Xiuyuan's back, bringing him immense pleasure. Furthermore, at that moment, he could not see her enamored smile, and the flicker of fear had vanished entirely. Chu Xiuyuan thought to himself, since there is no resistance, I might as well relish it. After a considerable time, Zhao Zijin suddenly noticed that Chu Xiuyuan, lying on the bed, had closed his eyes, a blissful expression adorning his face. This realization incited her irritation. Who was truly teasing whom? How could he be enjoying this? Xiuyuan, why have you stopped? My dear wife, I have had my fill. Please, get up. Zhao Zijin lightly tapped Chu Xiuyuan twice, signaling him to rise. Although reluctant, he complied and got out of bed. In an instant, Zhao Zijin flopped down onto the bed. Come, Xiuyuan, now it's your turn to caress me. I wish to indulge as well. Chu Xiuyuan gazed at his wife, who lay supine on the bed, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Zhao Zijin closed her eyes and awaited his touch. But when it did not come, she opened her enchanting eyes to glance at him, then at her own bosom, particularly her ample curves, which her clothing barely concealed. All right, this might not be the appropriate moment for such liberties. Zhao Zijin, aware of the situation, turned onto her side, presenting her back to Chu Xiuyuan. Very well, Xiuyuan, come now. Chu Xiuyuan felt somewhat flustered. In the past, he had enjoyed various intimate interactions with his wife. Yet he had never been so overly encouraged to touch her body in such a blatant manner, even though his wife still wore a short-sleeved shirt. He felt a sense of awkwardness. My dear wife, how about this? Allow me to massage your shoulders and back. Let it be a relaxation session. After all, you've had a long day of fun and must be quite weary. Chu Xiuyuan proposed a compromise, initiating without seeking her consent. The reason was simple. If he asked for her approval, in her tipsy state, she would surely decline. At that point, she might even throw a tantrum, insisting on him exploring her entire body. Such a scenario would be exceedingly embarrassing. Zhao Zijin lay on the pristine, comfortable bed. Chu Xiuyuan's warm and strong hands kneaded her fragrant shoulders, bringing her immense comfort. The soft pillow still carried his unique, subtle fragrance. The entire experience filled her with delight, eliciting involuntary sounds of pleasure. She mused, no wonder that rascal enjoyed himself so much earlier. Xiuyuan, press a bit to the right. Yes, just there. Ah, how delightful. In high spirits, Zhao Zijin planned to continue feigning inebriation to tease Chu Xiuyuan. Xiuyuan, your technique is quite impressive. How many years have you been in this profession? Hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. He thought to himself, my wife is truly remarkable. Even when intoxicated, she retains her dramatic flair. Having newly ventured into this field, Chu Xiuyuan quickly adapted to the mood. Sister Zijin, You are my first client. If I falter in any way, I hope for your understanding. Ah, this is my first time here as well. Zhao Zijin suppressed her laughter. Just proceed in the manner you prefer. All right then, Sister Zijin. Xiuyuan. What inspired you to pursue this line of work? Honestly, Sister Zijin, I come from a humble background and cannot afford to support all my siblings' education. From a young age, I left school and entered the workforce. However, lacking any formal education or qualifications, I found myself confined to this line of work. Do you intend to continue in this profession indefinitely? Surely, that is not a sustainable solution. No, it is impossible to remain in this role forever. Even if I wished to, my body would not permit it. After a few years, my 8-pack abs will dwindle to 1, and my physical strength will diminish. Who would still find me appealing? Currently, I am focused on maximizing my efforts while I am still young. Accumulating savings with the hope of returning to my hometown to open a barbershop in a few years. Fear not. When the time comes, you can seek me out, and I shall provide for you. Sister Zijin, such words are quite uncharacteristic of you. Those of us in this profession must not develop feelings for our clients. Whether love is involved or not is of little consequence. I cherish you and simply wish to care for you. Zhao Zijin could no longer contain her laughter, burying her face into the pillow in a fit of giggles. Chapter 76. The Method of Tidying Up. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. My dear wife, you truly are something. One moment you are in a drunken stupor, the next you are laughing heartily. I have told you. I am not drunk. Ah yes, indeed, you are not the one drunk. It is I who am intoxicated. Is that satisfactory? Before Zhao Zijin could respond to Chu Xiuyuan, her delicate body suddenly trembled involuntarily. Xin, it tickles. Please do not press on my waist. Tickles? Where does it tickle? Here? With that. Chu Xiuyuan pressed once more on a particular spot on the back of Zhao Zijin's slender waist, accompanied by a playful scratch. Zhao Zijin's body quivered even more violently, her laughter becoming uncontrollable. Yes, it is exactly there. Xiuyuan, please stop scratching, I beg you. Chu Xiuyuan silently committed this spot to memory, then withdrew his hand, saying with a smile, all right then, since you have pleaded with me, I shall refrain for now. What do you mean for now? You are not allowed to scratch me again. Zhao Zijin puffed up her cheeks in mock indignation, threatening in a sweet voice, otherwise, I shall take care of you. Is that so? At this moment, the sight of his wife held no threat. Rather, she appeared exceedingly charming and alluring. He playfully inquired, my dear, how do you intend to take care of me? You must first remove your hand from my back before I can answer. Zhao Zijin thought that if she answered now, this shameless man would undoubtedly take full advantage and continue to tickle her. How could I possibly remove it? My dear, I still wish to massage you a little longer. That is unnecessary. You have already made me quite comfortable. With that, Zhao Zijin reached back to remove Chu Xiuyuan's large hand from her back. However, he did not afford her that opportunity and instead deftly seized her small hands, rendering her immobile. Had they been engaged in a fair contest, Zhao Zijin was confident that her years of taekwondo training would allow her to rival Chu Xiuyuan. Yet, at this moment, she found herself in a disadvantageous position, unable to exert her strength. My dear, do not struggle. Once you tell me, I shall release you. Otherwise, Chu Xiuyuan grinned mischievously as he threatened to once again reach for the ticklish spot on his wife's body. How can you be like this? Zhao Zijin protested. You are bullying me. Even if you tickle me to death, I will not tell you. Bullying his wife? Chu Xiuyuan was not that kind of man. Yet, taking advantage of her drunken state to tease her waist was something he found quite amusing. Seeing his wife so stubborn, Chu Xiuyuan resolved to soften her resolve. Since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall indulge your wishes. Zhao Zijin's delicate form began to twist and writhe in laughter. However, with her hands restrained by Chu Xiuyuan, she was unable to escape, forced to endure the tickling. Ha ha ha. I surrender. I will tell you. Please stop tickling. With her face flushed and laughter filling her eyes, Zhao Zijin turned to him, her gaze pleading. Chu Xiuyuan paused momentarily, yet still did not release her. You must finish your words first before I set you free. Very well. Zhao Zijin mumbled, her lips pouting. My way of dealing with you is. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as Chu Xiuyuan leaned closer, eager to discern her words. Suddenly, seizing the moment when he was unprepared, Zhao Zijin broke free from his grasp. In the next instant, she sprang up and tugged at Chu Xiuyuan's collar, forcefully pushing him back onto the bed. Darling. Chu Xiuyuan attempted to resist. Yet, Zhao Zijin effortlessly settled onto his lap, completely pinning him down. How dare you bully me like that? Chu Xiuyuan immediately knelt, exclaiming. My dear, I was wrong. Humph. Instead of striking him with her delicate fists as she usually would, Zhao Zijin leaned down. Her lips brushing against Chu Xiuyuan's ear as she softly whispered, "Do you wish to know how I shall deal with you?" Chu Xiuyuan could only respond with a sheepish grin. Suddenly, "I'm not so sure anymore. Hee, I insist on telling you." With that, Zhao Zijin planted a kiss on his ear. The sweet scent of her breath combined with the soft kiss left Chu Xiuyuan feeling a delightful tingling sensation in his ear. "Oh, is this what you meant by dealing with me?" He chuckled mischievously. "If this is your method, my dear, I wouldn't mind experiencing it more often." Humph. Dream on. Zhao Zijin's tone shifted playfully. "This is how I truly intend to deal with you. When you most desire my affection, I shall deliberately withhold it." Chu Xiuyuan found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Darling, whether or not we kiss is momentarily unimportant. What matters is, could you kindly get off me?" Seizing the rare opportunity to assert her dominance, Zhao Zijin was not about to relent easily. "No, I want to keep you down a little longer to temper your arrogance. You ought to stop thinking you can bully me. Could we perhaps postpone this?" Chu Xiuyuan stammered. "It's not particularly convenient at the moment." "What is inconvenient?" Zhao Zijin's words faltered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She gazed at Chu Xiuyuan, her eyes filled with indignation, retorting, "You are truly a shameless man." Chu Xiuyuan was equally at a loss. "My dear, I did warn you earlier. Besides, are you not aware of your own allure?" Not wishing to engage in further argument, Chu Xiuyuan rose to his feet. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Zijin instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. "Don't be afraid, darling. I'm merely going to take a shower." His intention was to cool down with a cold shower. However, Zhao Zijin misinterpreted this statement, perceiving it as, "Darling, I'm going to shower to prepare for what's to come. You should obediently strip down and wait for me on the bed." Oh no. How did it come to this? Zhao Zijin felt tears welling up. How could he suddenly become so serious? He had been so gentlemanly until now. No, I cannot simply yield to him. Perhaps I could make a run for it while he's in the shower? It would not do. When he emerges from the bath and finds my absence, he is surely bound to be disappointed, is he not? Should I remain here? Once he finishes his bath, what course of action should I take? I cannot truly resort to inflicting a grievous injury upon him, can I? Chapter 77. The feeling of sharing a bed. After all, he is my husband. I cannot treat him in such a manner, can I? How extraordinary. Zhao Zijin shook her head vigorously, thinking, No. What am I contemplating? Why am I feeling regret? Is this truly a moment for regret? I must quickly devise a solution. That is the priority. After much contemplation, Zhao Zijin ultimately resolved to feign sleep. As long as I appear to be asleep, Xiuyuan should find it hard to continue torturing me. If he insists on tormenting me, Zhao Zijin raised her delicate white hands, measuring the distance once more. If I am truly asleep, I would be unable to resist. After taking a lengthy cold shower, Chu Xiuyuan finally emerged from the bathroom. He noticed his wife already lying in bed, peacefully asleep, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. It is for the best that she is asleep. Otherwise, allowing her to continue her drunken antics would indeed be perilous. With this thought, Chu Xiuyuan approached the side of the bed, gently extending his hand to cover her with the blanket. Naturally, after enduring the chaos of her drunken revelry, he was inclined to collect a little interest from her. He bent down and softly kissed Zhao Zijin's tender little face. Zhao Zijin lay in bed, striving to maintain her pretense of sleep. Although she faced away from Chu Xiuyuan, she could still hear him drawing closer to the bed. Is he finally coming? Why is this scoundrel so impatient? This is our first experience. It could have been so much more romantic. Yet here we are, all because of Chu Xiuyuan. Soon, she felt him grasp the blanket on her bed. Her heart raced with anxiety. I am asleep now. He ought to be gentler, right? Though I am not afraid of pain, he is still quite formidable. Once again, Zhao Zijin's mind conjured the scorching sensations from moments earlier when she sat atop Chu Xiuyuan. In the next instant, she felt him draping the blanket over her. Is he merely covering me with a blanket? Oh, and he even stole a kiss. Is there no further action? From the sounds, it appears there will be no next step. Well then, Chu Xiuyuan, you truly live up to being my husband. The tension that had gripped Zhao Zijin's throat finally dissipated. Were it not for her pretense of sleep, her lips would surely curl into a smile. After all, Chu Xiuyuan's actions aligned perfectly with her desires. Had he taken advantage of her slumber to engage in some intimate actions while she might not have resisted, it would have left her feeling uneasy. Instead, the current situation only served to deepen Zhao Zijin's appreciation for Chu Xiuyuan, though Zhao Zijin kept her eyes closed. Pretending to be asleep, She could discern that after covering her with the blanket, Chu Xiuyuan climbed into his own bed. Before long, the sound of his steady breathing reached her ears. Zhao Zijin lay in bed for a considerable time before slowly rising and approaching Chu Xiuyuan's bedside, observing his peaceful slumber. This was the first occasion in Zhao Zijin's life that she had witnessed Chu Xiuyuan in such a tranquil state. As she scrutinized his sleeping visage, she mused to herself, "He is quite handsome when he is not teasing me with that insufferable demeanor. Humph. However, his mischievous habit of stealing kisses while I am asleep remains unchanged." With this thought, Zhao Zijin leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on Chu Xiuyuan's face, deeming it a fitting reprimand for his transgression. After all, once I awaken tomorrow, I shall have no means to enact this punishment upon him. Yet, feeling a twinge of regret after that singular kiss, she pressed her lips against him a few more times. Soon after, recollections of Chu Xiuyuan's various frightful antics and flirtations throughout the day ignited her anger anew. Thus, she unleashed a flurry of affectionate kisses upon his face. Satisfied with her impromptu display, Zhao Zijin finally rose to return to her own bed. However, as she glanced at the empty pillow beside Chu Xiuyuan, her heart fluttered. After all, the bed is quite spacious, and it is a rare occasion for a married couple to spend the night together outside. Moreover, I could tease him again when he wakes up tomorrow. It's settled. Tonight, I shall share a bed with him. Without hesitation, Zhao Zijin quietly circled to the other side of Chu Xiuyuan's bed. She gently lifted the corner of his blanket and slipped him beside him. This themed hotel room featured 2 beds, each equipped with 2 pillows, allowing Zhao Zijin to comfortably rest her head on the other pillow without needing to transport anything from her own bed. Barely had she settled in when she felt the warmth of Chu Xiuyuan's body enveloping the small space beneath the covers. It was an experience entirely different from the times they had embraced. She thought to herself, is this the sensation of sharing a bed? If it could be like this for a lifetime, how blissful. No, that's absurd. I merely intend to tease him. I don't genuinely wish to sleep beside him. Never mind, never mind. I shouldn't overthink it. After a long day, it is time for sleep. With that, Zhao Zijin inched closer to Chu Xiuyuan, nearly pressing her entire form against his. She slowly closed her eyes, and as for when she drifted into slumber, she could not say. Morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a glow upon Chu Xiuyuan's eyelids. Drowsily, he awakened, sensing that he was holding something in his arms. Initially, he presumed it to be the result of his rather ungraceful sleeping position, having grasped the other pillow and a considerable portion of the blanket. However, upon opening his eyes and focusing his gaze, he was met with the sight of the adorable Zhao Zijin, snugly nestled beside him in slumber. My wife. No, she. Chu Xiuyuan's mind raced with bewilderment. After repeated confirmations, he finally assured himself that he had not truly done anything inappropriate to his wife the previous night. Phew, what a relief. It appeared that his wife had awoken in the middle of the night, still under the influence of alcohol, and had sleepily come to his side. Zhao Zijin emitted an adorable whimper. Chu Xiuyuan recognized that his wife had once again entered into that charming state of half-sleep. In a moment of whimsy, he playfully inquired, "My dear, how did you sleep last night? Was it comfortable?" "Very comfortable," she replied. "Having you beside me is far more pleasant than sleeping alone. It's especially warm." As she spoke, Zhao Zijin instinctively tightened her embrace around Chu Xiuyuan. "Your body is truly warm. I wish to hold you forever." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, remarking that an occasional embrace suffices, and questioned her desire to hold him daily. "Absolutely. Xiuyuan, once we return home, let's sleep together every night, shall we?" "That's a promise you've made, my dear." Of course. Zhao Zijin did not finish her sentence before fully opening her eyes. It was evident that she had now entered a state of complete wakefulness. Chapter 78, The Indolent Wife. The instant Zhao Zijin regained consciousness, Chu Xiuyuan distinctly perceived the softness of her body nestled in his arms, her temperature palpably elevated. Particularly, her delicate face radiated an intense warmth. Without even a glance, he knew that his wife must be exceedingly bashful at that moment. Such an exquisite opportunity for teasing would not escape Chu Xiuyuan's grasp. With a mischievous smile, he embraced her tighter. "Good morning, my dear wife." "Morning, you." Zhao Zijin, still in a state of drowsiness, struggled for coherent words. She yearned to flee the confines of the bed and distance herself from Chu Xiuyuan. Yet, she was acutely aware of her flushed cheeks, a state utterly absurd. Should Chu Xiuyuan catch sight of her bashful demeanor, he would surely mock her mercilessly. Oh, how had she found herself in such a predicament? She had intended to awaken early to tease him thoroughly. How had it come to pass that he awoke first? Caught in a dilemma, Zhao Zijin ultimately chose to issue a playful yet fierce threat. You must not look at me, or I shall deal with you. With that, she clung to Chu Xiuyuan, burying her small head into his broad, warm chest. Very well, I shall not look, my wife, Chu Xiuyuan acquiesced, though the teasing remarks continued unabated. After embracing me all night, are you still not satisfied? Zhao Zijin retorted with feigned resistance. Who embraced you all night? I don't even know how I ended up in your bed. It must have been you. Waking in the middle of the night with ill intentions and secretly pulling me into your arms. Perhaps, after bringing me here, you unleashed your primal instincts and showered me with fervent kisses. Realizing she had perhaps overstepped, Zhao Zijin abruptly ceased her tirade. However, Chu Xiuyuan had already caught on. My dear wife, did you lavish me with kisses last night? Alas, how regrettable. If only I had not fallen asleep. You. Humph. Zhao Zijin contemplated countering with the notion that he too had taken advantage of her slumber to steal kisses. Yet, she refrained from voicing such thoughts. Otherwise, her secret of feigning sleep would be laid bare before Chu Xiuyuan. Unable to win the argument and too timid to flee, Zhao Zijin resigned herself to tightly embrace Chu Xiuyuan, hoping to squeeze him with a measure of indignation. However, even in her attempt to constrict him, she could not apply too much pressure, for if he were to suffer any harm, the responsibility of caring for him would inevitably fall upon her. As his wife, after a considerable span of time, the blush on Zhao Zijin's face finally faded, restoring her to a state of normalcy. She promptly launched her counterattack. Xiuyuan, you have violated the rules. Chu Xiuyuan inquired with a grin. Oh, my dear wife, in what way have I transgressed? You initiated the embrace. Indeed, at that moment, Chu Xiuyuan was indeed holding his wife. However, he held a different perspective on the situation. No, it was not I who embraced you. It was you who burrowed into my arms. Once I fell asleep, all actions were unconscious and thus do not count. Zhao Zijin's eyes widened in astonishment. How shameless. This scoundrel, why does he not use such audacity to fortify a city wall? Humph. She gently tapped Chu Xiuyuan on the chest, exclaiming, You insufferable man. You've taken advantage of me and now refuse to acknowledge it. My dear wife, your words are unjust. How could I have taken advantage of you? To speak candidly, I didn't have the opportunity at all, did I? True enough, but Zhao Zijin was reluctant to admit it. Otherwise, she would be at a disadvantage in their verbal sparring. You did take advantage, clearly. You are indeed the one who took advantage of me. The playful title of take advantage brother thrown at him by his wife brought a smile to Chu Xiuyuan's face. However, since his wife wished to engage in this playful banter, he was more than willing to play along. All right, I am indeed take advantage brother. Now, my dear wife, to tell how I managed to take advantage of you while you were impeccably dressed? Isn't that simple? You secretly stripped me of my clothes and then... Zhao Zijin hesitated to elaborate on the details, opting instead for a vague response. Then you thoroughly enjoyed every inch of me. And finally, you put my clothes back on, pretending nothing had happened. Oh, I see. Your explanation lacks substantial evidence, don't you think? My dear wife, you must present more proof. Otherwise, I could just as easily claim that you stripped me bare and then... Zhao Zijin swiftly covered Chu Xiuyuan's mouth with her hand. Her face, which had just regained its normal color, flushed once more. Shut your mouth, you insufferable man. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would want to enjoy every inch of you? I would never do such a thing. Zhao Zijin held Chu Xiuyuan's mouth tightly, unwilling to let him speak. She had no desire to continue their playful banter. The two remained entangled in the blankets, their bodies pressed together, locked in a stalemate. After a moment, Chu Xiuyuan gently tapped her small hand, signaling her to release him. I might let you go, but you must promise not to tease me again. Zhao Zijin replied. Chu Xiuyuan obediently nodded, and she released his mouth. My dear wife, it's getting late. We should rise. Nonsense. It's still early. I wish to lie here a little longer. The decisive President Zhao had never been one to linger in bed. Yet today, she found herself inexplicably wanting to stay in bed after waking up. Could it be because of Chu Xiuyuan? No, that was out of the question. Who would want to linger in bed because of that insufferable man? Very well, my dear wife. You may continue to lie here. I shall go freshen up first. Do not get out of bed. Zhao Zijin tightened her embrace around Chu Xiuyuan. With a hint of defiance, she said, in the past, when I didn't hold you, you would eagerly want me to embrace you. Now that I am holding you in bed, you wish to get up? You insufferable man. When we watched movies together, you called me little sweetheart. Now that there is someone new, you refer to me as Lady Cow. Whoa. Chu Xiuyuan recognized that his wife was putting on a show again. and she had ample grounds for it. Previously, while revisiting a comedy film together, he had indeed called her little sweetheart. Please don't speak such nonsense, my dear wife. When have I ever called you Lady Cow? In the past, there were no calls for you. And there are none now, but what of the future? You are unwilling to let me embrace you a little longer. And calling me Lady Nyo is surely only a matter of time, is it not? As she spoke, Zhao Zijing's tone shifted to one of melancholy. Indeed. You have begun to gain notoriety. How many young maidens are now captivated by you? How could someone like me, a mere plain-faced woman, ever hope to compete? Chu Xiuyuan could not suppress a chuckle. My dear, I have always held you in high regard. I do not believe it. Do you not? Of course I do. Suddenly, Zhao Zijing released Chu Xiuyuan, and with a swift motion, she sprang out of bed and darted back to her own sleeping quarters. Standing on her own bed, she regarded Chu Xiuyuan with a mixture of caution and shyness. All right, I believe you. Now, hurry and take another bath. Chapter 79. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xiuyuan displayed a rather embarrassed expression. My dear wife, I fear it may not be feasible. Why ever not? Zhao Zijing urged him. Hurry up. Chu Xiuyuan candidly articulated his reasoning. If I were to extricate myself from the covers now, my posture would undoubtedly be rather unbecoming. This justification left Zhao Zijing at a loss for words. Indeed, it was rather unrefined. She could not help but mutter under her breath, that lecherous man who can become aroused at any moment. Chu Xiuyuan, caught between laughter and tears, retorted, My dear wife, I am most unfairly accused. This early morning, I did hint at it. This was, in fact, the truth. Self-aware of her own culpability, Zhao Zijing pouted. How about this? I shall take a shower first. After all, I was quite inebriated last night and did not have the chance to wash up. Use this time while I cleanse myself to regain your composure. I shall do my utmost. Within the confines of the bathroom, Zhao Zijing was cleansing herself. Her mind was still replaying the events that had just transpired. How could that insufferable man always disrupt the mood? Wait a moment. What did she mean by a good atmosphere? Who desired to create ambience with him? He ought to regain his normalcy quickly, for she still had to continue punishing him today. Shaking her head to dispel these chaotic thoughts, she reached for a towel and other items when, suddenly, she noticed an unusual switch. What is this switch? Is it the light switch for the bathroom? That cannot be right. I clearly turned the lights on. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Zijing decisively pressed the switch. As Zhao Zijing entered the bathroom, the sound of the shower soon filled the air. Chu Xiuyuan instinctively glanced toward the bathroom and cautioned, Wife, do be careful. There seems to be a switch in the bathroom. Before he could finish his sentence, the frosted glass that shielded the bathroom instantly transformed into transparency. Suddenly, both sides could see each other with crystal clarity. Zhao Zijing's exquisite and delicate figure was laid bare before Chu Xiuyuan's eyes. Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijing. After a moment of silence, Zhao Zijing emitted a sharp cry of embarrassment. In quick succession, she flipped the switch off. The glass returned to its frosted state. Although the glass switch had been turned off by Zhao Zijing, the crimson hue on her cheeks only deepened. What sort of establishment is this? Such a romantic, no, utterly absurd design. This is clearly a twin-bedded room, not a double. Woe betide her. Exposed before that insufferable man. While it was true that similar embarrassing incidents had occurred between Zhao Zijing and Chu Xiuyuan at home, at least on that occasion, Zhao Zijing was submerged in the bathtub, and Chu Xiuyuan had not glimpsed her in full. However, this time was entirely different. Not only had he seen her, but he had done so with perfect clarity. Zhao Zijing felt as though she had reached the depths of despair. The flowing water washed over her body, momentarily restoring a semblance of rationality. Yet, what has transpired cannot be undone. One must confront the reality, after all. I cannot remain hidden in the bathroom indefinitely. Ultimately, that insufferable man is likely suffering just as much. Chu Xiuyuan found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Although it is not uncommon for couples living together to encounter embarrassing moments, the situation today was undeniably dire. Just as he pondered how to communicate with Zhao Zijing, she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her face flushed. Their eyes darted away from each other, both hesitant to meet the other's gaze. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Zhao Zijing resolved to speak first. Xiuyuan, did you already know the function of that switch? No, it was merely a conjecture. He replied. When I saw it last night, I had that inkling but did not attempt to test it. I just remembered it now. I intended to warn you. But you were too quick, my dear. Zhao Zijing interrupted him. Why, upon seeing that switch, did you have such a presumption? Have you used it before? With whom? My dear, Please do not misunderstand. I have indeed used it, but it was an accidental misactivation 2 years ago during an outing. An outing for what purpose? She inquired. To negotiate an order for a custom product at a small factory in another city. Chu Xiuyuan endeavored to maintain a calm tone. He was well aware of his wife's sensitivity in such an awkward moment. Any teasing from him would be unbearable for her. Zhao Zijin nodded, acknowledging that the travel details he mentioned were indeed present in the itinerary. However, the incident of accidentally activating the switch was certainly not documented. She seemed poised to ask further questions, but hesitated before opting to pick up a hairdryer from the side and walking over to the edge of Chu Xiuyuan's bed. Xiuyuan, let us set this matter aside for the moment. My hair is still damp. Please help me dry it. With that, Zhao Zijin seated herself by the bed. Chu Xiuyuan took the hairdryer, feeling a twinge of discomfort. His current state had yet to normalize. And the faint fragrance of his wife wafted toward him, not to mention the visual impact of the earlier embarrassing scene. The sound of the hairdryer filled the air. Zhao Zijin spoke again, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Xiuyuan, why did you not remind me before I went in? The implication behind her words was clear. You wouldn't have done this on purpose, would you? Chu Xiuyuan discerned her meaning and responded, My dear, I truly only remembered all of a sudden. I have always respected you and would never engage in such antics. Zhao Zijin understood perfectly well that Chu Xiuyuan was a man with clear boundaries. Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing his response. With a playful smile, she remarked, Xiuyuan, what is done is done. In truth, even if you claimed it was intentional, there is little I could do about it. I genuinely did not intend it, my dear. There is not a hint of intentionality, not even a trace. Humph. Zhao Zijin lifted her small head defiantly. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that I hold no allure in your eyes. Chu Xiuyuan was amused by her words. Chapter 80. The Punishment on the Ferris Wheel. This shameless fellow truly blossoms with a little sunshine. Zhao Zijin was not inclined to indulge him in everything. Otherwise, would she not be bullied by him in the future? No, why would she even entertain the thought of a future with him? What was the reason behind it? A sense of remorseful compensation? Perhaps there is a trace of that factor involved. After all, his current state was somewhat related to her. A taste for mischievous teasing? That factor might also exist. An inner affection? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a voice emerged from outside the bathroom. Wife, are you not done yet? Why the rush? Is it not all because of you? After a while, Zhao Zijin finally exited the bathroom. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Chu Xiuyuan, his handsome face adorned with a cheeky grin. At that moment, Chu Xiuyuan had already returned to normal, dressed neatly. However, the more composed he appeared, the more displeased Zhao Zijin felt. She extended her hand, lightly pinching Chu Xiuyuan's face, forbidding him from looking so smug. Yes, my dear wife. Still smiling? I might just hit you. Zhao Zijin brandished her delicate fist, but it only lightly landed on Chu Xiuyuan's chest. How did I end up with such a scoundrel? Perhaps this is what they call fateful encounters? Even the heavens seem to believe that we should be together. Stop being so vain. Zhao Zijin glared at Chu Xiuyuan with her enchanting eyes. I must remind you, if you dare speak of this morning's events, I would not do such a thing, my wife. Let us seal it with a promise. Zhao Zijin extended her small hand, making a gesture akin to a pinky swear. Chu Xiuyuan readily reciprocated. Pinky swear, we're bound for 100 years, no changing. After sealing their vow, Chu Xiuyuan, still grinning, could not resist teasing his wife once more. You say it's all over, yet why are you just starting to feel shy? Humph. Who's shy? Zhao Zijin blushed, lifting her chin, feigning maturity. Dealing with a novice like you is a piece of cake, all right? Chu Xiuyuan pretended to be heartbroken. Oh? So, my dear wife implies that you are quite experienced. Certainly not. Embarrassed, Zhao Zijin chose to bury her head into Chu Xiuyuan's chest. You've clearly taken advantage and still act coy. How wicked. Chu Xiuyuan discerned the faint hint of reproach in Zhao Zijin's words. He ceased his playful banter and allowed her to hold on to him until both their emotional states returned to normal. Eventually, Zhao Zijin reverted to her usual proud demeanor. She lifted her head, withdrew her hand, and linked her arm with Chu Xiuyuan. What are you standing around for, silly? Today is still the weekend, and I still have to punish you. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. All right, dear wife, I willingly accept my punishment. Perhaps due to the dreadful experience in the haunted house yesterday. Zhao Zijin chose activities today that were not as thrilling, opting for a much gentler approach. Bumper cars, carousels, Ferris wheels. Zhao Zijin seemed to possess an intense fascination with the Ferris wheel. Uncharacteristically, she did not grasp Chu Xiuyuan's hand. Instead, She briskly approached the attraction and then beckoned to him. Hurry, Xiuyuan, come join me. Chu Xiuyuan took his seat and gazed at his wife across from him. Unable to suppress a chuckle as he asked, My dear, why do you appear more exhilarated here than you did during yesterday's activities? Humph, you unromantic oaf. Chu Xiuyuan teased her once more. My love, I have heard that the Ferris wheel is a splendid locale for confessions of love and romantic rendezvous. Are you intending to declare your feelings for me here? As their carriage began its ascent, Zhao Zijin playfully extended her foot and nudged him lightly. Stop being so vain. Who would confess to you? Zhao Zijin, feeling defiant, lifted her chin and retorted, You, who once professed your affection for me, have spent this time bullying me. Bullying you? Surely not. Chu Xiuyuan smirked. My dear wife, I assure you, I do care for you deeply, and I listen to your wishes. If you were to ask for a kiss, I would never dare to embrace you, and vice versa. Zhao Zijin pouted. Thinking to herself, this insufferable man is becoming increasingly audacious. He initially vowed that if I asked him to fetch soy sauce, he would never dare to buy vinegar. How shameless. Chu Xiuyuan, do not think I have forgotten. I remember every word you've uttered. Zhao Zijin quizzically asked, Is this what you call listening to me? Of course. Very well, since you insist, come kiss me now. Chu Xiuyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was not that he was unwilling. But they were currently on the Ferris wheel. My dear, isn't this inappropriate? Just moments ago. The park staff reminded us, it's best for two people not to sit on the same side of the Ferris wheel, as it may cause a weight imbalance. Humph, are you afraid? Where has your usual boldness in teasing me gone? Zhao Zijin glared at Chu Xiuyuan. Moreover, the weight capacity of this Ferris wheel far exceeds your assumptions. The staff merely provided a standard reminder, there is no need for concern. I shall ask you once more, do you dare, or do you not? Though Zhao Zijin was not an expert in Ferris wheel design, she had done her homework in preparation for this outing. She had her own plans for punishment. She was determined that regardless of whether Chu Xiuyuan dared or not, her plans would unfold seamlessly. All right, since my wife has put it this way. Chu Xiuyuan stood and leaned toward his beloved, ready to kiss her. Chapter 81. Zhao Zijin's Confession. Zhao Zijin responded to Chu Xiuyuan's kiss. However, upon sensing that Chu Xiuyuan intended to extend his tongue, she quickly patted him, signaling him to cease. Reluctantly, Chu Xiuyuan released his wife's soft, fragrant lips. My dear wife. Zhao Zijin inquired, still want a kiss? Chu Xiuyuan nodded. No, sit back. Of course, Zhao Zijin desired to kiss him as well. Yet, if this continued, that shameless man would surely extend his tongue. Each time he kissed her, the mere flick of his tongue rendered her weak in the knees. If they kept kissing, she could only imagine how weak she would become. Moreover, she had a punishment plan to execute. She could not afford to weaken now. If she were to weaken, it must be after she completed her punishment plan. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan obediently returned to his seat. Truth be told, his wife's unexpected request for a kiss left him somewhat perplexed. Observing her blushing, shy demeanor, he instinctively issued a precautionary statement. My dear, this was your initiative to ask for a kiss, so it cannot be considered a violation. Zhao Zijin had anticipated this. With a slight smirk, she playfully shrugged her shoulders. Huh? Xiuyuan? What are you talking about? When did I ask you to kiss me? Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He chuckled helplessly. All right, all right. So this is how you want to play, huh? Play? Who's playing with you? I am quite serious. Zhao Zijin adopted a stern expression, revealing her seriousness. Now, I must punish you for your previous violation. Sit there and do not move. Before Chu Xiuyuan could respond, Zhao Zijin, with a serious demeanor, mounted his lap. Wife. What is this? Zhao Zijin wrapped her arms around Chu Xiuyuan's neck, her enchanting eyes intently fixed on his. Mr. Chu Xiuyuan, I must interrogate you. Chu Xiuyuan was uncertain of what flirtatious game his wife intended to play. However, since she wished to engage, he was more than willing to comply. Very well, From now until we descend from the Ferris wheel, you are not permitted to call me wife. Zhao Zijin increasingly felt that the term wife uttered by Chu Xiuyuan was indeed too much of a transgression. Each time he called her that, regardless of the context, she found it exceedingly difficult to counter him. At your service, my Miss Zhao Zijin. Mr. Chu Xiuyuan, why do you like me? Initially, it was because he found Miss Zhao Zijin's drunken coquettishness exceptionally endearing. Later, he discovered that her proud moments, her desires for kisses and hugs, as well as her angry expressions, were all incredibly charming. Furthermore, she was remarkably tolerant of him, always considering his feelings. Even knowing that he often feigned seriousness, she still willingly accepted all his actions. Even, Miss Zhao Zijin, I am uncertain whether I should present this next example. Observing Chu Xiuyuan's stammering, Zhao Zijin could easily discern what he was about to say. Originally quite touched, she gently pinched Chu Xiuyuan, saying, "Mr. Chu, you truly have a knack for ruining the atmosphere." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and continued, "In any case, despite having articulated this sentiment numerous times, I do not mind reiterating. I am fond of you, Miss Zhao Zijin." Zhao Zijin's gaze began to wander. "In the eyes of a lover, you appear as a beauty. Mr. Chu, your affection for me makes everything I do seem admirable. However, in truth, I tend to be rather complicated, often failing to express my thoughts directly." Chu Xiuyuan interrupted her self-deprecation, smiling. "I am aware that Miss Zhao has always been a bit proud. Yet I also understand that her actions speak far more honestly than her sweet, soft words. I may remain this way for a lifetime. And if you truly intend to stay with me, it could prove exhausting." Feigning the same nonchalant demeanor Zhao Zijin had just displayed, Chu Xiuyuan replied, "Oh, is that so? Then why not try living a lifetime together and see? A lifetime is quite long. Moreover, I can be quite willful and pretentious. Have you truly considered these factors? You will find it very taxing. I am aware of the length of a lifetime. I have contemplated much, especially after developing feelings for you. Yet, until this very moment, the Zhao Zijin I see remains a girl who constantly worries about whether I will tire of her. Is such a girl not deserving of my love?" Zhao Zijin could no longer meet Chu Xiuyuan's gaze, bowing her head and burying it in his chest. "I have always been like a little girl, rather immature. How much more can I mature? I am still prone to telling lies." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled. "Oh, how did I not notice? Because you were too foolish and care too much for me." Zhao Zijin shifted her address to Xiuyuan. "If one day you discover I am nothing but a deceiver, how would you treat me? As long as it is not a fundamental lie, I would not hold it against you. In reality, everyone inevitably conceals certain truths and tells minor lies." At that moment, Chu Xiuyuan did not take Zhao Zijin's words too seriously. To him, they seemed more like the self-doubting musings of a sensitive soul rather than a statement of fact. Hearing his sincere words, Zhao Zijin finally lifted her head to look at him again. "This is what you said." "Indeed, it is." "All right, Xiuyuan, my interrogation has concluded." "Concluded?" Although Zhao Zijin's sudden self-doubt perplexed Chu Xiuyuan, her returning emotional stability was undoubtedly the best outcome. He smiled. "It is good that it has ended. Now, swiftly return to your seat." Zhao Zijin did not heed his words, but instead tightened her embrace around his neck. "Xiuyuan." Slowly, she pressed her lips against Chu Xiuyuan's, the two engaging in a prolonged kiss, their tongues entwined. Zhao Zijin wished fervently to continue kissing the man before her. The reason is simple. At this moment, she is ready to honestly confront the fervent affection that resides within her heart. As the Ferris wheel approaches its descent, Zhao Zijin halts this passionate kiss. She is acutely aware that the path ahead, shared with Chu Xiuyuan, is obstructed by two formidable mountains. First, her previously concealed identity and the associated matters. Second, her father. Yet, in Zhao Zijin's eyes, these concerns pale in comparison to what truly matters at this moment. What is paramount is that she must articulate the words she is buried deep within. "Xiuyuan, I cherish you." "Zijin, I cherish you too." Chapter 82, Husband. "What mischief are you plotting again?" "Husband, it's time to disembark from the Ferris wheel. The staff has been urging us." Zhao Zijin felt a bit shy as she noticed Chu Xiuyuan gazing intently at her. "My dear, what did you just call me?" Zhao Zijin shot him a playful glance and raised her voice. "Husband, it's not the first time I've called you that. Is there a need for such theatrics?" With a beaming smile, Chu Xiuyuan replied, "Come on, my dear, let us descend from the Ferris wheel." He took her small hand and led her to a quieter corner of the amusement park. Once they reached a halt, Zhao Zijin surveyed their surroundings and then turned her gaze back to Chu Xiuyuan's cheerful face. She teased, "There are no attractions nearby. What are you bringing me here for?" "Husband, are you scheming something naughty?" Chu Xiuyuan merely smiled and bowed his head, attempting to kiss her lips. Zhao Zijin raised a delicate finger, playfully placing it on his lips. "Not so fast, dear husband. This would be a violation of the rules." At her words, Chu Xiuyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Her alluring voice struck a chord in his heart, yet her playful deterrence held him back. "My dear, we did you not just say?" Zhao Zijin's eyes sparkled with mirth as she squinted playfully. "Indeed, I said I liked you. However, rules are rules. And the previous conditions still stand." "Is that so? Then are we not merely a couple in name?" "Not at all. We are a true couple." It's just that Zhao Zijin hesitated, not quite ready to voice the rest of her thoughts. "If you were to shower me with kisses and hugs daily, I fear I might become weak in the knees and unable to walk. Even now, after just a brief kiss on the Ferris wheel, I still feel a bit wobbly. Though the idea of daily affection was delightful, they were not yet ready for such intimacy. She wished to wait until she resolved a couple of pressing matters. My dear. What do you mean by just that? Zhao Zijin, embracing her proud nature, retorted. Only that you slime man, love to feign seriousness while secretly seeking to tease me. If I were to allow your whims of affection, you would undoubtedly push your luck further. True to her expectations, Chu Xiuyuan resumed his playful banter. My dear. I believe that even if I refrain from instigating mischief, you might still inadvertently encourage my advances, would you not? I would never do such a thing. Then what about this morning at the hotel? Do not dare mention that. Zhao Zijin exclaimed, tugging at his collar to draw him closer. Humph. Do not think for a moment that just because I like you, I would hesitate to reprimand you. Chu Xiuyuan remained unfazed, grinning mischievously. Zhao Zijin pouted, thinking to herself, this man is insufferably bold. Had I known, I would not have confessed my feelings so quickly. Yet, when she saw Chu Xiuyuan's joyful smile, she felt that everything she had done today was worthwhile. She lowered her small fist, sighing softly, Husband, how about this? I shall revise the second and third terms. Chu Xiuyuan nodded eagerly in agreement. The second clause set forth by my wife prohibits him from proactively feeding the other party. The third clause forbids him from initiating kisses or embraces. These two significant stipulations have consistently posed a considerable barrier to the couple's intimacy. And Chu Xiuyuan had long desired to amend them. Now that his wife has explicitly suggested a change, he readily agreed. My dear, how would you like to modify them? Chu Xiuyuan took the precaution of stating, I must declare in advance that if the alterations do not foster our marital bond, I shall firmly object. Understood. I eagerly wish to enhance our relationship. Zhao Zijin, feeling somewhat bashful, articulated her thoughts. The second clause shall be amended to, you are not permitted to initiate feeding me. Nor may you proactively kiss or embrace me. However, you may reciprocate my aforementioned actions without it being deemed a violation. To facilitate Chu Xiuyuan's comprehension, Zhao Zijin provided a personal demonstration by wrapping her arms around him. I am now embracing you as a response. Thus, you may embrace me in return without it being a breach. A knowing smile graced Chu Xiuyuan's face as he immediately enveloped his wife's soft and fragrant form. My dear, does this not imply that from now on, you shall be the one seeking my kisses and hugs each day? Caught off guard by her husband's astute observation, Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed. I am not so shameless as to do that every day. All right, let's set that aside for now. My dear, what are the specifics of your newly proposed third clause? Chu Xiuyuan discerned that his wife's modification was rather cunning. She had effectively merged the second and third clauses, thereby creating an opening for the introduction of a new stipulation. Zhao Zijin revealed a triumphant smile. Currently undecided. We shall discuss it later. What? Why? Are you having second thoughts? It's too late for regrets now. Zhao Zijin's smile conveyed a hint of competitiveness. You could easily impose new clauses to take advantage of me. If I do not establish a pending clause to counteract, will you not bully me incessantly in the future? I shall not permit such a scenario to unfold. Very well. Chu Xiuyuan felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped that his wife would devise a more intriguing clause to enrich their future together. Why? Your tone suggests some discontent? It's not exactly discontent, mainly. Chu Xiuyuan candidly shared his thoughts with his wife. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin could not suppress her laughter. My dear, why are you laughing? Zhao Zijin's sudden kiss silenced Chu Xiuyuan's words. After a moment, she released his lips. Husband, I find every moment spent with you to be delightful, regardless of these clauses. Her adorably proud demeanor caught Chu Xiuyuan off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Zhao Zijin playfully urged, Silly husband, respond to me. Do you not always enjoy mischief? Chu Xiuyuan, understanding her cue, leaned in to kiss her petite lips. This time, Zhao Zijin truly felt her legs weaken, rendering her incapable of movement. Chapter 83. The first encounter of Zhao Zijin and Mo Yulan. Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin, the young couple, found respite on a long bench. Zhao Zijin continuously patted Chu Xiuyuan, exclaiming, It's all your fault. You've made it so I can hardly walk. How outrageous. Do you take me for some sort of kissing furnace? Apologies, my dear. Chu Xiuyuan began to apologize, but the moment he heard her playful remark, he couldn't help but chuckle. This only served to further ignite Zhao Zijin's embarrassment and indignation. In a fit of frustration, she declared, If I ever take the initiative to kiss you again, I shall be a little puppy. My wife, with such words. We would indeed make a perfect family of three alongside the shrimp ball. Zhao Zijin stifled her laughter and playfully slapped him again, saying, You can be the puppy. I refuse to take on that role. As Chu Xiuyuan prepared to respond, he suddenly noticed a passerby holding an ice cream cone. Despite it being early autumn, the day still bore a lingering warmth. He turned to his wife with a smile, saying, "My dear, hold on for a moment. I shall fetch you an ice cream. When I return, you can continue to be angry with me, all right?" Zhao Zijin turned her head to the side, attempting to conceal the smile that was threatening to break free. Can such a thing be paused? Of course it can. My wife is truly formidable, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Zijin was thoroughly amused by his antics. Yes, I am indeed Chu Xiuyuan's wife, and I am certainly impressive. Seeing his wife regain her smile, Chu Xiuyuan felt an irresistible urge to kiss her again. Zhao Zijin quickly pressed her hand against his chest, pleading, "Please spare me, dear. How many times have you kissed me today? If you continue, I won't even have the strength to walk out of the park and return home. Surely, I cannot just stay here forever. Remember, I have work tomorrow." With Zhao Zijin's words hanging in the air, Chu Xiuyuan knew it was best to relent. He thought to himself, "Then I shall save my kisses for when we are home." "I will go buy you an ice cream," Zhao Zijin said, holding him back. "Wait. What is the matter?" he inquired. "I will buy it for you. Weren't you just saying you were too weak to walk? That was then. This is now. You have done so much for me lately. It's time I do something for you." However, feeling somewhat bashful, Zhao Zijin hesitated to express herself directly. She lifted her chin defiantly, declaring, "In any case, I will go buy it." With that, she exerted her strength, pulling Chu Xiuyuan back onto the bench. Insisting he sit still, she then stood up to procure the ice cream for her husband. Yet, just a few steps away, she turned back, her cheeks flushed red. "My dear, what is wrong?" Zhao Zijin remained silent, instead resting her hand on Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder, as if she had something to whisper. Chu Xiuyuan, puzzled, asked, "What is it, my love?" Wong. Before he could react, Zhao Zijin's lips pecked his cheek, catching him completely off guard and leaving him utterly enchanted by her spontaneous gesture. He was just about to embrace her and respond warmly when Zhao Zijin, as if anticipating his move, swiftly retreated a few steps. Standing at a distance, she smiled and playfully waggled her finger at her husband, saying, "Darling, I told you today that you are not allowed to kiss me anymore, and I mean it. How can you be like this, my dear?" Chu Xiuyuan felt that if his wife continued this way, he might just lose his soul to her charms. "Humph. I shall do just as I please." With that, Zhao Zijin turned on her heel and departed with a light-hearted step. Meanwhile, Mo Yulin wandered aimlessly within the park. The previous night, she had intended to secure a room at the themed hotel within the park for a night's stay, hoping to continue her surveillance of Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin the following day. However, due to the weekend rush, all rooms were fully booked, forcing her to find temporary lodging at a hotel outside the park. She planned to return the next day and stake out in front of the themed hotel. But after a restless night of tossing and turning, she barely managed to fall asleep until the early hours. When she finally awoke, it was already midday. At this hour, she had no idea where the couple might be enjoying their day. Clinging to a faint hope, Mo Yulin resolved to stroll through the park and perhaps chance upon them. To her surprise, she indeed encountered Chu Xiuyuan, and notably, he was alone, without his wife by his side. Had they had a quarrel? Mo Yulin was uncertain. But this time she was determined to seize the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Chu Xiuyuan was waiting for his wife's return when he suddenly heard a voice beside him. "Xiuyuan, what a coincidence." He turned to find Mo Yulin before him. To be honest, he was reluctant to engage with her. If his wife happened to return and saw them together, she might become jealous. As a husband, he found his wife's jealousy endearing at times, yet he believed it was not right to let her feel that way constantly. Mo Yulin seemed to sense his discomfort and took the initiative to speak. "I saw a short video online the night before last of your wife kissing you. Honestly, I think she is quite bold. It's no wonder you are so fond of her." Chu Xiuyuan nodded but remained silent. Mo Yulin continued, "These past few days, I have been pondering, what if it were me doing those things for you?" Once again, Chu Xiuyuan interrupted her. "There are no what-ifs. I know that. But just think about it." There is nothing to think about." Chu Xiuyuan waved his hand impatiently. "We were classmates. I want to say anything too outrageous." He stood up, intending to leave, but was concerned that his wife might return and not find him. At that moment, Zhao Zijin, having purchased ice cream, returned. However, upon seeing Mo Yulin, she halted in her tracks. Especially when she noticed Mo Yulin conversing with her husband, her expression turned icy. Was she to be robbed of her home while merely buying ice cream? Mo Yulin truly was a top-tier trader, adept at seizing opportunities. She did not rush to return but instead concealed herself nearby, eager to overhear the exchange between the two. At that moment, Zhao Zijin was resolute in her conviction. No matter how many times Chu Xiuyuan faced Mo Yulan, he would never engage in actions that would betray his wife. However, as his hastily wedded spouse, she felt an overwhelming trepidation when confronted with Mo Yulan. After all, the duration of Mo Yulan's affection for Chu Xiuyuan far surpassed the fleeting acquaintance and romance that Zhao Zijin had experienced with him. If the two were to meet, Mo Yulan could arrogantly challenge her. I have loved Chu Xiuyuan for many years. What about you? Zhao Zijin was devoid of the confidence to respond. As his wife, she had even concealed numerous matters from Chu Xiuyuan. The intertwining of these factors only intensified her fear of Mo Yulan. Thus, she stood by, eavesdropping. With every word spoken by Chu Xiuyuan, her heart swelled with joy. Once again, she felt the genuine love radiating from him. Time and again, she was steadfastly chosen by him. Love bestows the courage to face all adversities. Finally, when Chu Xiuyuan rose, she mustered her courage and approached him. Darling, I'm back. Chapter 84, True Affection. The voice of his wife, Zhao Zijin, resonated, leaving Chu Xiuyuan feeling utterly overwhelmed. He turned to her and, before she could inquire further, hastily said, My dear, this is Mo Yulan, the person I mentioned to you previously. Zhao Zijin nodded but remained silent. She handed an ice cream to Chu Xiuyuan and said, Honey, please take this ice cream and enjoy it over there. We wouldn't want it to melt. Chu Xiuyuan quickly discerned that his wife intended to divert him. Dear, you. Zhao Zijin lowered her voice, her expression serious. When we are out, you must heed my words. All right. If anything arises, just call for me. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Zhao Zijin was confident that her years of taekwondo training would enable her to easily handle Mo Yulan if necessary. Once Chu Xiuyuan had distanced himself, Zhao Zijin finally directed her attention toward Mo Yulan. Hello, Miss Mo Yulan, I am Zhao Zijin. My husband has spoken of you. It seems you have harbored feelings for him for many years, only to be rejected. Zhao Zijin unceremoniously uncovered Mo Yulan's wounds. For a woman who coveted her husband, Zhao Zijin felt no need for politeness. Mo Yulan, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, felt compelled to respond. He certainly speaks of you quite openly. Indeed, he adores me, and he would undoubtedly express that, Zhao Zijin proclaimed, her words a display of dominance, igniting a competitive spirit within Mo Yulan, who was reluctant to concede easily. Initially, she had no intention of engaging in a debate with Chu Xiuyuan's wife. But the relentless provocation from Zhao Zijin left her unwilling to remain overly courteous. Mo Yulan steadfastly met Zhao Zijin's gaze and admitted, I also like him. I have since our school days. Although Zhao Zijin had anticipated such a confession, hearing it directly from Mo Yulan still stirred a pang of discomfort within her. Nevertheless, she retorted, so what? He has never had feelings for you. You were correct. He indeed does not like me at present. Mo Yulan emphasized the word present. The implication clear. While he may not be fond of her now, the future remained uncertain. Mo Yulan, do you not understand the concept of precedence? Chu Xiuyuan is married to me. He is my husband. Marriage can be dissolved. Mo Yulan replied, unyielding in her intentions. Wishing to disrupt our marriage. You dare to play the role of the other woman? You, of all people, should possess the decency to refrain from such antics. Who truly is the other woman? I have liked him far longer than you ever have. Zhao Zijin scoffed, challenging her. Oh, and what of it? With all those years behind you, why did you never confess your feelings to him? Mo Yulan found herself momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment, Zhao Zijin pressed on. Why wait until he is married before deciding to declare your affections? You fail to comprehend that loving someone can evoke feelings of inferiority. One moment feeling inadequate, the next feeling confident. Is your inferiority complex a quantum state? Zhao Zijin continued candidly, perhaps many years ago, you indeed experienced such self-doubt. But the person you are today is certainly devoid of it. What resides within you is merely a distorted possessiveness. You yearn to possess Chu Xiuyuan, rather than genuinely loving him. Impossible. I have always harbored deep affections for him. Mo Yulan retorted loudly, you know nothing of my past. Nor do you grasp the depth of my feelings for him. Zhao Zijin coldly shook her head with a smirk. She raised her chin towards Mo Yulan. I can assure you, I genuinely adore Chu Xiuyuan. Moreover, if I were in your position, upon learning of his current situation, I would never dare to show my face before him again. After all, a headline like internet celebrity meets with unknown woman could obliterate everything that Xiuyuan has built. Mo Yulan, though aware that Zhao Zijin spoke some truth, stubbornly countered, I have seen the video of you kissing him. Did you not also shy away from appearing publicly? What right do you have to criticize me? Zhao Zijin clenched her fists, vowing, one day, I shall reveal to the world that I am Chu Xiuyuan's wife. When that day comes, you may come and boast. Mo Yulin replied, gazing at Zhao Zijin with a fierce determination. Until then, beneath that mascot costume. It could be either of us. After all, who would ever know, would they? Shameless. Xiuyuan would never be drawn to someone like you. Zhao Zijin shot back. That's debatable. I possess many things that you do not. Mo Yulin gestured with a sign of wealth. Zhao Zijin seethed with anger. Were it not for her concern about Chu Xiuyuan's feelings, she would have revealed her identity right then and there, and used her wealth to crush Mo Yulin. I have recorded everything you just said. Zhao Zijin employed the technique that Chu Xiuyuan had taught her, eager to see Xiuyuan's expression upon hearing her words. Mo Yulin was taken aback. The reason she had felt bold in retorting to Zhao Zijin was that Xiuyuan was not present. She had not anticipated Zhao Zijin's audacious move. Reluctantly, she left with a stern declaration. Zhao Zijin, I will make you understand. My feelings for Xiuyuan are genuine. True love knows no precedence. With that, Mo Yulin hastily departed. Zhao Zijin, filled with disdain, called out mockingly to her retreating figure. Even restrooms are designated for men and women. And you speak of true love knowing no precedence? Is your love but a pile of dung? Once Mo Yulin's figure vanished from Zhao Zijin's sight, she glanced at the melting ice cream in her hand, now sticky and unsalvageable. She felt a pang of regret, as she had envisioned sharing a sweet ice cream moment with Chu Xiuyuan. My dear, don't concern yourself with her. Allow me to help you clean your hands first. Chu Xiuyuan suddenly emerged from an unknown place. Zhao Zijin, with a playful smile, gazed at him and inquired, were you eavesdropping nearby? Chu Xiuyuan candidly nodded in affirmation. Oh, how audacious of you to disregard my words. Zhao Zijin gently pinched his ear with her clean hand. Do you presume upon my fondness for you, becoming ever more brazen? Humph. In light of your transgressions, I shall impose a punishment upon you next weekend. Chu Xiuyuan jested in return. Very well. I shall heed the commands of my little pup. You are the little pup. Chapter 85, Punishment for My Wife. After Chu Xiuyuan meticulously dried his wife's little hands, he lifted them to scrutinize them closely, as if ensuring they were thoroughly clean. Then, oh dear, my love, your hand accidentally brushed against my lips. How shameless. Zhao Zijing's cheeks flushed slightly, as she withdrew her hand and shot him a glance. She seemed poised to inquire about something, yet hesitated for quite some time, unable to voice her thoughts. Noticing her reticence, Chu Xiuyuan smiled and encouraged, Dear, feel free to say whatever is on your mind. Very well, husband. May I ask you something? Regarding Mo Yulin? If you prefer not to answer, that is entirely acceptable. Please, do not hesitate to ask, my love. Concerning Mo Yulin, did you truly never have any feelings for her? Not even a smidgen? Zhao Zijing's tone carried a hint of reluctance and envy, after all. I have known you for quite some time. She was even your deskmate in high school. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan's expression turned serious, and he earnestly declared, I swear to you, my love, that is absolutely not the case. All right, I believe you. Zhao Zijin could not bear to hear Chu Xiuyuan make any rash oaths. In truth, his previous actions had already instilled her with trust. However, as a wife, she still yearned to hear her husband affirm his denial directly. Once reassured, Zhao Zijing's curiosity piqued, and she playfully inquired, Husband, what were you thinking about when you were oblivious to your female deskmate during middle school? Zhao Zijin could only glean insights into Chu Xiuyuan's student days through second-hand accounts. Yet, as her affection for him deepened, her desire to uncover her husband's past intensified. To love someone is to inevitably wish to know everything about them. Scratching his head with a chuckle, Chu Xiuyuan replied, My dear, you might find this amusing, but during high school I was rather daydreamy. It's just that my reticence kept my classmates from noticing. Oh, is that so? In what way were you daydreamy? I often found myself seated, conjuring up absurd scenarios. Seeing her husband hesitate to continue, Zhao Zijing became even more intrigued, pressing, such as what? Please, do share. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Xiuyuan finally divulged, for instance, I would imagine that terrorists had planted bombs in the school building. Then, with a thunderous bang, the classroom windows would shatter, debris scattered everywhere, smoke billowing, and teachers and classmates thrown into chaos. In that moment, I would bravely step forward, guiding everyone to safety while vanquishing one terrorist after another. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of all, I would produce a certain credential, revealing, I am, in fact, an undercover agent for a certain bureau. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijing could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, Our Xiuyuan once harbored dreams of being a hero? Chu Xiuyuan chuckled sheepishly. Isn't it true that every young man has entertained such thoughts? At that time, the idea of being a hero was far more enticing than the notion of romance. And what about now? How did you transform into the person you are today? Engaging in romance with such finesse, effortlessly charming the ladies. Yet, upon entering society, I, along with the vast majority, discovered that we could not become heroes but merely ordinary individuals, leading a commonplace life filled with family warmth. Zhao Zijin teased him, lamenting that their home lacked the comforts of a warm hearth, and he had yet to realize even the dream of an ordinary life. Chu Xiuyuan retorted, acknowledging that at present, one could only possess one of three aspirations. My dear wife, why don't we strive tonight after returning home? Let us aim to bring our child into the world soon. Zhao Zijing's face flushed crimson at the suggestion, as such matters seemed distant still. Thus, the couple playfully bantered as they made their way home. Upon their return, Chu Xiuyuan swiftly locked the door, cornering his wife at the entrance. Zhao Zijing was startled by his sudden advance. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with a mix of panic and bashfulness. Husband, you wouldn't truly want a child right now, would you? I. The more she spoke, the more pronounced her blush became. She understood well that their bond was deepening, and the spark of passion would inevitably ignite. However, Zhao Zijing preferred to disclose her true identity to Chu Xiuyuan before taking that significant step. Chu Xiuyuan shook his head. His intentions were certainly not focused on that, at least not today. With a mischievous grin, he declared, Wife, it's time for me to impose a punishment upon you. Punish me? Zhao Zijing exclaimed in surprise, then proudly challenged, On what grounds do you intend to punish me? Which rule have I violated? Certainly. You have breached the third rule, he replied. Chu Xiuyuan's third stipulation required Zhao Zijing to partake in the meals he prepared at home and provide feedback thereafter. Naturally, outings on weekends were exempt from this rule. Nonsense. What are you? Oh. Zhao Zijing's resolute argument faltered as a realization struck her. Seeing her reaction, Chu Xiuyuan seized the opportunity, grinning. It seems you've recalled. We had breakfast at home last Saturday morning. You were so engrossed in your role as a domineering lead that you failed to offer your assessment after the meal. Zhao Zijing protested. After I kissed you, my legs went weak, and I fell into your embrace for a considerable time. Surely that counts as feedback? Chu Xiuyuan simply shook his head. That does not count. What occurred during breakfast cannot be considered as post-meal feedback. Why must it be this way? Zhao Zijing attempted to negotiate. What if I provide my assessment now? I could offer double, or even fivefold, tenfold, whatever you desire. For a moment, Chu Xiuyuan was tempted by the idea of holding her quietly for several minutes. However, today was different. No, I must impose a punishment upon you, my dear wife. As she gazed at her husband's charming face, a thrill of excitement welled up within her inexplicably. She increasingly comprehended why, on ordinary days, her partner always seemed to eagerly await punishment. Lowering her head, she acquiesced. Very well, I willingly accept the consequences, my dear husband. Chapter 86. The nature of punishment. As Chu Xiuyuan gazed at his wife's expression, he could not help but chuckle. He teased, My dear wife, you seem rather eager. Don't you? Me? Eager? How could that be? Zhao Zijin, in her typical tsundere fashion, pouted and vehemently denied the truth. I'm not the kind of pervert who would look forward to such punishments. I only asked because I feel uneasy. Yes, just uneasy. Oh. So that's how it is. I understand now. Humph. As long as you understand. Feigning a serious demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan remarked. It seems we should postpone this punishment to spare you from any anxiety, my dear wife. As your husband, I cannot allow you to feel unsettled, can I? Yes. No. You must punish me. It is absolutely necessary. Just moments ago, Zhao Zijin was filled with trepidation at the thought of punishment. Yet now her attitude had completely shifted as she began to assist Chu Xiuyuan in justifying the punishment. You have carried out the punishments against me earnestly. In a marriage, everything must be reciprocal. I must also endure the punishment you impose. With her cheeks flushed, she lifted her chin defiantly. So, hurry and reveal the details of your punishment. Sighing, Chu Xiuyuan replied, Well, since you have put it that way. He mimicked her usual haughty tone. I shall reluctantly disclose the nature of the punishment. Zhao Zijin playfully kicked his calf, urging him to speak quickly. Just say it. No need for theatrics. My punishment is quite simple. As Chu Xiuyuan's voice resonated like a decree, Zhao Zijin's anticipation grew more intense. What could her husband's punishment entail? Would it involve kisses and hugs? Or perhaps something akin to their earlier encounter at the hotel? Or something even more exhilarating? Finally, Chu Xiuyuan's verdict emerged. Wife, you are to learn how to cook. Eh, what did you say? Learn to cook. Surely, I must have misheard. Wait. Zhao Zijin asked shyly, husband, when you say cooking, do you mean it in a serious way? Indeed, it is quite serious, proper cooking. Perceiving the underlying meaning in his wife's words, Chu Xiuyuan could not resist adding a playful remark. Of course, if you are truly looking forward to a less conventional form of cooking, I am always open to that as well. Zhao Zijin's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she quickly waved her hands, interrupting him. No. I certainly do not. I cannot say I do not. In any case, I mean, if it's proper cooking, then that would be best. In truth, the ability to cook was not a significant concern for Zhao Zijin. The Zhao family was affluent enough that even if she were to hire someone to cook for the next 10 generations, they could easily afford it. However, as a wife, she felt that preparing a meal for her husband would indeed be a source of happiness, provided someone could teach her how to do so. Since Chu Xiuyuan had proposed this punishment, she readily accepted it. Come, my dear wife, I shall guide you step by step in handling these ingredients. As he spoke, Chu Xiuyuan led his wife to the kitchen sink, standing closely behind her, firmly grasping her hands, his lips brushing against her delicate, fair ear. Hey, are you trying to teach me how to cook? At that moment, Zhao Zijin finally comprehended Chu Xiuyuan's true intentions. This was not merely a cooking lesson. It was clearly an excuse to tease her. This mischievous man always had a plethora of tricks up his sleeve when it came to mischief. Of course, it was also a form of punishment. My dear, you wouldn't want to back out now, would you? The instant her hands were enveloped in his warmth, Zhao Zijin felt the heat radiating from him, accompanied by the gentle breath near her ear. A wave of warmth surged through her body, causing her legs to weaken slightly. However, Chu Xiuyuan's provocative remark ignited her fighting spirit. Who is backing out? Let us get on with it. Hurry up. Are you still a man or not? All right then. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, beginning to teach his wife how to prepare the ingredients. Imitating him, Zhao Zijin successfully managed the first item, after which Chu Xiuyuan planted a kiss on her cheek. You did wonderfully, my dear. Humph. Of course, being praised and kissed by her husband filled Zhao Zijin with immense joy. Yet, she suddenly realized something amiss. Husband, this is against the rules. This is part of the punishment. My dear, it cannot be considered against the rules. How can it be like this? Zhao Zijin initially thought to continue her argument, but then reconsidered. If every task completed resulted in praise and a kiss from Chu Xiuyuan, wouldn't that be delightful? Moreover, as long as he didn't kiss her lips, her legs wouldn't give way too severely. On the other hand, even if he did kiss her lips to the point of weakness, they had a sofa or bench at home for resting. And if they got carried away with kissing, no, that's a step too far. If they retreat further, it would lead to shedding clothes. Zhao Zijin, even in the presence of her husband, must uphold her boundaries. All right, since this is part of the punishment, I want to hold it against you. Though in her heart, Zhao Zijin had already yielded significantly, her words remained stubborn, but you mustn't go too far. Don't worry, my dear. I know where to draw the line. With that, Chu Xiuyuan kissed her cheek again. Is this what you call drawing the line? Absolutely. Chu Xiuyuan replied with a cheeky grin. Until the punishment is over, the definition of line belongs to me. Zhao Zijin pouted defiantly. Humph. Just wait, when I punish you next weekend, I'll handle you just the same. Oh, does that mean you'll kiss me like this too? I'm looking forward to it. Not at all. Who would be so shameless as to think about kissing you every day? Although Zhao Zijin was indeed that shameless person, it was impossible for her to admit it openly. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and kissed her once more. Unable to withstand the fervent onslaught of kisses from her partner, Zhao Zijin haughtily declared, let us return to the kitchen and continue perfecting our culinary skills. I must hasten to finish the meal, for I would rather not be subjected to your relentless affection indefinitely. Chapter 87. A long-awaited feeding play. It remains uncertain whether it was Chu Xiuyuan or Zhao Zijin who wished to prolong the moment. Nevertheless, the couple took their time preparing this meal. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in bringing an array of steaming dishes to the table. Zhao Zijin glanced at the sumptuous spread before her and then at her husband. Does this count as my first meal? Of course it does. My wife is truly remarkable, Chu Xiuyuan exclaimed, leaning in for a kiss. However, Zhao Zijin swiftly intercepted, declaring, after hours of kissing and now that the meal is ready, the punishment must come to an end. If this continues, my face may very well be worn out from your affection. Reluctantly, Chu Xiuyuan withdrew. Yet, unable to bear her husband's disappointment, Zhao Zijin suddenly leaned forward and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. My wife, what is this? He responded, surprised. I've endured your kisses for so long. Surely, a reciprocation is not too much to ask? Zhao Zijin retorted. Seeing Chu Xiuyuan's intention to respond, she quickly added, but, dear, you truly must refrain from kissing me further. We'll have cold food if we keep this up. Chu Xiuyuan nodded in agreement. As they finally sat down at the table, Zhao Zijin insisted, wait a moment, I must taste the dishes first. Upon receiving Chu Xiuyuan's affirmative nod, she sampled each dish. Not out of hunger, but from concern over her culinary skills. She worried that her debut meal might not be palatable. If any dish turned out poorly, she intended to spare Chu Xiuyuan from that particular offering. However, to her delight, she discovered, everything seems quite delicious. That is undoubtedly the case. My wife's cooking is exceptional. Zhao Zijin was well aware that this praise was not solely her doing. It was Chu Xiuyuan's patient guidance that ensured the quality of the meal. Don't think that your constant flattery will guarantee me feeding you. With that, she picked up a piece and offered it to Chu Xiuyuan. Understanding her gesture, he accepted her offering with a smile, quipping, I certainly recognize that your actions now stem from a sudden lack of control, correct? Indeed. Perhaps I am simply a bit impulsive. It will pass. With that, Zhao Zijin fed him another bite. In turn, Chu Xiuyuan playfully offered her a piece as well. However, gazing at his beaming face, Zhao Zijin hesitated. Since they had established their boundaries, she had not accepted any feeding from him. In this moment, faced with the long-missed gesture from her husband, did she wish to partake? Of course, she longed to. She had made so many dumplings for this very vinegar. Yet, she felt that if she accepted immediately, it would be somewhat undignified. Pouting slightly, she inquired, what does this mean? Are you attempting to bend the rules? You wouldn't dare suggest that your hand is also beyond your control, would you? I refuse to fall for such a flimsy excuse a second time. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, certainly not. My hand remains under my control. I am merely responding to my wife's feeding. It does not constitute a breach of our agreement, according to the newly revised terms agreed upon by the two parties. Chu Xiuyuan's response to his wife's feeding is indeed not a violation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin raised her head defiantly, exclaiming, It's not that I wanted to feed you. Yes. Regardless of intent, the outcome remains, my wife has indeed fed me, has she? Eventually, Zhao Zijin acquiesced to Chu Xiuyuan's feeding. Then, her hands, once again uncontrollably, picked up a pair of chopsticks to feed Chu Xiuyuan. Naturally, he reciprocated in the same manner. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Mo Yulin finally returned to the hotel where she had previously stayed. She lay on the bed, her eyes vacant, reflecting on the confrontation with Zhao Zijin earlier that day. The feeling of having sunk to a lower status left her thoroughly displeased. Since becoming a traitor, no one had ever made her feel so thwarted. Even the rejection by Chu Xiuyuan did not leave her feeling as miserable as she did at this moment. Especially Zhao Zijin's biting sarcasm was particularly grating. It was one thing for Chu Xiuyuan to dismiss her. After all, she harbored feelings for him. But who was Zhao Zijin to speak to her in such a manner? Just because she is Chu Xiuyuan's wife, does that make her exceptional? Even if married, one can always divorce. What audacity gave her the courage to criticize me so brazenly? The more Mo Yulin pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. I refuse to believe that Zhao Zijin has no sordid past. Mo Yulin abruptly sat up, convinced that she must have won. Otherwise, why would she shy away from showing her face at the anniversary gala? Suddenly, Mo Yulin devised a plan to force Zhao Zijin to leave Chu Xiuyuan. She would uncover her secrets and threaten her to depart from Chu Xiuyuan. Should she refuse, Mo Yulin would expose those secrets. Didn't she claim to be so fond of Chu Xiuyuan? Wasn't she worried that his nascent live streaming career might be jeopardized? Very well, I shall see if, when the time comes, she would be willing to leave. Without hesitation, Mo Yulin took action. As a traitor, her decisiveness was always formidable. She dialed an old friend's number. Hello, is this Miss Luoming? Yes, it's me, Mo Yulin. I would like to ask for your assistance in investigating a woman named Zhao Zijin. I don't have any photographs or detailed information on her, only some scattered details. The rest is for you to uncover. All right, regarding the fees, we can discuss that. Thank you. After the call, Mo Yulin sent Zhao Zijin's name along with various bits of information via WeChat to Luoming. Could this scanned information suffice to uncover a person's past? Not for Mo Yulin. However, for Luoming, an information broker, it was not a daunting task. In the financial industry, top traders deal not only in skills but also in resources and information, especially when it comes to information. A timely, valuable piece of information can often outweigh the intellect of many traders. Simultaneously, to facilitate the exchange of information, reliable intermediaries, namely information brokers, are essential. Certainly, some prefer to refer to them as informants or intelligence brokers, depending on personal inclination. Luo Ming is such an information intermediary. Mo Yulin has witnessed Luo Ming's various skills in acquiring information. Investigating an ordinary Zhao Zijin would undoubtedly be a trivial task for her. Luo Ming responded to Mo Yulin, saying, "Very well, Miss Mo, I will commence this matter promptly. Please be patient for a while." Mo Yulin inquired, "How long should I expect to wait?" Luo Ming replied, "It's hard to say. It could take a day or two, perhaps a week or even longer." Mo Yulin pressed, "Why would it take so long? Is she difficult to trace?" Luo Ming responded, "Miss Mo, I cannot divulge too much at this moment. Rest assured, once I have gathered all the pertinent information, I will certainly provide you with her details." Upon hearing Luo Ming's words, Mo Yulin ceased her inquiries. She understood well that in the realm of information brokerage, the trade thrives on the disparity of knowledge. It is only natural for one to withhold excessive information. However, Luo Ming's conduct led Mo Yulin to a firm conclusion. Zhao Zijin was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. Chapter 88. Agent Zhao in Action. After the couple finished feeding each other dinner and took their respective baths, they returned to their own rooms to rest. Zhao Zijin, clad in a nightgown, lay on her bed, her smooth legs playfully entwined as she hugged a pillow. She reflected on the progress made over the past weekend, a radiant smile adorning her delicate face. "From this moment forth, I shall be the true wife of Xiuyuan. But wait, why am I the one rejoicing? It is Xiuyuan who should be celebrating for having acquired such a wonderful wife." As this thought crossed her mind, Zhao Zijin's smile faltered. "Am I truly a good wife? During this time, I have harbored such negative thoughts about him, always scheming against him." The more she pondered her actions, the more guilt enveloped her. The only solace she found was that she had not genuinely harmed Xiuyuan. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to forgive her, but she, too, would struggle to forgive herself. Zhao Zijin resolved, "Once I am fully prepared and confess everything to my husband, I must sincerely apologize. I wonder, will he be willing to forgive me then? Do these concealed matters constitute a fundamental betrayal in his eyes? I hope they do not. Worrying about such things is futile. I shall take it one step at a time." Zhao Zijin reassured herself, recognizing that sleep should come first. As she needed to work the next day, she adjusted her sleeping position and lay down, yet slumber eluded her. Her mind was filled with the warm memories of sharing a bed with Xiuyuan. Her body seemed to yearn for that sensation. Zhao Zijin groaned in frustration. How could this be? Perhaps I should tell my husband that I wish to sleep beside him, not in a suggestive manner, but simply as companions in slumber. But that might not work, would it? Even if I claimed my intentions were purely platonic, he might not believe me. Moreover, even if he did trust me and agreed to sleep together, there would undoubtedly be Zhao Zijin's face flushed again as she recalled Xiuyuan's formidable physical state. She mused, I cannot keep putting him in such a predicament, can I? Holding back for too long could be detrimental to his health. Caught in her dilemma, Zhao Zijin finally conceived a compromise, to employ the same tactic. After Xiuyuan falls asleep, she would stealthily slip into his room, sharing the same bed and blanket. Then, she would awaken early the next morning and sneak out of his room. Everything would transpire without anyone being the wiser. The crux of the plan was that she must rise early, ensuring she would not repeat the mishap from the hotel. But what if history were to repeat itself? In that case, she would have to explain that she had been sleepwalking. Yet, that explanation might not suffice. It would mean deceiving him once more. I have already hidden so much from him. I should not deceive him again. Oh dear. Zhao Zijin. Why are you hesitating so? Such indecision leads to defeat. Zhao Zijin encouraged herself, deciding to sleep first and address any potential consequences later. She comforted herself with the thought that her husband would never harm her. Subsequently, she picked up her phone to check the time, pondering that her husband should be asleep by now. Channeling her husband's playful tone, she declared, Agent Zhao Zijin, commence operation. With her equipment, a pillow, in tow, she cautiously descended from her bed. Silently, she navigated past the first obstacle, the door, moving through an area that appeared safe yet was deceptively treacherous, the not-so-empty living room. At last, she arrived at the lair of the mastermind, Chu Xiuyuan. Now, she faced only one final barrier before encountering him, the door to Chu Xiuyuan's room. A tense soundtrack seemed to resonate in her mind as she suppressed her anxiety. Reminding herself to remain calm and assess the situation, she leaned against the door to eavesdrop. Excellent. It appeared the adversary was asleep. She pressed on, effortlessly breaching the last obstacle the enemy had set. The door was merely ajar, after all. Chu Xiuyuan was not one to lock his door. The moment had arrived, and through her arduous journey, Agent Zhao Zijin once again beheld Chu Xiuyuan. Observing the deeply slumbering man, she found herself lost in contemplation. Despite the years that had passed, which amounted to less than 3 hours, his handsome visage had remained unchanged. Truly, he was the quintessential mastermind, even in sleep, adorned with a mischievous smile, perhaps from a delightful dream. A thought struck her. He must be under the influence of some nefarious substance, perhaps due to the meal lovingly prepared by someone, determined to uphold justice. Agent Zhao Zijin resolved to sacrifice her own comfort. She tiptoed softly to the side of Chu Xiuyuan's bed, gently lifting the corner of his blanket before slipping into the warmth. The familiar sensation enveloped her, prompting a realization. The mastermind truly lived up to his reputation. Such a potent allure, even without physical contact, stirred her senses. However, it was of little concern. As long as she awakened promptly in the morning to retrieve the intelligence, sneaking back to her room, she would successfully complete her mission. Thus, Agent Zhao Zijin swiftly began her operation for the night, and soon fell asleep. The brief night quickly passed. Awakening from her slumber, Agent Zhao Zijin realized, to her astonishment, that not only had she embraced Chu Xiuyuan in her dreams, but this audacious mastermind had also wrapped his arms around her. Oh no, what a predicament! She felt ensnared like an octopus. Cautiously and delicately, she retracted her small hand, then gently lifted Chu Xiuyuan's larger hand away from her. Agent Zhao thought to herself, I have managed not to awaken the formidable boss. This is indeed a flawless endeavor. After setting down her tools of action and stepping off the bed, she reminded herself to hastily depart from this tumultuous place. However, upon reflection, she considered, since I have come this far, would it not be a wasted journey if I do not leave a lasting impression on this great boss? Consequently, she turned back and delivered a fervent kiss upon Chu Xiuyuan's lips. As soon as she concluded this bold act, she noticed that Chu Xiuyuan's hand stirred slightly, as if reaching for something, perhaps in search of the agent who had just vacated his embrace. Fearing that he might awaken, Agent Zhao swiftly made her exit from the premises. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xiuyuan finally roused from his slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, he sniffed the air, pondering, is there something amiss with my nose? Why do I detect the fragrance of my wife lingering in my bed? Chapter 89. Classmate Zhao desires to learn breakfast preparation. Chu Xiuyuan first surveyed the room, discerning no peculiarities. He initially thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. However, upon unexpectedly spotting a strand of long hair lingering at the head of the bed, he became convinced this was no illusion. His wife had, indeed, stealthily nestled into his blankets to sleep last night. Chu Xiuyuan could not suppress a chuckle, teasingly remarking, my wife truly enjoys this little game of hers. Why can't she come over openly? I wouldn't bite her. Was he tempted by his wife's physique? Undoubtedly, that was the nature of man. However, as a husband, he held a profound respect for her sentiments. If she was not yet ready to take that step, he would never impose his will upon her. At most, he would simply hold her close as they slept and tease her playfully. Nevertheless, since she seemed too shy to voice her feelings, he resolved to feign ignorance. Chu Xiuyuan understood that his wife had always been bashful. If he were to bring the matter up, she would likely flush with embarrassment and deny it. Moreover, for the following nights, she might even refrain from sneaking over to keep him company. That was certainly not what Chu Xiuyuan wished to witness. Dressed and ready, Chu Xiuyuan exited the room. Just as he intended to step into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for his wife, he heard the sound of a door opening from her room. Good morning, dear. Up so early? Zhao Zijin feigned a sleepy expression. Chu Xiuyuan chose not to expose her ruse, instead suppressing a smile and replying, good morning. I was just about to make you breakfast. What would you like to eat? Zhao Zijin felt a twinge of guilt for having snuck into her husband's room to bask in the warmth of his blankets. It seemed rather ungrateful for him to prepare breakfast for her at such an early hour. Could you teach me how to make breakfast? She inquired. That I can do. Chu Xiuyuan grinned mischievously, but I only have one method of teaching. Zhao Zijin's eyes widened in surprise. You can't mean that hands-on approach from last night? Chu Xiuyuan nodded in affirmation. Observing her reaction, Zhao Zijin pouted in discontent. Oh, how could you? My dear, if you're unwilling, I shall take care of it myself. Chu Xiuyuan feigned a move toward the kitchen. Zhao Zijin could not possibly allow him to prepare breakfast. She thought to herself, now that she had decided to make amends, it was imperative to compensate him properly. Who said I was unwilling? She exclaimed. hastily stepping into the kitchen. Come on, teach me. In the kitchen, Zhao Zijin struck a pose that suggested she was at his mercy that she was ready for his guidance, which was quite fitting. Very well, since my wife is willing. Chu Xiuyuan positioned himself behind Zhao Zijin, gently clasping her delicate hands. The once confident Zhao Zijin suddenly felt her bravado wane. Her fragrant and soft form instinctively nestled closer into Chu Xiuyuan's embrace. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan seized the opportunity to tease her with playful banter. Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she discerned the teasing undertones in Chu Xiuyuan's words. Initially, she contemplated delivering a gentle elbow jab to him as a reminder to be more considerate. However, upon reflection, she realized the considerable density of the human elbow joint. A miscalculated force could genuinely inflict pain. Thus, she opted for a different approach and decided to issue a warning to Chu Xiuyuan. Let me clarify in advance. Teaching is one thing, but the kind of flattery in a kiss like last night is absolutely unacceptable. This is solely a time for instruction, not for punishment. Moreover, I have work later, so if you truly wish to kiss me, you may wait until I return home tonight, and I shall initiate the kiss myself. You can respond then. This sentiment was too embarrassing for Zhao Zijin to voice outright. Wouldn't that imply she was quite eager for his affection? Although it was indeed the case, the thought of admitting such a humiliating truth to Chu Xiuyuan was daunting. Observing his wife's hesitance, Chu Xiuyuan could surmise her unspoken thoughts. Seizing the moment, he pressed further, asking, "What am I, then? Your husband?" Naturally, Zhao Zijin would not concede to his whims and retorted, "If you dare to overstep, I will truly impose a severe punishment." "Oh, a severe punishment for me?" Chu Xiuyuan's tone brimmed with anticipation. Zhao Zijin shot him a disapproving glance, pondering to herself, "This insufferable man is becoming increasingly audacious, relying on my affection for him." With her threat proving ineffective, she shifted to a more playful tone, pleading, "Darling, we have many days ahead of us. Must you insist on exhausting all your teasing in one go? Save some for later, all right?" Chu Xiuyuan relished her playful demeanor. "All right, since my wife has requested it. I shall reserve my affections for tonight, and then I shall shower you with kisses." Zhao Zijin was taken aback, thinking, "How have I come to owe him a multitude of kisses?" Just as she prepared to protest, Chu Xiuyuan interrupted her, saying, "Zhao Zijin, focus on your studies. Do not whisper sweet nothings while the teacher is instructing." Zhao Zijin's eyes sparkled with mischief. "My apologies, Teacher Chu. I shall not do so again." "Well, recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is the hallmark of a good student," Chu Xiuyuan replied, gently grasping Zhao Zijin's hand as he guided her in preparing breakfast. While instructing her, he also recited his lines. "Zhao, have you remembered the steps I just taught you?" "Yes, Teacher Chu," she affirmed. "Good, let me assess your learning outcomes." "Zhao, please repeat the steps." Zhao Zijin successfully recounted the steps. "Excellent, Zhao. You have performed splendidly." With that, Chu Xiuyuan unexpectedly planted a kiss on her cheek. Zhao Zijin covered her face in astonishment, but managed to hold her composure and remarked, "Teacher, what was that for?" "What is it, Zhao? Are you dissatisfied with the praise from your teacher?" In silence, Zhao Zijin pouted slightly, tacitly acquiescing to Chu Xiuyuan's transgressive behavior. She mused to herself. Allowing him a few kisses now wouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, if he were to hold back all day, wouldn't he overwhelm me with affection upon his return tonight? After exchanging several compliments, the teacher and student finally succeeded in preparing the breakfast. Zhao Zijin appeared quite delighted. "Teacher Chu, allow me to serve both portions of breakfast." "Of course, since Zhao is so enthusiastic, I wholeheartedly support it." Chapter 90, Exceptional Cases of Each Other. Seated at the dining table, Zhao and Teacher Chu found themselves in close proximity. Zhao Zijin, adhering to her custom from the previous night, first confirmed the dish's flavor before delicately offering her first bite to Chu Xiuyuan. "Teacher Chu, you have tirelessly guided me. This is but a small token of appreciation from your student. I hope you will graciously accept it." Chu Xiuyuan accepted her offering with a smile. Then, playfully, he remarked, "Student Zhao, your approach is not quite correct." "Huh, I thought it tasted quite good. Is it not delicious?" Zhao Zijin nearly faltered in her role. But Chu Xiuyuan's next action swiftly drew her back. He, too, picked up a morsel and offered it to her, stating, "The proper method should be like this." "Oh, thank you for your guidance, Teacher Chu." Zhao Zijin accepted his correction. However, in a bid to retort, she innocently queried, "Teacher Chu, you are so well liked. Surely you often teach other female students in this manner as well?" "That is absolutely out of the question. As a teacher, I uphold integrity and would never engage in such behaviors indiscriminately. Student Zhao, you are the singular exception in my life. Saying this, Chu Xiuyuan straightened his posture, adopting a demeanor of righteous integrity. Oh, is that so? Zhao Zijin feigned ignorance, her youthful expression betraying her delight inside. Why would I become Teacher Chu's exception? Although her face displayed a guise of naivety, her heart was brimming with joy. One small hand discreetly stretched out, her pinky gently tracing the sturdy arm of Chu Xiuyuan. A ticklish sensation danced within his heart, and just as he contemplated taking her hand, her soft voice chimed in again. Teacher Chu, you are an exemplary figure. Steadfast and upright. Surely you would not take advantage of me, would you? Chu Xiuyuan found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he maintained his dignified demeanor. Indeed, I would not. You should also hurry and enjoy your breakfast. Noticing that Chu Xiuyuan was still maintaining his facade, Zhao Zijin grew even more intrigued. She even playfully extended a foot beneath the table, gently brushing against his calf. Teacher, you have yet to answer your student's question. Chu Xiuyuan was aware of what his wife wished to hear, but desiring to tease her a little longer, he refrained from giving a prompt response. Instead, he earnestly said, Student Zhao, not all questions in this world necessarily have answers. For instance, the question you just posed may not have a definite response. Zhao Zijing's cheeks puffed up in discontent. She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What nonsense. You answered splendidly when we were on the Ferris wheel. Just reiterate those answers. She longed to hear them again, relishing every word from Chu Xiuyuan. Yet, at this moment, Teacher Chu was resolute in withholding his answers, to provoke him further. Zhao Zijing intensified her playful teasing. Chu Xiuyuan, however, suddenly countered with a question. I observe that you, Student Zhao, are quite popular as well. Surely many male classmates shower you with attention? Zhao Zijing comprehended the situation and quickly remarked, in the past, there were indeed some. However, I hold no interest in them. A diligent student never fears a teacher's scrutiny of their homework, Zhao boldly proclaimed. Well, perhaps it would be more fitting to say, she spoke with her conscience. After all, considering Zhao's well-developed physique, thumping her chest would be rather unseemly. Zhao continued with sincerity, throughout these years, none of those who have sought to curry favor with me have captured my attention, let alone my affection. Conversely, it was the seemingly unremarkable Chu Xiuyuan, through our interactions, who stirred my heart profoundly. He is undoubtedly the first boy I have ever liked. My first love. While others experienced their first love at the tender age of 16 or 17, I encountered mine at 26. Reflecting on this, Zhao Zijing could not help but feel a pang of regret. Why could I not have met him sooner? Chu Xiuyuan, observant of the myriad expressions playing across Zhao's face, inquired with genuine concern. Zhao, you seem somewhat disheartened? Oh, I'm fine. I merely feel a sense of regret. Regret about what? Regret for not having met Teacher Chu earlier. Zhao's rare candor left Chu Xiuyuan momentarily speechless. Yet, Zhao was undeterred. It was as if a dam within her had burst, and a torrent of words flowed forth. Perhaps Teacher Chu might think that if we had encountered each other sooner, we could not have enjoyed such delightful conversations as we do now. But I beg to differ. I believe that regardless of when or where we meet, or in what manner, we would inevitably arrive at this juncture. I shall regard you, as you regard me, as a unique exception in my life. There shall be no predecessors, nor shall there be successors, an eternal exception. You may be curious as to why you have become this exception in my life? The reasons abound. Your striking handsomeness, your chiseled abs, your culinary skills, your gentleness, your tolerance, your thoughtfulness, your humor. As she spoke, Zhao began counting on her fingers. With her sharp memory, she truly needn't have resorted to counting. However, she was oblivious to the reason behind her current state, where all rationality, timidity, and embarrassment seemed to have been cast aside. She simply longed to express herself freely. If she did not voice her feelings now, who knew when she would muster the courage to do so again? She continued counting on her fingers, elaborating on the reasons for her exception, until all 10 fingers were exhausted. Pardon me, Teacher Chu, I find my fingers insufficient. May I borrow yours? Chu Xiuyuan remained silent. Just as Zhao Zijing intended to extend her small hand to grasp his larger one, she suddenly noticed something intriguing. She burst into laughter. Oh, Teacher Chu, you're blushing. What has caused such a rosy hue on your cheeks? Allow me to see. The heartfelt confession from his beloved caught Chu Xiuyuan off guard. Regaining his composure, he awkwardly lowered his gaze. Zhao, let us finish our breakfast swiftly. You have class soon. What he meant was, dear, you have work to attend to. Please spare me for now. Yet, how could Zhao Zijing allow such a rare opportunity to slip through her fingers? Do not shy away, Teacher Chu. Come now. Be obedient and allow me to take a look. After several evasive attempts, Chu Xiuyuan had no choice but to turn his face towards his wife, offering her a full view. This state of Chu Xiuyuan stirred a deep emotion within Zhao Zijin. For her, this was indeed the finest answer provided by Teacher Chu. Thank you for your response, Teacher Chu. Zhao Zijin leaned in and planted a gentle kiss upon Chu Xiuyuan's lips. Then, seizing the moment before he could react, she swiftly rose and dashed away. It was imperative to flee. Once Chu Xiuyuan regained his senses, he would undoubtedly pull her close for an ardent kiss. I must attend class now. Teacher Chu. See you at noon. Once he came to his senses, Chu Xiuyuan could only let her go, responding, Very well, Zhao. Do take care on your way. Understood, Teacher Chu. Chapter 91. The parents of the president begin to realize. Upon arriving at the office, President Zhao, or rather, classmate Zhao, embarked on a new week of work. Secretary Zhu was astonished to discover that President Zhao's efficiency had markedly increased. She mused to herself, something must have transpired between President Zhao and Mr. Chu over the weekend. In her surprise, curiosity also stirred within Secretary Zhu. What could it possibly be? Could it be that President Zhao and Mr. Chu have begun the journey of creating a little president? Has progress been made so swiftly? Might I be able to share joyous news with the former president? Calculating her retirement timeline, Chu Xiuyuan speculated that, at this rate, she might serve as a venerable elder through 3 administrations. First, the former President Zhao Qingsong, then the current President Zhao Zijin, and soon the future little president, 3 esteemed leaders. Noting that Secretary Zhu lingered by her side, Zhao Zijin inquired, Little Zhu, is there something else on your mind? President, your enthusiasm for work has truly reached new heights. My enthusiasm has always been quite high, hasn't it? Indeed, but as a secretary, Zhu Qiuyuan was well aware that Zhao Zijin, as a formidable businesswoman, had always dedicated herself intensely to her work, both in terms of time and energy. But what? Zhao Zijin pressed. Feel free to speak candidly. I hold no grudges, Little Zhu. Hold no grudges? Yet you continue to call me Little Zhu. Zhu Qiuyuan dared not voice her thoughts further, fearing that President Zhao might bestow upon her an even more absurd title. However, your efficiency has indeed improved significantly of late, decisive and yet imbued with concern for your subordinates. Zhao Zijin inquired thoughtfully, Oh, Little Zhu, do you imply that my previous approach lacked sufficient care for my subordinates? Not exactly. Zhu Qiuyuan carefully chose her words. You are indeed more considerate than before. If the previous level of care was 100%, now it is 150%. Zhao Zijin smiled, humorously remarking, Is that so? Perhaps it is due to a newfound buff? Yes, the buff of love. Little Zhu, what are you saying? I didn't quite catch that. Nothing, President. I shall take my leave now. Once Secretary Zhu departed, Zhao Zijin found herself at last alone, able to quietly contemplate the future she envisioned with Chu Xiuyuan. First and foremost, for the foreseeable future, she must balance both love and career, especially her career, which must thrive, earning money and earning even more money. This way, she could ensure that her husband could enjoy a life of leisure. Of course, Zhao Zijin understood that Chu Xiuyuan might not wish to live off her success. Yet, she could secretly provide for him, especially now that he was engaged in live streaming sales on the Zhou platform under Tianyun Group. She had numerous ways to support him. The only thing to be cautious of was to ensure that her actions remained discreet. After all, she cannot yet publicly acknowledge her marital relationship with Chu Xiuyuan. Contemplating this, Zhao Zijin unconsciously clenched her delicate fist, convinced that the truth would eventually be revealed. I shall ensure that everyone knows Chu Xiuyuan is my husband, thus preventing the likes of Mo Yulin from harboring any lingering affections for him. While advancing her career, she must also address the obstacles in their romantic journey. First, she needs to clarify her true identity to Chu Xiuyuan. This matter requires careful deliberation. Second, she must persuade her father, Zhao Weiping, to approve of their union. Why does Zhao Zijin's marriage require her father's consent? The explanation is rather lengthy. Although Zhao Zijin is the head of Tianyun Group, the various resources of the Zhao family are not entirely under her control. For instance, the powerful intelligence network and connections of the Zhao family. Since her grandfather publicly announced his retirement, these elements have organically formed a new relational network, with Zhao Weiping serving as the pivotal link. It can be said that Zhao Zijin's success in the business realm owes much to her father's invisible influence. Therefore, if Zhao Weiping does not give his approval, not only will Zhao Zijin's marriage be jeopardized, but her career could also suffer. In a fit of rage, Zhao Weiping might even seize power himself, stripping her of her position as president. How should she persuade her father? At a loss for a good idea, Zhao Zijin decided to approach her mother, Lorraine, first. My mother has always been fond of me. Surely, even if I suddenly tell her I am married, she would not scold me too harshly, right? If all else fails, I could always involve grandfather. After all, he was the one who facilitated my relationship with Xiuyuan. Resolute in her decision, Zhao Zijin checked her parents' schedules. After confirming their time zone, she attempted to call her mother, only to find the line busy. Huh? At this hour, who could mother be talking to? Could it be her sister? I suppose I will wait a moment and call back later. In a foreign city, at a seaside hotel, Lorraine discreetly avoided her husband, Zhao Weiping, and dialed her sister, Luo Ming. Ming, you weren't joking with the message you sent earlier, were you? I assure you. Sister, I was just as shocked when I discovered it. I even sought out several reliable sources for confirmation. The result is indeed true. Zijin has unexpectedly gotten married without a word. All right, I understand. For now, I cannot discuss this further. Let us wait until I return to the country in a couple of days to talk about it. My husband Zhao Weiping is just outside, if he hears about this. I can guarantee there will be no peace at home for quite some time. However, after hanging up, Lorraine still felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She knew her precious daughter, Zhao Zijin, though often reserved and seemingly aloof, deeply cares for her family, especially her elders. Zhao Zijin has always been particularly filial towards her mother, and Lorraine holds a special affection for her daughter. The bond between mother and daughter has always been strong. But now, she has even gotten married, and she is unwilling to share such an important matter with me. This cannot be right. Zijin is not that kind of wicked child. She must have some unspoken difficulties. With this thought, Luolin yearned even more to return home and see her. She exited the bathroom and approached her husband, Zhao Weiping. Hearing his wife's footsteps, Zhao Weiping couldn't help but tease. What is this? My dear. Are you thinking of Zijin again? Did you call her? How was your conversation? That girl hasn't gotten herself into trouble again, has she? Well, the conversation went reasonably well, Luolin responded, striving to maintain her composure. Darling, let us change our tickets to go home tonight. I miss Zijin. What kind of disaster has she gotten herself into? Chapter 92. The Schemes of Zhao's Mother, Luolin. Observing her usually composed husband displaying a look of utter astonishment, Luolin found herself at a loss for words. It was quite remarkable how he, who often wore a stern expression and appeared indifferent towards their daughter, could accurately predict her actions in moments like this. Truly, they were a father-daughter pair to be reckoned with. However, Luolin was acutely aware that she could not reveal the secret of her daughter's clandestine marriage. Otherwise, her husband would surely erupt in anger. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, "Can't you think of our daughter in a more positive light?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiping managed an awkward smile. As long as she hasn't gotten into trouble. If Zijin is safe, we can continue our travels. After all, you can video call her anytime. Weiping was eager to maintain their global journey with his wife. For years, he had longed to spend more time with her, but had been hindered by the demands of life. This world tour was a rare opportunity for him to deepen their bond. He and Luolin had met in college, where their love blossomed at first sight. Shortly after graduation, they married. Yet, Luolin had faced numerous hardships during the birth of their daughter, Zijin, which led Weiping to decide against having more children to spare her further suffering. Consequently, he held immense expectations for Zijin. Unfortunately, as she grew, she seemed increasingly distant from his hopes, and their relationship became fraught with tension. Weiping, feeling weary, ultimately accepted his father Zhao Qingsong's suggestion to entrust the management of Tianyan Group to Zijin, allowing him and Luolin to embark on a leisurely world tour. As of now, their journey was only halfway complete when Luolin suddenly expressed a desire to return home. Weiping felt a twinge of discontent, sensing her husband's dissatisfaction. Luolin perched herself on his lap, calling out sweetly, "Darling Weiping," both amused and exasperated, responded, "What are you doing, dear? After all these years, you still pull this on me. What's wrong? Don't you like it, darling?" "Of course I do." All right, we'll return home tonight." Weiping embraced his wife and could not resist teasing about their daughter again. "If only Zijin were as charming and affectionate as you, we wouldn't have so many disagreements." Humph. Luolin playfully tapped her husband's forehead. "Stop being so critical of our daughter. Who knows? She might be even more charming and affectionate than I am. But she just doesn't use those tactics on you, her father. If not on me, then on whom? My father?" Luolin chuckled. "Does she even need to? You know very well that our father dotes on her even more than I do." Weiping nodded, fully aware that his father, Zhao Qingsong, indulged Zijin to an almost excessive degree. Even if Zijin were to pierce a gaping hole in the sky, her father, Zhao Qingsong, would merely exclaim, "Well done." Who else could it be directed at, if not our father or myself? A boyfriend, perhaps? Zhao Weiping suddenly had a moment of clarity, exclaiming, "Wife. Your sudden decision to return home isn't because Zijin has found a boyfriend, is it?" "Rest assured, she has found a boyfriend." Luo Lin spoke earnestly. Though she refrained from voicing the latter half of her thought, she has entered into a hurried marriage. "Oh, I see. It appears you truly miss her," Luo Lin remarked, observing her husband's expression. "What is the matter? Are you unhappy to hear she has found a boyfriend?" "Happy? How could I possibly be happy?" Zhao Weiping began to lament about their daughter. "My dear, you know well that when we were 26, Zijin was already over 3 years old. Now, she is also 26, yet there isn't even a glimpse of a boyfriend. Given our Zhao family's circumstances, she could easily find any suitable young man she desires. Yet, she remains wholly devoted to her career. I recall before going abroad, you had a quarrel with her over this very issue," Luo Lin said, playfully tapping her husband's forehead. "After the argument, you didn't even dare to tell me, fearing I would be upset, right? Hee, nothing escapes your notice, my dear. I was primarily concerned about your health and well-being." Luo Lin chuckled and continued with the previous topic. "You're now hastily urging her to find a boyfriend. What if one day you press her too hard, and she impulsively marries some random guy? You'd be the one crying then. If she dares to do that, I certainly won't let her off easily. And her hasty marriage partner would also face my wrath." Luo Lin, realizing her husband's attitude, could only shake her head in amusement and say, "Enough of this idle talk. Hurry up and pack. We're heading back home tonight." "Of course, dear." On the way to the airport, Luo Lin noticed several calls from their daughter, Zhao Zijin. However, she chose not to answer. In the past, upon seeing her beloved daughter calling, she would have answered immediately. But now, she preferred to ascertain some details before engaging with her daughter, to avoid raising any suspicion. She sent a message to Zijin. "Your father and I have some matters to attend to. I will call you back later." Upon receiving her mother's message, Zhao Zijin felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Am I interrupting something between mom and dad? Zijin understood that although her father had refrained from having more children due to her mother's health issues, their marital life remained quite affectionate. At over 40, she wondered how her parents still possessed such thoughts and energy. "When I reach my 40s with Xiuyuan, surely." "All right." Zhao Zijin suddenly began to comprehend her parents' actions. Subsequently, she continued to plan in her mind for her future with Chu Xiuyuan. "If one day I reveal my true identity to Xiuyuan, he may not easily forgive me. At that time, I shall need to seek out several allies who can speak favorably on my behalf." Who would be suitable allies? Zhao Zijin immediately thought of Chu Xiuyuan's parents, Chu Longxing and Luing. If she could gain their approval, her future life with Chu Xiuyuan would undoubtedly be much smoother. As for Chu Longxing's attitude towards her, Zhao Zijin remained uncertain. However, it was evident that Chu's mother, Luing, was quite pleased with her as a prospective daughter-in-law. Thankfully, she had managed to leave a favorable impression on Luing at that time. Perhaps it would be a good idea for me and Xiuyuan to visit Qianyan City sometime soon to meet his parents, striving to leave a lasting positive impression on them. After all, in the days to come, they would also be my parents. Chapter 93, Lunchtime in the Wheelchair. After making some basic plans, as the clock signaled the end of her workday, Zhao Zijin hurried home. Why such urgency? There was no pressing matter at hand. They had only seen each other that morning and exchanged a flurry of shameless words under the guise of being classmates. They had already expressed their feelings, leaving no room for concern about someone else claiming the other's heart. Yet, despite all this, she yearned to see Chu Xiuyuan as soon as possible. "Darling, I." Zhao Zijin had barely opened the door. Her greeting of "I'm back" left unspoken when she was swiftly pulled inside by Chu Xiuyuan's strong hand. In an instant, he pinned her against the hallway wall and fervently kissed her. Zhao Zijin's eyes widened in surprise. Her mind and cheeks had yet to grasp the shyness of the moment when her soft little tongue instinctively began to respond to Chu Xiuyuan's passionate kiss. The fervent embrace continued until Zhao Zijin's legs grew weak, prompting a cessation. Unable to stand upright, she leaned against Chu Xiuyuan, gently wrapping her arms around him. Her delicate lips, flushed from the kisses, could not help but voice a playful complaint. "The moment I return, you dare to be so brazenly inappropriate. How excessive." "This is not inappropriate. It is merely a response to my wife's kiss before she left for work this morning," Chu Xiuyuan replied with a mischievous smile, embracing her soft, fragrant form. "And this embrace is a result of you initiating it." "Humph." Shameless. I clearly only clung to you for support after you overwhelmed me with your kisses. The embarrassment of this reasoning faltered in her heart. Unable to escape her lips in the face of Chu Xiuyuan as teasing. Clearly what? You were startled, so you clung to me. Chu Xiuyuan teased, a wicked grin on his face. How dare you frighten me? You better take responsibility for scaring me. Zhao Zijin thought, suppressing her protest. She mused that if she uttered such words, the shameless Chu Xiuyuan would surely take advantage of it. How will you make me take responsibility for frightening you? He pressed on, not willing to let her off easy. I want to say. Zhao Zijin playfully stuck out her tongue. In the next moment, Chu Xiuyuan grasped her smooth chin and leaned in for another kiss. Zhao Zijin hurriedly covered his mouth. That last round was a response to this morning. So I'll let it slide. But what about this one? A punishment. Chu Xiuyuan replied cryptically, for forgetting to give me feedback this morning. Oh dear. Zhao Zijin whimpered. Could you wait a moment before kissing me again? Until my legs aren't so weak. Please, my dear. Zhao Zijin's pleas only served to intensify Chu Xiuyuan's resolve. Without hesitation, he swept her into his arms. Alarmed, Zhao Zijin exclaimed, Darling, no. It's the middle of the day. Moreover, you had promised me. Fortunately, the concerns that Zhao Zijin harbored did not materialize. Chu Xiuyuan did not carry her directly back to the bedroom. Instead, he gently placed her on the sofa. Then, he commenced yet another fervent kiss. Time seemed to slip away, and at last, Chu Xiuyuan relented. Zhao Zijin exhaled a sigh of relief. Sitting on the sofa, she gazed at Chu Xiuyuan with a hint of melancholy and remarked, Darling, I understand your fondness for kisses. You are quite the kiss enthusiast. However, could you perhaps show a little more consideration for me? Must you always kiss for such an extended duration? But, my dear, Chu Xiuyuan began to present his case. Every time we initiate a kiss, it is your little tongue that beckons me. How could I possibly stop? All right, no more of that. Zhao Zijin interrupted him. Despite knowing that Chu Xiuyuan spoke the truth, uttering such facts still filled her with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Hearing this, Chu Xiuyuan mischievously shifted the topic. Since my dear wife becomes weak in the knees during kisses and always desires to prolong them, perhaps we should consider purchasing a wheelchair. Zhao Zijin picked up a cushion from the sofa and playfully struck Chu Xiuyuan's leg. I will now strike you. Shameless rogue, until you truly require a wheelchair. Chu Xiuyuan made no attempt to evade her playful assault. Instead, he leaned back, sitting closely beside his wife. With a cheeky grin, he exclaimed, Oh dear, my legs have broken. It's over. I shall be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Zhao Zijin huffed, If you are in a wheelchair, I shall keep you by my side forever. It would be a relief, preventing you from wandering off and attracting other admirers. My dear wife, I never expected you to possess a Yandera trait. You are the Yandera. Zhao Zijin again lightly tapped his leg with the cushion. Ah, my dear wife, now both my legs are utterly broken. I can no longer walk. Chu Xiuyuan feigned a dramatic expression of agony, eliciting laughter from Zhao Zijin. Since your legs are broken, I suppose I shall have to take care of you. As she spoke, Zhao Zijin stood and approached the dining table. Prior to this, Chu Xiuyuan had already prepared a meal. She quickly served herself a bowl of rice, added some dishes, and grabbed a spoon. Afterward, she returned to Chu Xiuyuan's side. She scooped a spoonful of food, bent down, and offered it to him, saying calm, Little brother, open your mouth for dinner. Chu Xiuyuan took a bite. Zhao Zijin then gently patted his head. My dear Xiuyuan, you are truly obedient. Is it delicious? Delicious. Thank you, Sister Zijin. Why thank me? She replied. You cooked this meal all by yourself. However, because Sister Zijin is feeding me, it tastes even better. At such a young age, you are quite the smooth talker. Zhao Zijin playfully tapped his forehead. Humph. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly become a charming rogue, effortlessly enchanting countless young ladies. I do not wish to be a dandy, nor do I desire to deceive anyone. However, if I were to deceive someone, Chu Xiuyuan's gaze lingered upon Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes. Could I possibly win over my sister's heart? My heart has long belonged to you, dear brother, but... Zhao Zijin hesitated for a considerable time before speaking. Darling, phrases like to steal your heart seem rather cliché. Very well, my dear wife, I shall be more mindful next time. You, in all your beauty, still mention next time, I shall not be the one to feed you daily. At this, Zhao Zijin paused, contemplating. In truth, if I could indeed feed him every day, it would be quite delightful. Of course, at this moment, she could never voice such thoughts. Otherwise, Chu Xiuyuan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tease her once more. Chu Xiuyuan inquired gently, Shall we continue, my wife? Let us proceed. Come, dear Xiuyuan, open your mouth. Chapter 94. a visit from mother-in-law. Upon landing, Zhao Weiping was inundated with a flurry of phone calls. After addressing each one, he turned apologetically to his wife. Luo Lin, my dear, I've just returned to the country, and already I am besieged by calls from old friends. It's all right. You carry on with your business. I'll head home to check on Dad and then visit Zijin. Just don't stay out too late. Remember to come home for dinner. Of course, my love. For Luo Lin, her husband's busyness was, at this moment, a blessing in disguise. It afforded her the opportunity to delve into the circumstances surrounding her daughter's impromptu marriage. She promptly dialed her father-in-law, Zhao Qingsong. On the other end, Zhao Qingsong's hearty laughter resonated. Hello, Xiaolin. How's the time with Weiping? Are you missing Zijin? She is not home right now. But I can have her call you later, if that's all right? Dad, let us skip the pleasantries for now, Luo Lin interjected. Is it true that you facilitated Zijin's sudden marriage to that boy, Chu Xiuyuan? The information she received from her sister, Luo Ming, had detailed many aspects of Chu Xiuyuan, particularly that he had once saved Zhao Qingsong, which prompted Luo Lin to harbor suspicions. Oh. Zhao Qingsong's laughter took on a slightly awkward tone. I had a feeling you'd uncover the truth, Xiaolin. But please, don't let Weiping know. That rascal will surely scold my precious granddaughter. I have a few words for you as well out of politeness. Luo Lin refrained from voicing her thoughts. I'll be home shortly to discuss this with you in detail. Wait. You and Weiping have returned to the country. Yes, Dad. With such a significant event involving you and Zijin, how could I not come back? Oh dear Xiaolin, don't fret too much. It's natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. Besides, Xiuyuan is truly a remarkable young man. If you take the time to know him better, I'm certain you'll be pleased with this son-in-law. I certainly intend to get to know him better. This was a matter concerning her beloved daughter's sudden marriage. And Luo Lin was resolute in her quest for understanding. Should he indeed be a suitable match for Zijin, and if Zijin was content, she would refrain from further interference. Otherwise, her methods for dealing with unsatisfactory suitors would be no less formidable than her husband's. Hearing this, the old rascal Zhao Qingsong suddenly became animated. Xiaolin, why wait for an auspicious day when we can seize the moment? How about today? Let us visit Zijin and Xiuyuan's humble abode together. Sounds good, Dad. Please send me the address. Luo Lin mused that catching her precious daughter off guard could yield fruitful insights. Firstly, it would allow her to assess Chu Xiuyuan's character and manners. Secondly, she could observe the state of their domestic life. If they were indeed living in discord, it would be better to part ways sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, early that morning, Chu Xiuyuan arrived at the live streaming studio. Aside from the intimacy shared with his wife and the delightful game of feeding her from a wheelchair that had brought him joy, there was another reason for his elevated spirits. The viewership of his streaming channel, Jade Bracelet Xiao Chu, had surged once again. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the recent anniversary gala or the platform's substantial support, or perhaps a combination of both. Regardless, Chu Xiuyuan finds himself quite content with this burgeoning success. He understands that fluctuations in viewership within the live stream are customary. However, witnessing the steady rise in various metrics, particularly sales figures, fills him with undeniable joy. Just as he revels in this satisfaction, he jings and approaches him. Brother Chu, there's a Miss Xiuyuan outside who wishes to see you, along with General Manager Chen, whom you met at the anniversary gala. Chu Xiuyuan is taken aback. How did his wife as superior, Secretary Zhu, and General Manager Chen arrive together? Could it be that the incident at the anniversary gala, where his wife kissed him, made quite the stir, leaving some negative repercussions? That seems implausible, as General Manager Chen had previously messaged him, assuring him that everything had been resolved and there was no need for concern. Since the situation is unclear, he decides to invite them in. Very well. Zhu Qiuyuan and Chen Hua, guided by He Jingzun, enter Chu Xiuyuan's live streaming studio. Welcome, Secretary Zhu, General Manager Chen. It has been a while, he greets them. After some pleasantries, Zhu Qiuyuan articulates the purpose of their visit. Mr. Chu, the matter is as follows. Our president has viewed the video of you and your wife sharing a kiss at the anniversary gala and has tracked the subsequent viewing data across various platforms. She believes that we could leverage this momentum to create a couple's influencer account dedicated to sharing short videos of daily life with your wife on the Zhao platform. Given your wife's preference for privacy, she could simply use the recording equipment while you appear on camera. If you are inclined to pursue this direction, the Zhao platform will provide continued support in terms of viewership. After Zhu Qiuyuan concludes, Chen Hua nods in agreement. Mr. Chu, this recommendation comes directly from the president. Such an opportunity has never arisen since the establishment of the Xiao platform. I truly believe you must seize this chance. Throughout their journey from Tianyan Group, Qianhua has pondered, why does President Zhao, who evidently has an interest in Chu Xiuyuan, propose such an idea? Does this not serve to reinforce his bond with his wife while simultaneously undermining President Zhao's own chances? Could it be that President Zhao prefers the narrative of Chu Xiuyuan and his wife's affections? Such a notion seems improbable. President Zhao, who rarely displays a smile, would not engage in such absurdity. She must have deeper considerations. While Qianhua cannot decipher his superior's thoughts, he is resolutely committed to supporting her decision and executing it swiftly, especially since President Zhao has specifically dispatched Secretary Zhu to accompany him. This indicates the significant weight this matter holds in her mind. Qianhua is determined to ensure this endeavor succeeds, unwilling to let President Zhao down. Upon this thought, he once again persuaded Chu Xiuyuan, Mr. Chu, with your striking appearance in the allure of this couple's short video account. It is merely a matter of time before it gains immense popularity on the platform. Once the account truly takes off, it will significantly enhance the traffic to your live streaming sessions. Chu Xiuyuan nodded, acknowledging the logic, but replied, I understand the reasoning. However, I must first discuss this matter with my wife. Qianhua wished to continue speaking, yet was halted by Zhu Qiuyuan's raised hand. Very well, Mr. Chu. We eagerly await your good news. Zhu Qiuyuan smiled gently. However, I believe that if your wife is willing to do those things for you at the anniversary celebration, she must truly love you. I am certain that once you bring this up, she will agree without hesitation. Chu Xiuyuan thought to himself, I hope so. This proposition is indeed intriguing. If my wife is on board, perhaps I shall explore this further with her. After bidding farewell to Zhu Qiuyuan and Qianhua, Chu Xiuyuan engaged in another live stream, which proved to be remarkably successful. Upon concluding the broadcast, he returned to Qianhua and, just as he was about to enter the elevator, he encountered Zhao Qingsong alongside an unfamiliar lady. Chapter 95, The Awkward Kiss. Good afternoon, Grandpa. Before Chu Xiuyuan could finish his sentence, Zhao Qingsong warmly approached him. Wonderful. Xiuyuan, it has been quite some time since I last visited you in Zijin. How are you two faring? Very well. Indeed, exceedingly well. Compared to the initial awkwardness between the couple, they are now inseparable. They are merely a step away from being akin to a true married couple. Of course, such sentiments were not something Chu Xiuyuan could express in front of his grandfather. As long as you're doing well. Come, Xiuyuan, allow me to introduce you to this esteemed lady. The graceful woman stepped forward. Hello, Xiuyuan. I am Zijing's mother, Luolin. The mother-in-law has arrived. Hello, Auntie. Chu Xiuyuan, the somewhat anxious son-in-law, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Qingsong teased. What is this? Xiuyuan, you call me Grandpa but refer to Xiaolin as Auntie? Before Chu Xiuyuan could respond, Luolin interjected, Dad, since it is Xiuyuan's first encounter with me, it is perfectly fine for him to call me Auntie. We have plenty of time ahead. If Chu Xiuyuan were to call her mother now, Luolin felt she might be taken aback. Let us not linger here. Let us head upstairs. The trio entered the elevator and ascended to the abode of the young couple. Once inside, Chu Xiuyuan served tea to his elders. Luolin scrutinized Chu Xiuyuan, contemplating. He is indeed a handsome young man. No wonder the old man is keen on pairing him with Zijing. Yet, mere good looks are not sufficient. Luolin commenced her assessment. Xiuyuan, you have been with our Zijing for some time now. Has she caused you any trouble? None at all. Zijing and I get along quite well. Get along well? Really? I know Zijing very well. She possesses quite a proud temperament. Often, she leaves things unsaid, and I fear dealing with her might be quite exhausting. Pride, after all, is the most charming aspect of a wife. Chu Xiuyuan could not voice this thought in front of his mother-in-law. Instead, he diplomatically replied, in truth, I rather appreciate her disposition. Oh, and how does Zijing treat you in daily life? Luolin suspected that her precious daughter's agreement to marry Chu Xiuyuan was not solely due to her father's matchmaking. She must have some ulterior motives as well. On this foundation of mutual intentions, the harmony of their lives together seemed unlikely. Just then, before Chu Xiuyuan could respond, the sound of a key turning in the door echoed from the entrance. That should be Zijing returning. I will go check. Chu Xiuyuan intended to inform his wife in advance to prevent any unforeseen surprises. Zhao Qingsong and Luolin nodded in agreement, allowing him to proceed down the corridor. A small wall separated the corridor from the living room, so Zhao Qingsong and Luolin could only hear the sounds from the entrance without witnessing the scene, and vice versa. Before long, Luolin heard her beloved daughter's sweet voice. Hubby, I'm back. Hubby. Zijin actually calls him husband. Moreover, it sounds as though she does so with utmost willingness. While it is not incorrect for her to address him this way given their current relationship, there is something decidedly amiss with Zijin's demeanor, very much so. Although Lolan was astonished, she, like Zhao Qingsong, maintained her silence. Straining to eavesdrop on the couple's exchange. Wife, you first. Before Chu Xiuyuan could finish his sentence, Zhao Zijin silenced him with a passionate and fervent kiss. Of course, Chu Xiuyuan wished to halt her advances. However, his wife's sudden assault was far too swift for him to react. Once kissed by his wife, he dared not push her away. If he were to do so at this moment, given her temperament, it would undoubtedly create an even greater commotion. After all, his mother-in-law and grandfather were still in the living room. He could only restrain his movements, attempting to keep the kiss as discreet and quiet as possible. Though Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin perceived their kiss as relatively muted, to Zhao Qingsong and Lolan, it resonated quite loudly. Zhao Qingsong appeared to have anticipated this moment, smirking quietly without uttering a word. Lolan, however, wore an expression that was a mix of amusement and incredulity. She could certainly discern that her beloved daughter was the one initiating such a fervent kiss with Chu Xiuyuan. Was this merely a playful act? Or did Zijin genuinely harbor some affection for Chu Xiuyuan? Lolan found herself uncertain. She glanced at her father-in-law, who was smiling with satisfaction, casting an inquiring look as if to ask, "Father, did you already know they had come to this?" The old gentleman shrugged, as if to say, "No. This is the first time I have witnessed such a scene." At last, the sounds of their kiss ceased, and the soft sound of their lips parting followed. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Zijin's voice rang out once more. "Husband, why aren't you responding to me? Usually, after I kiss you, you always kiss me back enthusiastically." According to the couple's unspoken agreement, Chu Xiuyuan's reciprocation of Zhao Zijin's kiss was not against the rules. Thus, she often took the initiative to kiss her husband, eagerly awaiting his ardent reply. Yet today, Chu Xiuyuan failed to respond, leaving Zhao Zijin feeling somewhat disappointed. Chu Xiuyuan quickly explained, "Wife, let me explain. I want to listen. In her disappointment, Zhao Zijin interrupted him once more. "You must kiss me first before I will listen to you." With that, she lifted her petite chin and puckered her soft lips, waiting for Chu Xiuyuan's kiss. Exasperated yet amused, Chu Xiuyuan complied, kissing his wife enthusiastically once again. The two in the living room, upon hearing the sound of kissing resume, wore expressions of even greater intrigue. Zhao Qingsong beamed with joy, glancing at his daughter-in-law, as if to convey, "See, Zijin truly has affection for Xiuyuan." Luo Lin wore an expression of speechlessness, as if to say, "Father, do you truly believe it is appropriate for a young lady to behave in such a manner?" Zhao Qingsong remained unfazed, seemingly retorting, "In your daily interactions with Wei Ping, do you not exhibit a similar demeanor?" Luo Lin shifted her gaze to the side. In this regard, she found herself at a loss for words. However, how long had Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan known each other to act in such a way? "My relationship with Wei Ping dates back to our university days. In those early days, even holding hands made us blush profusely. Could it be that Zijin has been deceived by Chu Xiuyuan?" Luo Lin pondered this thought, only to dismiss it as implausible. After all, Chu Xiuyuan was an ordinary man, unlikely to ensnare her beloved daughter. This led her to conclude that Zijin's feelings for Chu Xiuyuan were not merely a fleeting infatuation, but rather a profound affection. Chapter 96. The initial approval from mother-in-law. Chu Xiuyuan finally responded to Zhao Zijin's kiss. Once again rendered weak in the knees by the kiss, Zhao Zijin tightly embraced her husband, her little face rubbing against his chest. "Hee, that felt amazing, darling wife, I must say." Zhao Zijin, still reluctant to let go of the moment, interrupted Chu Xiuyuan once more, continuing, "Darling, you must listen, I bought a wheelchair." "A wheelchair?" Upon hearing this, Lorraine instinctively glanced at the old man, her eyes filled with surprise and concern. "Dad, you wouldn't." The old man gestured to his heart, and then made an okay sign, implying without words, aside from his chronic heart condition, all is well, so rest assured. Receiving this answer only deepened Lorraine's confusion. She pondered, what on earth could Zijin need a wheelchair for? Soon, the exchange between the couple began to unravel her doubts. "No. Dear, you truly. Oh, I enjoyed that playful activity from yesterday afternoon. It was so much fun, wasn't it? A real wheelchair would undoubtedly enhance the experience." "Wife, please don't say any more." Chu Xiuyuan covered his wife's small mouth. In the living room, even Lorraine was at a loss as to what expression to wear. With her precious daughter behaving this way, it was clear she wasn't merely in love. She was behaving rather bizarrely. A wheelchair, a playful activity, a heightened experience. Had they truly reached such extremes? Moreover, from what was being said, it seemed Zijin particularly enjoyed these peculiar things. Heavens! Surely, Wei Ping and I are not that strange, right? No. Is this even the right time to compare? Lorraine felt compelled to speak up. If she remained silent any longer, who knew what lewd phrases her beloved daughter might utter? Fortunately, before she could voice her thoughts, Chu Xiuyuan's voice resonated first. Wife, please don't speak. Come with me, all right? With her small mouth firmly covered by Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijin could only widen her enchanting eyes and obediently nod. She followed her husband into the living room. However, at that moment, she remained unconvinced. She was well aware that her husband had something to discuss with her. What could it be? Surely, he wanted to talk about filming couple short videos. Secretary Zhu. Oh no, Xiao Zhu had already informed me. Hee, darling, seeing that worried expression on your face. Is it really necessary? I will certainly agree with you. After all, this idea was mine to begin with. Relax, let us. Grandpa, Mom. With wide eyes and a face full of astonishment, Zhao Zijin looked at her beaming grandfather and her expressionless mother, her heart no longer able to remain at ease. Not only was she unable to relax, but she also felt a pang of despair. At that moment, Chu Xiuyuan released his grip, no longer covering Zhao Zijin's mouth. Yet, with her cheeks flushed and feeling immensely awkward, she suddenly wished he would hold her mouth shut a little longer. At least this way, I can afford a bit more time, allowing my overwhelmed mind to reboot several times. Observing her daughter, who stood frozen in astonishment, Lauren could not bring herself to utter a single word of reprimand. Instead, she playfully remarked, "What is the matter? Are you at a loss for words upon seeing me and your grandfather? Good afternoon, Grandpa, Mom." Zhao Zijin still felt too shy to speak. Lowering her gaze, habitually, she instinctively leaned toward Chu Xiuyuan, but midway through, she suddenly remembered. Her grandfather and mother were still present. With a slight shift, she pulled back. Oh no, how could this be? Why did Mom return to the country without a word? This is it. She must have discovered my impromptu marriage to Xiuyuan. Mom, really, if you had to come back, at least give me a call to scold me. Why did you sneak over here with Grandpa? Just coming over would have been fine, but you even overheard. I wish I could disappear. The more Zhao Zijin contemplated, the more embarrassed she felt, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite the three beloved family members in the room. Zhao Zijin felt a profound sense of isolation. Suddenly, Chu Xiuyuan took her small hand in his. Dear, it's all right. Grandpa and Auntie have been through similar experiences. They will understand us. Let us not stand here any longer. Let us take a seat. With that, Chu Xiuyuan led her to the sofa. Lauren naturally noticed this subtle gesture. This Chu Xiuyuan is quite commendable. He knows how to support his wife. No wonder Zijin holds such affection for him. Lauren still recalled the numerous awkward moments that transpired when she first met Zhao's parents. Fortunately, Zhao Weiping had always stood by her side, and Zhao's parents genuinely cherished her as their daughter-in-law. Those awkward instances did not escalate into significant issues. However, one must not confuse matters. She still needed to further assess Chu Xiuyuan. After all, this pertains to her daughter's lifelong happiness, and carelessness is unacceptable. Xiuyuan, how's your work going lately? Not bad. I primarily managed an online store before, and now. Lauren took the initiative to engage in casual conversation to gain a deeper understanding of Chu Xiuyuan. He responded to each inquiry in turn. Zhao Qingsong chimed in with humorous remarks from time to time. Gradually, Zhao Zijin, recovering from her embarrassment, lifted her head and joined in the familial discourse. The four of them, spanning 3 generations, transitioned from the living room to the dining table. After lunch, Lauren turned to her daughter. Zijin, how about you give Mom a tour of the little home you share with Xiuyuan? Zhao Zijin understood her mother wanted to have a private conversation. How could she dare to refuse? The formidable President Zhao, in the presence of her mother, was as docile as a kitten. All right, Mom, let us start with my room. Once inside the room, Lauren casually closed the door. In that moment, she sensed something amiss. This room was exceptionally tidy. It did not resemble that of a newlywed couple. She recalled her daughter's earlier embarrassment, shyness, and panic. Lorraine pondered, could it be that I am overthinking? She decided to subtly probe her daughter's thoughts. Lorraine glanced at her daughter, who was sitting quietly at the edge of the bed. Her small face flushed and her head bowed, embodying a demeanor of remorse. Lorraine teased, Zijin, why do you appear as though you've committed a transgression? I'm sorry, Mom. Sorry for what? I shouldn't have kept it from you about my impulsive marriage. In truth, I called you yesterday to discuss this matter. Upon hearing her daughter broach the subject, Lorraine felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was not fearful of her daughter embarking on a new venture. Rather, she dreaded the idea of her daughter concealing matters from her, thus preventing her from offering support. Consequently, she sat down beside her daughter on the bed, continuing to jest. Oh, you and Xiuyuan seem quite close. Surely this marriage didn't just happen yesterday? Why wait until yesterday to inform me, your mother? Chapter 97. Further recognition and visit from the mother-in-law. Mom, what are you talking about? Zhao Zijin stammered for a moment before finally confessing to her mother. The situation is as follows. I originally thought that she recounted to Lorraine the various experiences she had shared with Chu Xiuyuan during this time. Naturally, she artfully omitted details such as their stay at a themed hotel and her secretive entry into Chu Xiuyuan's room. Upon hearing this, Lorraine nodded. In truth, she was somewhat astonished. Despite the couple being clearly infatuated with each other, Chu Xiuyuan had shown genuine respect for Zijing's feelings, refraining from taking their relationship to that level. Lorraine could discern that given her beloved daughter's current fervor, if Chu Xiuyuan had pursued pleasure, Zijing might have reluctantly acquiesced. Indeed, it was quite possible that Zijing would have been even more proactive than Chu Xiuyuan. After all, the expression she wore upon returning home was certainly not feigned. Contemplating this, Lorraine remarked, "It appears that Chu Xiuyuan cares for you even more than I anticipated. No wonder you were so fond of him. You come home thinking about Mom, can we not continue discussing that matter?" Zhao Zijin interjected, shaking her mother's hand in plea. Very well. Since you have requested so earnestly. Once Lorraine ceased her teasing, Zijin quickly posed the question she most desired to ask. Mom, you were just assessing Xiuyuan. What are your thoughts on him? Zijin understood her mother's conversational style. She could discern that Lorraine's earlier chat with Chu Xiuyuan, which seemed like casual banter, was, in fact, a form of scrutiny. She was quite concerned about her mother's attitude towards Chu Xiuyuan. If her mother held a favorable impression and could even accept him as a potential son-in-law, Zijing would have an additional ally in persuading her father to accept Chu Xiuyuan. He seems quite decent, a really good young man. Really? Of course it's true. Would I deceive you, my dear? Well, that's debatable, Zhao Zijing replied with a hint of mischief, only to earn a light tap on the head from her mother. Oh, you cheeky girl. Do you want me to call your father right now and have him come over for a visit? No. Mom, if Dad finds out now, both Xiuyuan and I will be in trouble. Zhao Zijin quickly embraced her mother, sweetly pleading, Mom, you have always cared for me. You wouldn't want to see me suffer, would you? Lorraine, ever the doting mother, wrapped her arms around her daughter and gently patted her back, both comforting her and signaling that she need not worry. Of course, while offering sweet reassurances, she would not shy away from wielding a verbal reprimand. Humph. It is precisely because I care for you that you have become increasingly daring. You even dared to secretly marry without informing me and your father. I'm sorry, Mom. I want to do it again. Zhao Zijing's tone was filled with sincerity. In her view, her primary task in the forthcoming period was no longer to engage in the deceit and treachery of concealment, but rather to gain her father's approval of this marriage. Subsequently, she would confess everything to Chu Xiuyuan. Finally, she aspired to lead an unabashedly blissful life with him. The road ahead was fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, Zhao Zijin was confident in her ability to accomplish it. Promises must be fulfilled. Otherwise, even if my heart aches for you, I too shall have my temper. Indeed, it must be done. After sharing a moment of emotional connection with her mother, Zhao Zijin turned to her and said, Mom, could you assist me in persuading Dad to accept Xiuyuan? To Zhao Zijin's surprise, her mother shook her head. Why not? Mom, didn't you say you had a good impression of Xiuyuan? I do indeed. However, one matter must be distinguished from another. If I speak well of you now, your father will only grow angrier, believing that your grandfather and I have spoiled you, emboldening you to stir up trouble. All right, Mom, when will you be able to speak favorably on my behalf? Zhao Zijin understood her mother's significance and standing in her father's eyes. If she were to advocate for her father's stern demeanor would undoubtedly soften considerably. The day you and Chu Xiuyuan openly confessed to Weiping, I shall support you. What? Zhao Zijin was taken aback. What kind of response was that? It was precisely due to her fear of confronting her father that she sought her mother's assistance. If she had the courage to speak up, would she have needed to approach her mother in the first place? Mom, why are you like this? This time, Luolin remained resolute against her daughter's playful coaxing and firmly stated, This is my bottom line, Zijin. No matter how much you plead, I cannot acquiesce. She gently stroked her daughter's head and asked with a smile, besides, my precious daughter, how is it that you possess the courage to hastily marry Chu Xiuyuan, yet lack the bravery to confess to your father? That shouldn't be the case. Though she articulated this, Zhao Zijin remained deeply apprehensive about the prospect of confessing to her father. She feared not only his rejection of the marriage but also that, in a fit of rage upon discovering the truth, he might harm Chu Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin could only respond, Mom, I'll think it over. You must contemplate it promptly. Many matters, once the opportune moment for honesty has passed, will seem insincere even if expressed later. Understood. After touring her daughter's room, Llewellyn accompanied her to explore the remaining areas of their little home. She was gratified to observe that, compared to her visit several years prior, this small abode now exuded a sense of liveliness and was much cleaner and tidier. At that time, her daughter had quarreled with her husband and, in a fit of anger, moved out to live here alone. Llewellyn, unable to bear it, had secretly visited her daughter a few times. What state had this small nest been in then? It would be an exaggeration to say it was in utter disarray, but it was indeed in a deplorable condition. Had it not been for her daughter hiring a cleaner every couple of days, Llewellyn could scarcely imagine how chaotic the place would have become. Yet now, everything was entirely transformed. Lorraine thought to herself, it seems that young Chu Xiuyuan is quite diligent when it comes to household chores. With this notion in mind, she followed her daughter into the kitchen. At a glance, she noticed the couple's chore chart affixed to the refrigerator door, Mr. Chu and Miss Zhao's cleaning schedule. Oh, they actually take turns cleaning? How intriguing. She turned to her daughter and suddenly inquired, Zijin, did you create this schedule, or was it Xiuyuan's doing? Zhao Zijin's face flushed crimson. After a moment of hesitation, she finally replied, I made it. Upon hearing this, Lorraine found it somewhat hard to believe. How did Chu Xiuyuan manage to persuade her precious daughter? I recall you typically do not enjoy tidying up, do you? One cannot expect Xiuyuan to shoulder all the cleaning responsibilities alone. He has work to attend to and not enough time, and even if he had ample time, he would surely become exhausted. As Lorraine continued, the blush on Zhao Zijin's face deepened. Yet, Lorraine only smiled more joyfully. Thinking to herself, it appears that Zijin and Chu Xiuyuan are quite well matched. At the very least, their living conditions have improved significantly. Chapter 98. The daughter-in-law eager to meet her in-laws. Observing her daughter's rosy smile, she could not resist teasing. You truly have a fondness for him, don't you? So concerned for him? The shy Zhao Zijin offered no reply, tacitly acquiescing. Nowadays, she increasingly comprehends her mother's past actions, although the villa was never short of chefs. Her mother often took it upon herself to cook for her father. Beyond meals, her mother delighted in baking pastries. Despite their mediocre taste, she persistently prepared them for her husband, who would always grin broadly and devour them with gusto. Noticing her daughter's bashful demeanor and reluctance to respond, Lauren found herself even more inclined to tease. What about cooking? Surely, it must be Xiuyuan doing all the work? You can't possibly cook. Currently, yes. But I am learning from him. Oh, how does he teach you? I hope it's not hand-holding. Lauren deliberately emphasized the phrase hand-holding. Caught by her mother's astute observation, Zhao Zijing's cheeks flushed deeper as she pleaded, Mom, please, no more jokes. All right. I want to tease you further. Let us explore another place. The mother and daughter duo's final stop was Chu Xiuyuan's room. As they entered, they found Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Qingsong, the grandfather and grandson-in-law, engrossed in an intense match of chess at the table. Xiuyuan, let me take back my move just once more. Grandfather, how many times have you asked to take back your move? No more. Just one more time, please. The old rascal, addicted to the game, laughed and threatened, if you don't let me take it back, I might just tell Shaolin and Zijing some tales about your mischief. Of course, Zhao Qingsong's words were but a jest. He had personally orchestrated the union of Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijing, eagerly wishing for the couple to enjoy a blissful life together and soon present him with a great-granddaughter. He would never truly entertain the notion of sowing discord. Chu Xiuyuan understood the humor in the elder's words, yet being aware of the gravity of the situation, he decided to acquiesce. All right, just this once. As his words lingered, Lauren and Zhao Zijing's voices chimed in from behind. Dad, grandfather. Their tones clearly conveyed a hint of exasperation towards the old rascal. Upon hearing them, the old man quickly turned around, a touch embarrassed, and said, Oh dear, Shaolin, Zijing, you're done with the tour so soon? Zhao Zijing pouted, replying, Our home ISNTA palace. We can finish the tour in a jiffy. Oh, Zijing, don't be upset with Grandpa. I'm just joking. I can't wait for you two to have a little show you honor Zijin. How could I possibly speak ill of you? Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? They've only just married. Even if they want children, it won't happen so quickly. Observing the old man's increasingly frivolous demeanor, Lauren promptly intervened. She knew all too well. Given the current circumstances, if Zijin were to suddenly become pregnant, her husband would undoubtedly explode with rage. At that moment, he might very well tear Chu Xiuyuan apart. Mother, grandfather, please refrain from speaking. The blush on Zhao Zijin's face lingered, refusing to fade. Observing this, Chu Xiuyuan stepped in to ease the atmosphere. Grandfather, Auntie, Zijin and I have our own pace of interaction. Indeed, look at how eloquently Xiuyuan speaks, exclaimed, as she assisted the elderly gentleman. Come now, we shall return home. Let us not disturb them any longer. Oh, I have yet to finish my game. My chess. Upon returning home, I shall accompany you in your game. As Zhao Zijin saw her mother-in-law and grandfather preparing to leave, she accompanied them to the entrance of the community, with Chu Xiuyuan following closely behind. Xiuyuan, Zijin, there is no need to see us off. You both should return and rest, stated. Just as she was about to enter the car, suddenly, she turned back to Chu Xiuyuan and smiled. Xiuyuan, I must rely on you to take good care of our Zijin from now on. Auntie, you flatter me. Zijin and I merely look after one another. She is but a child, lacking in the understanding of care. Please do not find her burdensome. Mother, please hurry back. Zhao Zijin stepped forward, urging to enter the car. Drive safely, mother, grandfather, farewell. As she watched her mother and grandfather depart in the vehicle, a wave of relief washed over Zhao Zijin. They truly were quite the handful. Turning back, she noticed Chu Xiuyuan smiling joyously. Darling, did my mother also bestow upon you a fee for changing your address? You seem so elated. To be honest, Zhao Zijin harbored a wish that her mother would grant Chu Xiuyuan a sum for this purpose. This would allow him to address her as mother directly. Such a title would facilitate her acceptance of this son-in-law. Zhao Zijin fervently hoped for her parents to embrace Chu Xiuyuan. Not quite. But it seems that Auntie holds me in good regard. He added with a smile, speaking of which, when my mother accepted you, were you not equally jubilant? Humph. Do not be so self-satisfied. Zhao Zijin playfully tugged at the corners of Chu Xiuyuan's mouth. Darling, how about I forego your punishment this weekend? Please no. Allow me to finish, you great weirdo. The moment you hear punishment, you become so animated. Do you not? Very well, little weirdo, I am all ears. Please, go on. You are the true little weirdo. Zhao Zijin internally scoffed, then softly remarked. I believe it is time for me to visit Xianyun City and meet your parents. Do you think the timing is appropriate? In her tone lingered a sense of anticipation, mingled with a touch of unease. After all, she was the one who had previously suggested keeping their relationship discreet. Now, she was the one hastily seeking to meet Chu Xiuyuan's parents. Zhao Zijin could not help but worry. If Chu Xiuyuan harbored any reservations and was not yet inclined to introduce her, it would render her situation quite awkward. Absolutely. My dear, do you truly wish to go? That works perfectly. Chu Xiuyuan retrieved his phone, opened WeChat, and displayed a plethora of messages from his mother. Luing, my mother is quite fond of you as a daughter-in-law. While she claims to be in no rush, she has been persistently urging me to bring you home to meet her. Really? That is wonderful. Zhao Zijin gazed at the information on the screen, her peach blossom eyes suddenly radiating brilliance. I want to go. We shall leave early Saturday morning. No, Friday night. No. I will arrange my work in advance and take a leave on Friday. We can set out early that day, shall we, my dear husband? All right, all right. I will heed my wife's wishes. Upon hearing Chu Xiuyuan's agreement, Zhao Zijin was filled with excitement. On her long journey to rally allies, she had finally taken another step forward. With hope in her heart, Zhao Zijin wished fervently that Xiuyuan's parents would be willing to accept her. Chapter 99. Zhao Weiping's concerns. After the young couple concluded their discussion regarding their trip to Qianyan City, the afternoon shift at Tianyun Group was fast approaching. Zhao Zijin reluctantly entrusted the wheelchair from the trunk to Chu Xiuyuan and then drove off to work. By the time evening fell and she returned home, Zhao Zijin called out, Darling, what's wrong? Sweetheart, are you peeking around? There is no one else at home, right? Having learned from past experiences, Zhao Zijin meticulously checked every corner of the house before sighing in relief. She then leapt into Chu Xiuyuan's embrace, exclaiming, Darling, with her delicate, rosy face nestled against his chest, she spoke in a tone that hinted at her expectations. Chu Xiuyuan, fully aware of her thoughts, playfully inquired, Do you want a kiss? Of course not. Who would want to kiss every time they come home? Zhao Zijin replied, though her flushed cheeks belied her embarrassment. Noticing her reaction, Chu Xiuyuan chuckled mischievously. All right then, since my dear wife doesn't desire a kiss, let us dine first. No. Zhao Zijin pouted in discontent, seemingly uninterested in food. You neither want a kiss nor a meal? It's truly baffling what my wife desires. Humph. Frustrated by Chu Xiuyuan's reluctance to indulge her, Zhao Zijin gently pinched him. Darling, you're incorrigible. It's obvious what I want. I'm rather dull-witted. I genuinely can't guess. How about you give me a hint? Zhao Zijin, in response, stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Chu Xiuyuan's lips, then lamented, Isn't this hint clear enough? If you don't respond, I might just hit you. Naturally, Chu Xiuyuan met his wife's expectations. After being showered with kisses that left her legs weak, Zhao Zijin finally settled into the wheelchair she had purchased for herself. Come, my dear wife, it's time for me to feed you, he said. Presenting her with a bowl, Zhao Zijin opened her mouth to receive the food, but continued to express her dissatisfaction. It should be me feeding you. Currently, Zhao Zijin had yet to master the culinary arts, so the household meals primarily relied on Chu Xiuyuan's efforts. She felt a pang of guilt. Her husband worked so hard to cook and still had to feed her. No, this cannot continue. If this goes on, I will be rendered useless. Feeling her legs regaining strength, Zhao Zijin decided to rise up. Before Chu Xiuyuan could react, she pushed him into the wheelchair. Darling, give me the bowl and spoon. I'll feed you. But, my dear wife, this meal is yours, and you've already used the spoon. You don't. What? Are you disgusted by me? You said you wanted to share everything with me. I'm merely concerned about your feelings. As long as you don't mind. I am more than willing. Stop being cheeky. Just eat, and make sure to have plenty. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Zijin fed him, Chu Xiuyuan finally broached the subject of filming couple videos. He had anticipated a moment of hesitation from her, yet to his surprise, she readily agreed. Sure, darling. Whatever you want to film, I'll cooperate. Oh, regardless of how I wish to shoot, my dear wife, will you cooperate? Of course. Observing Chu Xiuyuan's mischievous grin, Zhao Zijin suddenly sensed something amiss. She promptly slapped Chu Xiuyuan's thigh lightly, her cheeks flushed, and exclaimed, Such videos are absolutely out of the question. At least, Zhao Zijin mused, at least not at this moment. At least what? Nothing. You should focus on more serious matters, such as, what content should we film? About that. The young couple, Chu Xiuyuan and Zhao Zijin, began to deliberate. Zhao Weiping returned home and greeted his father, whom he had not seen for quite some time. After a while, he still did not catch a glimpse of his daughter Zhao Zijin. He turned to his wife, Luo Lin, and inquired, My dear, has Zijin finished her dinner? No. She has been very busy lately and hasn't come back for meals. Zhao Weiping's brow furrowed immediately. He was well aware that his daughter was a workaholic, and such occurrences had happened numerous times in the past. However, as his daughter grew older, he found it increasingly difficult to accept her current state. Dad, dear, I genuinely believe that Zijin cannot continue like this. We should prepare her for a lifelong commitment. Zhao Weiping spread his hands and candidly stated, I know quite a few talented young men. We could arrange for Zijin to meet and engage with them. Perhaps she might find someone appealing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingsong and Luo Lin exchanged amused glances. Yet, Zhao Weiping's frown deepened. Do not laugh. I know Zijin does not favor such methods. Nevertheless, it is imperative. Otherwise, do you truly wish to see her grow old in solitude? For Zhao Weiping, the financial prosperity of the Zhao family was already substantial. If his daughter Zhao Zijin desired to strive for success, that was undoubtedly the best. If she did not, the Zhao family could support her for generations without issue. However, Zhao Weiping was solely averse to witnessing his daughter remain perpetually alone. After all, one day, he and his wife would inevitably depart from her life. At that time, their daughter would be left utterly desolate, which would be too pitiful. Though it is said that with wealth, one is never devoid of companions, such companionship ultimately carries a tinge of melancholy. Zhao Weiping did not wish for his daughter's life to culminate in such a fate. Do not laugh, I speak with utmost seriousness. Zhao Weiping began to seek the opinions of his family members. Dad, what do you think about this matter? Weiping, do not rush. We should consult Zijin and respect her opinions. Consult her. Zhao Weiping understood his daughter Zhao Zijin's temperament all too well. If he were to broach this subject with her, it would likely lead to yet another quarrel between them. Having just returned to the country, he wished to avoid excessive disputes with his daughter. Dad, I knew you would say that. The old man's indulgence towards his granddaughter was entirely within Zhao Weiping's expectations. He turned to his wife. "Dear, what is your perspective on this matter?" Zhao Weiping felt confident that his wife would side with him. After all, for a long time, the wife had been deeply concerned about their daughter's matrimonial affairs and had engaged in numerous discussions regarding the matter. Unexpectedly, she shook her head. "My dear, let us take a step back on this issue for now." Zhao Weiping's eyes widened in disbelief. However, upon reflection, he found her reasoning to be quite sensible. Having met with their daughter earlier that day, the mother and daughter had conversed, and it was clear that the wife's sentiments had shifted in favor of their daughter, unwilling to pressure her into any decisions. Observing this, Zhao Weiping could only gesture with resignation. "Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. We can revisit this matter at a later time." Should Zhao Weiping insist on advancing this matter at present, it would undoubtedly lead to familial discord. He held firm in his belief that, in due course, his wife's perspective would realign and she would choose to support him. At that point, he could advocate for the matter with considerably greater ease, and the entire family would find joy once more. Chapter 100. The Surge of Couple Short Videos. After taking a shower, Chu Xiuyuan found himself compelled to don the previously chosen outfit of a refined rogue, succumbing to the playful charms of his wife. Particularly, the alluring golden-rimmed glasses seemed to captivate Zhao Zijin's attention. Although Chu Xiuyuan did not suffer from nearsightedness, the glasses served merely as an ornament. Observing her husband, impeccably dressed and seated gracefully on the sofa, Zhao Zijin's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. Hey, darling, you smell divine," she exclaimed. Chu Xiuyuan sighed. "My dear wife, your smile has a hint of obsession." Unperturbed, Zhao Zijin, sporting a tiny camera on her head, responded, "What does it matter? I don't need to be on screen." Indeed, at that moment, the couple was attempting to film their inaugural couple's short video, more accurately termed a husband and wife short video. Naturally, they aimed to create content that adhered to platform guidelines. However, your little perverse giggle will also be recorded, Chu Xiuyuan remarked. "You're the pervert. You big pervert." Zhao Zijin, ever the tsundere, promptly dismissed the notion and continued, "If it gets recorded, so be it. What is there to fear? This generation of internet users has seen it all. Only truly bizarre content piques their interest." Yet, she was aware that if their video was deemed excessively inappropriate, the platform could very well reject it. Even if they were fortunate enough to publish it, there was a risk it could be taken down later, rendering their efforts futile. "Taken down? I dare anyone to try," Zhao Zijin declared. Who would dare to touch a video approved by President Zhao? Regrettably, these sentiments were ones she could not convey to her husband. Instead, she nestled her small face against his sturdy arm, saying, "Darling, please don't fret so much. Just think, the president of Tianyan Group personally ordered discussions about you, which indicates her high regard for you. The staff at Jiao Shao platform would never defy their superiors. Right? Your reasoning does hold some merit," Chu Xiuyuan conceded. "Thus, my dear husband, I shall continue filming." Zhao Zijin, under the guise of filming, seized the opportunity to indulge in affectionate closeness with her husband. This was one of her clever strategies to spend more time with him, as directly asking for cuddles, kisses, or embraces would be far too daunting. Only through such indirect methods could she dare to reveal her true nature. The little imp, Zhao Zijin, occupied her husband for the better part of the evening, capturing a plethora of footage. Subsequently, the couple sat closely together before the computer, rapidly replaying the material in search of suitable segments for editing and publication. After a swift review, Chu Xiuyuan shook his head, feeling that there was little usable content. Fortunately, a few segments showed promise. If edited well and released, they should suffice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijin grew even more excited. "Darling, how about we film again tomorrow night?" "That's fine, but we must edit tonight's footage first to ensure we have something to post on our account tomorrow," Chu Xiuyuan replied. He then added, however, "For tomorrow's filming, you must follow my lead." "What? I refuse." Zhao Zijin circled around, finally seizing an opportunity to playfully tease her husband without restraint. She was not one to easily relinquish control. No. Very well then. It seems I must introduce additional terms," she lamented, her tone elongated and tinged with frustration. Reluctantly, she amended her words. All right. I shall heed your wishes. Let us refrain from adding new terms, shall we?" Although Zhao Zijin still possessed an undecided clause to counteract Chu Xiuyuan, he had countless opportunities to impose new conditions. Should he truly desire to establish terms to achieve a particular goal, she would find herself utterly defenseless. What was even more perilous was that the terms imposed by Chu Xiuyuan would be fixed, continuously constraining Zhao Zijin's actions. For instance, if Chu Xiuyuan were to decree a term prohibiting Zhao Zijin from initiating affection, embracing him, or cuddling close, she would feel as if the sky were collapsing upon her. The following morning, Chu Xiuyuan released the meticulously edited short video. The staff at the Zhou platform, under directives from their superiors, promptly granted the video a favorable boost in visibility. To be fair, short videos centered around marital life might not appeal to everyone. However, as long as the number of recommendations was sufficiently high, the video's performance could be elevated to a remarkable level. After the live broadcast concluded, Jingyun sat before his computer, scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, he stumbled upon one with astonishing likes, comments, and shares. The content reflected the common themes of marital life found on the platform. Rubbing his eyes and confirming multiple times, he finally assured himself the person in the video was indeed Chu Xiuyuan. "Brother Chu, you've gone viral again. Look at this video." Jingyun raised his phone, only to retract it with a sheepish smile, saying, "Wait, this was posted by you. You must have seen it already." Chu Xiuyuan, just off the broadcast, nodded with a smile. "Yesterday, Secretary Zhu and General Manager Chen came to see me regarding this matter. However, I did not anticipate their promotional efforts to be so robust." Jingyun nodded in agreement, turning his gaze back to the short video. He truly felt that being recommended by Miss Wang Shuer to assist Chu Xiuyuan was a significant stroke of fortune. Brother Chu is truly a chosen one. He goes live to sell goods and becomes famous. He attends the anniversary gala and receives a kiss from his wife. And now, he is even more popular from the short video. Jingyun understood well that for a sales-oriented live streamer, popularity was the most precious commodity. A surge in popularity could lead to a staggering boost in sales figures. Although he, as a worker, might not partake in the substantial gains, he could still savor the delightful broth. He turned to Chu Xiuyuan with a grin, saying, "Brother Chu, I mean no disrespect. I must confess, I genuinely suspect that your wife is the president of Tianyun Group. Otherwise, how could Brother Chu consistently garner such substantial attention?" Similar jesting remarks have been exchanged between Chu Xiuyuan and his wife. Thus, he dismissed the notion with a wave and a smile, saying, "Your sister-in-law is merely an office worker at Tianyun Group. How could she possibly be a CEO?" Jingyun mused to herself. Indeed, if she were truly a CEO, why would Brother Chu be out daily, engaging in live-stream sales? In a moment of leisure, Zhu Qiuyue once again opened the short video Mr. Chu had released that morning. In the video, Mr. Chu sat upright and composed, while his wife off-screen embraced and kissed him repeatedly. It portrayed a quintessential dynamic between a serious male lead and a captivating female counterpart. Many netizens were quite enamored with this portrayal. Of course, some were drawn solely by the male lead's striking appearance. However, none of this held significance for Zhu Qiuyue. What truly sent shivers down her spine was the delicate voiceover in the video. Could that truly be the voice of General Zhao? Recalling General Zhao's usual icy demeanor, and then glancing at the soft, affectionate arms clinging to her husband in the video, a chill coursed down Zhu Qiuyue's back. Had General Zhao fallen in love? Or had something more sinister transpired? "Xiaozhu, what mischief are you up to during work hours?" Chapter 101. A Fortuitous Progress. Zhao Zijin's voice emanated from behind Zhu Qiuyue, startling her to the point that her soul nearly fled. She hastily tucked her phone away. "I wasn't slacking off, President Zhao. I merely wished to see if you had any new work arrangements." Zhu Qiuyue's phone was equipped with a privacy screen protector, preventing Zhao Zijin from discerning the specific content of her distraction. However, Zhao Zijin, adept at reading people's expressions, could surmise the situation with remarkable accuracy, given Zhu Qiuyue's demeanor. "Well, if you've seen it, there's nothing to hide." "All right, President Zhao." Noticing that Zhao Zijin did not react with anger, Zhu Qiuyue mustered her courage and inquired, "May I curiously ask you something? What do you wish to know?" Zhu Qiuyue glanced around to ensure no one was present, then lowered her voice to ask, "Is it only when filming videos that you, or is it simply when you were with Mr. Chu that?" Zhu Qiuyue's words were fragmented, yet Zhao Zijin comprehended her meaning. "That question is inappropriate." Zhao Zijin replied with a nonchalant tone. Feeling somewhat vexed, she retorted, "Secretary Zhu, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to find a boyfriend." Zhu Qiuyue's eyes widened in astonishment. "President Zhao, just 2 months ago, during our meal together, you mentioned, fortunately, neither of us is married, otherwise we wouldn't have so much time to devote to work. And now, look at you, President Zhao has suddenly entered a whirlwind marriage. Not only that, but you are now all lovey-dovey with your new husband. And here I am, A single dog being dealt such a blow? This isn't fair. What was in the past is in the past. The present is different. Zhao Zijin gazed at Chu Xiuyuan, a girl who was both a subordinate and a friend, and sincerely remarked, Secretary Zhu, to be honest, I too have stumbled into this situation, and it suddenly dawned on me how significant it is to have a suitable life partner. Upon hearing Zhao Zijin address her without the playful nickname Xiaozhu, Chu Xiuyuan recognized that she was no longer jesting but rather delivering a serious reminder. I understand your intention, President Zhao. If I do encounter the right person, I shall manage it myself. However, if there are no suitable candidates in my social circle, I could ask my father to help expand my connections. You know how much he enjoys doing such things. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled lightly. It's better for you to keep that resource for your own use. After all, in Manager Zhao's eyes, you are still an unmarried workaholic. Before Zhao Qingsong's retirement, Zhao Weiping had been employed at Tianyun Group, serving sequentially in various prominent managerial positions across major business departments. Hence, when Chu Xiuyuan referred to Manager Zhao, she was indeed speaking of Zhao Weiping. Originally, after Zhao Qingsong's retirement, the successor was supposed to be Zhao Weiping, with Zhao Zijin positioned as her father's most capable assistant. Yet, due to the multitude of conflicts between father and daughter, Zhao Weiping, in a fit of anger, accepted her father's suggestion to embark on a global journey with his wife, leaving his daughter to helm Tianyun Group independently. Secretary Zhu's words once again plunged Zhao Zijin into contemplation. What must I do to make my father accept Xiuyuan? Meanwhile, as Chu Xiuyuan and He Jingyun engaged in light-hearted banter, a front desk administrator approached them. Mr. Chu, group leader He. There are more individuals outside seeking to discuss product promotion. Over the past period, with the soaring sales of jade bracelets and Little Chu's live streaming sessions, the company under the stewardship of Chu Xiuyuan and the Wang siblings had been continuously expanding its workforce. The newly appointed employees referred to Chu Xiuyuan as Mr. Chu, while He Jingyun was addressed as group leader He by the others. With Chu Xiuyuan's meteoric rise, the number of manufacturers seeking to negotiate promotional arrangements had significantly increased. The Wang siblings and Chu Xiuyuan regarded this as a splendid opportunity for expansion. However, they were not hasty in introducing additional products. Instead, they continued to assess various manufacturers' offerings to ensure quality. After all, in the bustling realm of live streaming sales, numerous prominent hosts had faced downfall due to issues with product quality. Please let them in. I'll speak with them first, Chu Xiuyuan instructed. After consulting with his companions, he discovered that the products the other party sought his assistance with were, surprisingly, printed books. In an instant, Chu Xiuyuan recognized that this was an exceptionally suitable product for exploring the effects of expansion. From a commercial perspective, printed books are undoubtedly a well-established product, highly standardized, and unlikely to present issues. In contrast, products from other sectors often suffer from immaturity, limited audiences, and numerous potential quality concerns. Observing Chu Xiuyuan lost in thought and silent, the visiting manufacturer's representative mistakenly assumed that he was reluctant to accept the collaboration. Therefore, he offered even more favorable terms. Mr. Chu, if you are willing to promote our batch of books, we are prepared to increase your commission by an additional 10%. All right, it's settled then. What? Mr. Chu has agreed? Splendid. No problem. Increasing the commission is feasible for us. Volume sales yield better profits. A middle-aged man set down his phone and turned to his old classmate, Zhao Weiping. Apologies, Weiping, for making you witness this. Work has been overwhelming. Zhao Weiping teased, Wanming. You, a publishing mogul, already earning so much, yet you toil on the front lines. What's the need for that? Spare me. If my two children were as exceptional as your Zijin, I wouldn't have any worries. I would love to travel around the world with my wife. Wanming retorted, moreover. Over the years, printed books have become increasingly unprofitable. I have to send representatives to plead with streamers to promote our products. Zhao Weiping waved his hand. Enough of this roundabout talk. Speak plainly. What brings you out today? Surely, it's not merely for tea? You see right through me, Weiping. In fact, the streamer I'm looking for is on your Tianyun Group's Jiuxiao live streaming platform. At that time, the host and I will organize a special session dedicated to books. I would like to ask for your assistance in giving us a warm greeting and directing some traffic our way when the session commences. As for the Jiuxiu live streaming platform, in Zhao Weiping's recollection, there was no such platform under the Tianyun Group. It must have been something that Zijin tinkered with after my wife and I traveled abroad. Reflecting on his daughter's endeavors, Zhao Weiping chuckled and said, regarding this matter, Wanming, you are aware that the Tianyun Group is essentially managed by Zijin now. Wang Ming laughed heartily, recognizing that his old classmate was hinting at a favor. Wei Ping, is there anything I can assist you with? Feel free to let me know, and I shall certainly help. I don't have much going on. I simply wish to expand my circle of friends, particularly among the outstanding young individuals in your industry. Of course, friends from other fields are welcome too. The more, the merrier. We could gather them for a small gathering, allowing everyone to get acquainted. Wang Ming was aware of certain circumstances regarding the Zhao family and understood the true intent behind Zhao Weiping's request. Thus, he patted his chest and replied with a smile. No problem, I will certainly make it happen. Chapter 102. The father-in-law mentions the son-in-law for the first time. With a pat on his chest, Wang Ming eagerly inquired. Wei Ping, regarding what I just mentioned? He continued, although Tianyun Group is managed by Zhao Zijin, as her father, I still have some influence. I will simply give her a heads up about this matter. Thank you in advance, Wei Ping. We are old classmates, so there is no need for formality. By the way, what is the name of that broadcaster? Her real name is Chu Xiuyuan. After engaging in some casual conversation over tea with Wang Ming, Zhao Weiping bid him farewell and instructed the driver to take him home. After all, his wife, Luo Lin, had sent a message saying she had prepared some snacks and wished to enjoy afternoon tea together. Zhao Weiping felt a sense of anticipation for his wife's treats. On his way home, he decided to call his daughter, Zhao Zijin. After finishing her work at noon, Zhao Zijin excitedly drove home. The thought of soon reuniting with her husband filled her heart with joy. Just as she parked her car, she suddenly heard her phone ring. Could it be my husband, urging me to return home? Zhao Zijin smiled as she retrieved her phone, only to discover that the caller was her father, Zhao Weiping. Zhao Zijin was taken aback. What? Why is Dad suddenly calling me? He returned home yesterday and didn't call. But now he decides to reach out? With a sense of unease, Zhao Zijin glanced around before returning to her car to answer her father's call. Hello, Dad. Is there something you need? Is it not permissible for me to call you if there is nothing urgent? In her moment of exasperation, Zhao Zijin couldn't help but think, it seems Dad is in a good mood today, even joking with me about something so trivial. Of course, she dared not voice such thoughts in front of her father. Instead, she took the initiative and said, I just find it odd that you didn't call me yesterday after returning home, yet now you decide to. Zhao Weiping discerned the subtle hint of reproach in his daughter's tone, which made him slightly displeased. He retorted, Are you referring to me? Then I must ask, were you so busy last night that you couldn't come home to have dinner with your mother and grandfather? Zhao Zijin sighed. She wished to avoid escalating the conversation, as it would only lead to a quarrel between them, ruining both their moods. Dad, I am quite happy you called. What is it that you want to discuss? Please just tell me. Hearing the conciliatory tone in his daughter's voice, Zhao Weiping softened his stance. He candidly explained, It is about your Uncle Wan. Zhao Weiping detailed the earlier matter to Zhao Zijin. Upon hearing this, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thinking, so it's just about this trivial matter, I was startled. I thought it was about my situation with Xiuyuan. Relaxing, she inquired, No problem then. What is the name of that broadcaster? It seems to be Chu Xiuyuan. As Zhao Zijin finally relaxed, her heart leaped into her throat. What could her father mean by this? Was he testing her? Did he already know everything? Dad, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it, please? Called Chu Xiuyuan. This time, Zhao Weiping raised his voice. Zhao Zijin discerned that there was no unusual tone in her father's voice, which allowed her to relax slightly. All right, I will take care of it. Dad, is there anything else you wish to say? Nothing more. Oh, by the way, seizing the rare opportunity to engage with his daughter, Zhao Weiping suggested, Your mother has prepared some tea snacks. If you have time, do come back for afternoon tea. Sure. Let me check the time. In the past, Zhao Zijin would have certainly declined such an invitation. However, her father's sudden mention of Chu Xiuyuan today left her feeling quite uneasy. She could not ascertain whether this was a test from her father or merely a coincidence. Zhao Zijin hoped for the latter. After hanging up, Zhao Zijin pondered for a moment before deciding to get out of the car and head upstairs to inform Chu Xiuyuan first. Darling, I'm back. Upon opening the door, Zhao Zijin embraced her husband's tall figure as she usually did. Chu Xiuyuan noticed that her embrace today was rather gentle and her tone was calm, lacking the usual fervor and passion. Dear, is something the matter? Have you grown weary of me so soon after our marriage? Chu Xiuyuan feigned a sigh. Alas, I knew it. The plight of a man. After marrying, one toils endlessly for the family, becoming a weary figure, and even my wife finds me distasteful. Zhao Zijin couldn't help but laugh at his antics. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I ever find you distasteful? I like you too much. The words lingered on the tip of her tongue, but shy Zhao Zijin hesitated to voice them. Instead, she said, I just feel it's a pity that I can't have lunch with you today. Why is that? I have to go to my parents' place. But I can't bring you along. Chu Xiuyuan was taken aback. After regaining his composure, he asked, I remember that grandfather and aunt seemed quite pleased with me. Is it because of uncle? You could understand it that way for now. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin lifted her chin and planted a kiss on Chu Xiuyuan. Then, with a firm tone, she declared, But, no matter what, Xiuyuan, you are my husband. The courage bestowed by love has once again triumphed over Zhao Zijin's shyness and pride. I like you. Regardless of who opposes, my feelings remain unchanged. Now and forever. I feel the same, Zijin. Like a moment on a Ferris wheel, Chu Xiuyuan responded to Zhao Zijin's fervent affection with another kiss. After embracing and kissing for a considerable time, the couple finally released each other. Their emotions calmed slightly as Zhao Zijin, blushing, playfully remarked, Darling, after all that I said, you only kissed and hugged me now? That hardly counts as a response. It's against the rules. My dear. Not dining at home and failing to provide feedback is indeed a violation. Zhao Zijin initially contemplated rushing into the house, savoring a few bites, and then bestowing a 5-star review upon Chu Xiuyuan to evade any repercussions. However, upon reflection, she deemed such an approach beneath her dignity. With a smile, she remarked, Let us call it even this time. No punishment shall be imposed. Yet, do exercise caution, for should there be a next infraction, I shall not hesitate to impose a severe penalty. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled in return. I extend the same sentiment back to you, my dear wife. After bidding her husband farewell, Zhao Zijin resumed her journey, destined for the Zhao family villa to reunite with her long-absent father. Regardless of the mysteries her father harbors, I must confront him. If I cannot surmount this obstacle, how can Xiuyuan and I discuss our future? Chapter 103. The exchange between Zhao Zijin and her father. Is Zijin back? Just as Luolin was about to enjoy afternoon tea with her husband, she unexpectedly spotted the figure of her daughter, Zhao Zijin, and hurried towards her. Your father just mentioned that you might return. I thought he was jesting. Dear, do I seem like the type to joke? Zhao Weiping glanced at his daughter and then at his wife, feeling a deep sense of contentment. He had anticipated that after the phone call, it would be a while before Zijin would return home. To his surprise, she had come back directly, reflecting on her earlier willingness to reconcile over the phone. Zhao Weiping mused, perhaps during our time abroad, Zijin has matured significantly. It might be a good opportunity to discuss the matter of her finding a boyfriend. Since you're back, why not spend some time chatting with your mother? The reason we returned early is that she missed you dearly. Yes, I understand. During her private conversation with her mother yesterday, Zijin had heard a great deal about their global travels. Luolin was evidently delighted by her daughter's return. She took Zijin's hand and said, Don't just stand there. Come, Zijin, sit beside your mother. Try these freshly made treats. Zhao Zijin took a bite. Well, how should I put it? As usual, mediocre. She turned to her father, who was relishing the food like a gourmet, and wished she could push all the snacks toward him to finish. However, concerned that her mother might perceive her true intentions and feel hurt, she continued eating quietly. What about Grandpa? Isn't he joining you for tea? Luolin remarked. Who knows where he has wandered off to, playing chess with whom? Zhao Weiping laughed. If you ask me. Your grandfather Shun-Ti just played chess with the elderly. Occasionally, he should find some younger opponents, perhaps even scout a suitable boyfriend for Zijin. Cough, cough. Zijin. Take your time eating. Don't choke. Luolin said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, patting her daughter's back and handing her a cup of tea. At the same time, she shot Zhao Weiping a disapproving glance. Your incessant chatter about food is relentless. In the past, Zhao Weiping would have taken the hint and refrained from further comments at such moments. However, today he sensed that his daughter's mood appeared quite cheerful. Even mentioning boyfriends had not elicited a scowl from her. Zhao Weiping felt this was an opportunity. He also offered a cup of tea to his daughter, speaking gently, Zijin, I know you find my lectures bothersome. However, I truly worry about your future, especially since you still do not have a boyfriend. Not listening, Dad's preaching again. Originally, Zhao Zijin had entertained such thoughts, thus paying little heed to her father's words, merely nodding her head. Yet, upon hearing her father's remark about her not having a boyfriend, she was taken aback. She slowly turned her gaze towards her father, realizing that his expression remained unchanged. Only then could she confidently conclude her father truly remained unaware of her relationship with Xiuyuan. Thank heavens! Zhao Zijin's anxious heart finally found solace. Noticing that his daughter remained silent and was even looking at him, Zhao Weiping felt a surge of joy and spoke with increased enthusiasm. Zijin, it's rare for you to be willing to listen today. Allow me to share something else. I asked Uncle Wan for assistance in organizing a gathering in the near future, consisting of young talents from their industry, as well as from other fields. If you're free then, I would love to take you along. Dad, I refuse to attend. Zhao Zijin's tone was quite serious. Faced with her father's clandestine arrangement of this matchmaking event, she felt compelled to adopt a grave demeanor. This was no trivial matter. When Chu Xiuyuan had first developed feelings for her, she had resolutely turned down Mo Yuan. Now, as someone who had genuinely fallen for Chu Xiuyuan, she felt even more obliged to maintain her stance. Fidelity to one's partner is a crucial foundation for enduring love. Moreover, if she were to participate in this gathering, it would undoubtedly complicate her future confession to Chu Xiuyuan, causing him distress. She did not wish to leave any potential hazards for their future together. Seeing this, Luo Lin interjected to support her daughter. Dear, when you mentioned this matter last night, didn't we agree to hold off for a while? Why the sudden change? Zhao Weiping explained candidly, my initial intention was to organize the gathering first. If Zijin was unwilling to attend, I would go alone to assess suitable candidates. Then, when Zijin was open to meeting someone, I could introduce her. I only proposed this when I noticed Zijin was in good spirits. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Zhao Zijin softened her stance. Dad, I understand your concerns. I will find a boyfriend soon to bring home to meet you. However, I will not attend such gatherings in the future. All right, as you wish. Zhao Weiping smiled, recognizing that his daughter's concession was already quite significant. He did not wish to press her further. After all, in the past, whenever such matters were raised, she would respond with a cold demeanor, leading to discord between them. To further diffuse the tension, Luo Lin suggested, Dear, why don't you help me fetch some more snacks? The ones on the table have nearly been devoured by you. Of course, my love. After her husband walked away, Luo Lin leaned closer to her daughter and whispered playfully, Zijin, how does it feel to be back at your mother's house? Zhao Zijin's eyes widened in surprise, and after confirming that her father's figure had vanished in the distance, she cautiously turned to her mother. Mom, are you trying to get me killed? Luo Lin chuckled with delight. What is there to fear? Your father has no idea about your relationship with Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin nodded. If he were to find out now, Xiuyuan would be in serious trouble. A sudden thought struck her. Mom, what if I directly brought Xiuyuan home? No, that won't work. If I were to bring him back, Dad would investigate him thoroughly on the same day. At that moment, everything was laid bare. Zhao Zijin, whose brilliance had merely flickered, could only pretend that nothing had transpired. One should not always seek shortcuts. Instead, it would be prudent to employ appropriate methods to earn your father's trust in Xiuyuan. Very well, I shall ponder this further. After enjoying afternoon tea with her parents, Zhao Zijin departed from the Zhao family villa. The matter of securing her father's acceptance of Chu Xiuyuan had yet to show any signs of progress. Adhering to the principle that if one side is dim, the other may shine, she resolved to first win over her in-laws, thereby gaining their trust. To this end, she began to prepare an array of gifts, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Friday morning. Darling, have you prepared so many items? It is said that courtesy is never misplaced. My dear, this is my first visit to meet your parents. Surely, you wouldn't want me, as your future daughter-in-law, to appear foolish? Rest assured, my parents will undoubtedly adore you. Humph, one can never be too cautious. Let us set off without delay. Chapter 104. The past of Chu Xiuyuan's parents Lu Ying and Chu Longxing walked side by side on their way home from work, casually discussing the office gossip. Both had joined the organization in the same year, albeit in different departments. They first met at a social event organized by the workplace. Lu Ying could not deny that the young Chu Longxing possessed a certain charm and elegance. At that time, he was well-versed in several popular songs and had a knack for witty remarks, making him quite popular among the female colleagues, Lu Ying included. However, in the midst of his many admirers, Lu Ying felt rather unremarkable and held little hope for herself. It was not until a company dinner, where Chu Longxing became thoroughly inebriated, that Lu Ying, living relatively close by, took it upon herself to escort him home. To this day, she could not fathom what had emboldened her to act so boldly, particularly in an era marked by conservative societal norms. They were neither lovers nor spouses, yet they engaged in such behavior. Had their colleagues discovered this, it would have jeopardized both of their careers. Aware of her own guilt, Lu Ying intended to bury the incident deep within her heart. However, the following day, after recovering from his intoxication, Chu Longsheng sought her out and proposed that they start dating. Thus began a relationship that was remarkably uneventful. Despite Chu Longsheng's presence as a typical boyfriend, Luing sensed a lack of genuine affection. His feelings were limited to a sense of responsibility, burdened by guilt. Luing contemplated ending their relationship multiple times but could never bring herself to do so until she discovered that she was pregnant. In that era, an unwed pregnancy was far from trivial. Once her pregnancy became apparent, the deluge of gossip and inquiries from their superiors would undoubtedly ruin Chu Longsheng's reputation. Luing decisively ended their relationship and submitted her resignation, planning to relocate to a city where no one knew her, to give birth to her child. Yet, she was perplexed as to how Chu Longsheng had learned of her intention to resign. He even managed to intercept her resignation letter. When he confronted her with the letter, persistently seeking answers, Luing had no choice but to reveal the truth. Upon learning the circumstances, Chu Longsheng proposed to Luing, and they were married. Much like their courtship, the inception of their marriage was marked by a tranquil simplicity. Luing initially believed that this would be the state of their lives henceforth, a thought that filled her with regret. Had she not acted on impulse, perhaps her husband could have had a more promising path ahead. After the birth of their son, they decided to name him Chu Xiuyuan. At that time, her husband still harbored little affection for her. Yet he endeavored to fulfill the roles of a good husband and father, caring for both mother and child. Luing, carrying the weight of her regrets, diligently nurtured their small family. Until one day, Luing suddenly realized that her husband had become exceedingly affectionate towards her. Naturally, this delighted her. Luing had initially presumed that her husband's warmth was merely a fleeting phase. Yet, she found herself immensely content regardless. To her astonishment, this fervor persisted until the present day. What thrilled her even more was the fact that her son, Chu Xiuyuan, had finally found a girlfriend. Luing felt a surge of joy. I wonder when that rascal will bring his girlfriend home for me to meet. Chu Longsheng and his wife Luing walked side by side on their way home from work. Chu Longsheng relished these moments, strolling with his wife. In the early days of their acquaintance, he had little interest in her. Even when they started dating and eventually married, it was largely out of necessity rather than genuine affection. Chu Longsheng had once believed that his life with his wife would be one of monotony. However, everything changed when he was assigned by his workplace to a business trip and unexpectedly met with a car accident, resulting in his hospitalization. The hospital, utilizing his identification information, contacted his workplace. The following day, he was greeted by his wife, who rushed to his side, cradling their infant child. During his hospitalization, the meticulous care provided by his wife deeply touched Chu Longsheng. In the past, he had been robust and agile. Although he had received his wife's care, it had not left a significant impression on him. It was only when he lay helplessly in a hospital bed that he comprehended the true essence of care and companionship. The accident had inflicted severe injuries on Chu Longsheng's leg, and without timely surgery, he risked enduring lifelong disability. Compounding the situation, his workplace faced financial constraints, rendering it impossible to pay employees their full salaries, and in some months, not at all, let alone cover his medical expenses. In her determination to gather the funds for his surgery, his wife reached out to everyone she could borrow from. At that time, phone calls were quite costly, and she feared that he would worry about her financial burdens and hesitate to accept treatment. Each plea for financial assistance was made with utmost caution, deliberately avoiding his presence. Yet, Chu Longsheng could discern the difficulties from the nurse's conversations and the glimmer of tears in his wife's eyes. Fortunately, through his wife's relentless efforts, they ultimately gathered enough for the surgery. To this day, he recalls the moment he emerged from the hospital, his wife, with tears of joy, uttering her first words, "I'm sorry, Longsheng, I owe a substantial amount of money. The way she referred to the situation as I rather than we made Chu Longsheng anticipate her next words. "Darling, we will repay it together. We will manage." That was the first time he affectionately addressed her as wife, a term he has continued to use to this day. In the subsequent years, perhaps due to their harmonious relationship, life for the three of them flourished considerably. They cleared their debts and even saved for their son's wedding expenses. That mischievous rascal, who had always exasperated his mother, had finally found himself a girlfriend. Chu Longsheng was in high spirits when he suddenly heard his wife's voice. "Darling, look at that young man ahead. Doesn't he resemble our son?" Chu Longsheng glanced over, and the young man his wife referred to was engaged in conversation with an elegantly dressed young lady. As they spoke, they were busily unloading a multitude of items from their vehicle. "Indeed, he does bear a striking resemblance. Is he from our neighborhood? I've never seen him before. Perhaps he is the son or daughter of some family. bringing their partner home to introduce them to their parents. I wonder when that rascal will finally bring Zijing home. Chapter 105. The anxious young bride Lu Ying and her husband exchanged light-hearted banter as they continued their stroll. As they drew closer, they began to realize that this boy resembled not merely their son, but was indeed their beloved yet exasperating little rascal. She exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, who, understanding her cue, quietly approached the two young people, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Dear, do you think Uncle and Auntie will appreciate these gifts?" she asked. "Rest assured, my love, as long as they are from you, they will undoubtedly adore them." Chu Xiuyuan was comforting his wife when a familiar voice interrupted from behind. "That little rascal is right. Don't speak just yet, dear." He smirked and turned around, only to find his parents hiding behind a utility pole, whispering excitedly. He took Zhao Zijing's hand and stepped forward, announcing, "Mom, Dad, I brought Zijing back to meet you." "Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Zhao Zijin. We spoke on the phone earlier." "Oh, how wonderful. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Lu Ying beamed, her face lighting up at the sight of her son's beautiful and polite girlfriend. She took Zhao Zijing's hand eagerly, exclaiming, "Come, let us go upstairs." With Lu Ying leading Zhao Zijing away into the community, Chu Xiuyuan, understanding the moment, released Zhao Zijing's other hand. He turned to his father with a grin. "You missed me, didn't you, Dad? Surprised to see Zijing and me back so suddenly? Finally, this rascal is willing to bring home a girlfriend." His father chuckled, joining his wife as they left Chu Xiuyuan standing alone, somewhat bemused by the sudden turn of events. Lu Ying and Zhao Zijing settled on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. "You know, Xiuyuan could have at least given us a heads up about bringing you home." "I'm sorry, Auntie, it was my suggestion to Xiuyuan," Zhao Zijing replied. "Don't make excuses for him. Zijing, you two aren't married yet, and here you are defending him. Just wait until you are wed. He will surely take advantage of you." Zhao Zijing paused, reflecting on Chu Xiuyuan's playful antics, feeling a flush of embarrassment. There was some truth to what Annie said, although she intended to join in on the light-hearted criticism of her husband. Her desire to protect his dignity ultimately prevailed. However, she continued, shifting the conversation, "To be fair, Xiuyuan has been quite good to me. He takes care of all my needs, whether it's food, clothing, or shelter." Suddenly, Zhao Zijing's eyes widened in realization. She had misspoken. Despite having lived together since their wedding day, Uncle and Auntie were still unaware of this arrangement. To them, she and Xiuyuan were merely in a dating relationship. Given the more conservative views of the older generation, if Uncle and Auntie were to judge her for cohabiting with Xiuyuan before marriage, it would surely lead to an awkward situation. On a daily basis, food, clothing, and shelter. Lu Ying's previous conjecture was finally validated. Her own son, that troublesome boy, truly did move in with a young lady named Zhao Zijing. As she surveyed Zhao Zijing, whose beauty and grace were striking, her fondness for the girl only deepened. Lu Ying pondered, could it be that this rascal Chu Xiuyuan possesses such allure? How could he win the affections of such a stunning girl? And to think, it has only been a short while since they met, and they are already cohabiting. Zhao Zijing, feeling Lu Ying's gaze upon her yet hearing no words, grew increasingly flustered. She thought to herself, have I truly misspoken? Oh dear, how could this happen? After making a good impression during their previous conversation, it was such a rarity to finally meet the aunt. How could a brief chat leave a poor impression? For the sake of her future happiness with Chu Xiuyuan, Zhao Zijing hurriedly attempted to remedy the situation. Auntie, the situation is like this. I and Xiuyuan. Lu Ying smiled knowingly, as someone who had been through similar experiences. She understood the source of Zhao Zijing's anxiety. Do not worry, Zijing. Auntie and uncle have seen a great deal in life. What scene have we not encountered? Just focus on how you and Xiuyuan get along. As long as you both are happy, uncle and I will be very pleased. Thank you, Auntie, for your understanding. Why be so polite with me? Meanwhile, Chu Longsheng and his son Chu Xiuyuan donned pink aprons, busily preparing vegetables in the kitchen. The chatter between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law occasionally drifted into the ears of the father-son duo. Seizing the moment, Chu Longsheng teased his son, Xiuyuan. Look at you now. Before moving out, you hardly cooked. Well, today I shall prepare a feast so that you, Mom, and Zijing can all have your fill. Suddenly, Lu Ying's voice rang out from the sofa. Make more of the dishes Zijing loves. Zhao Zijing's flustered voice followed. Auntie, uncle, there's no need to go to such lengths. Just cook what you enjoy. Chu Longsheng looked towards the living room, his voice warm and loud. Zijing, since you're here with uncle and auntie, there's no need for formality. Earlier, both Auntie and I took the afternoon off from work. Today and this weekend. We'll be home. If you need anything, just let us know. And don't hesitate to ask that rascal Chu Xiuyuan for help. Thank you, uncle. Although Zhao Zijin verbally acquiesced, her thoughts diverged. She certainly could not trouble her uncle and aunt. What if she left a bad impression? The idea of commanding her husband, though it sounded tempting, was ultimately something she could not bring herself to do. Her husband already did so much for her in daily life. To burden him further was simply beyond her. In fact, at that moment, she even contemplated rising to assist her uncle in the kitchen. But she feared that revealing her inexperience would leave a less than favorable impression on her uncle and aunt. The formidable and commanding President Zhao, known for her prowess in the world, transformed into a picture of a timid bride upon visiting her in-laws, constantly on edge, fearful that her actions might not meet expectations. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin felt Lu Ying's hand gently cover her own, resting on her thigh. The warmth emanating from the back of her hand alleviated some of Zhao Zijin's tension. Zijin, there's no need to worry so much. When I first visited your uncle's family, I was just as anxious as you are now. And I even managed to create a few amusing blunders. Yet, look at us now. Your uncle and I share a wonderful relationship, and your grandparents adore me. Lu Ying said, her smile radiant as she gazed at her prospective daughter-in-law, increasingly pleased with her. Truly, I am very satisfied and fond of you. Feeling the sincerity in Lu Ying's tone, Zhao Zijin's heart swelled with emotion. I have gained the approval of Xiuyuan's mother. Chapter 106. You certainly wouldn't want your parents to know about your romantic involvement with me, would you? After a busy afternoon, the father and son of the Chu family finally concluded their laborious endeavors. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain, as they prepared a sumptuous feast. Come, Zijin, sample your uncle's culinary skills. How do they compare to that scoundrel Xiuyuan's? As Chu Xiuyuan spoke, he placed Zhao Zijin in a quandary. Naturally, she was eager to taste the food. However, would that mean she was about to perish? Surely not. On her way to her uncle and aunt's home, Chu Xiuyuan had assured her of the culinary prowess of the elder Chus. Yet, at this moment, whom should she commend? It would be quite impolite to declare her uncle's cooking inferior. Conversely, to criticize Xiuyuan's skills would undoubtedly lead to his wrath upon their return home, where he would surely torment her mercilessly. Being tormented? That seems rather intriguing. No. Zhao Zijin, what are you fantasizing about? Have you forgotten what Annie just said? If you continue to coddle Chu Xiuyuan, he will surely take advantage of you in the future. Never mind that for now. Let us taste the food. Zhao Zijin sampled the dishes prepared by both her father-in-law and husband, and an uneasy feeling washed over her. What to do? It seemed that Xiuyuan's dish was slightly more delectable. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Well, both uncle and Xiuyuan have done splendidly. Chu Xiuyuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Zijin, do not indulge this scoundrel. The more you flatter him, the more he will revel in it. Sensing his wife's discomfort, Chu Xiuyuan interjected, Oh, Dad, enough of that. Let us sit down and eat before the food gets cold. The four of them took their seats around the table. Lu Ying intended to sit beside Zhao Zijin, but noticing how the beautiful young woman had been covertly glancing at her son since her arrival, she opted to take a seat directly opposite her, allowing her son and future daughter-in-law to sit together. All right, let us dig in. No need to just stare. Zhao Zijin smiled and instinctively picked up a piece of braised pork, almost bringing it to Chu Xiuyuan's mouth. It was only halfway there that she realized the inappropriateness of her actions. Oh dear, what am I doing? This is not my home. This habit needed to change. No, it must be restrained. Consequently, she placed the morsel of pork into Chu Xiuyuan's bowl instead. This gesture elicited knowing smiles from Lu Ying and Chu Xiuyuan. Awkwardly, Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed anew. However, she could not afford to bow her head in silence as she had done in the past, for her uncle and aunt were both observing. At the dinner table, merely lowering her head to eat without uttering a word would be quite unbecoming. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, Look at Zijin, and then at you, you scoundrel. Can't you even serve her some food? With a smile, Chu Xiuyuan returned the gesture, placing several pieces of meat into his wife's bowl, saying, Here, eat more. Zhao Zijin nodded obediently. By the end of the meal, Lu Ying and Chu Xiuyuan had engaged in delightful conversation with their future daughter-in-law. Occasionally, the banter from the elders would leave Zhao Zijin blushing, compelling her to nod in agreement, feeling quite bashful, yet thoroughly entertained. Chu Xiuyuan stood nearby, occasionally coming to his wife's aid. After dinner, just as he was about to enter the kitchen to wash the dishes, his father shooed him away. You rascal. No need for you to busy yourself with that. Go and keep Zijin company. Upon returning to the living room, Chu Xiuyuan found Zhao Zijin sitting alone on the sofa, her small hands neatly resting on her thighs, occasionally fiddling with her clothes. He approached her and sat down beside her. Xiuyuan, with her husband's presence. Zhao Zijin felt a wave of comfort wash over her, leaning her little head against Chu Xiuyuan's shoulder. However, the moment she made contact, it felt as if she was jolted by an electric shock, and she quickly lifted her head. No, we are at Uncle and Annie's house. The mortifying scene from last time when her mother, Luolin, discovered her intimacy with Chu Xiuyuan still haunted her. Zhao Zijin was determined not to repeat that mistake. Chu Xiuyuan could easily discern his wife's mixed emotions of joy and nervousness. To ease her tension, he casually initiated a conversation. Where's my mom? She didn't chat with you? She went to the bedroom to help me prepare the bedding for sleep. Noticing his wife avoiding eye contact, Chu Xiuyuan chuckled softly. What's wrong? My dear wife, usually so proud at home, has transformed into a meek little lamb here at my parents'? You're the little lamb, Zhao Zijin whispered back. I can't leave a bad impression on Uncle and Auntie, can I? Bad impression? Can't you see? They adore you. Zhao Zijin was well aware of their affection. Nevertheless, she wished to impress Chu Xiuyuan's parents even more. Seeing her hesitance, Chu Xiuyuan mischievously leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek. Xiu. Zhao Zijin quickly covered her mouth. But the sound reached Chu Longsheng in the kitchen and Lu Ying, who was preparing bedding in the bedroom, prompting them to inquire. Zijin, is everything all right? And no, it's nothing, Uncle and Auntie. Chu Xiuyuan stole another kiss. With her face flushed crimson, Zhao Zijin hastily covered his mouth with one hand while the other gestured for silence. This insufferable man, doesn't he consider the occasion? He is not a little lamb at all, but rather a big bad wolf. In a hushed tone filled with shyness, she implored, Xiuyuan, please stop kissing me. You wouldn't want your parents to know about this, would you? Chu Xiuyuan exchanged a glance, as if to say, what does it matter? It matters, of course. She insisted, this is inappropriate behavior. Chu Xiuyuan continued to signal with his eyes, since we are already crossing the line, what harm is there in a few more kisses? Zhao Zijin felt a wave of despair, thinking, oh dear, how could this be? This refined rogue only acts out at home. He always maintains a serious demeanor when we are out. Why is he acting like this today? Oh right, this is also his home. The home he has lived in for many years. So, does that mean my weekend here is going to be? Zhao Zijin suddenly felt a sense of danger. No, I must regain control. No longer can he lead me by the neck and nose. The bashful Zhao Zijin, mustering her courage, exclaimed, Xiuyuan, this is my first visit to your home. Would you kindly show me around? Lu Ying's voice echoed from the bedroom. Indeed. Zijin has a point. You ought to guide her and let her see your humble abode, which resembles a doghouse. Perhaps she can offer some critiques. And you might finally learn the importance of cleanliness. From the kitchen, Chu Longsheng quickly chimed in with his wife. Absolutely. Zijin is clearly a tidy young lady. You should take a leaf out of her book. Zhao Zijin's delicate face flushed even deeper. Uncle and Auntie, you flatter me. Chu Xiuyuan suppressed a chuckle as he removed his wife's hand from her mouth and gently led her towards his room. All right, Mom and Dad. I will take Zijin for a tour. With a crimson face, Zhao Zijin bowed her head obediently, following him inside. Once in the room, Chu Xiuyuan casually shut the door and then bestowed a kiss upon his wife. Oh, again? Xiuyuan, do you truly wish to torment me? I cannot help it. I simply wish to tease the little lamb. Perhaps in my past life, I was a food blogger who indulged in delicacies while proclaiming pour it on. Humph, a food blogger. You say? You are nothing but a big bad wolf. Suddenly, Zhao Zijin widened her enchanting eyes. You locked the door. What are you planning to do? Chapter 107. Tonight? Let Zijin sleep in my room. What do you suppose I will do? Naturally, something exhilarating. With a mischievous grin, Chu Xiuyuan slowly cornered Zhao Zijin against the bed. With no retreat left, Zhao Zijin felt a twinge of panic. Xiuyuan, darling, please don't. Uncle and Aunt are outside. This is quite inappropriate. If they find out, I would be utterly embarrassed, I beg you. Such antics seemed rather outrageous for someone like Zhao Zijin. Hearing his wife's voice tinged with a hint of tears, Chu Xiuyuan could not help but chuckle. Pausing in his advance, realizing the wolf's delight, Zhao Zijin understood he was merely teasing her again. Humph, you. Embarrassed yet indignant. Zhao Zijin grasped Chu Xiuyuan's shoulders and, with a swift turn, pushed him onto the bed. Then she straddled him, brandishing her delicate fists. How outrageous. Just because Uncle and Aunt are here, do you think I wouldn't dare to hit you? Now that's more like it. This is the demeanor I expect from my wife. Gazing at Chu Xiuyuan's cheeky smile, Zhao Zijin found herself unable to bring her fists down. Humph. She pouted defiantly. You want a docile wife? Why not appreciate a spirited one? Not at all. I've just grown accustomed to you being this way. When you suddenly turn submissive, it leaves me feeling utterly powerless, akin to watching a familiar face feign innocence, to spare his wife from further provocation. Chu Xiuyuan refrained from uttering those words. Yet Zhao Zijin pressed on. What kind of feeling? Speak. Xiuyuan, Zijin, I've prepared a melon for you. Open the door. Before Chu Xiuyuan could respond, his mother's voice resonated from outside. Zhao Zijin promptly leaped off Chu Xiuyuan, composing herself at the edge of the bed. Observing his wife's demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan teased. Now do you understand why I locked the door, my dear? Zhao Zijin nodded vigorously. Thank you, husband. No, wait. Why am I thanking this insufferable man? He clearly locked the door just to tease me. Now he was putting on an act of foresight. Chu Xiuyuan opened the door for his mother. As a seasoned individual, Lu Ying immediately sensed something was amiss upon entering her son's room. Although her future daughter-in-law sat elegantly at the edge of the bed, an air of awkwardness loomed between the couple. Strange. Could it be that this rascal was up to no good? Unlikely. Despite his mischief, he had a kind heart and would not bully Zijin. Could it be Zijin? Even less likely. She was such a shy girl. Perplexed by the situation, Lu Ying simply placed a generous plate of melon on the desk and casually remarked, Zijin, I've prepared bedding for you. You can sleep with Aunt tonight, while your uncle and Xiuyuan can share a room. What do you think? The Chu family's current residence was a 3-bedroom apartment. Lu Ying and her husband occupied one room, their son another, leaving the last without a bed. Lu Ying certainly deduced that her son had already moved in with Zijin. Simultaneously, she sensed that their relationship had yet to reach the passionate intimacy of love. Perhaps it was because they were not yet married? She could not fully grasp the complexities of her son and Zijin's thoughts. However, she felt that allowing Zijin to sleep directly in Xiuyuan's room tonight would be inappropriate. It would convey an unwelcome implication of coercing Zijin into a relationship with her son. Although Lu Ying believed that it was only a matter of time before Zijin and Xiuyuan took that step. The timing and circumstances should be determined by them alone. As a parent, she should not impose her will. Auntie, I actually prefer sleeping with Xiuyuan. Zhao Zijin felt embarrassed, unable to voice such sentiments in front of Lu Ying and Chu Xiuyuan. After all, during this time, she had been secretly sneaking into Chu Xiuyuan's room each night, quietly snuggling into his bed to sleep, simply sleeping, without any inappropriate actions. At most, they would occasionally share a touch, a kiss, or an embrace, then wake up early the next day, leaving without a trace. Every time she recalled this, Zhao Zijin felt a surge of pride. That foolish Chu Xiuyuan surely had no idea. Chu Xiuyuan, observing his wife's flustered demeanor, was well aware of her thoughts. Mom, how about this? Let Zijin sleep in my room tonight. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Auntie, I believe Xiuyuan's suggestion is quite reasonable. Feeling like a clown, Lu Ying chose not to say more and waved her hand, saying, all right. Since you both insist, I'll go fetch the bedding I prepared earlier. After exiting the room, Lu Ying casually closed the door behind her. From then on, Chu Xiuyuan's room was devoid of a door. Returning to the main topic, Lu Ying promptly found her husband, Chu Longxing, to share the gossip from the room. Chu Longxing chuckled. It seems this Zhao Zijin girl is not as shy as she appears. She has quite the affection for that rascal. Indeed. Our son is fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful girl. After Lu Ying departed, Zhao Zijin seated herself beside Chu Xiuyuan, sharing some cantaloupe with him. As she puffed her cheeks, she resumed their conversation, deliberately steering towards a less ambiguous topic. Xiuyuan chewing. I've noticed chewing. You and Uncle share many similarities. Ah, no wonder you're my wife. You have an eye for detail. Chu Xiuyuan beamed with pride, recalling how his mother had mentioned more than once that his father was famously handsome in his youth, admired by many in the vicinity. Zhao Zijin rolled her eyes at Chu Xiuyuan. She certainly recognized that her husband was exceptionally handsome, very much to her liking. However, she rarely brought it up herself, partly due to her bashful pride, and partly because Chu Xiuyuan had a tendency to bask in compliments. Moreover, what she truly wished to express went beyond mere physical appearance. I am not merely speaking of appearances. I refer to the ability to cook, to manage a household, to express tenderness. Zhao Zijin felt a tinge of shyness, but nonetheless voiced her sentiments about caring for her husband. Chu Xiuyuan's smile broadened with pride. Zhao Zijin playfully stuffed a piece of cantaloupe into his mouth, insisting that he refrain from being so self-satisfied. Regaining his serious demeanor, Chu Xiuyuan replied, "Indeed, my dear. Your words hold truth. Over the years, it has primarily been my father who has managed these affairs. I've heard that when my parents first married, it was my mother who took charge of these responsibilities. However, at some point, it seems my father took the initiative in handling these matters. My mother often wished to lend a hand, yet he would not permit it. Surely, it is because uncle has grown increasingly fond of Annie." Suddenly, Zhao Zijin realized something and quickly added, "I will assist you as well, taking on more household duties. I won't allow you to bear the burden alone. My dear, we are partners, caring for each other, and there should be no notion of hardship between us. However, many couples allow the trivialities of daily life to diminish their affection. Is that not so? My love, I ask you, when you learned to cook with me, did you find joy in it?" Chapter 108, Interrogating the Beautiful CEO. As Zhao Zijin learned to cook from Chu Xiuyuan, he held her delicate hand throughout the process. For every step she mastered, he would reward her with a kiss. This hands-on teaching method, coupled with delightful rewards, brought her immense joy. Yes, she was absolutely elated. Although he often played tricks on her during the cooking lessons, she still found it quite enjoyable. Zhao Zijin issued a gentle warning, asserting that while she was happy, he should not take advantage of her good nature, or else she might not be able to endure it. "I understand, dear wife. I shall double my mischief," Chu Xiuyuan replied with a mischievous grin. In a huff, Zhao Zijin popped a piece of cantaloupe into his mouth, teasing, "You can't seem to keep your mouth shut, can you?" On a different note, Chu Xiuyuan candidly shared, "I have always believed that it is not the trivialities of life that wear down a couple's affection, but rather the absence of that affection that makes the trivialities feel burdensome." Zhao Zijin nodded in agreement, as she always resonated with her husband's sentiments. Suddenly, a new idea sparked in her mind. "In that case, dear husband, let us engage in more of these trivial matters to strengthen our bond." "Of course, my love. What triviality do you have in mind?" she asked. "I want to thoroughly inspect your room." Zhao Zijin stood up, her tone playful as she added, "Any old love letters or CDs you wish to hide won't have a chance now." Zhao Zijin had long been aware of Chu Xiuyuan's unwavering loyalty and trusted him implicitly. Thus, her intention to inspect was merely a playful excuse to explore her husband's past. After all, she wished to know everything related to him. Chu Xiuyuan shrugged. "Go ahead. Dear wife, feel free to investigate. After all, a diligent student never fears a teacher checking their homework." Humph. Zhao Zijin surveyed the room before opting to open a few drawers of the desk, where she discovered a collection of peculiar little tools. "I've seen these at home. They are crafting tools, right?" she remarked, referring to their shared abode. "Indeed, I used to enjoy tinkering with such things back in school. Your previous hobbies were quite unique." "My husband." Chu Xiuyuan chuckled, scratching his head. "To be honest, I thought at the time how unique and cool it was that no one else in class, or even in the entire school, engaged in these activities." "Ah, the whimsical musings of a youth." Zhao Zijin teased, prompting Chu Xiuyuan to inquire, "What did you enjoy doing back in school, my dear?" With a proud tilt of her head, she declared, "You want to mock me? Humph, I shan't tell you." With a playful sigh, Chu Xiuyuan reached out to tickle her. "No, dear husband." Zhao Zijin squealed with laughter, unable to evade his teasing grasp. "Spare me, dear husband. I'll tell you I will." Chu Xiuyuan withdrew his hand, a smile playing on his lips. Zhao Zijin's peach blossom eyes, imbued with a hint of melancholy, gazed upon him as she implored, "How could you resort to torture for confessions? You still refuse to come clean, do you?" As Chu Xiuyuan appeared poised to extend his hand once more, Zhao Zijin hastily pleaded, "I shall confess. I shall confess at once, I beseech you, my lord, spare my life." Observing his wife's penchant for theatrics once again, Chu Xiuyuan willingly indulged her. "If you are willing to confess, then do recount your past transgressions to this official, one by one." "As you command, my lord." Zhao Zijin admitted, "I am Zhao Zijin, and in my youth, while studying at a private academy, I took pleasure in reading tales and novels." "So, my wife had a penchant for novels during her school days." Chu Xiuyuan teased. "Oh, these tales and novels, are they respectable?" "Respectable. Of course they are." Zhao Zijin discerned that Chu Xiuyuan was seizing this opportunity to jest with her. She contemplated delivering a playful punch to his arm as a gentle admonition. However, she quickly reminded herself that she was merely a humble commoner in this role. How could she strike such a lofty official? The seasoned actress Zhao Zijin would never break character. She had no choice but to suppress her impulse, thinking, "Next time, I shall never portray such a high-ranking figure." Otherwise, he would surely bully me. Zhao Zijin continued, I dare not read novels that lack propriety. I primarily indulge in tales related to merchants and occasionally read biographies of notable traders. Oh, who would have thought? My dear, with your soft and adorable demeanor. You also enjoy stories about commerce and the lives of businessmen? Generally, girls who read such works harbor dreams of becoming formidable businesswomen, do they not? Chu Xiuyuan scrutinized his wife anew. Indeed, she appeared as a delicate and proud girl, lacking any semblance of a business tycoon. Chu Xiuyuan resumed his inquiry. This is intriguing. It seems you once entertained thoughts of engaging in trade? Indeed, my lord, she replied. And what led you to abandon that path? Only to take up clerical work at the Tianyan Merchant Association? Zhao Zijin paused, hesitating before responding to her husband's question. She was well aware that fabricating an excuse could easily deceive Chu Xiuyuan. However, Zhao Zijin was unwilling to do so. She had already concealed enough from her husband. If she continued to accumulate secrets, she feared that, even if she eventually confessed, her husband might never forgive her. After careful consideration, she resolved to use a more tactful expression. My lord, I am indeed engaged in commercial affairs at present. Oh, what do you mean by that? Chu Xiuyuan inquired. In today's world, all trades are commercial. Chu Xiuyuan nodded, recognizing the validity of her words. In this era of market economy, barring a few exceptional fields, the degree of commercialization across various industries is undeniably high, aptly described as all trades are commercial. Furthermore, his wife indeed worked within a large commercial enterprise, the Tianyan Group. Well said, he acknowledged. Chu Xiuyuan did not wish to linger on the matter any further, so he swiftly changed the subject. Since you have openly confessed to your crimes, let us proceed with the signing, he declared. With that, he retrieved an old textbook from the shelf and placed it upon the desk. Zhao Zijin was taken aback. My lord, you have yet to render a judgment upon me, yet you demand a signature? She protested. I cannot sign. Zhao Zijin was well aware of Chu Xiuyuan's cunning tactics. If she were to sign and admit guilt, he might impose a severe penalty upon her, leaving her vulnerable to further exploitation. Refusal to sign? Do not blame this official then. The harshest punishments await. I will sign. I shall sign immediately. Chapter 109. The Love Letters of Yesteryears. Zhao Zijin withdrew a pen from the handmade pen holder and cast a glance at the textbook that Chu Xiuyuan had placed upon the table. To her surprise, it was indeed a textbook from his university days. She then lifted her gaze to the bookshelf and noted that not only were the university textbooks preserved, but even those from his elementary and middle school years had been kept. Many individuals, upon graduating from a certain academic stage, often find textbooks cumbersome and tend to sell or discard them. Zhao Zijin couldn't help but muse. This insufferable man is quite nostalgic. With this thought, she looked up at Chu Xiuyuan and inquired, My lord, may I truly write upon this paper? By all means. After receiving his consent, Zhao Zijin opened the textbook and discovered his name inscribed on the title page. On a whim, she wrote her name beside his and, to embellish it, drew a heart shape between the two names. Yet, still unsatisfied with her creation, Zhao Zijin turned to Chu Xiuyuan once more and asked, My lord, might there be some ink for me to leave a handprint? Fortuitously, Chu Xiuyuan had some in his room. He smiled as he opened another drawer, retrieved the ink, and handed it to Zhao Zijin, encouraging her to proceed. With a press of her thumb onto the ink, she stamped it upon the heart she had drawn, transforming it into a vibrant red. Very well, since you have confessed and sealed your fate, I shall pass judgment upon you. Upon hearing Chu Xiuyuan's words, Zhao Zijin perked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I decree that you shall massage my legs and shoulders. This was a sentence that Zhao Zijin found somewhat agreeable. However, she queried, My lord, what do you mean by I decree first? Are you implying that there will be further judgments? Astute. How could that be permissible? Would I not be subject to your relentless torment? She retorted, realizing she had unwittingly placed herself in a precarious position. You scoundrel. As the situation escalated, Zhao Zijin placed the pen down onto the textbook, muttering, Humph. My lord only knows how to oppress me. Patience. The judgment will only pertain to tonight and the following 2 days. Zhao Zijin grasped his meaning. These sentences would only be enforced during the upcoming weekend at her uncle and aunt's home. She sighed in relief. Very well then. I shall fulfill my sentence. Chu Xiuyuan nodded and pressed a button on his chair, causing the backrest to recline gently into a lounging position. He settled back comfortably, placing his legs upon Zhao Zijin's lap, exuding an air of leisure. Zhao Zijin commenced the massage, initially intending to apply more pressure to give this man, who constantly oppressed her, a taste of discomfort. Yet, reflecting on the numerous gifts he had carried upstairs earlier and how he had tirelessly cooked alongside her uncle that afternoon, she softened her touch. "My lord, is the pressure to your liking?" Quite delightful," Chu Xiuyuan replied, closing his eyes in sheer contentment as he reveled in the gentle ministrations of his wife. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Zhao Zijin couldn't help but smile, choosing not to dwell on any grievances. One hand deftly massaging Chu Xiuyuan, the other perused the textbooks on the table. Through the myriad notes within the pages, she felt as though she were glimpsing her beloved's likeness during his university days. How is it that I did not encounter him sooner? As Zhao Zijin pondered, her hands suddenly halted. She had come across a rather intriguing piece of paper. "Very pleasant. Continue. Why have you stopped?" Noticing the cessation of his wife's ministrations, Chu Xiuyuan opened his eyes and gazed at her. "My dear, may I inquire what this is?" Zhao Zijin, with a stoic expression, waved the paper in her hand. Its title reading, "Write Your 3-Line Love Letter." Pray tell, to whom is this blank love letter intended? In her heart, Zhao Zijin held unwavering trust in Chu Xiuyuan. However, upon discovering such a paper nestled within his old textbooks, a flicker of speculation and perhaps jealousy stirred within her. What if, during his university years, he had secretly harbored feelings for another girl, albeit unexpressed? Such matters would surely escape documentation. Perhaps he had kept this paper for the purpose of writing a love letter to that girl? Sensing his wife's jealousy, Chu Xiuyuan chose not to prolong the jest and candidly stated, "My dear, do take a look at the reverse side of the paper." Upon flipping it over, Zhao Zijin discovered an introduction to the Jiangwei Literary Society, along with details about the Write Your 3-Line Love Letter event, complete with the date. She recalled that Chu Xiuyuan had not participated in any literary societies during his university tenure. Before she could voice her inquiry, Chu Xiuyuan continued, "I recall this class was scheduled during my first semester. The timetable had 2 consecutive classes, and the professor often allotted 10 minutes for a break. During one such interlude, members of the Jiangwei Literary Society came to recruit, distributing this paper to each student." "And you didn't write anything?" she asked. "Indeed, at that time, I had just begun university and was yet to shed my high school, juvenile mindset. Such things did not pique my interest." "Well," Zhao Zijin chuckled, resuming her ministrations on his legs, playfully teasing, "you could have given it a try. Who knows, if you had written well, perhaps the beautiful senior from the literary society, the aloof campus flower, or the enthusiastic junior would have all taken a liking to you and pursued you fervently." Chu Xiuyuan retorted with a grin, "My dear, it seems you were not entirely truthful earlier. The novels you read during your school years were undoubtedly not limited to the commercial genre." "Oh, I might have occasionally indulged in different genres to refresh my mind and body," Zhao Zijin said, suddenly animated, handing the paper to Chu Xiuyuan. "Husband, you secretly kissed me outside earlier, and I have yet to impose a punishment." Chu Xiuyuan feigned ignorance. "What do you wish to punish me with?" "Why, of course, by writing a 3-line love letter." "And to whom?" "Surely, it must be, undoubtedly for me." Zhao Zijin felt hesitant to voice her thoughts, so she simply turned her little head away and declared, "You may write to whomever you please, but you must write. This is your punishment." "Very well, I shall write." Chu Xiuyuan responded as he retracted his legs, settled himself at the computer desk, and picked up a pen to ponder his words. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijin rose and stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders. She also reminded him softly, "Make sure to write earnestly." "I know, my dear. You must be quite eager, aren't you?" "Humph, not at all." Once Chu Xiuyuan began to put pen to paper, Zhao Zijin closed her charming eyes, anticipating the moment when she could read the entirety of his heartfelt composition at once. Otherwise, the element of surprise inherent in love letters would be lost. Chapter 110. Today's 3-line love letter. After Zhao Zijin closed her eyes, her delicate hands continued to gently massage Chu Xiuyuan's shoulders. She could sense, through the movements of his arms, that he was engaged in the act of writing. Filled with anticipation, she reminded him, "Do not write too large. Remember to leave some blank space." "Understood, my dear." Before long, Zhao Zijin felt Chu Xiuyuan cease his movements. She inquired, "Are you finished? Or are you stuck?" With a smile, Chu Xiuyuan replied, "A 3-line love letter cannot possibly leave me at a loss for words. I'm not one of those struggling online writers. It is complete. For instance, a certain author with the pen named This Guy returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing his words, Zhao Zijin opened her enchanting eyes and immediately directed her gaze to the paper. I hope that when our hair turns white, we can still sit side by side, watching the sunrise and sunset. Instantly, Zhao Zijin's eyes sparkled, yet she maintained her proud demeanor, declaring, well written. Although I do not know who you intend to write this for, I can sense your desire to grow old together. Chu Xiuyuan chuckled and asked, my dear, you truly do not know who I am writing for? I. Zhao Zijin's cheeks flushed rapidly as she embraced Chu Xiuyuan's neck, gently resting his head against her chest. My dear, your heart is racing quite swiftly. That is all I needed to know. You rascal. Clearly know everything, yet still insist on asking. After a considerable while, Zhao Zijin's heartbeat finally returned to normal, and the blush on her face gradually faded. She then said, all right, you should get up now. It is my turn to write. Chu Xiuyuan stood, yielding his seat to his wife, while not forgetting to ask, my dear, what do you wish to write? Why do you even ask? You only want to tease me, don't you? All right, I shall not question further. I will close my eyes and give you a shoulder massage. Is that acceptable? That will do. However, a massage is a massage. Do not take the opportunity for any mischief. If you must, wait until I have finished writing. Zhao Zijin refrained from voicing her concerns, worried that should she speak her mind, Chu Xiuyuan might pursue more than just playful gestures. As Chu Xiuyuan closed his eyes and began massaging her shoulders, he had no intention of engaging in any mischief, merely offering a normal massage. Zhao Zijin's delicate form felt soft to the touch, and Chu Xiuyuan relished this intimate connection. He could tell that she too enjoyed their gentle exchanges, though her shy nature prevented her from expressing it. Once Zhao Zijin picked up the pen, she realized why Chu Xiuyuan was able to write so swiftly earlier. The overwhelming emotions within her yearned to be expressed to the one she loved. Even with her often conflicted disposition, she longed to convey this profound affection to Chu Xiuyuan, not to mention a 3-line love letter. She believed she could easily compose 300 lines in one breath. However, in this moment, she could only manage to write 3 lines. The remaining 297 lines shall be reserved for the rest of my life to compose slowly, for indeed, both he and I have ample days ahead. Zhao Zijin, with her elegant handwriting, inscribed her own 3-line love letter beneath Chu Xiuyuan's. In a myriad of lives, I wish to tell you, I love you. Suddenly, the sound of her wife's panicked scream jolted Chu Xiuyuan awake. What is it, my dear? Zhao Zijin hastily covered the contents of her love letter, exclaiming, I'm not finished yet. You mustn't look. Is it truly unfinished? Chu Xiuyuan questioned, skeptical. He extended his hand, attempting to remove hers to glimpse the letter's contents. However, Zhao Zijin desperately shielded it, unwilling to reveal it to him. Chu Xiuyuan discerned her shyness and, suppressing a smile, feigned indifference. It's of no consequence. If you don't want to show me, then I shall not look. With that, he seated himself on a nearby chair, quietly savoring a slice of cantaloupe in silence. Zhao Zijin instantly panicked. It's not like that, dear. This 3-line love letter is for you. It shall only be for you. Of course, I wish for you to see it. I long for you to read it multiple times. It's just that I had finished writing. But I inadvertently made a small mistake. As she spoke, Zhao Zijin ceased covering the letter and presented the paper to Chu Xiuyuan, adopting a demeanor of humble submission. After carefully reading the love letter, Chu Xiuyuan felt a surge of emotion. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but think, indeed, his wife, the dramatist, could craft such a love letter. He then noticed the error she mentioned. A tiny character appeared after the final I love you. While Chu Xiuyuan perused the letter, Zhao Zijin continued to apologize. I'm sorry, my love. This was meant to be a precious love letter, yet I have ruined it. I don't know how it happened. It was instinctual. Chu Xiuyuan interrupted her, knowingly inquiring, that is quite small. It must be part of another character. What were you originally intending to write, my dear? Zhao Zijin's face, filled with remorse, flushed with further embarrassment. However, recalling her husband's earlier disappointed expression, she summoned her courage and spoke. I intended to write the character, as in your name, Chu Xiuyuan. Perhaps it's because I find it difficult to express such sentiments in daily life that when I began to write, it just flowed out. Taking a deep breath, she declared, but now that I possess this rare courage, I shall say it clearly. I love you, Chu Xiuyuan. As she uttered the final 6 words, Zhao Zijin abruptly raised her gaze to meet Chu Xiuyuan's. She yearned to convey the surging affection within her heart. I love you too, Zhao Zijin. Upon witnessing the mischievous smile on Chu Xiuyuan's face, she suddenly realized she had been outmaneuvered by this mischievous man. The love shared between them was undoubtedly authentic. Yet, Chu Xiuyuan's playful tactics were equally genuine. Zhao Zijin felt a surge of indignation. "Ah, you're playing tricks on me. Just wait, I shall have my revenge." As she spoke, she lunged towards Chu Xiuyuan, determined to leave her mark on him. Consequently, his face was adorned with a multitude of red lipstick prints left by Zhao Zijin. Like pure water emerging from a lotus, her beauty was unrefined and untouched. Typically, even without makeup, Zhao Zijin was capable of captivating the world. She seldom adorned herself. Indeed, however, with the impending introduction to Chu Xiuyuan as parents, she felt a twinge of anxiety regarding her natural appearance, fearing it might not meet their expectations. Thus, she applied some lipstick and a light touch of makeup. Fortunately, her in-laws were quite pleased with her, which brought her great joy. Perfectly. She thought to let the lipstick leave a little imprint on her husband's face as a playful gesture. Chu Xiuyuan, thoroughly delighted by his wife's affectionate display, remarked, "Dear, I wouldn't mind experiencing more of this treatment in the future. I can certainly handle it. You don't despise the lipstick marks I've left?" "Of course not. I relish them." Zhao Zijin replied with a mischievous smile, grasping Chu Xiuyuan's hand and pulling him up. "Wonderful. Then let us flaunt them to your uncle and aunt."